these settings for over a month. They've been practicing. They've known that this is going to be the game that they will be playing. Yet the moment you arrive here, it's only word on the street is that certain things are actually a whole lot better than they initially gave it credit for. And they're like, man, the entire matchup feels so different right now. And I'm mostly hinting towards the ZVT or TVZ, where the Terrans kind of seem to be enjoying that Cyclone a little bit more than they originally thought they would. So that's a cool thing about a week like this as well, where we play on this patch for 3 weeks straight. People are like, yeah, there's obviously some changes, but in the end of the day, it's kind of similar. You arrive in Katowice and all the Zergs are coming together like, Cyclones are a problem, guys. Like, how do we take it down? And that's also cool, and that's obviously the magic of this tournament as well, because it is so big. Everybody will try to find whatever exploit they can, and they're going to try to play the best possible StarCraft, something that they're comfortable with. But obviously, if a new patch forces you to play in a certain way, they're absolutely going to embrace that.
Well, let's take a look at the format then and get you guys at home up to speed as to what's going to be going on across the next 5 days. We will be playing the play-in bracket today. That is going to conclude completely today, and then after that we will move into the group stage, and then a long playoff day at the very end, Wardy. A difference compared to previous years where we've only had semis and finals.
And it's amazing, right? Because we get to build up all that viewership, we get to build up all of that hype on one day, and we actually get to play at a time where a lot more people can watch as well. So it's something everyone was asking for. We're excited, right? Those epic final days, big playoff matches, everything's on the line. Yeah, it's draining for the players, but that really tests you, you know, who is the best. You can keep it going all day long.
Definitely, and of course there will be other streams going on, Roddy, while this is going on, because there's so many games going on at any given time. So there's lots of opportunities to catch as many games as you can, really. Yeah,
no, once more, as a StarCraft fan, this is the best week of the year, because there's not a single stream that you have to watch and, oh, they're on a break. Well, on the other streams, there's a good chance there is not a break. Like, especially the first day, we have obviously 12 players duking it out, often 4 matches being played at the same time. So for everybody with a double monitor, triple monitor, or an iPad and a PC at the same time, so much StarCraft to enjoy.
All right, well, let's look at the groups then, because those will be starting off tomorrow. And of course, we're working out which of the next 4 players that are going to be joining them. Let's start things off with Group A, and I'm going to start at the very top here. Clem, #1 seed coming out of Europe, Roddy, and I feel like it's been a bit quiet for Clem recently, but maybe that's a blessing in disguise, because it feels like there's always so much expectations on Clem.
Yeah, like yes and no, right? Like we can take a look at the entire year, because that is what IEM Katowice is all about. Nobody gets invited because they're really handsome and good looking, even though Clem absolutely qualifies for that. No, he got here because he gathered a lot of points. Where did Clem get most of those points? The DreamHack Masters Europe Regionals, an incredibly stacked event where everybody in Europe tries their absolute hardest to win those events. We've had to. Clem won both. So if you look at it like that, Clem has had an amazing year. But that one thing that's still kind of missing is like, when is he doing it offline? And it's not that his offline appearances are bad, because he did make it to the grand finals of Home Story Cup 21, also an EPT event. Fantastic run there. In the end, lost against Serral. No shame in that, because Jonas pretty much always wins in Krefeld. So it's not been a bad year by Clem at all. But yes, in the last 2-3 months, when you think about the 5 best players coming into Katowice, Clem doesn't get mentioned as much as he did, for instance, last year, right? Last year, I felt like all eyes were on Clem, and right now everybody's like, the kid is an animal, but will he show his best performance? Because that's what he's going to need if he wants to have a big run at this event.
It's a great stage to try and do it on. Wardy, looking at Group A, who else are you looking at here to try and do the shake-up?
Well, I mean, shake-up or not, Dark, right? I mean, he's never been in the finals of a Katowice, and yet he's been one of the most consistent players in Katowice. He's always in the top 4, top 8, but those finals have eluded him. And this might be one of his last chances, you know? We think he might be heading off to military after this event, right? So I'm sure he's coming in very motivated, very prepared. And Dark loves new patches and new maps, right? Because he is a creative Zerg player. He will do things a bit differently. He says, hey, my style on this map is this. And that alone can catch a lot of people off guard.
Let's move on to Group B then. Of course, there are so many names that we can run through here, but there is only limited time we have for our pre-show. Reina Estrella, Creator, Showtime, Gumiho, and Roddy, I know that there's one name in there in particular that you're hyped to be seeing. Little old Reina, seeing if he can get it to the final again.
Way more than one name there, mate. Like, actually way more. Because Group B, yeah, of course, Reina is a big talking point because he made it to the finals of IEM Katowice last year, and he won the entire event 2 years ago when we did it online. So, of course, Reina is the outstanding player in Group B, but there are so many reasons to get excited over Group B. Like the PvPs in this group are going to be absolutely wild. Australia's had a phenomenal year. Twice he was the best performing Protoss at a Home Story Cup. Don't forget about the DreamHack Masters Atlanta that we had not too long ago, where I think he was the best performing non-Korean player, making it into the quarterfinals. Obviously lost to Hero back then in a bit of a one-sided series, but up to that point, everything was fantastic. Creator, on the other end, was fantastic in Valencia just a couple of months before that, where a lot of Europeans truly fell in love with Creator, that old school guy that came back and finally showed a little bit of the promise that he showed us in the beginning when StarCraft 2 just came out, 2012, 2013 years, when he was an absolute animal. Showtime often shows up at tournaments like this. We know how solid he is, we know how consistent he is, and then Gumio is just a wild player to put in this group, because Gumio has some mean ZVT, or TVC rather, and we know that he's capable of playing mech, but how Gumio is going to do against the Protosses, I generally don't know. Like this group, Raynor is the favorite, but after that you feel like so many different things are possible in Group B.
Especially since there's some potential curveballs that can be thrown from some of these Protoss as well. And Australia's been going from strength to strength, third in Home Story Cup 21, second in Home Story Cup 22. They're constantly getting more power.
Australia's had a great year, but then if you ask me to kind of say Australia versus Creator, Showtime, Gumiho, I'm like,
50-50.
50-50, right? Like if you just had a GSL group of Australia, Creator, Showtime, and Gumiho, I'm like, yeah, okay. Good luck, right? Anyone can make it out, anyone can fall.
It's a brawl.
I don't think any of those results would surprise me. So for those guys, it might just be down to who can get a map, who can get a series off of Raynor, and that might just give them that chance because it's going to be a bloodbath.
All right, let's go Group C then. Hero, Serral, the defending champion here, Solar, DRG, and Special. Roddy, I'll leave the floor open. What do you want to talk about?
I mean, we have to talk a little bit about Hero, right? Because he obviously won the DreamHack Masters Atlanta not too long ago. A Protoss winning a big international tournament. Pretty good. He seems to be enjoying Gateway styles. And I heard that one of the things that did change for Protoss in their favor is that upgrades now kick in slightly quicker. And it really does make a noticeable difference. I felt it in my own games. And someone like Hero is going to look at that. He's like, I was already loving my upgrades, but now they're going to kick in even quicker. So I think Hero in the matchup that he shines the most, I think he should always make it out of this group, but Hero against Serral is just going to be one hell of a series because obviously Yona is the reigning, defending, undisputed IEM champion.
There you go.
Two of the absolute top tier favorites for the entire event. It's going to be awesome.
Let's catch up to Group C. There we are. And I think especially prevalent for someone that you mentioned with Hero with those kinds of upgrades, Wardy, because he played such a fantastic gateway style that if you give a little bit extra punch to any of that, that's a deadly combination.
And he is so good at min-maxing every little part of his builds and every little part of his style. And because a lot of people would have said before Hero came back that what he does is crazy. You know, how do you make that work? But Hero can find a way to make it work. He made it popular. He made it from like, oh, Hero's kind of memeing to, oh, Hero's going to win a GSL sort of thing, you know? So, yeah, Hero, to me, going to be super exciting to watch. And in this group especially, he's going to have a lot of different Zergs to try his things out against. It's going to be very fun. And, yeah, I mean, you look at the Zergs and Solo DRG Special, that's just going to be a fun kind of brawl. Because I think Hero and Serral, we're looking at the top. The rest of them, again, it's going to be a real scrap to get out. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun in Group C.
Yeah, one last thing I want to say there is that I agree with everything that Wadi said. And then the biggest thing on top of it is really fun to watch. Like, Hero's style is just fun. He generally made PvZ a whole lot more enjoyable again. So it's not only good, it's not only effective, it's just damn fun to watch as a viewer.
Yeah, there was a time where, you know, it was a little bit cheesy here and there.
I didn't mind it, but some people did.
Yeah, now he's properly solid. And again, we've got so many other great names in there. But let's move on to Group T because, again, we don't have much time before we actually get into these games. Getting things going, we have Maru, Bunny, Beyond, Hiramarine, and Lambo. The Terran Terrors here are going to probably be reigning supreme at the end of it, Wardy, because there are some big names in there.
There are big names. I mean, Maru, when is he going to win a Katowice? When's he going to do well at one of these non-Korean tournaments once again? Bunny has been amazing this year. He was so close to winning Atlanta. That was amazing. And he continues to be so good as well.
Yeah.
But then you look at Bjorn, who's actually had one of the best performances since the patch hit. He's been so consistent. If he can bring it, I mean, he's one of the few players to take down Maru recently as well online. He plays his own kind of style of TVT. Honestly, this entire group's super fun. I know Roddy probably wants to talk about Hiramarine and Lambo as well. Like, the entire group's just great, man.
I want to talk about all 5 players.
Of course.
Because when the groups were announced, we were all obviously in anticipation as StarCraft fans. Like, when do they finally announce the groups? I want to see the open bracket. They teased us with the open bracket. A little bit later, the groups came. You're like, okay, okay. And oh my God, like Group D is just ridiculous. It feels so rough, and it's crazy because I think Lambo and Hero Marine are so incredibly good that I would almost never count them out in any group, and I still refuse to count them out in this group because we know that those two German powerhouses can show up when the lights shine the brightest, but this is about as tough as it's ever going to get, man. Like, if you're a Lambo, you look at this, you're like, you might very well have the 4 best Terran players in the world in your group. Like, that's insane.
I mean, it's hard to even dispute it for Hero Marine. Some people would kind of maybe look past him and look at more other Korean Terrans, but Hero Marine got top 4 last year at the World Championship, Wardy, and that is a big feat that he probably wants to replicate, if not go beyond, which would be amazing.
He was a map away from the grand finals.
Yes.
He was 2-0 up over Reynor. You know,
he was winning game 3.
He was winning game 3. It was so close to being a huge upset, right? And, you know, that massive run. Yeah. It is a tough group for him, though. Like, his TVT is good, but he does sometimes struggle against the Korean Terrans. I feel like that's a European thing. The Europeans struggle against Korean TVT. Same for Lambo kind of a little bit in that ZVT, and I think that's going to be a big talking point of Group D.
It almost feels that European Terrans in general are bigger action junkies than the Korean Terran players are. And the best way to play TVT, new patch or old patch, is still you end up with a whole bunch of Ravens, and there is no one better at that than Maru. But I think even the other Koreans have embraced that still a little bit more than some of the European Terrans did. But Gabe is someone who prepares. We know how much he cares. He's been counting EPT points since the very first Monday after last Katowice. So this is his tournament, and obviously he wants to show up in a big way, but I think every single series in this group is going to be important to determine who's going to make it out. Maru sure is the favorite because he's the best TVT player in the world. But after that, I mean, it's anybody's guess. They're all so good. It's going to be so sad to lose at least 2. And don't forget that someone very good from the open bracket could make it into this group. Like, imagine the scenes if Cure makes it out of the open bracket and they put him in Group D.
And we all know now it's going to happen. There's going to be another Terran hunt in there. Everybody's going to have to be like Tom Cruise doing their own stunts because it's going to be pretty wild there in Group D. Now let's take a look at the bracket that we actually have coming up for today, because we will have a double elimination bracket, and this will serve 4 extra players into that group stage, and we have a great lineup to come up here in the round of 36 bracket as we start things off. It's some skill disparities here and there for the start of the rounds as a whole, but excellent StarCraft viewing to come.
I mean, honestly, when you look at this, it's just, you know, it's a brawl, right?
Yes.
It's going to be tough. Last year, Ryung made it through. No one had Ryung on their radar to make it through, right? And he went all the way through. Then he got through the groups as well in a very scrappy situation. Yeah. But it all starts here, right? This is what Katowice is about. You know, these are the guys that were close but didn't quite get that group stage. Invites, they're still good. They've still been grinding. You know, it's very possible for someone like Nice, who's done it in a couple of years past, right? Go on really deep runs, be very close to qualifying into the group stages. These guys are all competitive, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch it play out. I mean, you just look at all the matches running down, it's like every single one of these first rounds is fun. It's only going to get better and tougher as the day goes on.
I mean, you already mentioned Ryung. He got top 12. Zaun is another guy that got top 12 and actually has had a pretty impressive year himself. I think he was 4th place at Home Story Cup in 22. So I'm hoping to see a decent run from him. What do you think, Roddy?
I think Zaun is one of the top favorites to make it out of this bracket, especially if you talk to other pros as well. A lot of the Europeans rate Zaun incredibly high, where they're like, all right, you've got Hero, but after Hero, Zaun is the guy to look at, and Zaun is the one that you want to copy. I have high hopes for the Polish guys in this bracket. Like, Elaser is somebody who obviously truly cares about his event as well, and he would love to play in front of that passionate Polish crowd. And we have to give some love to Spirit as well, because of the last few weeks, Spirit has kind of been popping off, and I would make the Muslim very sad if I don't mention at one time that Spirit almost qualified for this event, where he defeated Stats, and Stats made it to the final the year before. But Spirit is Spirit is in good shape, and he's honestly been playing some very good StarCraft in all 3 matchups, not just his TVZ is good, but TVP is bad. No, he's been solid across the board. The Polish players, I think they have a very realistic shot at making it out of this bracket.
And let's not forget, all the way back at Atlanta, you've got someone like Nightmare playing in this bracket as well, who went on a bit of a ridiculous run, Wardy, to say the least, and ended it in, I think, the round of 8.
Well, you lose in group stage 1 or something, and it's like, well, we implemented this, like, final chance bracket, right? Which is, like, cool for people who usually show up. They lose the group stage, you get to play an extra match or so. And Nightmare's like, oh, thanks a lot, because he just went undefeated, and that streak is incredible, right? That was
the biggest streak we've ever had in any of those events.
Yeah, in 3 years or so that we've had it, right? So it was ridiculous, and he looked good all the way up until he hit Bunny, and obviously Bunny was on an absolute tear in that event as well. So everyone in the play-in bracket is super fun, super exciting, and there's 100% chance for a whole bunch of upsets.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, he's going up against Cham in that first round, and I would probably favor Nightmare in that overall, but but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Chem is tricky though. Like Chem is a wild Zerg. I actually played against him a couple of times recently. He plays different than any other high-level Zerg you play against.
I like that.
He's very good at finding specific builds that just hit incredibly hard. Not something that I think you can do 4 or 5 times in a row in the same matchup, but once or twice, Chem is actually going to be pretty difficult to take down for Nightmare. And let's not forget, man, that man dethroned Special, something we thought we would never see in the Latin American region, because that region was set in stone. Yeah. It's always Juanito. Yeah. We hope for Calazur. It's always Juanito. And then Chem said, no, you guys forgot about me. I'll be the one to finally win a Latin American regional championship. And obviously for that alone, I think he deserves a lot of credit.
Maybe if I kick Calazur out of my World of Warcraft guild, he'll play more, and then we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll see. But
oh my, James, we're live for 20 minutes. We're already talking about World of Warcraft, elephants, dragons, eye levels. You want to talk about that other game as well with parachute in the airplane real quick? Yeah. Unbelievable.
Okay, well, other team players to talk about as we focus on things. Another match that's coming up later is Hearthstone versus Nice, another PvP coming up. So we can a little elaborate on that because it's called for Hearthstone. Obviously, we had Hearthstone here last year at the desk, Roddy, but this time around he's going to be playing against Nice in that first round. What are we thinking about that match?
Very fun series. That's actually going to be our second series, I believe, on the main stream, so we'll talk a lot more about it later. But I shared a ride from the airport to this venue with Hearthstone, and obviously we spoke a little bit about it. And I think he made a couple of very good points where he's like, I know that he's good, and I know he's tricky, but I also feel like I should be more solid. But going up against someone like that is tricky because it feels whatever way you go down, it never feels good enough. If you play too safe and you get out-greed by the guy, and you're like, oh man, why do I put myself so far behind? But if you then expand quickly and you die to one of the all-ins, you're like, why do I play so risky against a guy like Nice? So it's obviously not easy, but I know that Hearthstone, obviously a professional, has prepared well for the series. And Nice is someone who just never gets enough love from foreign fans, in my opinion, because he keeps on showing up at these events. It's no longer an upset if he wins a series against a Hearthstone or against the Spirit, because he's done it time and time again. Nice is just really good, and if he was a European, he would have a lot of deep runs.
I always felt like he was the strongest macro Protoss coming out of the region.
Absolutely.
If you think about it. He has his wild stuff, but Nice always was able to take it in even these events, even Katowice's, to the late stages of the game, Wardy, and really bring it to his opponent.
He really developed, right? Because I feel like there was a time where we're like, oh, Nice is like the carbon copy of Haas. He's cheesy, he's fun. And then he was like, oh, this doesn't cut it, right? This doesn't get me far enough. And he really did develop his game. And, you know, he still does have that kind of, cheeky edge. Like it says on the graphic, offense 75 was his best stat, right? Given by the players. And so, I agree with that, but then he has evolved the rest of that game. He is able to play different things nowadays, and that is so valuable in games like this.
That's actually a good point. We should give a disclaimer to our actual stats that are coming in. All these numbers are the average of all the other players in the tournament ranking each other's abilities. So all players have been asked to rank each other player, Roddy. So it's cool to see, actually, that dynamic.
It is cool to see, but that player card I cannot take serious, because for Nice to get a 67 instead of a 69 is absolutely silly. We should have rigged it. That would have been way more fun.
That would have been good.
I'll take all of them serious besides that one. That's 69.
That's fair. That is fair. So yeah, we'll see him in that first round here going up against Hearthstone. Of course, Hearthstone has been able to earn his spot due to, unfortunately, Max Pax not being here, Rotty. So does that one sting?
Can't talk about it.
Okay, that's fine. So we're just waiting a few more moments before we actually get our first players ready to go into this. And a huge thank you to one of our sponsors here for all of this. It's Monster Energy. I'm noticing that Rotty doesn't have a Monster Energy with him. Normally he does straight away. Where is it?
Oh God, you sound like cuckoo right now, okay? I'm already getting bullied by this young Romanian for drinking too many Monsters, but yeah, not yet.
You like Monster, all right?
I do.
Yeah.
Solid. They've been great to us in StarCraft over the last few years, so yeah, absolutely, I love Monster.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much to them for joining us here.
I'll have one for you soon, mate. As soon as we're done here and we can watch a little bit of that Tastosis magic, I'll enjoy it with a Monster.
Tastosis is here.
They are.
That's crazy.
I've seen them.
You've seen them?
Yeah,
in the flesh.
Yeah.
In their natural habitat, yeah. They'll be commentating a few games here throughout the tournament as well. But anyway, let's kind of start talking about our first match here, because we've got to move on to that and get it ready to roll, ready to go. We have got ourselves Classic going up against Scarlett for our first match here on the main stage. And again, do bear in mind that there are other streams that you can check out, some of the other games going on in this bracket here throughout the day. And we'll keep you up to date here on the PCs as time goes on. We'll try and jump in some of those games. So, Scarlett versus Classic here. Wardy, our first match. It's a bit of a banger, to be honest with you here, with two big names clashing. Classic having come back more recently, so not really having that break as time went on. What are we thinking for this match?
Yeah, I think it's a great first round match because the two players who I can see either one winning. Right now, I do definitely prefer Scarlett a little bit. I feel like she's been more consistent. But these are two players who have had those kind of phases where, you know, they do step back a little bit, right? They've not been as good and then they come back strong. And right now, I don't quite know where Classic is at. He has some good performances online. Yeah. He has some performances which are just not quite as hot again. But Scarlett has been a little bit more consistent. She has been a little bit kind of top-notch again. So I'm kind of preferring Scarlett. I don't really know what to expect, though, right? Like, you don't know what she's quite going to bring. She can play that late game. She can play super macro, but she's also very open to being aggressive. We know that Classic prefers the aggressive edge in general, though, as well.
Roddy?
I think I agree with Wardy. It's actually very hard to make a proper prediction for this series, but Classic still seems a little bit lost to me sometimes, where clearly he still has a lot of the skills that made him literally the best Protoss player in the world a long time ago. At the moment, he's not the best Protoss, but he still shows some of that greatness that made us all a fan back then.
Yeah.
But he feels like he doesn't quite know how to end games often and sometimes makes things overly complicated, where it's like, mate, if you're like, just be a little more Protossy right now and a little more A-movie, you get the job done. And instead, he's going to go for this super sophisticated approach, takes another base, and allows people to come back in games. And I think against Scarlett, that would absolutely be a mistake. Because Scarlett, her hive play has always been very good. And one thing that I have really enjoyed of Scarlett, her ZVP over the last few months, is that I feel she's pretty comfortable in all the stages of the matchup. Her early game is always solid. We know how good her queen positioning is. The way that she spreads creep is always excellent. I feel like in the mid game, she has a couple of great timings that she could use. But her late game is actually very nice as well.
So do you think our players' rating for mechanics for Scarlett is a little lower than you think it should be? 77?
Yes. I think 77 is too low.
Yeah?
I think Scarlett should be high. I think overall, like obviously we can't give everybody 100. If Maru or Sero is 100, obviously the numbers have to go down eventually. But I do think that Scarlett, her mechanics there are very underrated because she's literally one of the very best in the business when it comes to injecting, spreading creep, and gaining map vision for herself.
I mean, Zerg thrived on that for such a long time, right? It was the mechanics race when it came to being able to do all that multitasking, getting that creep spread going, giving yourself that kind of almost map dominance position, Wardy. But going up against Classic, as you say, kind of a little bit of an enigma almost. I mean, his results over the last year have not been bad by any stretch of the imagination, but this is a guy that has vied for... He was in the finals when it came to Katowice, right?
You know, honestly, I feel as though Classic's one of those players who right now doesn't play too much, and then when he gets something to prepare for, I feel like he can take that step up, which gets me very excited for today, to see what he's going to bring, to see, you know, what he thinks of the new maps and all of this, because he doesn't play in every single Open Cup. He plays in a few of them, but he's not there religiously like some of these players are. So I feel like he just takes his time. He plays when he kind of got to build up to things, and I do think he can really show up. That's why this first match is so exciting. There's so much on the table.
He's played in not too many Open Cups, but he's played in a few, and he has been the victim of Scarlett in one or two of those across the year. So they have met each other a few times recently. Scarlett has the winning advantage in the last couple of series, Roddy, but is that indicative of what may happen here on this stage?
I mean, a little bit, right? Because both Wardy and I are kind of leaning towards Scarlett, and I kind of feel that it should be a Scarlett victory. But the beauty of a day like today, the open bracket of IEM Katowice, is that Classic could show up in a big way and not just win this first series, but actually just make it out and make it into the group stage. And then we're suddenly like, oh man, we're all so stupid for doubting the guy that was literally the best Protoss player in the world for a while. And obviously he's going to be ready for Katowice, but he hasn't given us too much to work with yet for us to believe that he's there. We know that he can be there because he has shown that in the past. Right now, I don't think he's there yet, but I would love to be wrong and just see the very best of Classic, because if we do see the best version of Classic, he could absolutely just make it out of the entire bracket.
It's like his audition to us, right? It's like, hey, Classic, you know, it's been a little while since you're in the grand finals.
He looks great.
Yeah, you know, he's going to come in, he's like, you know, impress us. Give us a reason to be excited about you on the desk, because I think that's what it comes down to. If he comes into this first game, looks good, builds crisp, finishes off the game if he gets a lead, we're on the Classic hype train. It's just what Roddy said.
Immediately.
Yeah, but it's like what he said. Sometimes he comes in, he does look a bit lost. He gets ahead and he doesn't know how to end it. That's the Classic you can't see here if you want to make him out of this bracket.
I think that's a great way of describing it, because again, you know, just for a first round at this tournament, again with a little bit of shake-up here and there with patch, with the maps and everything, an audition is a good way to describe it. Do you think when you look at these two names, I mean, obviously you guys are leaning towards Scarlett, so I guess I would pose this question as Scarlett. What are her aspirations for getting out of this bracket? Do you think this is a good bracket for Scarlett, Roddy?
Yes, but I think it's so hard to really... what you should not do as a player, I think, coming into a day like today, is kind of imagine the entire bracket for yourself, because it never plays out in the way that we expect things to play out. So I think you truly have to take it one series at a time, but I don't think Scarlett can be upset about playing Classic in the first round. It is dangerous, and we know that Classic is good, but I think it could have been a whole lot worse. It definitely could have been easier as well, don't get me wrong. Like, it's not that Scarlett saw the bracket and she's like, yes, I got Classic, that flap. Like, no, I don't think that's the reaction that she had, but I think she looks at it as like, well, it's IEM Katowice, obviously it's going to be close and competitive, but not the worst. Like, I think Cure, for instance, that would have been a little bit tougher.
Yeah, definitely. So do we have any other games that you guys have got into yet, or no? Nothing.
Not yet.
Nothing. Okay.
We're waiting.
It's noon. They're not allowed to start.
Yeah, they're not allowed to start yet.
You're right.
Yeah.
Damn.
You're getting a bit ahead of yourself, aren't you, mate?
I'm just excited. This is the first show I've done in like 3 months, all right? I've been sitting, I've been kind of smoldering just a little bit, waiting to get here back to Katowice. It's very far away from my house. I know it was a long journey for me.
40-minute drive.
A whole 40-minute drive.
You've been asking us so many questions, Kalaris. What are you excited for in this tournament? Are there any players that really tickle your fancy?
Well, I mean, obviously, when I've watched a lot of you guys kind of like deliberating the tournament over and over, and you've obviously got to have the big top 4 kind of residing there, like yourselves, like your Reinas, like your Marus, hoping that they kind of get top 4, because a top 4 without those names is a little bit ridiculous, I think it's fair to say. But I would like to see some of the older names, like DRG, for example, go far. I'm always hyped to see DRG, the oldest player here, looking to rock it.
How old is he?
31?
Really? Oh my god,
yeah,
I'm so old here.
Yeah, I'm pretty old.
Really, that's the oldest guy here? Oh my goodness. Our doses were done.
Yeah, we're getting old. I'm really going to check that now. Where are you, DRG?
I think you're about right. It's about that.
Is it 31? Yeah, anyway. But yeah, so yeah, I'm excited for the old names. Obviously, the young guns as well. I would like to see Clem go far. Why am I being asked questions? What is this?
Because it's fun. You've been around for a long time, and you still watch a lot of StarCraft.
Calling me old now as well. No. Yeah.
James, you've been doing this for over 10 years. Okay, you're old.
Yeah, okay. Every Katowice, 11 Katowices. Admittedly, at one I didn't do StarCraft. I did other games, but you know, every Katowice. It's crazy to think. So many Katowices.
That's awesome.
There you go. There you go. Are we ready to go to the commentators? we are not ready. We just have a few more delays, ladies and gentlemen, before we actually get into this. Ready?
Dark horse of the tournament, then what?
Ooh.
Dark horse of the tournament.
Or just round of 36, actually. Let's just keep today.
Narrow it down.
Yeah, let's keep today at the round of 36.
Okay, I just jumped into a lobby for Ryung versus Sue, and I feel like they're both very fun players that could make it out, right? And might even just be like, who doesn't have to go through the lower bracket from the very first round? Because Sue steps it up sometimes and still sometimes gets stuck very much so in that mid-game. But he can turn it on, right? And he has turned it on in some events recently. He could have a run. You know, I think Sue could maybe, you know, be a dark horse. But it's so weird to say Sue's a dark horse. Of course. But he's not been that kind of championship caliber player for a little while now, right?
I mean, it's weird to think, but it was one of the more emotional victories here on this stage in Katowice where Sue won it, because for so long, he just couldn't round it out, and then manages to do it on Katowice stage. So it'd be great to see Sue go pretty far.
And that was one of the craziest finals as well, because we all thought Stats was going to win it. And then after the first 2 games, we're like, oh my god, this is going to go down as like one of the worst finals ever. And he just flipped the switch, completely turned it around, and suddenly he looked invincible. But yeah, I don't look at Sue as a guy that, like, I think he's going to make top 4 in this bracket just because it is a very tough bracket. But there is a chance. And for Ryung, it's obviously like, hey, you guys forgot about me. I was amazing last year.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel, I don't know if you still have this as well, Wadi, but whenever I see a Terran player go like barracks, expand, factory, barracks, I'm like, it's Ryung's build of Katowice last year. Like, it's kind of just stuck forever because he really showed so many great timings and had great pushes with it and found a lot of success in this tournament. But that is a great first round match.
Yeah, that's another one which I think would have been great to show, right? We just have so many good ones. Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. Loved watching Ryung last year. I really loved his TVP as well. Like, his ability to kind of, like, he's not the most impressive late game player until he gets into those, like, massive surrounding situations. He's like, how did he manufacture that? Because he did that so repeatedly throughout last year.
I really enjoyed his honesty in interviews as well last year, where he's like, oh no, this is my opponent, I'm going to die. But we'll see how that fares here. I guess we'll ask you the same question then, Roddy. Who are your dark horses? I'm gonna guess that you're going to go with Bunny.
I mean, that's for the main tournament, right? Bunny.
Oh, yeah, we're talking
about
I
feel like we are disrespecting Bunny if we call him a dark horse. The man made finals of the most regional event that we had, the biggest international LAN. So
yes, he did.
I kind of see Bunny as like one of the favorites. Same can be said about Beyond. But I actually do think that the Beyond that we've seen in the last month is actually better than the Beyond we've seen in a very, very long time. And if he can play even 95% as good as he does online here offline, then he has a chance to go very far. And maybe even repeat some of the 2016 magic from back in the days, because he's been looking like an absolute animal, like getting a 3-0 over Rainer and stuff. Like, that's insane, man. Like, nobody 3-0s Rainer, Claris.
Yeah, no, that is a difficult feat to say the least. Of course, you've got your big powerhouse Zerg still here, Rainer, Serral. Serral having a little bit of a change recently. Bit of a surprise to me. I'm going to be totally honest. Probably not a surprise to little Roddy over there, who may have known a thing or two about a thing or two, but he is now not Ents anymore. It's weird to say that Serral is not Ents.
No, that is weird. Obviously, he was with Ents for a very long time. It kind of always felt like we had Gabe with Mouse Sports and Serral with Ents. And these two things were forever. But Yona was excited about the project, and he's excited for something new. And sometimes that can really help as well, right? Because he's been doing the same thing for such a long time. So just a change of environment and be surrounded by some different people could really spark that fire again, even though Yona never really needs that, because the man is a competitor and he just loves playing StarCraft 2.
God of StarCraft. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And thank you very much, everybody out there, for your patience whilst we get into this first game. But we are now ready to go to that first game. And you know what? What a way to open up Intel Extreme Masters Katowice and with Toistosis.
Excellent work at the desk, boys. Artosis, what a great match we have for us.
I know, it's very nice. A couple players that we've commentated so many times in Korea. Here in this very first round, of course, it's going to be hard for both of them to get out, but I think they're definitely players that can.
I had the luxury of actually flying next to Scarlett. To come to this event.
Wait. She stole my seat?
She stole your seat, and she ordered vegetarian food. It was almost like you were there, Artosis.
But did she talk to you about StarCraft the whole flight?
A lot, quite a bit.
I've been replaced.
And she was saying that she feels like it should be a pretty doable match for her going up against Classic. She basically said Classic's just not as good as he used to be.
Okay, that's fair. We've seen him not do as well. Like, I'm remembering some of the matches as soon as he came out of the military. You know, he was in Code A against Zest. He actually had Zest dead and ended up losing. Obviously, Super Tournament 0-3 against Maru, but that's Maru. So I don't want to, like, overjudge how not there he is. Also, one thing I have to point out, they were talking about the cards, and well, hold on. Let's just introduce the players, and then I need to go on a little bit rant here.
All right, over here in the upper left, in the red from Korea, it is Classic. At times, one of the best Protoss players in the entire world. It's going to be interesting to see how he performs in this match. But up against him is his opponent, representing Canada, but currently residing in Korea. In the blue, our Zerg player, it is Scarlett. So, going into this, I mean, we got to just point this out, and this is probably going to be a theme basically we're going to have to bring up throughout the entire event, but we've had a major change, a major update in StarCraft 2.
That's right, yeah.
And, we're currently in the highest stakes StarCraft 2 tournament in the world.
Yeah, the patch is like a week old at this point officially.
Yeah.
So it is kind of new territory. I mean, the pros have had access to it for a while, but certainly we're going to be seeing some new strategies here.
It's going to be a different kind of cast for us. It's going to be one that's going to be a little bit more exploratory here, as we're going to see what new ideas are going to be at play.
Well, you want to talk about exploratory? That is a Forge, my friend.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to see some cheese coming out of Classic here.
Yeah, gateway into Forge. Now, cannon rushes have always been a thing, especially in StarCraft 2, but let's see, what exactly is going to be a play here.
Dude, I love this. Oh my God, sneaking around the side.
Yeah, he's going to park the probe over here at what could be a third base in the future of this. Goes around and actually gets behind that and puts the pylon just wedged up between the gas and that ledge. And it looks like this has moved through a blind spot for where Scarlett is. So Scarlett is going to be hit very hard here, and this game could be grinded to a halt very quickly.
Beautifully planned out. Now Scarlett sees the Forge, so she knows something is going on. Does she cancel the hatchery? Does she let the hatchery finish? We're going to see here momentarily. Okay, it finishes, but with the double cannon already started, this hatchery, I don't think that she has much of a chance of keeping it alive.
You basically have two choices in a moment like this. It's either you're going to do everything in your power to try to save the hatchery, or you have to simply give up and try to steer the game into another direction.
Well, I think that that's what she's probably going to do here. She is making just a handful of lings, a couple queens, getting speed, re-expanding. You know, obviously this costs a lot for Protoss, but this is a good move. This is a great plan here from Classic, and he's going to take the early advantage in this game.
Yeah, we've got the hatchery already at half health. There is no way to reverse this. Obviously, the Protoss gives up something in order to try to get into a position like this, but I think Classic is going to have a pretty smooth game from here on out.
I think so. I think so. And, I mean, it's great planning that has taken place here from Classic. A great way to open game number 1 after sending his probe to block the natural hatchery, having that area that he went through, the blind spot, fantastically done. And as he kills that hatchery, he's got to be feeling nice.
One thing to note here for Scarlett is she will be able to eliminate this cannon rush with basically no cost because of the angle that the pylon's at and the fact that the cannons can't actually cover the pylon that's powering it. I gotta say, obviously it's bad that she lost the hatchery, but this is probably the best bad situation you could be in post-cannon rush. The cannons are already unpowered. And, you know, obviously the cannons will be wiped out shortly after that. But, yeah, it's going to be at least a decent situation, all things considered, after Scarlett loses that hatchery.
Yeah, there's still plenty of play in the position, right? Like, it's not like the game is completely over for Scarlett, although, I mean, if she was analyzing, she'd be like, yeah, I'm dead here. But here she plays on, so, like...
games, like, well, I lost 2 lings there, now I'm probably going to lose.
But, you know what, it's very clean, the follow-up here from Classic, right? He didn't even make a cannon. So he has this super well planned out. The first Oracle is popping, and I think he can just go into a pretty standard game here with Scarlett just kind of being behind.
Yeah, now one thing to notice, just to go big picture for a second, obviously pretty much every game Zerg wants to get 3 bases right away, but because of that cannon rush, it forced Scarlett into a bit of an uncomfortable spot. Her 3rd base is square in the middle, or almost in the middle, I guess you could say, of the map, and that's going to be, there's going to be crosshairs on that here, from the Protoss' perspective.
Oh, for sure,
Especially from Classic. We know Classic is somebody who very much likes to win games with these windowed timings. And so we want to watch this base very carefully and see what angles Classic may try to come in here and punish that. A lot of cannon rush games, they're basically setup plays. I mean, occasionally we see games that just end outright from a cannon rush, but usually what it is that you've already made a potentially paralyzing or crippling blow to the Zerg, and then the follow-up is going to be the push later on.
And this is the standard way to harass a faraway base, is to make some Adepts, to make some Oracles. Those are the most, it's like the best way to kill drones, the best way to run around the map very quickly. And you can see a lot of pressure going down. 5 drones have died. Classic getting on top of this Spore now. Obviously the Queens have to come out and fight.
Yeah, and it looks like the Spore, okay, going to come in here and try to get some drones. A bit of a misplay there from Scarlett, basically sending the drones in a little bit earlier. I was about to say that, you know, there wasn't that much value gain there with the few Adepts that came in, but between the Adepts getting the drones and then those Oracles picking off some drones, that's actually a pretty nice jab at Scarlett.
And including this 3rd base that's already finished, like no probes there as of yet. Classic really has to be careful to make sure that this is well defended. There's a lot of lings right there. The Oracles are going to come back. Looks like they have just enough energy that they probably can clear these out. But it's a beautiful game so far from Classic. Really amazingly planned.
So we've got the Warp Prism about to finish, and generally, for us viewers, that can telegraph the beginning of the push. We've got this synced up with 5 gateways that are about to be ready to warp in. And so, what we were talking about happening earlier on, it looks like we're finally going to be at that moment. We've got Sentries warping in now, and Immortal also on the way. +1 attack is finishing up, so I believe we're going to start to get to what could be the climax of this game.
I believe you're right about that. I mean, with the Immortals coming out, +1 attack is timed out perfectly here, just as this attack is going to hit. Classic is going to have that +1. And with the amount of Sentries he has, like, let's see what type of damage he can get done with this.
Okay, big warp in coming in here now. He's decided to come in here at the lower left side. It's a bit of a smaller entrance point, as you can see over here. But, it's also easy to retreat down and avoid any interactions that you don't want to have. The first Corrosive Bile comes out, he backs up. Note the Immortal way in the back here to make sure it can't just be targeted as easily. We want to watch the Warp Prism here as well. If there's going to be a warp in around here from Classic, it's possible Scarlett may try to dive with those Ravagers and pick that Warp Prism off.
Oh, that's for sure. He's spacing it very carefully. Slow Zealots being warped in to really tank a lot of the damage here. Keeping those Stalkers and Immortals alive, that's really the damage output that Classic has. And as he's picking off Roaches, Queens, Ravagers, all of that. Scarlett is in a tough place. She has very few units. There are more Roaches popping, but she's going to lose yet another hatchery, the second of the game here before 8 minutes.
I don't know if there's going to be any way for Classic to lose this at this point in time. I mean, the sheer momentum of this push, the first hatchery goes down, drones are pulled. It's going to be a bit of a fight in this kind of narrow area down here, but it doesn't look like it's one that's going to be good for the Zerg. In fact, the Zerg fighting in more of a bottleneck position, allowing Classic to set up a pretty healthy arc where damage can be distributed very nicely here. I think this game's almost over, Artosis.
It is certainly over. Scarlett is about to GG here. There's just nothing left over. There you have it. Classic taking a dominating game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, from start to finish, it was a masterclass in the art of the cannon rush, not to kill, but to set up for a push that the Zerg can't deal with. And we saw that Scarlett, I thought she handled the rush pretty well, all things considered, but then you have a third base that's just in an uncomfortable position. And that allows Classic to basically set up very nicely, get that push in there.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, we even saw in the final moments there that attempted targeting on the Immortal, that there was so much damage output from Protoss, even though everything going on that one Immortal couldn't kill it. And this is dire straits right now here for Scarlett. She's down 0-1 in this best of 3.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in right now, and honestly, I'm not like too surprised that Classic was able to take that. I felt like everyone is actually talking him down. If you look at the losses that he's had, it's against literally the best players in the world. So it's like he's getting tough matches and not winning them, which is okay. But I honestly think that he is one of the dark horses. I think he's going to make it through this bracket.
I think you could be right about that. And the only thing I'll push back on with that is I do think we had a lot of moments where Classic would be in what looked like a winning position, and then he would overextend. I felt like, especially in some of our GSL casts, we had many games where it's like, okay, he's got this, but he tried to push the envelope a little bit too much. But if we can see a slightly dialed back and perhaps more conservative Classic here, I think he's a very deadly force. Now, all things considered, let's not forget, look, that game did come with a blindsiding cannon rush. Scarlett did not see it. It was very sneaky. A very sneaky move, by Classic there. But, I mean, the reality is I don't think we're going to have another cannon rush like that in Game 2. And if we do, I don't think it would, look like what happened in Game 1.
No, that's something he's only going to be able to use a couple times throughout this tournament, if that, really. I mean, it's on the mainstream and everything, so it's hard to think that he's going to be able to pull that off multiple times. But you know what? Scarlett is such a strong player. Use a build like that. Pick up that quick victory, and that is totally going to be worth it.
It does seem like when it comes to cannon rushes, like you only get so many in a competitive environment. And obviously, look, this is like a 5-day event. It's a marathon.
Yeah.
This isn't like, what we've casted in the past at GSL where, you have just a few set of matches and you have all this time to prep. I mean, you really have to come in here with a massive toolkit of different ideas, strategies, cheeses, everything. And so Classic played that hand and got a win. Nicely done. What could we have coming in here into Game 2?
Well, truthfully, Tasteless, we can have anything from Classic. This is actually what I wanted to talk about at the beginning of the game, but we had a cannon rush, so I couldn't really do it.
Yeah.
When they were showing the player cards, where all the players like rated each other, Classic was 74 in versatility. That might be like the biggest rob I've ever seen on anything ever. And I haven't seen all the stats yet for everyone, but Classic is actually probably the most versatile Protoss in the history of StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
He has gone back and forth between very aggressive strategies, reactive macro strategies. He's been around literally forever and played every type of game. Whereas you look at some of these other Protosses, think of the other best Protosses ever. Zest. Yeah, he's timing attacks and macro. Stats, he's only defense. MC, the biggest attacker ever, right? Most Protosses are like that, whereas this is a versatile Protoss player. This, I would give him 100 on versatility, which tells me he can do anything against Scarlett in Game 2.
All right, guys, we're ready to go now into Game 2. We finished up Game 1 with a cannon rush and ultimately a very deadly push here from Classic, but I don't think we could be recreating that moving forward here. And so if we are going to be in a more standard game, can Classic still, hold his own here against Scarlett, who is, again, very solid and pretty much unshakable?
That's right. That's right. I mean, she's got so much experience at this point.
All right, in the bottom right, in the red, we have Classic.
Fantastic rush in game number 1. Great prep coming into the series.
And in the upper left, our Zerg player from Canada, she is Scarlett.
You know, you do have to feel for Scarlett a little bit here, right? Like, she didn't, whatever she had planned, we don't know. She didn't get to do anything that she wanted to do in that game.
It's a really good point. You know, it's worth pointing out that all losses are not metabolized equally from the receiving end. Like, you can have a loss where you actually are almost okay with it because you played so well and you see exactly the small mistake you did and you know where to adjust. But I mean, you know, anybody who's ever experienced, you know, a cheese like that where your head's in, you know, 10 minutes from now in the game and, you know, where am I going to take my 5th base and how am I going to have that end-game tech and suddenly, you know, cannons materialize and start to kill your base. That is psychologically very punishing for a player.
Yeah, I would certainly say that. And, you know, is she going to tilt from there? I mean...
I don't think so. I mean, nobody takes it that well, but yeah.
No, I think that she can kind of like dial herself in here, put out her best games, because I mean it's Katowice, man. You only get a couple chances, and I'm sure that she is really looking forward to hopefully getting through to that group round.
So everything so far, you know, is looking pretty normal, right? We've got the Nexus being taken. It's going to be a fast expand game here. And so there's not really any way either of these players can interact with each other early on. We do have the second hatchery forced to go to the third base location, but honestly, at this level of play, that's not going to be too impactful.
No, certainly not. And I mean, this is as standard as it gets. We just kind of wait for that cybernetics core to finish up. How many times have we said that, Tasteless?
Oh, yeah.
The only way to make this more exciting is have a Reaper go and damage the Lynx.
But, you know, going back to what we had mentioned earlier on, it is, you know, worth pointing out, Classic kind of built his name off of having these incredible timing attacks, having moments where he would have that pressure. In a lot of games, we have players that put pressure on, and it almost does nothing.
Sure.
He would always get, like, you know, maybe 5%, 10% more damage in there, get an extra drone kill, and then very cleanly come out and go for the kill. And that, you know, there were periods where he was pretty much the guy when it came to Protoss, right? He was just an incredible player. Anybody who was a student of Protoss was also a student of Classic. But it did seem like post his military career, and by the way, just to be clear, all able-bodied Korean men do have to do about, I think it's 18 months now of military service in Korea. You can't make money during that time, so in other words, you can't pro game, or you can't stream and make money. It's so, you know, this is always something that impedes on the career of any Korean pro gamer. He's finished that, but, you know, since he's been back, it does seem like we've had a little bit of a sloppier Classic in some games.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like he's done pretty darn well considering. Like, you remember that series against Zest. He had Zest dead, but you're right. He overextended a little bit. Zest was able to kill him. Zest was the best Protoss in the world at the time.
Sure.
So, like, I can't fault Classic coming right out of the military, having that happen. I mean, he made it into Super Tournament, which is already sick, but you go up against Maru. Maru's the best player in the world for my money, man.
Sure.
Like, so I'm not counting any of this stuff against him. I think that here at Katowice, we're going to see exactly what shape Classic truly is in.
You know, one thing that I've always found interesting with Scarlett, and I've had a lot of pros tell me this when they talk about her play, is that she's like, when it comes to any new RTS game, she is like one of the best people to talk to.
Yes.
She's somebody whose mind kind of wraps around the game very quickly. And keep in mind, you know, with this new patch, there's going to be a lot of new ideas introduced. Some are going to work, others are not. But I'm curious, now that we're in kind of a standard game, because, you know, the last game that we had with the Cannon Rush, that's, I mean, you know, you could have told somebody that there was no new patch, they wouldn't be able to tell, right? We've seen we've seen that kind of victory before. But I want to see how this game's going to pan out with her and all the new tools at her disposal.
Yeah. I was going to make a joke about, no, Tasteless, I can see the difference in creep spread rate. But I'm not going to do that.
I thought you cast this game. What's going on?
But right now, it looks like everything is pretty standard so far. A Robo coming up for Classic, a couple of Oracles flying around. No real damage getting down yet. Immortals being made. I mean, I don't think we're just going to see another Immortal-based timing attack. That would actually... But I mean, if you're making an Immortal right here, maybe.
It feels like it will be an Immortal-based timing attack, but...
I think it will be a much faster one if that's what's going to occur.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what happens here. I mean, the Nexus is...
You know what? Yeah, I think it is going to be. Look at that. 2 sentries coming out as well.
Yeah. Everything lines up to a push, and here comes that Warp Prism now. So, you know, getting the Immortals out first, and then, you know, the follow-up with the Warp Prism later. Which, of course, can be used to juggle those Immortals in and out. Okay, this is a big deal because, you know, a lot of these battles are won off the backs of a few extra Queenslings or Roaches.
Yeah.
And to have a hiccup, you really can't be more stunned than that,
no,
you know,
for sure.
From the Oracle. So,
and that's right after losing like 7 drones to Adept Oracle.
Yeah,
like this is pretty serious so far.
I mean, if you were going to do a case study on timing pushes and how to make them work, this is it.
Yeah,
you know, step by step. And so, you know, we're about to have this push come in the mail. Note that, you know, there's no probes being made. This third base is kind of a red herring from the Zerg's side, right? It's just there so that it looks like it's going to be more of an econ game, and we don't have any probes being made. This is actually a pretty strong push. Oh!
I love it, though. I love that he has that timing down just perfect, but still more lost mining time, and here comes that push now.
Yeah, the push is inbound, and a pretty comfortable angle here from Classic coming forward. Some just one force field comes down. And you can see Classic being very patient. He really wants to try to make sure the force fields are going to count. We see so many other Protoss players that spam it out and try to get a good pairing. But a lot of patience there from Classic. Another warping round coming in. This warp prism is out of range, and that is going to be that. Classic handedly defeats Scarlett 2-0.
That was really beautiful from Classic. That push coming about 1.5 minutes faster than the push in the previous game. He didn't have +1, he didn't have the second Immortal, but it was a quicker push, and Scarlett just wasn't ready after the economic harassment.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I love these players, but kind of a bummer of a series there. You know, not a lot of back and forth. Honestly, it was just Classic. He went with his script, and it totally panned out.
Yeah, a very well-planned series overall, using the same type of idea with great execution. So Classic winning that first round.
We're going to throw it over to the desk and get their take on this. Guys, what do you think? Classic 2-0, how about that?
Very nice indeed here from Classic. A very constricting playstyle coming out from him against Scarlett for the first round. Joining me, Waddy and Roddam, still from that pre-show. Roddy, this was Classic looking really good, really kind of bringing the emphasis straight to Scarlett's door, straight away from the word go.
Yep, I mean, Waddy mentioned hype trains, first-class tickets, boys. Like, I'm on it, like, let's go. Obviously very decisive, and the one thing that we were missing a little bit over looking at Classic over the last few weeks was that he didn't have that killer instinct. Well, he absolutely did have it in this series. The first game, I think, was beautifully played out. He kind of knew exactly where he was at, and just did a very good job in finding follow-up damage. Because getting the cannons up, forcing your opponent to expand elsewhere, all of that is nice, but that doesn't necessarily win you the game. It doesn't do a whole lot for you. But what it does do is that it spread the bases out a bit more, and that is what allowed the Oracles to shine, and even that little Adept poke to shine. And at that point, it just all takes a little bit too long to really get a Zerg economy going. And game 2, honestly, kind of similar. Instead of like having a +1 push, he's like, no, I'm just gonna go even quicker. I know I did some economic damage. I know I landed a big stasis trap. I'm gonna go for it. And he had that killer instinct that we've been missing lately.
Very nice by Classic.
Great audition. He got the role. There you go, hero. No, I think genuinely just, I mean, that's what we were saying, right? If he comes out and he shows us what he can do, get some damage, and actually know how to capitalize on it, boom, boom, fantastic stuff. And like, at first, in the first game as well, I wasn't convinced about the build. I'm not sure, you know, investing in those cannons really does much, but it really forced Scarlett into an awkward base that led to more damage, that led to the push, right? So he's prepared, he's looking good. I'm kind of excited for Classic now. Like, if he plays like that throughout, he could make the group stage.
Very prepared. Really came in with a game plan. It was clear from the word go there. Whilst that series was going on, there were other series as well. Wardy, in fact, we can't jump to your laptop just yet, but what's been going on in Ryung versus Su?
So Su said, you guys on the Ryung hype train from last year, let me just stop that right there. Game 1, he was just like, I'm going to go on this Terran map, get 20 workers up, mass roaches, and kill you. And he's currently completely destroying Ryung's economy here in game number 2 as well. So Su is up 1-0, and it's looking just in the last 20 seconds since he started introducing this game as though it's probably going to be a 2-0 for Su, knocking our dark horse run of last year down to the lower bracket probably.
Do you think Su's audition's going well?
I actually find that a bit surprising, man, because Ryung, I expected him to show up again in a big way, but that first game, it wasn't even remotely close. Like, Ryung was kind of doing something with a little hit squad in the bottom left side, and Su's like, bruv, I'm maxed out, man. I've got 205 roaches.
That's a lot of roaches.
Runs into the third base, it's like 8 Marines, and the tanking production is like, whoa, okay, that wasn't even close. Game 2 actually looked a little bit more close and competitive, and kind of felt that Ryong found some momentum. But 2 is like, no, I can face some adversity over here. I can still stabilize, and the moment that I stabilize, I can find more damage than you found throughout the entire game. That was actually a very impressive best of 3 by Su.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We can take a look at some of the highlights from that previous game as well, and then we're going to head on over to a break. So join us after this here from All Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We got plenty more StarCraft to come.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Plenty more StarCraft on the way here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice run. We've swapped things around. We're getting going for our next match, which is going to be Spirit versus House. We can talk about that in a little bit's time. For now, I have Fear Dragon and Artosis. Look at that, Artosis. Forget GSL. He's back in the big leagues. He's here in Katowice. How's it feel to be back, man?
Feels great. It's certainly been a few years. Didn't really get to travel at all during the whole COVID thing.
Yeah.
Being so locked down, but it feels amazing. So great to see you guys again.
Yeah.
It's been so many years, but like here I am. I'm excited as can be, and the matches are great already.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely so. Classic giving a bit of a slight bop, doing what he did. But you know what? For Scarlett, at least there is still that lower bracket to try and fight through.
That is, of course, going to be the saving grace here because it's really tough. This event, it's like there's so much on the line. They work all year to get to this event. And then at the end of the day, for the round of 36 players, they basically have this 2 opportunities. You have 1 life in the winners bracket and 1 life in the lowers bracket. After that, like 2 best of 3s can just knock you out of the entire event. So it's a really, really tough run.
So let's talk about what is coming up, of course, as we now have our next match on the way. It's going to be Spirit versus Haas and Fear Dragon. I'm going to turn to you first for this one. A little bit of an interesting one, this. For me, Haas hasn't been quite as loud this year compared to some previous years, but I'm excited to see good old Haas.
No, I totally agree. I think Haas has been in a sort of weird place lately, especially, and we all know Haas loves playing weird. That's going to be his big strength. I think Spirit, on the other hand, has actually been playing really, really well. He's dominated some of these random ESL weeklies and stuff and done some really great matches. And I actually think the one interesting thing about Spirit is that he does the worst at offline events, even talking to other players. He does the worst versus cheesy players at offline events. So in some ways, I think even though I agree, James, Haas has not necessarily had the greatest year, I actually think he is the perfect matchup for Spirit.
Hardy, what are you thinking?
Yeah, you might be right on that. I think if you were to unfairly judge Spirit and his style, you would probably call him a macrobot, right? He's one of these Terrans that mechanically super, super strong, knows the build orders, knows what you're supposed to do, but that's not what you're supposed to do against Haas. You're supposed to actually just defend, and then when you think you have it and he must be like expanding or something, you know what? Defend some more. Because he's probably not. I mean, you were being really kind, like, oh, he's going to be like really creative or whatever. Haas is going to cheese. He's going to all in. That's what we're going to see because he doesn't really have much of a follow-up. I mean, even during his best games, like that Valencia that he got to the finals against Cyril, it's no, man, he's got about 10 minutes to make it work, and that's the very end, right? So if Spirit can like get out of his macrobot self and defend, I think he's favored. I think he is a stronger player than Haas. But you're right. Like, Haas, this is someone Haas would want to play here.
Yeah. Haas is burning the candle at both ends very quickly.
Oh, yes.
It's got to go. It's got to go. All right. We're powering with the NOS, and let's see if we can make it work. Yeah, going up against Spirit, of course, who kind of he's looked very good as of late. His 2022 was kind of a bit rocky, I want to say, like in Premier tournaments. I think he made like maybe a round of 12 in a home story cup, but beyond there, when it came to Valencia and Atlanta, not quite as explosive as maybe somebody a Spirit would like to have.
Yeah, you know, Spirit has always been this player that I feel it's so unfair how much the commentators have just been like, Spirit's really good, guys. He's really good in practice. Everyone hypes him up in practice. He's like the best practice partner ever. He just doesn't ever translate it into live events. But it's like he has some respectable performances at live events, especially in the past few years. It's just he hasn't had the breakout performance. He's had like the, oh, that's a fair run. That's not too bad and everything. But he hasn't had a unbelievable, you know, Hero Marine round of 4, or like, you know, yeah, I think even like a round of 8 run or something at one of these kind of Katowices would mean so much for a player like Spirit to really just solidify him and stop all the commentators from saying, oh yeah, Spirit is just like this untapped potential that we haven't really seen really break out yet.
Very difficult to emulate something like that, of course, here on the international stage. But as we take a look down at the numbers that our players have ranked for these guys, offense 81 for Haas. They know RT. He's getting in their faces and trying to kill them early.
Yeah, I do question a little bit the 85 on versatility. 9 different all-ins doesn't tell me that you're versatile. It tells me that you have 9 different all-ins. So I wouldn't completely agree with these scores. I actually think that Haas should be, like, I don't think he's within 3 points of Spirit. I think Spirit is a lot stronger on paper. But, you know, with that type of all-in versatility, anything can happen.
Yeah, as you say, for Spirit, it's kind of a weathering the storm here that is meant to be coming against someone like Haas, who will be throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him. But beyond that, I mean, we have to talk about it. Spirit has gone far in these brackets in the long past going into this stuff. Do you think that he can emulate something like that again?
I actually think that, again, just recent form in various events, Spirit has legitimately been playing very impressive StarCraft. Yeah. I want to say, like, literally the last month, if you look at Spirit, it seems like he's hit a really good groove with the maps or the balance patch or whatever it is. He has found a solid groove, and I actually think he's in a really good spot to outperform a lot of people's expectations this event. But that's all, again, with this massive asterisk of Spirit online versus Spirit offline at an event going up against a cheeser. Like, anything can happen.
I'd be interested to see what actually the maps end up being for this, of course, as well. Considering everything's new to a certain degree here, Artie, Haas might have some tricks up his sleeve or whatever, but according to Eligulac, 82% in favor of Spirit coming into this one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like you said, Haas hasn't had like the greatest year or years recently, really, right? Like, that's the thing. When you're a player like Haas, you can get like some very big results. But when the pro scene doesn't fluctuate that much. Everyone knows who Haas is. Everyone knows how he plays.
Yeah.
That includes Spirit. So I would definitely favor Spirit like that as well. But you're right. With new maps, he's going to put Stargates in places you've never seen.
Yeah. You're going to have a hard time finding them, I think. So, final thoughts before we get into this one, Ravi?
I feel like the height differential, as like we go from James to me to Dan, is kind of going to be like Haas's opportunity or chances in this game is going to go from like Dan, the very beginning of the game, it's going to be actually like pretty decently high, and it's going to just gradually go further and further down. That's my final thought.
It's a beautiful metaphor, Ravi. Thank you for that.
I was thinking about like taking out my tablet and like drawing, and I'm like, I'll just use height.
I'm going to go ahead and say I think game number 1 is all that matters in this series.
You think
Spirit takes game number 1, his head's in the right place, he did the right thing. I can't see Haas coming back 2-0. But if Haas takes game 1, Spirit's going to get in his own head because he knows that multiple times he should have made it past the bracket at Katowice, that he didn't do it, right? So, like, he loses game 1 here, I think he's going to start to self-destruct.
And then you need to survive an extra 2 attempts of something maybe a little bit more scary coming out of Haas.
Absolutely. You got more wiggle room there as Haas.
Yeah, definitely so. Whilst we're just waiting a few more minutes for the players to be ready here, we asked the guys on the desk before who they think they're kind of people that are going to be advancing through this bracket, or maybe even dark horses. Ravi, what do you think? Who's your dark horse for the bracket coming out today?
Ooh, dark horse is a tough one because I think the go-to answer that if you talk to most people, they'll look at this bracket and be like, I think Zaun probably like the easy first pick and stuff.
Yeah.
I think I have to say Scarlett. You know, Scarlett, yes, she kind of got
the lower
bombed by
bracket?
class. Yeah, through the lower bracket. Yeah, she's already in my mind, getting advanced through the lower bracket and everything.
Sure.
I think the other players that I was actually really looking forward to seeing is I think a Laser has actually been playing really, really well lately, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to do. I think besides that, here's the thing, James. At the end of the day, I have a really hard time voting for who I think is going to do well versus who I want to do well.
Yes,
and I really want the captain to do well. Hearthstone, you know, he's playing that match versus Nice. I'm really, really rooting for the captain.
Yeah, there may have been some confusion because we thought we were actually getting into that.
Yeah.
But we had a little topsy-turviness, but that's all good. But there is no confusion about who is able to make everything happen here, and that's Intel. So a big thank you to Intel for joining us here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. They've been with us for so long now. It's awesome to see kind of the support we always have here at Artosis whilst we continue things on. So thank you to them alongside all of our other sponsors. But Artosis, I have to come to you.
Yeah.
Dark horse maybe for the bracket. Any thoughts?
Well, I was kind of talking about it in that last match. Honestly, I think everyone's being unfair to Classic. I think he's underrated on that scorecard, massively underrated. I thought going in that he was going to be favored against Scarlett. He smashed his face there. I think he's not only going to get through the bracket, I think he has a decent chance of getting out of whatever group he goes into. Okay, you can't tell me that because he couldn't beat Maru, the best player in the world, that he does not deserve to be here, that he is not a top Protoss player again, right? Like, I've seen his matches. He is playing pretty well. Yeah, some things go wrong, but that happens to everyone when they get back from military service. I think that Classic is going to surprise everybody here except for me.
That's fair. That's fair.
You've had a certain curse attached to you for a little while. When it comes
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, James.
I could see a round of 12 for Classic. I'm going to go there with
Yes,
you.
absolutely.
I could see
I feel
that.
like that's pretty bold.
He's been the hero of Protoss so many times. I mean, come on. The guy is inventing things. Like, he just did a cannon rush that Scarlett didn't see coming.
Yeah,
You think
cool.
she doesn't get cannon rushed every day? Come on.
Look, I'm not going to say no if Classic does really, really well because it's going to make me extremely happy. But I feel like there's a bit of stability that's still kind of like the question for Classic. Like, I think he is a really high, like, peak performer right now.
You need more auditions, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see. Let's take a look at the bracket here for the play-ins and see what's happened so far. We've had a few matches here and there kind of already conclude, so we now have 4 of our players up at the top, moving through. Elaser takes out T-Ball 2-0. We have Sue 2-0, which we had a slight recap from Wardy here as well. Nightmare 2-0, continuing on some of that Atlanta magic to get things going, and he'll be going up against Classic in a PvP here.
Easy.
I'm looking forward to that.
Easy. Classic's going to that round of 4. Like, Sue might be able to take him out, but, like, you can still...
You know, I've been hearing really good things, actually, from Zombie Grub did a ton of legwork and just getting opinions from different players and stuff. I think even, like, Crank got in on it and asked a bunch of Koreans' opinions and stuff. I've been hearing really good things about Nightmare, and actually he's playing, like, even though he's had a bit of a history as being a little bit of a gimmicky player at times, I think it sounds like he's actually been playing a lot better lately, so...
Well, I mean, if he's playing a lot of StarCraft, that's generally when he does well, because this is a guy that, he's one of those pros that will, like, just start playing another video game, you know? It's like, dude, if you're a StarCraft pro, you gotta only play StarCraft, okay? Like, I shouldn't be seeing you stream Heroes of the Storm every day. It's...
There's very few of them left. But anyway.
One less now. He's back to StarCraft 2.
There you go. There you go. We're still, as I say, we're waiting now for a lot of those older matches to actually begin. You have a
I have a new Dark Horse opinion actually, because I'm in a game watching it right now, and I kind of just joined, like, I was like, we're in the middle of our death segment. I just gotta join whatever yellow button is there, and then I'm like, okay, I joined Coffee versus Jown. All right, I think that Jown should be pretty heavily favored in this. I'm watching it. I'm like, dude, Coffee's holding his own. I don't know if we can hop into this game or if we have enough time for it.
We
but
cannot.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Yeah, just want to say, like, it's actually pretty impressive. I think that Jown is in a pretty good spot now, but Coffee has really been holding his own versus him.
Nice. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see how that develops. You can keep your eyes on that, and you can recap us a little later on. We can take a look at the lower bracket as well and see where kind of Scarlett's matched up against. And it will be Scarlett versus Cham and T-Ball versus Free Young. I'm so sorry. sorry, T-Bull. This is not the best.
That's a tough one.
That's really tough.
Yeah.
I mean, Ryung literally got round of 12 last year, and I'm not expecting him to be falling out anytime soon, Artosis.
No. I mean, we'll see if he can actually advance all the way through the bracket. I do like Ryung. I do like his play right now.
Yeah.
So I think that against T-Bull, that's not going to be any issue for him.
And Fear Dragon, Scarlett versus Cham.
You know, I think that everyone will pretty much say, like, oh, yeah, Scarlett should have that in the bag. I will say, I think that people do sleep on Cham a bit. Cham has had a really spectacular year. Everyone talks about, like, how he ended up beating Special, but he also had to beat a lot of, like, the other Zerg players in that kind of Latin American region. He still does relatively well in a lot of the online tournaments and stuff. I think that while I do still favor Scarlett, not just because I'm rooting for Scarlett, but I think that Cham has actually shown that he has more than just a fighting chance against even players like Scarlett.
Yeah, and when you get to this stage in the circuit, in the World Championship, everybody's amazing. So it's really difficult, even in those very first rounds, those formative rounds, to try and put yourself on top of the pedestal. It is not easy, Artosis.
No, certainly not. Like, no one here is going to be a pushover.
No.
Even the weakest players are extremely strong.
Yeah, so we're just waiting a few more minutes here before we actually get into the game. I did see that
Can I give Dan $20 and read a text?
No, absolutely. No.
Save that for later when I get home.
I am well prepared for this, and I've already vetoed this straight away.
I literally brought $20 to the death segment for this.
You have $20?
I do have $20.
I guess an American would carry dollars. Why am I asking this? This is stupid.
That's like,
Can I tell you a wonderful story about my friend Mario?
No.
Skip.
He's a skip. Fair enough.
Can I have $20?
Wait, he didn't give me the $20 back. Wait.
yeah, dude, that's mine. File with PayPal, man, if you want. Whatever.
You did say you wanted to give him $20.
I've been a loyal sub to Artosis for so long, and he just takes my money and skips my text speech.
That wasn't even a tier 3. Are they like, yeah.
Oh yeah, I need another $5. That was I'll have to do it again.
Okay, well, what else do you want to talk about in this bracket? Because we are apparently waiting still for this. Anything else?
I mean, we could talk about the tournament format and stuff, because I don't know if you guys covered that a little bit.
We already talked about it a lot in the pre-show, but of course it is our tried, true, and tested format as a whole.
I'll throw this out there.
Yeah?
Cure versus Armani is an insane first round.
It is crazy.
That is a crazy first round.
I feel like they got done.
Yeah.
In terms of
both those players
rankings.
could make it out. Like, and Cure probably should make it out. So that's like an unfair match is what that feels like. I'm like, no, that's a round 2 or a round 3 is what it should be.
We're already destined. We're going to have Cure get out, and he's going to go into Group D, and it's going to be more Terrans. It's going to be more.
Oh, my God.
I promise you.
Yeah.
That would be something else.
Yeah.
What day are we playing Group D on? I'm gonna come down with
Day
the
3?
Oh my God, it's gonna be a long day.
I think it's.
Or is it across the 2 days?
I think it's just across the 2 days, right? Yeah.
Better to do it that way with that many teams.
The group stages, day 2 and 3. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Have 4. But anyway. No.
Zhao just took the first game versus Coffee.
Okay, cool. What happened?
I like my takeaway from just watching that kind of out of the corner of my eye is still just that Coffee was doing a really admirable job, despite the fact that I think Zhao was putting on really sick pressure. It legitimately looked like Coffee was in a decent enough spot that he could have actually taken that game. So I'm already super impressed with Coffee, and this is still, I believe, a round of it's like the winner's bracket match still.
Yes.
It's like the first round.
I think that's first round. Yeah.
So I mean, he actually, even if he ends up losing a Zhao,
I mean,
yeah.
I feel like when it comes to Zhao versus Coffee, I feel like that is the longer the game's going to go on, the more in favor it will be for Zhao, for example, Artosis.
For sure. But one thing that I think is like a really good thing that has happened to StarCraft 2 in the last year and 5-6 months is Terrans in general have gotten much better against Protoss, I feel like. Where before, if you had any sort of mismatch, the Protoss would smash. And nowadays, it's more like, oh, Terrans can actually, they can keep up. They might not end up winning, but they actually give solid games to good Protosses now.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Zhao can continue on in that series. Never mind anything else. It's not over just yet here, of course. What was that first map, actually?
It was Babylon.
Babylon. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll see where it goes later on. I'm excited. I really am. I'm actually like trying to figure out exactly, because we're not showing like map videos and things like that. So I'm like, which maps are we going to? What are we doing? How's it all going? I was surprised that we started on Neo Humanity for Scarlett Classic, but that's how it went. And then all of a sudden there was a base in the middle of the map. I'm like, oh.
I always love when Katowice comes around. And like I say this with a little bit of salt because I'm like, oh damn it, I'm at the event, which is such a sad thing to be sad about. But
you won't watch it all.
Like I have so much nostalgia of actually like watching like Nick and Dan and everyone else back in the old days of StarCraft when there's just like 4 streams going on. I like load up 3 monitors and I pull up a tablet over here. Then I have my phone also playing some other random stream because Hearthstone decided to like also commentate over the thing and like give his thoughts with a bunch of the boys or something. I'm like, that's the true StarCraft experience. So I envy everyone that gets to be at home right now and just has everything pulled up, eating popcorn. You guys should definitely have all those other streams.
A true first world problem.
Yeah,
I have to be at the event.
I have to be there in person and interact with the players and stuff.
Oh, they have to pay me to talk about it?
No. All right. Shut up. Anyway, we're going to go to a break, actually, as we're still waiting for these players to be ready and good to go. So sorry for that. But when we're back, we will get into that game. So see you soon here for more Katowice.
It's a bird. It's a Superman. No, it's a drone.
Welcome to Katowice, city of 300,000 inhabitants. The capital of esports, where the Intel Extreme Masters takes place.
Welcome back. We're just chilling here, getting ready for this game. They apparently needed a few more minutes. I've taken my jacket off.
I should take my jacket off.
No. You can leave yours on. That's fine. But Fear Dragon and Artosis. I think, before we actually go over to the commentators for this one, a few predictions here or there for this one as in terms of a score best of 3. So Fear Dragon, we'll start with you.
I think that it's going to be 2-1 Spirit.
Okay. Yeah. Fair.
Ooh, yeah, I think Spirit, like I said, I think it goes to the first game, and whoever wins that is going to 2-0 probably. Okay. That's my feeling. I think it'll be Spirit, but if Haas wins first game, I think he takes it.
Okay, fair play. I guess I'll throw in a little prediction as well, and I'll go 2-0 Spirit. As much as I'm a big Haas fan, I think Spirit is going to be the guy on the stage here to make it work. And he's Polish, in Poland, in Katowice.
He has the spirit behind him.
Please. Give him that $20 back.
Yeah, Dan, actually, you return the $20. I have to give it back now.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the commentary team here to bring you this one. It will be ZG and Rotterdam for our second series of the day.
Thanks, Kalaris. Yes, we'll be doing Spirit versus Haas. I'll look that way. And we're going to be getting into Terran versus Protoss, hopefully very soon, as I think we are kind of excited for this. I personally like this as a match because while Spirit has been doing really well, like the desk has been talking about, it feels like Haas and some of his like macro cheeses that we called them in the past, the mass zealot stuff, could actually be better with the upgrade buff and whatnot.
Yeah, and overall, like a while ago, the Zealot obviously changed and it lost the impact damage, but some Protoss players are like, it's actually not too bad, it's really fast right now, you can just run circles around the map, and over the last year, if I think of that many great high-level PvTs that I've seen of Haas, I am kind of drawing a blank. Like, I know what he's capable of, and it's super fun when he occasionally, once in an ultra blue moon, gets Storm or something, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god, he got it, and obviously it's always a perfect moment because they never expect the man to actually have Storm, but I don't even know if we're going to get there. This man that we are looking at, Piotr is what all of his friends call him, that's his real life name. Spirit has honestly been on a bit of a roll lately. He won the European Pro Tour weekly 2 weeks ago, and he 3-0'd Big Gabriel in the final on the Monday night. Literally the first time in his entire career that he got a 3-0 victory over Gabe. He's also defeated plenty of good top-tier European Protosses over the last few weeks. Like, I feel Spirit should be a heavy favorite.
Yeah.
I saw him yesterday, tried to get a little information out of him, and he actually said, if I beat Haas, I'll be okay in the open bracket. And I'm like, oh, come on, we can't be sad about playing Haas. Like, yes, it's always scary, it's dangerous, but it could have been a classic. It could have been Cure or Scarlett or Elaser. Like, you cannot complain here if you're Spirit.
That's true, actually. You compare him to some of the just like steady, heavy hitters, and yeah, I guess you have to say that you like this match. But I think he might be calling back to last year, where he actually had to face Nice. So a different Protoss player, right? But kind of similar in the idea that they can be difficult to play against. They're a bit odd. And he had trouble. He had some serious trouble. Ended up being a 2-3. He did win. He did go on into the groups. But it was a struggle for him. And as the desk noted too, a lot of other pro gamers have said Spirit sometimes struggles in general against those weirder players. So I think he's thinking mostly about that, right?
But I do think that Nice is just better across the board. I know for a long time Haz was the guy from the Taiwanese region, and he broke Kalaris and Top Ones, and everybody thought it was so funny with all the Dark Shrines. But eventually, you know, just building a couple of random Dark Shrines is not going to cut it to go very far. He had that magical performance in Valencia over 6 years ago at this point. Or no, wait, no, that was 2018. It was several years, so not quite 6 years, like 5 years.
Yeah.
Closing in on 5 years ago. That's obviously the best performance of that man's career. But he has to step it up. He has been overshadowed by Nice, that Taiwanese Protoss that you just mentioned. And we all kind of agree that Nice is just a bit better. Nice is capable of all the craziness that Haz brings to the table, but then Nice is also capable of playing a perfectly fine, normal, macro-oriented game to some degree. And for Haz, this always feels something crazy needs to happen for the doors of crazy Protoss possibilities to open. But you can't always force that door to be there.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. Also, I believe that Spirit has done a lot of work in this year of trying to improve his own versatility. So we've seen a lot more, for instance, Proxy Wouldamind drops into Proxy Thor. Like, he actually does that. That's not a meme. So
he loves armory builds, man.
Yeah, he
like
does.
Spirit, actually, I think of all the top-tier European Terrans, he loves the armory builds the most against Protoss.
So he's done, like, you know, one base, nothing but proxies. He's done, you know, 2 base, heavy emphasis on the 2 base. He's done proxies, 1 base hidden builds, factory expand to throw off his opponents, and then into a macro game. I mean, he does still fall back kind of, if you're talking about a weirder game, he falls back into maybe the more, you know, turtley Spirit, but he starts them off a bit differently nowadays. So I'm interested to see if he's going to do that versus Haas, or he is thinking, well, this guy's going to try and be weird to me, so why risk an even weirder game by proxying him?
I actually really like that Sidestorm Gaming jersey. I've never seen that color. It's cool.
Isn't it black?
Oh, really?
Is it? I don't like.
No,
The
my
lights
eyes
are a
are
little weird,
betraying me.
guys.
To me, it kind of looks a bit greenish. I was like, that's cool, but yeah, maybe it's just the monitor here, or it's the lighting that's a bit off, but Spirit, of course, representing KZ Gaming, and we have finally loaded into our second best of 3. We apologize, guys. We're not going to try to turn this into StarCraft over the next 5 days, but sometimes things go wrong behind the scenes. But we are here, and we are ready to kick off our second best of 3 of the day. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the man that is representing Sidestorm Gaming, hailing from Taiwan. This is Haz.
He's already being a little bit weird. Let's go ahead and introduce the top right player for KaiZ Gaming. He is Spirit.
What do you make of Royal Blood as our opening map here? Do you think it's a smart choice with Spirit to go for Royal Blood?
I haven't heard too many complaints about Terrans, I think, so... you know, generally they're more so complaining about altitude. So that would have been a surprise.
Yes, that definitely would have been. I think going for a map like Babylon is also a perfectly fine choice against Has, because I have the feeling that Has is someone who will always enjoy maps without a ramp a little bit more than maps with a ramp, because he's such an aggressive Protoss and in your face, and if you don't have to worry about high ground vision, I think that gives you as a Protoss player a little more possibility to do some crazy blinks, because you know exactly what's waiting for you and whatnot. But I can live with it. So what do you make of that pylon placement from Has? Because that is definitely a bit different.
Yes, anti-gas seals, very purposefully. It is a bit different. I mean, the thing is that some Terran players don't really even bother SCV scouting, so there's always that kind of funny, like, I'll do a mind trick, but then there's no mind trick to be done because they're not scouting anyways, and I believe so far that is the case, right? Spirit didn't send an SCV across, now he is actually. So he will see something wrong, and it is unfortunate that he's not going for a factory expand where perhaps he would have felt like, oh, I can still handle this kind of okay, but I don't know what he's going to think, right? Like, who proxies? Well, I mean, not people are doing it. Well, he scouts no Nexus, all right? So that's the only thing that he sees, so he's figuring some type of one base build, which is correct.
And the fact that Spirit is actually going CC on the low ground, despite the fact that his gas has been stolen, and now he scouts and he sees that there is no Nexus on the low ground. Now, of course, maybe he dropped that CC slightly before that SCVs arrived, but I have the feeling that what Spirit is doing right now is exactly what Has wants him to do. And this actually is kind of a dangerous game that Spirit is already playing here. He's going to try to find it, but that Robo is honestly very hard to scout because you got those gold minerals blocking an easy path for the... Oh my goodness.
This is something... Hero did something like this, actually, on this map. It was in the bottom right, but still. I mean, I don't think he also proxied the first viewing the Robo.
Like, right now, to put this in context, that Nexus is on the wrong side of the gold, guys. So you can still mine from it. That's perfectly fine, but you will never be able to take the Vespian Geyser. But I guess that's just not something that Has wants to do. Maybe we'll see, like, a Twilight down the line, and then it's Happy Zealot spamming day, question mark?
That's what I was going to say. So he has done a lot of mass charge lot builds, but then there's that other curveball here, which is that he went for a Robo first. What is he going to do? Like, War Prism into DT? Wait, but then why not go for Twilight Cancel then Robo? Like, he's getting literally an Observer, like the safest opener possible. This is, but with a gold-based Nexus.
Yeah, we're gonna get an Immortal as well. I mean, maybe he just feels that he doesn't want to go too early, and this will still line up. But the Reaper is a very fast unit, and Spirit gets an absolutely perfect scout, and that probe is absolutely going to fall. It's going to take a little while. You know, it's actually very annoying is that you can't really properly protect these probes. I've only done it once myself on this map. One time I played against a good Terran, I think it was Milky Cow or something. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take the gold. I got absolutely slaughtered. It was very annoying. As soon as the Terran player knew and they started attacking my mineral line from the right side, I was like, yeah, how do I keep these guys alive?
It's very interesting, but I guess that's the thinking here is that Haas then can defend the base with something more powerful that actually gives you units, right, like a Robo, and then while he's defending that, he will get the Twilight Council, he will get the charge, and he will spam Zealots, going back to your point about, like, well, he can't go up to 3 gases, right? But his main goal is Zealots.
You know, the thing is as well is that sometimes as a gold, you can overrate the gold a little bit as a player, because right now, this is not looking great for Has economically. Like, he's actually down in workers. Spirit is absolutely mining more with the double orbiter command, and Spirit obviously has a good scout, and at this point, he already knows. Like, if this ever turns into 3 base against 3 base, it's going to be basically impossible for you to protect your main and that gold at the same time. So it is inevitable that you are going to attack me, and that's why Spirit is taking this as serious as he is. And I think all that Spirit needs to do is wait, because you know it's coming. Something is coming. If nothing comes, you're always winning regardless.
I think you're like damn straight to point out like how you can sometimes overread this and react wrongly to it. You know, if Spirit's first intuition is like, I can't let you have a gold base, let me push out, then that could get really awkward. But instead, just being like, yeah, okay, fine, you have it. I have my stuff, and I know you're going to be super dedicated with this. I'm just going to defend. It's working out for him quite well, and I love the Dark Shrine. That's what I was laughing at, just because we're getting like everything that Haas is known for right off the bat. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to work, but maybe something will find an avenue.
The man just salvaged a bunker though in the main base, Spirit that is, and I kind of feel like you want to keep these bunkers alive a little bit longer, Spirit, because the Zealots are absolutely coming. And all you have to do is stabilize up to the point where you have 2, 3, 4 medevacs, and then you have a whole bunch of Marines with +1 in stim. If a Terran player can ever get up to that phase in the game, they are completely fine because they can micro the Marines for days. And Haas's army has very, very little micro potential. It's basically close your eyes and hope that these Zealots slice up everything.
What is the status on detection, by the way, as we have the Immortals starting to do a little bit of damage? They could actually try and target the missile turret, but that also might be a little on the nose. It looks like Spirit is just totally anticipating a follow-up of that nature anyways. He's got missile turret and he's got scan energy.
I actually really like the Widow Mines right now. I think Widow Mines are always fantastic against Zealots, with or without an armory. Zealots like to clump up, they all run forward together. Having a couple of mines makes it so hard to be aggressive. I mean, the storm is coming. Haas knows that this is about the moment where he really needs to start finding some damage, otherwise stim kicks in, combat shield kicks in, +1 kicks in. It's kind of now or never. Spirit just threw down a scan, so he kills the observer. That's nice, but that also means one less scan available. And if, oh my goodness, if these CTs would have been dropped in the main base, that would have been terrific. But instead, Haas is going to morph it into an Archon. He's going to try to break the front. Will he do it, Zombie Grub?
Well, he is starting to chew through the bunkers as they are going down. The Master Pair can only last so long. The Marines stimmed are now going up the ramp. The Widow Mines pop out perhaps in the nick of time. Tank goes down. SCVs could try and hold position to be a little more helpful. 10 of them, 11 of them have gone down so far. Does Spirit have enough of that production behind this? I think he does. His production is still safe. He's got all of his upgrades finishing as well. And those Widow Mines are now burrowed.
Yep, and permanently cloaked because the armory finished up in the middle of this entire attack. And since we just killed the observer, nice force field there, but Spirit's quick to react, picks up the Marines. He's actually unloading the Marines on the low ground. Spirit is just full of confidence that this is going to be fine, and I think he will be fine, but I think this was a bit too early. I think he should have tried to maybe run back to the high ground for a split second. The man lost 31 SCVs, but I still think he's completely fine in this game, because Haas cannot keep on attacking without an observer here, and all the Spirit needs to do is just get that third CC to be in orbital as well, drop some Mews, and it's totally fine to be down 10 workers, but he needs to make sure that he keeps these Marines alive for a little while longer.
That's what's really scary. You know, already we saw a display of that friendly fire from the Widow Mine and the tank when the charge lots reach. So Spirit now very much aware of that. Micro's back very, very well. There's actually no entry made there from Haas. So I think he realizes time might be up soon. He's got a probe place for third Nexus, but then just warped in 7 more charge lots. So he thinks he can do it. Another force field on that ramp. Tries to make the Zealots a little bit more effective, but Spirit has that +1. He's got the combat shield. He's got medevacs healing everything up. And Haas is basically a one-trick pony, right? Charge lots and more charge lots.
Yep, did get the tank there towards the end, but the target firing of that tank was fantastic, getting a couple of very big hits off on the Immortal. But Haas will just keep on trying. No Forge, no Robo Bay. This is it. Now with 3 Archons, obviously there are no goals here. 3 Archons have some potential, but the Widow Mines is still the biggest problem, and once more the Mines connect in an absolutely fantastic manner. The Zealots go down, and all that Spirit needs to do is get 20+ Marines. He's going to steal one. He wants that Prism, but yeah, the Archon's getting a couple of big hits up, but in the end, the firepower of the guy with the gun is too damn high. We accidentally drop a Mule. I definitely don't think that's a Mana Mule. I think that's Panic.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of a hockey issue coming in. Perhaps at the most opportune time. I mean, it could have been a lot worse earlier on, yes. And that is a bit of a waste of a Mule, but of course, we're talking about how much Spirit would snowball after he's pushed this back, right? That's what you were talking about, that him being lower in the economy, even, 10 workers lower, is really not that bad. So this is kind of a deciding moment. I think it could have been really hype. Now we're in a pause.
Yeah.
So.
But I think the deciding moment just happened. I have the feeling that Haas lost all of his key units, lost the majority of Zealots. Maybe there is like one more tiny chance when we warp in a few more Zealots, because I do think Spirit made a mistake there. Spirit got a bit over-eager where he's like, I want the Prism that's carrying 2 Archons, and the Archons got unloaded. They got a couple of big hits off, but technically the Marine count should already be high enough. We're cranking out 4 or 5 Marines at a time. We still have a couple of mines. Spirit is now feeling that he can already deal damage, and a drop like this will always find damage, but right now the emphasis should probably be on just stabilizing at home, because Haas is going to try one more time.
That's not a lot of Marines looking at it. I mean, some of the Archons are rather low. By the way, I do want to highlight, Haas had some pretty hot pickups on those Archons right before they died. That was cool, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Now he's going to try and split the now even more limited number of units, but that production, it's there, right? So give him 30 seconds, he'll have another army to defend even 2 different locations, although he also has the drop heading out. So this might get a little topsy-turvy, as there does seem to be damage done in the main base. DT got dropped, 5 SCVs went down, but there's the first Marine drop. another dropped on the way, and that is going to obliterate all of Haas's economy.
It definitely is a real Haas game when he goes down to 24 workers, and the workers are long distance mining from a natural that's not quite done yet. We had a DT finding some damage in the main base, but none of that is going to matter. In the end, Spirit survived up to those magical upgrades. +1, combat shield, and stim. That is all he needed. And I do think that Armory finishing up in the middle of that first attack, that was key, because those Wither Mines are able to fire twice. And I do hope that the wrist issues are okay, by the way, because he didn't pause for hotkey issues. He mentioned his wrist in the game, and we could see him there stretching his arm as well. Maybe overly tense and nervous, I don't know.
Very possible. I mean, I think that's what people mostly have pinpointed as Spirit's weakness offline. There's a lot of nerves. So, yeah, it could be that, maybe a bit of a beyond effect as well, right? But hopefully he's feeling all right. He's got that 1-0 start. That might have been the most nervous he'll ever be. Now that he's feeling comfortable, he feels like he's got Haas under his thumb, he'll be fine.
Seems to be related to the arm rest there. Maybe he leaned like his elbow and like the funny bones.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, oh, my head is going numb. We've all been there, but he should definitely be familiar with these chairs, because these are the chairs that we've used for a long time.
Yeah.
I guess Spirit is going to try to make himself comfortable. Overall, I like almost everything that Spirit did in the game. I felt the target fire was fine. The crisis management was honestly very good, because it did still get scary. With that nice force field, the Archons having the potential to splash all over those Marines. But I feel Spirit looked dialed in. He was ready. He reacted quickly to the most important things. I think overall a solid performance by Spirit.
For me, I think there's two diverging paths, right? The alternate universes. One, Spirit doesn't scout exactly what's happening as fast as he did, right? So he doesn't figure out it's a gold-based Nexus. He doesn't figure out it's a Robo, something along those lines. And something else can happen that he's really just off-put. Maybe he does something extreme like cancel his command center. That would have really been very awkward. So that was the first time that could have actually diverted to a really weird game. And the second time was absolutely with this first defense being a little bit overconfident. Perhaps another force field, perhaps a couple more Zealots. Archon's a little bit closer. Wouldn't mind splashing on his own units a little bit more often. And you can't let a game like that go. And I think that was something that happened with him versus Nice actually last year. Where we'd be like, yeah, he should be in a fine position. He's got the Terran thing going, all right? Like, he's going to move across the map, he's going to kill the guy. And then he'd just be, you know, X or Y, under-defended elsewhere, too aggressive somewhere else, and then he would let it go a little bit. But while I got kind of close in this game, I think experience is showing for Spirit.
Yep, there was one key moment, and we can't really pinpoint this as like, oh, Haas made a mistake, because that's not fair. We are the observers. We see everything. But technically, there was no detection in the main base, and we did have a prism, and we had a dark shrine. It was at the Templar Archives. If that first attack would have started, well, just one time flying that prism into the main base and unload a single DT in the main, I actually think that could have changed things. It would have been very annoying for Spirit to worry about a DT, because we know how quick Dark Templars kill SCVs, worry about getting a turret up there, and then at the same time still have to do everything perfectly in the front, repair your bunkers for as long as you can, put your Marines in a great spot. But obviously it's very difficult for Haas to know that, especially because Spirit threw down a scan and killed the Observer.
That was a nice touch, actually, yeah, because that also could have come across and obviously revealed the Widow Mines. But like on the top subject of that DT, I couldn't quite see because we're not in the game, but one thing I noticed prior to that moment happening, prior to the mule call out that you did, was that he almost always had one scan available on either command center. So I couldn't check, maybe it was like a 40 energy thing, because you're right, DTs do damage so much, so quickly, they cause chaos, really is a lot of the problem, that 10 seconds still could have killed Spirit if the timing was absolutely perfect for Haas.
Even if you just get that one SCV that's building the armory, right? Then the armory gets delayed. These are the super annoying things as a Terran player, because you need to babysit all of it. But in the end, a fun, explosive game, and this man definitely lived up to his legacy. That's kind of everything that people tune in for. When they see this guy, they want to see craziness. And I think Proxy, Robo, Gold Base, Zealot all in with a Dark Shrine. Yeah, that qualifies as one man and one man only. And that man is Haas.
And to the bottom right, looking to start another run to the group stage. Similar to last year, he is Kaizi Gaming's Spirit.
Will it be the year of Piotr? Obviously, it has to feel so damn good for him to be on a bit of an online roll over the last few weeks leading into this event. And the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything, because this is where you really need to show it. Nobody cares how many online tournaments you win. this is the day you want to peak. You want to secure your ticket into the group stage and then hopefully play a couple of amazing series tomorrow or the following day. But it has to be a nice confidence booster when you get wins like a 3-0 over Gabe. Like, that never happens.
Yeah, that was really impressive. And then before that, he 2-0'd Rainer. So.
Yeah, not bad either.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Some bio games, not necessarily all that tricky, but yeah, we'll talk about that if Spirit does end up going into a Zerg matchup later down the road. What was a little untested, surprisingly, for an Open Cup was TVP that particular week, but just in general, that's been the rumors, right? That's been people always talking up Spirit, but then he's actually delivered it more often in some of the still important cups, even though they're the smaller scale. So the question is, can he perform on that bigger stage? That was answered to a degree last year. He's just looking to improve this year.
Yep, in that great run on the weekly, he didn't play too many Protoss players. So I was like, hey, Spirit, that was a great performance. You want to play a little best of 5 against Max Pax on the Friday night? And he said, yep, Roddy, I'm in. Max Pax is always in. So they had a best of 5, and it was a pretty fun one. We didn't have the craziest long games. In the end, it did go in favor of Max Pax, but it was honestly a very hardly contested 3-2 victory for Max Pax. While in the past, we've seen Max Pax sometimes run circles around Spirit. So even though it wasn't a win, it still made me feel pretty good about Spirit, his TVP, where it's like, all right, if you can make it this hard on the Pax, who has recently been getting victories over pretty much every single Terran out there, even Beyond has been on fire, has lost to Max Pax. I was like, I think that's totally fine. You know, a little best of 5 that goes all the way to the final match, went to distance, and all games were close and could have gone either way. I think then you pass the test where you're like, all right, my TVP is good.
We obviously can't talk much about Max Pax because unfortunately he doesn't come to the offline events, but it is not an exaggeration. A lot of pros have said he is top 2 Protoss in the world. So to get that close to defeating him, it really is testament to how well Spirit is playing. Now, of course, we have this game underway, but there's nothing really cheesy or really weird, guys. So that's why we took this time. We are maybe going to get some aggression as Spirit has swapped the reactor here. He's building those Hellions. Could go 2 Hellions and a 2 Widow Mines. That is exactly what he's going to do. Now, Haas did open with a Stargate, double shield battery too, so playing pretty safe.
Yeah, that's very safe.
Yeah.
Double shield battery Phoenix. I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm never that safe, Zombie Grub, because I am, if I'm not exactly sure what's coming. Because you're always kind of worried if you go into Phoenixes this quickly, if they open up with 4 Hellions, where they just ignore your natural and they try to drive into the main base. And the Phoenixes can be fantastic, of course, against the Hellions, but it takes a little while. And sometimes you're just like that 10-second window short of getting that extra Phoenix, having the extra lift available. So I don't really hate it. It has is playing it safe, but in this game, it's not working out for him. Because it's not about the batteries against the Hellions. What this is all really about is that beautiful armory on the production tab that our observer is now zooming into as well. And if these Widow Mines are able to burrow in range of a mineral line, I actually think this game is over because it's going to take so long for Haas to get detection. I may have been there a couple of times myself, Zombie Bro.
Haas is playing a little bit dangerously. He's actually moving the Phoenix out, right? So there's like, maybe they find the medevac. Maybe it's amazing. Or now they're completely out of position. So no way to pick up a Widow Mine, perhaps. They're both going to unload, nothing to kill it. Haas has to be paying attention, right? Yes, okay, he does pull the probes. It's going to be a little late. Okay, last second split. Could have been worse.
That on burrow was actually a mistake because there was no detection. So, oh no, kill it then. Okay, he does kill it with the Stalker. I gotta say, brilliant play by Spirit. He showed the Hellions. No, did he pick up the other Widow Mine? Wait, did we still leave one Widow Mine in the main base?
No, he picked up one of the Widow Mines, and I think you're right. He meant to pick up the one that hadn't shot. But I mean, that's all I can say about that. Misclick, perhaps.
This
Another
is still
Widow Mine
big.
drop. Yep. And yeah, okay. Oh no! Oh, I thought Haas actually gotten that. Oof.
When not pulling the workers would have been better than trying to pull it at the absolute last moment, but this is already an absolute disaster for Haas. He's down 11 workers. The Oracle comes out, and now we need to drop not 1 but 2 Revelations to clean. Actually, no, only 1 because Spirit made that little mistake by trying to save that 1 Widow Mine. It's almost like he forgot he had an armory. You know, that's the kind of play you make when you don't have an armory. But needless to say, this was still a success for Spirit. It could have gone even a whole lot better. And what I wanted to touch up on very quickly is that he did set himself up for this, where he's like, hey Haas, here are my Hellions. And Haas is like, wow, Phoenix are really quick. We can hunt down these Hellions. And while the Phoenixes are chasing the Hellions all the way towards the top right, Spirit's like, ha, got you. Cloaked Widow Mines in your main base.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Spirit is on his way to build up 3 barracks. He did get a Cyclone and Viking, something to help him against the Phoenix that would eventually come across the map. But there's something else you can do. You can actually run across the map yourself. And this actually, I know you asked my opinion about the last map, but Dragon Scales actually is quite difficult for Protoss. There's a lot of space between your natural and third, and wide concave areas, wide just like open areas, right? So not that that's necessarily what Spirit's abusing right here, right now, more so just having units when Haas is trying to recover from probe damage, trying to get harassment done. The 2 Cyclones and 2 Vikings are already a big enough deal. Add in a couple of Marines as well, and does Haas have enough to defend this?
Well, Haas is going for Resonant Glaives, right? That's obviously a bit awkward. Glaives is very good against Marines, not that great against Cyclones, and I actually think the play here for Spirit is to land the Vikings. He throws down the scan. I think you should land the Vikings, because landed Vikings are very good against Adepts. That Oracle is going to work on the Cyclone, and in the end, Haas is going to be able to clean this up, but he's losing the majority of his Stargate units, and Stargate units are so expensive. As a Protoss, you really cannot open Stargate and then lose an Oracle and 4 Phoenixes.
Yeah. A bit unfortunate about not being able to save the 2 Vikings. I think Spirit just said, okay, yeah, that's done. Like, let me focus on other things, because they could have gone somewhere and landed and killed probes. But we also saw, of course, Spirit saw how many Adepts there are. Now, Adepts against an early push can be your only real response. So I don't know if that's quite enough of a nod to being Resident Glaives, but those are a decent amount of Adepts, right? And Haas would do something like this. We've seen some other Protoss experiment a little bit, not just the last patch, just the last 6 months with this again. So I think if Haas knows, okay, he's Resident Glaives, he's going to have a pretty solid defense against this, and we do already have a wall coming down.
Yeah, I think Spirit is not 100% sure yet, but I think he's kind of thinking about it. What is good against Resident Enclave Adapt? Well, just big number of bio units. Okay, we're even working right now with the Ghost Academy. A very tanky building, and these Adepts going to have a hard time getting in. Widow Mines are absolutely fantastic against Adepts. Marauders that are being healed by Medevacs are absolutely fantastic against Adepts. I think this is honestly a little bit crazy and unnecessary what Spirit is doing. It might pay off in a big way. But I think this is one of these moments where, like, do we need to do this as a Terran? And I don't think the answer to that question is yes, because Haas is already committed to a ridiculous amount of adapts. He needs to find damage. Like, Spirit is right now getting a bit ahead of himself.
I totally understand your concerns. I think it is a legit concern. Haas knows that there was a wall. But, well, he tried again to get in, and suddenly there wasn't a wall, guys. Adepts going to the natural. His supply depot was down. As Spirit arrives with his 2 medevacs, he was basically saying, I don't need to worry about home because I have a wall. And then he just left the wall open. So now he's forced to only defend on his main base. This is the type of game that I think Haas wanted a little bit more topsy-turvy. Let's see how Spirit handles it now, the new and improved Spirit in 2023.
This is a bit of the Katowice magic. Even games that shouldn't be crazy anymore still get a bit crazy, but I think in the end, the Widow Mines are the biggest problem on the other side of the map because we have no detection. Without detection, the Adepts can never kill the Widow Mines, and it doesn't really... Oh, we're going for a planetary fortress here. I don't hate it at all. That PF is not going to die against the Adepts. That's not something you see in high-level StarCraft very often.
That guy on Reddit right now, he's like, yes! I can do this and be a pro. Absolutely, if Urban's mass Resident Glaives. But this has gotten way weirder than it really had to. Spirit could have calmly played into apparently a planetary third, but also into Ghost and a huge army with better upgrades.
Yep, it is a game right now, but I still don't really see too much potential anymore for these Adepts, other than taking out a couple of depots and maybe finding a few more SCVs. Eventually, the Terran army will just be a whole lot better here than the Protoss army, and Haas is still making Adepts. And unless we can kill the armory somehow, we cannot win with only Adepts. This is not a thing.
Now Ghost coming out too. I mean, is he going to let that Shade complete? Yes, he will. He's going to go for it. Thinks he might still have enough, and he might be right about that. The Marines are dying. The Adepts still alive. Those Marines have won 1, by the way, but the numbers might just be a little too good. Well, it doesn't matter. I think Haas did read the writing on the wall. It doesn't matter if he wins that particular battle. He needed to do so much more against them. So he taps out then and there, and Spirit does take the 2-0.
I absolutely love the Ghost there, by the way, contributing to the fight from the high ground. Like, EMP from downtown! Being able to take away some of the shields of the Adepts there. Obviously, game 1 delivered. It was an exciting and fun game. I think game 2 has just got debated. He saw some Hellions. He's like, hey, I want to take out these Hellions. And it opened the doors. And obviously, to make things go from bad to worse, is that he tried to save the probes in the natural, and he wasn't able to lose his 9 probes, and I think that was kind of it, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, that was particularly painful, but there you have it. Spirit 2-0s Haas and moves on in the brackets. Let's go ahead and send it to the analysis.
Whew. a rip-roaring series for Haas, but it will not be, as Spirit will advance on here in that upper bracket. And Haas, unfortunately, with all the trickery, with all the little interesting moves, will not be able to make it happen. Fear Dragon, as well as Artosis, joining me here. Artosis, that was a Haas series.
It certainly was. It certainly was. And you could actually see that, like, despite the fact that Spirit, like, should have held everything. He's like the first game he has 2 bunkers right away. You know, he's got all the defense in the world. He's still not exactly like that second game really showed it where he's not exactly playing right against Haas. Roddy and Zombie Grub like pointed out, like, does he need to be across the map dropping right now? Or can he just absorb the all-ins? So like I don't feel like Spirit even played optimally against Haas, but still, it was a 2-0.
I mean, even from the word go in game 1, you have the Reaper scouting out the very extremities of the map. You find this gold base on the opposite side of the minerals. So, for the most part, Spirit knew a lot of what was going to be happening here. And even then, still a little bit of a run for the money, especially in that first game, Fear Dragon.
Oh, yeah, the first game got really wonky. And I mean, that's the power of Haas, right? Is that, and this is almost like a criticism that sometimes other players who face Haas get, is that Haas makes people just look like they're playing poorly because they just put him, or he puts them in such strange situations that you're just not used to. And you're like, not necessarily making the correct calls in every single situation because you don't have full knowledge, and also none of your practice games look like this. No practice game Spirit played looked like this game.
No, definitely not. Still a lot of power behind that army. Eventually, the Marines were able to win things out. But there were legit moments in some of the earlier pushes, Dan, where I was like, Haas might have this. This is really quite close, closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it really was. Like, I mean, he just continually attacks and sees what he can get done, and it's surprising to players. Like, a player like Spirit that knows, in theory, how the game should be played, just doesn't think he's going to keep coming.
Yeah.
But he does, because that's what he does. You have to play the player, not the game.
And almost completely mining out this gold base for the most part while all of this was going on. Spirit completely holds down then, and then we move on into game 2, which less wonky, but a lot of adepts. And adepts were keeping Haas going, and then you have Planetary Fortresses at 3rd tier Fear Dragon, and it's all defense for Spirit for the most part.
Yeah, less wonky, but more one key, and the one key was literally adept spam, and it was beautiful to watch. I think still my favorite part, which I think it comes up a little bit later, was trying to just see Haas shade in 30 or 40 adepts, and just a 2 supply depot wall completely prevents him from doing anything whatsoever. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. He tried to make the most of what he could here, but it really was Spirit just being ultra prepared. And my favorite finishing touch here also is like the EMP on the adepts. I'm like, how often do you see that?
Yeah, especially when they don't have shields already, because the battle's been going on a while. A little bit overkill there, but I mean, the fact that he makes it that close, the fact that we have like a lifted burning command center in that game after he kills 9 probes with a Widow Mine drop, it's like, Spirit, let's slow down. The fundamentals here. He's going adepts. Sit there. Just wait. Just sit there, man. He's dead. Like, that doesn't work in 2023.
Well, Spirit advances on in that upper bracket then, and Haas, unfortunately for him, will fall down into the lower bracket. I'd say a little bit closer than I was expecting. And just as a side note as well here, hopefully Spirit's doing okay. He seemed to maybe have a wrist issue. Maybe it was to do with the chair. I'm not sure what happened there. But hopefully he's going to be able to stay strong for the next matches that are coming up. But whilst that match was going on, we actually had other ones happen, and already in the tournament, it feels like a big upset has occurred here, Fear Dragon.
I feel like I actually got to set this up decently well when we were talking on the desk for like 30 minutes before, where I said, you know, I talked to a lot of players, and basically everyone would look at this bracket and say, yeah, probably Zhao is probably going to advance out.
Yeah.
Zhao lost his first series to Coffee. A super unexpected result. This is the biggest upset of the tournament so far.
Right, yeah. So if we could actually jump into this. This is the final moments from game 3, correct?
Yes, and I already have the score updated because I got really excited and I was like, oh my god, Coffee won. I need to update the score. But this is a really interesting moment. So it's going to look like a kind of weird game if you look at the minimap. You can see Zhao is just taking a 4th base, and Coffee did a really great job basically denying hallucinating Phoenix Scouts and everything. So in reality, Zhao just did not see that there was this big 2-base all-in coming his way. This is kind of the moment he realizes it. And we can kind of zoom forward as we see that Coffee's trying to get into a better position. Zhao's trying to buy time with the disruptors, but Coffee does a really, really great job at just controlling this. He zones out these Colossus. The shield battery overcharge does absolutely nothing for him here. He gets kind of zoned back in this awkward angle. Good dodges on these disruptors. He kind of starts to spread out his army, keeps these siege tanks in a nice position. And there's so many little things I could point out over here, but I think it would probably go into too much talkcraft if I did.
I mean, not much anti-air effort as well against the Vikings for the one Colossus. The one Colossus seems to be doing nothing here.
Dude, I like what Coffee chose to do as well, because Zaun is really well known for going heavy Robotech. So the fact that he's making 6 tanks with this all in, that's like, it's beautiful. And if he was denying those scouts that you mentioned, Fear Dragon, like, yeah, this can catch you off guard. Coffee really choosing a wise strategy.
Yeah, it was really, really phenomenally executed. And I just especially love that it's so easy, especially when you're against this many charge lots or a bunch of disruptors kind of trying to zone you out. It's really easy to lose these siege tanks, but he keeps them alive for so long, and that means that it is so difficult, even as you see the Bioforce heads up toward the Nexus and the Natural. But at the same time, the rest of the Protoss army is kind of segmented off at this weird 4th base location. So they don't have an easy time actually collapsing in on that army. That just opens up so many opportunities when you are so patient and so methodical about keeping those tanks alive.
Sounds ridiculous, but that's a huge win for Coffee. And right out of the gate, game 1 of the entire tournament here in the bracket, and let's see how far he goes.
Yeah, I think honestly he's one of the biggest underdogs. If I looked at that bracket and you were like, which is the most one-sided match, I actually would have chosen that match.
Yeah.
So it's a huge upset. Good for him. That's great.
Yeah, Zaun now will fall down into the lower bracket, and well, who knows who he goes up against. It's kind of like the Ryung scenario where, oh no, I get Ryung in the first round of the lower bracket. Whoever gets Zaun is not exactly going to be best pleased, Fear Dragon.
Yeah, well, hopefully he gets some caffeine before that next match, because he is definitely going to need it. He's going to have a long day ahead of him, because that is, this is even going to come into factor for Spirit winning his match, which is when you go to the lower bracket and double elimination bracket, it basically means you play double the number of matches as someone who just makes it straight through the winner's bracket. You literally have to play twice as many games of series of StarCraft. So it is actually really, really tough to be knocked into the lower bracket at the beginning of the tournament bracket as opposed to later on.
No, definitely. So with that, now we have our first round completely concluded. It was just a little update on my bracket here, as we also have Coffee. It seems Kira and Armani may still be in game 3, or it may have concluded. I'm not quite sure on that. But for the most part, we had Hearthstone advance over Nice, and Spirit advancing over Haas that we've just watched here on the main stream as well. So far, so good, Artosis. The bracket is shaping up. Quite a few mirror matches, actually. 3 mirror matches up there already.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I think the Hearthstone match could be a really cool one. I hope that that's the one that ends up going onto the main stream with, Kira or Armani against him. Should be a very fun match.
Yeah, definitely so. Spirit versus Coffee is going to be cool as well.
That's such a weird and fascinating match that I just really did not expect to happen.
Spirit's TVT is really good right now. I don't think that I don't know if you can do the same things in that matchup.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for a short break. When we return, we are going to be moving on to the Hearthstone match, I believe, which will be coming up here for the next series here on the main stream. So join us after this for more Katowice.
It's a bird. It's a Superman. No, it's a drone.
Welcome to Katowice, city of 300,000 inhabitants. The capital of esports, where the Intel Extreme Masters takes place. Welcome to Katowice, city of 300,000 inhabitants. The capital of esports, where the Intel Extreme Masters takes place.
It's a bird. It's a Superman. No, it's a drone.
Welcome to Katowice, city of 300,000 inhabitants. The capital of esports, where the Intel Extreme Masters takes place.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Welcome back. We have got more from the bracket to go here as we have got our next round well underway. All these players are getting raring to go to try and qualify on into that group stage, which will be coming up tomorrow. Joining me to talk about our next match, we have Tasteless, we have ZG here, and we're excited for a ZVZ that's going to be coming up. But first, let's kind of wrap up everything that we just saw, ZG, because that was a Haas series. Yes, it was.
It was a Haas series, but it was also a really nice display of Spirit series.
Yeah.
He has clearly improved against some of the weirder stuff. He looked actually almost comfortable against it. Maybe even too comfortable. But, you know, kind of teetered on the edge there.
Trying to sneak in some of those aggressive moves. Like, yeah, I've got this, it's fine. And then all of a sudden, a bit scarier. But let's talk about our series coming up here. It's going to be a Laser versus Sue. I feel like this is a pretty decent one, a pretty big one, because Zerg versus Zerg coming up. We've got there's a lot of Zergs.
Zerg pillars already.
They're all over the place. And going into this one, of course, let's start things off, Nick, with Sue coming in. Been a little bit more quiet as of late, considering he is a champion. He is a guy that has been able to win on this stage in the past.
Yeah, I mean, look, for all the moments that Sue has had where he's won, he's also, gotten second place many times, right? I mean, there was a period where, like, had he won a couple more of those finals in Korea, he would be like the undisputed greatest player in StarCraft too. But that was kind of a different time. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so I'm interested in seeing what he's going to do here. I do think Sue is maybe slightly favored. I know that overall today we've had some extremely kind of one-sided matches so far, but I think this one could be pretty close.
I think that's the interesting thing about this series, in that usually when you would look at a lot of South Koreans and think to yourself, that is the favored player. But in Zerg versus Zerg, European Zergs are pretty decent when it comes to this matchup, ZG.
We really wanted to make a whole storyline out of that, didn't we? Where Lambo said that maybe European Zergs are maybe like better in some ways, and everyone's like, oh, okay, Europeans think they're better. Like, wow, okay. But it sometimes revolves just around that style, or how you would say is the most perfect way to play, which is debated amongst every pro gamer anyways. Yeah. But right now, everyone has said that I've talked to, no one plays ZVZ. That is an actual statement that many of them have made. Okay. And they believe that the same with the Koreans as well, right? So in Europe, you have the same, Zerg players that don't really want to face each other, reveal each other's builds. So you don't have that happening. And then in Korea, it's a rarer matchup. We're not in the Broodlord Infestor era anymore, where it's Zergs all day long. And with the patch and the maps, this is apparently just super wide open. We really don't know what's supposed to happen between these two, even though I would say a Laser is playing better and more, actually. He's really been dedicated, rather than Sue, who's just been a little bit on that backside.
I'm a little bit sad that because they noticed, obviously, with the changes, the vision of hatcheries is the same as hives now, so you can't actually do that cheeky spine crawler rush anymore, which is a shame for me. I really enjoyed seeing that every so often. But now, with those kind of little things gone, you then step back to your normal ZVZ, you're kind of a little bit more focused macro into, some aggression, then into macro, and trying to just keep the game going from there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Zerg has basically, in the modern era of StarCraft 2, been like the most successful race overall. And so a lot of times, like, if you're going to be a champion in a tournament, then you need to be able to beat other Zergs, right? There's a lot of strong Zergs out there. Zombie Girl was mentioning earlier the fact that, Europeans have a very different take on the race overall. And this is really the first time, by the way, we had, another region in the world of StarCraft start to usurp Korea as a powerhouse with the race, right? They were starting to dictate the way that Zerg could function and operate. But, as you mentioned as well, Claire, we are in a new patch here. And, we're just starting to get an idea of what this new version of StarCraft 2 is going to be. To be honest, I don't know how much of the adjustments they made to the game really had ZVZ in mind. I don't know how different the matchup may be. But we're going to find out pretty soon.
Yeah, that's an astute observation, because realistically, it was more about having to see how a Terran was going to go up against Zerg, a Protoss against Terran, but mostly how everyone really dealt with Zerg, I think is fair to say, ZG, in this.
Yeah, they wanted to deal especially with things that were, honestly a little boring or a little overdone,
Sure.
Like Mass Ravens or super turtley late game. ZVZ had not really had many complaints, besides the fact that it happens, I guess, which isn't really,
Yeah.
that's not.
There were so many, no, it's true, there were so many ZVZs. I think as a matchup, you're right, it's not a not interesting matchup.
Yeah.
I think it's actually a pretty good.
It developed really nicely.
Yeah, and all the StarCrafts, I think it's probably, maybe one of the best mirror matchups that there is. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to be too radically different, if we're going to see any kind of crazy openers or not. I don't know.
No, the only thing that I've been told is that 12 pool is probably a bit worse, right?
Okay,
the maps are a bit bigger. Rush distance-wise, maybe not as much, but just kind of the general concept. No spine crawler rushes with the creep. And workers had their punches changed.
Yes.
Right? They had a little bit of a buff, if you will. So they're actually kind of curious themselves, see how that works out against early pools.
Yeah, the only thing I saw people musing about was like, you could go and build a hatchery and then build a spine crawler out of vision. I'm like, that's a lot of money,
That's
guys.
a lot of money.
It's a lot of work.
There's no way.
That's a real Hail Mary play right there.
That's very, I mean, it was going to be all in originally, but I don't know about that one. So I guess we can move towards predictions for this one, because I guess, based on predictions as well, our cards rated by the players 74 against 75. Alazer being 74, Sue being 75. So what are your thoughts here?
Okay, so I think Sue can take this. I do feel like when I watch his play, he does seem to think on his feet a lot better than other Zergs. He can kind of look at a situation and then instantly decide, do I all in or do I not do that?
Yeah.
And he usually makes that work. I mean, I think Alazer's a very strong player. I think it's probably going to be a 2-1 win, but if Alazer proves me wrong, I mean, so be it. I wouldn't be that shocked.
Sure.
The other thing to consider is that they're kind of stylistically a bit similar, right? We consider both of them very mid-game centric and really deadly build orders as well. So we might still see a lot of that, even though it's kind of like, well, with the Ravager nerf, maybe some of these builds aren't going to be as good. So it's going to be a real slobber knocker, Kalaris. And I'm going to go ahead and say 2-1 Alazer. I think I don't know, I don't know a lot about Sue, to be honest, but it kind of just feels like Alazer has really wanted this, he's always posting on social media about how much he's training, how much he's working, his practice against the AI is a bit of a meme. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I guess, maybe it is going to be one of these even storylines of hard work versus natural talent, which Sue has had a ton of.
Thank you very much, guys. Time now to head over to the commentator team for the ZVZ. The winner of this will get an opportunity at qualifying directly through in that upper bracket. So let's head over to the casters in Loco and, of course, Wardy.
Thank you very much, James. I wasn't sure if you couldn't quite remember who I was. He was looking at me like, who is that guy? Opening some Pokemon cards.
I would have helped him remind him. It's fine.
Yeah, we would have got there in the end. Super excited. We've got a fun ZVZ. I mean, there's just so many great matches going on, right? Hearthstone Cure match is one we were kind of excited about, but it took too long to get ready to go, so we're going to do the ZVZ instead, which is also really fun because that's the one we were eyeing up initially. What I loved, and we just saw it, right, the cards, and both these players have high offense. And for ZVZ, that's super fun. You get aggressive, you get feisty, and so many weird things can happen.
Yeah, and I think it's very accurate as well, right? So just to clarify, those ratings, they were decided by the other pro players.
Yeah.
We had no say in the matter, so basically the pro gamers were asked to rate their fellow
apparently
competitors.
3 of the casters got to vote, but
Oh.
So some of us just...
Well, not me.
We're not cool enough. We don't know enough to vote. That's why we're casting the ZVZ. We just shout roaches and stuff, all in. Something along those lines. Yeah, 2 great players. Alazer really kind of known for taking down Korean Zergs at times in kind of big events. He was the first foreign player to beat Dark, for example. Sue's a Katowice champion. It's a great ZVZ. We're going to start it off in the bottom left. It is our red Zerg player from Team Liquid, Alazer.
And his opponent from South Korea in the opposite corner of Ancient Cistern, he is Sue.
I was super impressed with Sue in that first round against Ryung. He really just took advantage of every lead in that first game, just got super ahead, denied all the harassment, and just ended the game. And the second game just sort of said as well, hey, look, I'm capable of just kind of defending, holding on, and then taking it when I see my opportunity. And in ZVZ specifically, I think that's a very important skill to have, right? Being able to say, hey, this is my moment, this is my timing, let's go and attack. So excited to see what kind of builds we get. We start in Ancient Cistern. Pretty big map, fairly standard layout, but quite long to go across.
Sue already had a chance as well to practice some of that Roach Ravager mid-game that we see all the time in ZVZ. Obviously, then it was against a Terran player. This time around, it's going to be against a Zerg. But the build order is not that much different. We'll have to see, of course, if we're heading in that direction as the early game in ZVZ. Let's just say it can be rather explosive, right?
Yes.
The game can end very quickly. The guys on the desk were certainly right, though. We haven't seen that many Zerg versus Zergs recently. Once upon a time, we saw them all the time, but these days, I mean, the last time I think I saw you laser play must have been at Home Story Cup.
Home Story Cup?
Yeah, and back then, he was refusing to make Evo chambers. Remember that? He was just...
Yeah, I do remember.
He was just skipping the Evo chamber entirely, and everyone was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, he just like, you just build roaches, man. It's like, yeah, but the Evo chamber upgrades the roaches. Yeah. No, just build roaches. And it was working, right? He took down...
Yeah.
Did he take down Solo then with the no Evo chamber?
He took down some really good players, and he said, yeah, but then I have 2 more roaches, so my attack will be a little bit stronger.
I have 2 more roaches. My roaches might die faster, but I have 2 more, so outsmarted, outbrained. As we have ourselves the ZVZ then obviously taking a pretty standard route early. Both players opened hatchery first. The Ling speeded within a few seconds of each other. We're not seeing any immediate indication of either player saying, hey, look, I want to be aggressive over here or there. That's maybe going to come further down the line, maybe close to Ling speed. We'll see who the aggressor becomes, who makes more Zerglings initially, who tries to be the defender and hold with less, with a better economy. They're both moving out to take a third base as well. So it's none of that kind of, I mean, would have been weird here, but like cancel Ling speed, straight a lair, kind of play like fast roaches. This is just going to be Ling speed, third hatch, probably a Bane Nest on both sides as well.
Yeah, even though Zerg versus Zerg early game is very aggressive, these top-level players already were very good at defending early game cheese, and well, with the new multiplayer balance patch, the people on the desk already brought it up. The drones are a little bit easier to control. The maps are also rather big. I'm not expecting a ton of early game cheese in this particular series, but we'll see.
Laser slightly safer. The Baneling Nest a little bit earlier here, so just being cautious. He's been behind a drone or 2 here. Now he's ahead by 1, right? So we're still just kind of, trading very small advantages back and forth through this early game. And this Ling speed, as it finishes up for both sides, we'll obviously be able to go in and, get some Lings on the map, but neither player really made a bunch of Lings. Like, there's 8 on the way for a laser. That's really the first surge, and can you really call 8 or 10 a surge? Like, yeah, it's a few, but probably not going to get too much done. Would be hard to imagine Sue having trouble with these.
Yeah, you're almost forced to make a couple of Zerglings in the early game just on the off chance that your opponent is making a lot. So it's a little bit tricky. He's going to be using them offensively, but I'm assuming he's going to make drones behind, and that's exactly what we see queued up right now on that production tab. Sue's, of course, going to have to respond with some of his own units as well, and so far he doesn't have too much. Losing this queen. Okay. Maybe he sent the Lings across in a pattern that the Overlords didn't see?
Yeah, this was kind of a great catch, right? I mean, a queen just out on its open, that's way more than I thought these first few Lings would do, right? I thought they were going to get, maybe a little bit of damage, but that would be about it. This is great. You get a queen, you slow down, inject on that third base, and that can slow your opponent down, as we now see some diversity coming in at this game. Rotron versus a lair, and it is a Rotron from Laser as well, but he's prioritizing that lair, and there's, of course, an upgrade from Sue, and we haven't seen an Evo chamber from a Laser, so it was good to bring up the fact that a Laser does like to build that kind of non-Evo kind of style.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe Sue was going to go for the +1 Carapace. I know historically he's been a big fan of that big Roach Ravager Ling Bane all-in. But apparently in this game he's going to go for the missile upgrade, so it means he's unlikely to make that move. Now, a couple of Banelings here on the right side of the map as well as on the left side. They could actually catch the drone transfer.
Oh, that's really nice. And Sue just doesn't see it, so he doesn't split or anything, right? And there's actually these 2 more Banelings, and Sue saw this a little bit too late. A laser, he kind of went towards the queen, still gets 3 more. That's 7 drones killed. He's up in workers right now, and he's in a position where he takes 2 more gases, he starts roach speed. He's pretty much ready to start pumping roaches and to hit hard, while obviously Sue's going to be relying more on that upgrade. I love this for a laser. It feels like he's set up to, in a minute and a half, just hit like 6:30, 7 minutes. I really feel like a laser's going to have an army that Sue can't really cope with.
Yeah, you know what you don't need with that army? +1. You can just stick around on mass roaches, and I think that's the plan. I think you're right. I think what he's going to do is just line up a timing attack as soon as Glio Reconstitution, the Roach speed upgrade, finishes up. You can see it on the production tab. It's about 1/3 of the way done. I expect we're going to see, well, maybe a Zergling run by attempted at least, but I suspect we're going to see a big attack as soon as that upgrade finishes.
Sue is doing the right things, right? He's building roaches now. He's gotten just a bit of a worker lead, and he's focusing on unit production. It's just a question of, can his unit production be enough? This one Ling from a laser scouting, trying to make sure nothing weird is going on. And these Banelings from Sue important as well. He wants to clean out that Ling front line initially, and if he can do that, he'll have much easier access to the roaches of a laser. And that's going to be necessary for that +1 missiles to really come into effect. But Sue's building some more drones, and that is scary because that's the last thing I feel like he needs to do. As we're going to see from a laser's first-person view here, his setup to get aggressive. His roaches are waiting to make a move across the map.
Yeah, I wonder if Su is even thinking about taking a 4th base as well, because I wouldn't be too surprised if you're making this many drones. He might be misreading it a little bit. That being said, Elaser also follows this up with some workers, but now you see that big red blob moving on the mini-map. That is Elaser getting across the map with all of his army. And it's a huge army, at least compared to Su. He's almost, well, like 25 supply ahead.
Su needs to get rid of Overlord speed. That's not going to do anything for him here, right? This is all about this right now, and he's down 11 roaches. Yes, +1 missiles is nice, but not when you get outnumbered this heavily. He has no lings to tank, and a laser just comes straight into this base, and he's just going to get such a head start on this. And of course, then you're going to have that situation where you just got Su constantly making units that are going to spawn in different places. They're not all going to come joined in together. These Balins haven't been used as a laser's been good with the lings on the left side, keeping them back. And a laser's getting a great trade so far, up 20 army supply here for game number 1. And it has just been a game of a laser this far, and it looks as though it may end that way as well, as Su's reinforcements again so far not quite cutting it. I like that the Banes get in the middle of the roaches, but is it going to be enough? I don't think so.
Yeah, excellent zoning right there with the Zerglings as well. Now they're running on over into the 3rd base mineral line. Su might be able to stabilize. That's mostly because Elaser's reinforcements take a long time to get across the map. Yeah. He's going to be able to stabilize, but with a very significant disadvantage. That said, Su does have that upgrade lead. So if these armies somehow, some way manage to max out, if we manage to get to 200 supply in total, Su is going to have a small edge, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if Elaser is going to hit again before we ever get to that point in the game.
At least the laser does go +1 missiles behind this, right? So he is going to follow up with the upgrade, so it's going to even out at some point for a few moments. Maybe Su then gets +2, but obviously that's way better than +2 versus +0. So Laser has that in his favor. I honestly think he's just going to overwhelm with the next attack. He's going to have the burrow and the movement as well, so he can reposition more easily. He can catch Su off guard. So even if Su tries to take advantage of a great defensive posture and, you know, watching for Laser's movement, Su can't afford to have overseers on every entry to his side of the map, so he doesn't necessarily know where the burrowed roaches are going to move to. It's going to take a little bit of luck and a lot of skill for Su to defend this, and even then I don't think it's necessarily possible if a Laser just executes correctly.
Yeah, and that's a very good point you bring up, actually. Su might be a little bit... Well, now he's no longer scared. I was going to bring up Mutalisks because he doesn't know too much about what's happening on the other side of the map. Now he sees this gigantic army moving out once again, and the supply count, well, it's reflecting the advantage that Elaser has at this point. Killing the 4th hatchery as well, by the way, so that is not a cancel. That's 300 minerals plus the cost of the drone down the drain. And this is before Tunneling Claws finishes up, which... well, we'll allow him to tunnel those roaches on the ground as well and harass in multiple areas at once if he wants to.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, the laser's maxed out realistically. You said it. If this gets maxed out, maybe it's good for Su, right? So laser shouldn't really be wanting to wait. He wants to make a move sooner rather than later. He's postured to do so. I'd like to just see him make it. Obviously, he's getting these couple of roaches in position. He's going to get ready to execute this attack. And, well, like I say, Su can't afford to have overseers everywhere. It's not been that kind of a game. He doesn't have that luxury. This 4th base should be, if not cancelled immediately, somewhere you have to defend. That's going to pull the units out elsewhere. Su's supply blocked as well, as now a laser's attacking on the right side. He's in the mineral lines as well, as you can see on the picture-in-picture. So drones will start to drop. And this is just going to be a laser starting to take fights all over that I don't think Su can keep up with.
Elaser also started up a Hydro Den already, so he can transition away if he needs to, but I think this may very well be the game-winning push, although he needs to win the fight first. He gets the wraparound on the Roaches and the Ravagers, more importantly, and, well, with them going down, I just don't see exactly what Su is going to be able to do in this game to get back into it. The Roaches are also harassing the mineral lines in both the natural and the main. Absolute disaster in game number 1 for Su.
Combination of Su just didn't have the units, and then you're the defender and you're being pulled everywhere, so you have to react to everything, whereas a Liz like, oh, I've already got this set up. I'm just going to leave those roaches and forget. Meanwhile, Su still had to find a response on the left side, on the right side, and so these roaches have just done so much. Obviously, 30 workers killed. This one is right in its own ending. And a laser is comfortably in the lead. +2 missiles about to finish up, so you'll only be down a Carapace upgrade as well, so he does have that coming in just in case, but again, at any point I feel like we're ready for a laser fight. That's going to close out game number 1, and it's kind of a simple game for a laser, right? You know, some Lings got a queen initially, and he just got set up to be aggressive in the way that we know a laser likes to be, and Su just wasn't ready on time. That extra round of drones may be hurting him a bit too much, and now a laser is here with a good portion of his army trying to fight against this. He still has a whole chunk to the left side that's about to hit the natural. So even if this looks okay for Su, it's because this is happening. And if you say goodbye to that roach roaring, well, then you're not going to have many roaches, are you?
GG is called, and Elaser wins game number 1 in this best of 3 series very dominantly.
Yes, I think convincing through and through. He played his own game. He played the style that we expected Laser to. He brought it up just before we started, not getting the upgrade straight away. And I think that's going to catch Sue a little bit off guard there, right? Because Sue did make those few extra drones, and it's nice to have a bit of a worker lead, but it would have been so much better for him to just have enough roaches to hold, because then you're already ahead in the upgrade. You don't necessarily need a worker lead in that scenario because you're ahead in tech. So, yeah, unfortunately for Sue, gets caught a little off guard there, not quite ready. Early game was a little bit disadvantaged, losing the Queen, for example.
Yeah, I wonder how these Zerglings got across the map, because it was only about 10 links, maybe 12 Zerglings in total at that point in the game for Laser. And I think they must have come across the map without an Overlord seeing it.
Yeah.
Obviously, these maps are still quite new. Like we already heard, apparently ZVZ is not the most practiced matchup right now, so there's a chance that maybe Laser, he sent them in a strange pattern towards the other side of the map, but it honestly looked to me like, yeah, he just sent them straight across.
Yeah, and he just didn't realize it.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
And then obviously the Banelings as well, right? Let's not forget about the Banelings. 2 of them on the right side, 2 of them on the left side. It's honestly a classic.
Yeah.
Trying to sneak those into the mineral lines. And
the thing is as well, Sue was kind of defended from Banes running into the natural. He had the wall, but then the drones just transferred in that moment, and obviously you lose 7 drones. That's what allows a Laser to really decide, hey, I can probably kill you, right? 7 drones, killed a Queen. In ZVZ, you know, you pile on aggression behind that. And even on a bigger map, you know, if this was a shorter map, I think a Laser wins much more quickly because you just get back with reinforcements so soon. But obviously in this game, you do have a bit longer to go, and that's why it dragged out a little bit. But Laser was able to do enough initially that he had time to kind of build up again, go for a second round, even getting further upgrades and more ways to harass.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of how explosive early game ZVZ is, right? And how that early game result really carries into the mid game as well.
This offense stat, I do love it, because like this is what's so cool about the players voting on this, because they know the other players well, right? And you like, to me, this just says it. Like, these are 2 offensive players, and what do we see? A very aggressive game, very offensive game.
Yeah, Sue didn't really get a chance, I guess, to be aggressive. He would have liked to.
Yeah, exactly.
In ZVZ, if you can, you pretty much always prefer being the aggressor. But yeah, Laser looking incredibly dominant there in game number 1. But I mean, it's because of those small mistakes, those split-second decisions that Sue messed up in the early game. And yeah, from there on out, the match lasted like another 10-15 minutes or so. And yeah, he just was behind right from the get-go. Makes it very difficult to come back. We'll see what he does in game number 2.
We will indeed. Obviously, I think it'd be cool for Sue if he got the opportunity to be the aggressor, right? If he can take the game into his own hands. Because then, if that's where you're most comfortable and your opponent's most comfortable, you're putting your opponent into their, you know, not comfortable position. But how early do you attack then, right? How early is too early? Is like a gas pool kind of opening too soon? Is that something that just doesn't get enough done?
I think so. I think it's honestly, with this new patch, I don't think the super early game cheese is going to be that great. But we'll have to see exactly what happens here at IEM Katowice over the next couple of days. Game number 2 of this best of 3 series is going to be on the map Grassvan. Spawning right here in the top left-hand corner, we have Laser.
And in the bottom right-hand side from the Kwangdong Freaks, this is Sue. Interesting map for ZVZ, because it has that potential with a lot of bases to be split map, but there is kind of like pathways here where you can go quite aggressively third base to third base, and that can obviously be very interesting for roach pushes and reinforcements and all of that.
That forward base, right? So you have like that bottom right corner, like the top left-hand corner, you have this like quadrant of like 5 bases you can relatively easily take. I wonder what the expansion patterns are going to be. So you have the one right over here, which is very likely to take one, but if you go a little bit south from this position, you have a base. I'm into one a little bit. There you go, to the right. This base is very far forward, but if you do want to go for aggressive pushes, it is a location that is playable because it's not the most difficult area to wall off. It's an interesting position, though. I think as we... Obviously, the maps are still very new, but as we see more and more games being played on these maps, I can imagine that these forward bases are going to be more and more prevalent. We see them already quite a bit in the Terran versus Zerg matchup, where Terrans are getting them relatively early. But yeah, we'll see what it's going to be like in ZVZ.
I'm excited, man, because this is the tournament where we're going to see what people have planned for these maps, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's all well and good, like, haven't seen them in these open cups and everything. We've known about them for a while.
I haven't seen Maru or Sero or any of the top dogs really participate that much.
And even, like, you know, a lot of the guys that do play the open stuff a lot, you know that they've got certain things on some of these maps which they are keeping back ready for when they need it most. And, you know, for these players, the round of 36 is a massive day. Their first goal has to be group stages. And so matches like this, you win this, right? And you're one match away. You're one best of 5 compared to that lower bracket grind. So already, maybe we start to see some things where it's like, hey, look, Grezvan, ZVZ, this is what I've been thinking. This is what I've been kind of, you know, conspiring to do for the last few weeks since these maps have gone live.
All right, so far, once again, very standard build orders. Su a little bit late right there on the metabolic boost, so I thought for a second he had something spicy planned, but he just for some reason decided to start it up at 180 gas rather than at a conventional 100. I do expect we're going to be seeing third bases here out of both players very shortly. At least we have the third base already going down for Su. Elaser sending his just a tad later.
Elaser was minorly more conservative last game initially. That earlier Baneling Nest came in just a few moments before Sue's did, about 20 seconds, I want to say. So it's going to be the same case here. The first Baneling Nest of the game is Elaser. So just again, a bit of conservative because he's probably a bit worried. What if Su is going to get aggressive? Because Su can do that. And it's not a massive difference, but it's just those little inclinations of maybe what then happens next and what each player expects from the other.
I love how the Zerg versus Zerg matchup in general is incredibly cheesy, incredibly aggressive until like top 50 Grandmaster. There's a certain cutoff where suddenly all of those early game cheeses can be held, but it only really happens with like the top 0.001%.
It's like the micro requirement, right? Just hold these all off. It's like all of a sudden, you just got to be able to control the Ling Bane to this level. And that's a fast Roach run from Elaser this game. You could maybe go something more like Roach Ling Bane aggression and just hit with no lair tech, a big all in at a certain timing, maybe try and again get onto that forward base nice and quickly. So something we could potentially see from Elaser already. Su, droning, Evolution Chamber, again, he's definitely, you know, eyeing up more of a macro game. Important if this Ling gets to see the Roach Roar, and as he tries to dance around for it, Su doesn't see it, but he's like, Elaser, buddy, what the heck are you hiding from me?
Yeah, he saw the second gas geyser, and he didn't see drones mining there. So the weird part is he didn't see any drones back and forth. Yeah, he didn't see that one, but why would there not be any workers going back and forth between that? There is a small chance that he realizes that this is indeed the second gas, but you gotta really, you gotta be thinking at this point in order to, I guess he could have clicked it to see how much gas was remaining.
Yeah, I think Su maybe onto him a little bit, right? He's building a carapace upgrade, sure, but he's also getting his own Roach Roar. He's not gone super crazy on the drones. He's sticking at 46, which is just beyond 2 base saturation despite having his third hatchery. He's ready to start making Roaches here. Not as many as Elaser, but he will be able to get a few going. As Elaser is just going to double down and stick to this attack. Roaches are built and Ling's on the way. He's morphing some Banes across the map as well, and Su now will confirm Roaches are coming, and it's going to be time for Su to get all defenses ready. Wouldn't mind a Spinecrawler or so. I think he can probably get away with keeping the Carapace upgrade, but we'll see if he wants to at this point. I guess he may as well, because it's probably a bit too late. The Spine starts now. I mean, this is the thing. This map's actually pretty quick to come across. Elaser is on Su's base.
Yeah, when both players take these third bases, it is indeed a pretty quick rush, all things considered. You do have a pretty good wraparound here from Su, trying his best to negate as much of that Roach damage as possible. Zerglings, they're being hunted by Banelings, but in the end, they do stay alive for a while. Reinforcements, though, from Elaser are finally coming across the map, and he's absolutely crushing it.
It's the Ling-Bane difference, right? Because the Banes push back the Lings of Su, and now the Lings of Elaser tank. So even though the Roach number is even, it's basically unfair, because Su can't actually hit the Roaches of Elaser, and that means Elaser can just swarm here, and he's killed 10 drones already.
Yeah, and look at the +1 Carapace upgrade. Again, Elaser refusing to get Evo Chamber upgrades. I mean, that upgrade is going to kick in after the fight.
Yeah. I thought Su could have maybe cancelled out. I was like, actually, I think he might be okay, but actually he was just not ready. Maybe if he had a Spine keeping the Carapace is okay, but the Carapace is like the gas for like 6 more Roaches or something, you know, which is a big deal in these scenarios. Now you've got this Spinecrawler. It's trying its best to burrow a Laser. We'll get onto that soon. Well, he just ignores it and goes over to the Roaches. That makes sense as well, but he is kind of out of Roaches. He's got 1 Ravager left. It's just the Ling, so this is where it kind of slows down for Elaser, and you've got to ask, was it enough? He is making another round of Roaches. They will just take a little longer to reinforce, as he will lose his last Ravager here. I imagine those Lings will go hunting at some point. Go, chase him, get him! They got him.
They got him. It's 100 minerals, 100 gas. Not bad at all.
Expensive, man, a Ravager.
Elaser, though, is going to continue this aggression for a little while longer, and Su is trying to sneak out a couple drones. I saw 2 on the production tab, then I think he added on like 4 more. I don't hate it, but you gotta be so careful. I don't know if he realizes that there's a huge army, once again, knocking on his front door. Okay, that one Overlord does spot the reinforcements coming in. I think those Banelings are gonna go straight up to the Spine.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that the Spine got to survive for this phase, as I don't like those Banes being over there. They should have been towards other Banelings. It's just going to allow a laser to come up very, unhindered, and he's actually going to send those Banes trying to find a mineral line. And again, he just has the Ling advantage, right? So he has the Lings to tank, and that goes a long way. His Banelin's connected on the Lings of Su there once more, and that is just making the world a difference right now, as these Roaches will surround and they'll take good trades once again. It has just been a difference of Zerglings, and the Laser's been able to put his Lings and the Banes he's had to much better use than what Su has found.
And this time around, he is droning behind it, so I thought this push was maybe a bit of an overextension from Laser, but he manages to deal a bunch of damage. Once again, trade armies here. Now he's got that economical advantage. He started up the lair, and now he's going into the +1 Evo. I like how 12 years of StarCraft 2, right? 12 years, give or take. We've decided that apparently, yeah, maybe the Evo chamber that we've been playing over the last decade wasn't necessarily the best timing. It's one of the first 4 structures or whatever you put down in ZVZ. The Laser's like, nope, that's not actually what you need in the early game.
I do think this is scary for Su, right? Because you don't know what's going on either, right? He has no info that a Laser's droning until an attack doesn't come. So you're kind of gambling, and he kept on making units to the point where I'm almost like, maybe we should just go and attack Su. And I don't think it would work, but now you've made a bunch more units, and now you're like, oh, he's not coming again, is he? But you've already been about 20 workers behind, and now you're having to play the catch-up game on workers, and he will get there. But this minute or so, maybe 2, of this income advantage for a Laser just means the next army with +1 missiles is going to be overwhelming. And even a Laser's like, man, you made a lot of units. I'm going to build spines to make sure I don't die, because he probably feels that that was Su's best opportunity as well.
Su has still not scouted it, by the way. So Su is just flipping a coin right now and crossing his fingers, hoping that there's not going to be another big push here. Because there's a chance, of course, that Laser has been making units for the last, well, 3 minutes.
Yeah, the problem is he flipped the coin, and first time it came out heads, so he kind of built units, and then he flipped again. He's like, oh, tails, so he started droning, and that's the problem. Like, I would have just liked him to be all in on one or the other. Build drones and hope he's not attacking, or build units and go if he doesn't attack, right?
No, I think you're spot on with that. So now suddenly Laser has got the economical advantage, he's got the upgrade advantage, he's got basically every advantage that you can hope for. He's got a massive army as well, and I think we're once more going to see him moving out here momentarily. He might wait until, once again, that roach speed upgrade is done, just like we saw in the previous game, but I think Laser must be feeling pretty comfortable. That being said, though, the advantage this time around is not as significant as we saw in the previous match. Laser thinking the same thing, too, and he decides to go for a 4th base, and we see the same thing already happening down at the 6 o'clock position.
Laser's going to push with roach speed, and I think that's going to be very tough for Su because he just had that period of being so far behind in economy, and he'll have roach speed versus no roach speed when he attacks, so it's going to be a bit hard for Su to get in defensive position. The Ling run by is nice, and he does get in the main, but so far Laser's defended it well, and it doesn't look like he's going to do much, and Su's 4th base attempt looks as though that's going to be denied. I feel like he could have easily got that cancelled. No?
Yeah, if he clicked it, he would have, but obviously he's a little concerned about the Zergling run by, which he did clean up brilliantly. I'm assuming he's going to go back in for more here in just a moment, though. Roach speed is finishing up. It's going to be quite a bit behind for Su, so there's going to be about another 30 seconds or so where I think Laser's going to have a shot. I'm assuming he's going to push with the main army, like you brought up, but so far,
I think he's just getting roach speed right now. He's just going to go. He's going to kill an Overlord as he goes. That actually would have supply blocked Su, as he missed one of the biles. But yeah, I mean, you're pretty much maxed out. Again, there's just no reason to wait. It was the same in the last game. There's no reason to hang around, because one way you let Su back in is you let him max out, and he's got a carapace upgrade over you for a little bit or something, right? In we go. Laser's going to attack in, and obviously Su has not had time to prepare defenses like spine crawls or the money to, quite frankly, as the Roach Ravager comes on into this, and this is, in theory, going to be a very good fight from a Laser. We'll see if Su's defensive position can allow him to hold on. He does come in from the back with a few Roaches, which is a cute move, and if he gets on top of the Ravagers, then we love that, but it's just taken him way too long, and the supply is already cascading into a Laser's favor.
Yeah, a lot of drones have gone down as well in the meantime, so even if these armies just trade out at this point, it's a gigantic advantage here for Laser, who's now also killed his opponent's 3rd hatchery, but he is smelling blood. He wants to win this game right here, right now, and with it, the best of 3 series. I think he's going to be able to get his wish as well. I mean, he's just producing more and more Roaches, significant economical advantage, and well, when you're both making the same units and you have the eco advantage, obviously you're going to end up with a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much else to say, right? The game is being played, and this is very much so a case of a Laser just going to go one more time, and then Su's going to be like, yeah, okay, you got a little bit too much for me, and then tap out. And Su, of course, will be taking a trip down to the lower bracket, and a Laser looking to try and get into that, playoff match and that group stage opportunity. Say playoff match, I mean the qualifying match for the group stages, and very doable side of the bracket, I would say, for him as well. You know, his ZVP is pretty good, and he's got Classic on Nightmare next. I feel like that's a very winnable match, so great day so far from Laser getting it done. And this Road to Ravager 4C obviously again overwhelming, as we've mentioned a couple of times. Laser's very far ahead, and these attacks are rounding out this series.
All right, so there it is, a 2-0 win for Laser. I got a small moment to talk to him at the airport the other day, and he mentioned that he's feeling pretty good. He feels confident, and it honestly shows in this game, right? Like honestly, if you look at the way that he was playing this, he just did an excellent job just controlling the pacing of the game, going for that early game aggression that he had planned, and honestly from start to finish he seemed in control.
He really did. I think his builds worked out very nicely for him. He really had good understanding of what he wanted to do. And we're going to go break it down on the desk with the boys. Let's ZVZ.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No girls allowed, zombie grub.
It's fine. Laser understanding the flow of ZVZ very, very well here, as I am joined, of course, by Tasteless and ZG as well. And you know what, ZG, I mean, Laser did look great in this series, properly really getting in Sue's face here for the majority of the series.
That's the confident Laser that I was hoping to see, right? He has been working really hard, and he does like to show his confidence in his gameplay. Yeah. So I think it really was showcasing of that he had those timings down to a T, whereas Sue was maybe a little bit shakier, had his own ideas to be aggressive perhaps in that second game, got attacked first, and then just really couldn't shake it off. So yeah, Laser, well-deserved win.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. Nick, what do you think?
Hey, look, Laser played way better than I expected. I thought it was going to be close. I was totally wrong. It was actually a really dominating performance by Laser. You know, he really took control of the game, and once he got the lead, he was able to punish, you know, even closing that with Roaches burrowing and burrowing and kind of whittling Sue down. And, you know, I'll stand by what I said earlier, though. You know, this might be the most important matchup if Zerg continues to look as strong as it has in the past. Obviously, it's a new patch and everything, but ZVZ an important matchup, and so the fact that a Laser can perform that well against somebody like Sue, you know the other Zergs have to be a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, Laser always had ZVZ in his back pocket, and unfortunately you get into a situation where he's from Europe, where you've got Reyna, you've got Cyril, you've got guys like Lambo that will always give you a huge run for your money in this matchup as well, but Laser is still very, very well versed there. We'll take a look at some of the highlights in a moment from this game as well, but I mean, even from the very beginning, ZG, from the word go, to double Baneling connection on 7 workers really sets Laser in a nice position to get things going even in the first game.
Yeah, a little momentum and confidence builder.
Yeah.
You know, some of the ways that the Zergs have described it is kind of like, because no one really knows what's going to happen in ZVZ right now, it's like you just decide what you're going to do, and then you do it to the best of your ability.
Yeah, yeah.
And if it works, then you really feel empowered by it, right? There's not necessarily that much of a comeback mechanic in ZVZ, unless we're talking about Lurkers, but that's obviously way later into the game.
Yes.
Ravagers defensively were and still are a little bit of that as well, but they've also been nerfed a little bit in the time that it creates, right, to actually get those Ravagers, which is maybe more of an offender nerf, but you know, besides the point. You're not going to actually come back from that, right? So as soon as something like that happens, a Laser's probably fist pumping in his head mentally, and he's like, yeah, I've got this, not just game, but entire series.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this game as well then. As playing it to boot, to be honest with you, just kind of probably a showcase really here, Nick, of a Laser looking really good.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I was thinking about is the fact that this matchup just doesn't seem to be that impacted. Like some other matchups might be. Like, you know, patch changes, obviously they will impact mirror matchups. I think TVT is going to be one of the matchups. It's going to be a lot of fun to explore at this event, but you know, if you didn't know what day this game was played on, you wouldn't necessarily think it's, oh, this is clearly a 2023 ZVZ. And so, look, those skill sets carry on with you. And you can see here, I mean, a lot of moments that a Laser wins a fight, and it's more than just winning the battle, it's then further capitalizing on that and punishing and exploiting that opponent's weakened position in order to close it out.
ZG?
Yeah, I was just thinking about if the maps could impact this, right? Because Taste is totally right about the meta, right? We would see this last year and probably the year before. But the maps, you know, they do have some differences. People talk about being larger. Some of the rush distances actually aren't that different. But then the attack paths, right? The way that you concave, the way that you stop them from going one direction and force them to go into another. That's something that even after a month, basically, is when the pros had started to get involved in the new maps, they might still be figuring it out, right? Especially in a matchup that apparently they don't practice practice. So it's actually entirely possible that a laser really mapped out his builds, but then also the maps. If this map gets through, then I'm going to do this and hit at this point. Where Sue might have been a little more loosey-goosey. I've just been like, yeah, it's not that different. Like, I can rely back on, things I used to do, and then, oh, well, the spine crawler clearly should have been there instead of over there. That type of situation.
I mean, even speaking of the spine crawlers, every time a laser was attacking, he was very quick at dispatching them, be it Zerglings straight onto them, or be it Banelings just being able to blow up on them and do a little bit of extra damage on other units around them. And then by these moments later on in the game, you get 30 workers ahead as a laser. It's very difficult for Sue to come back from that.
Yeah, and it's also, really good positional plays in general, hitting a certain area and then creating another opening somewhere else to punish workers elsewhere. And, in a matchup like that, you get 30 workers ahead when you're the identical race. It's going to get pretty snowbally.
It's going to be difficult for Soup, maybe, down in the lower bracket. We'll see how he fares. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to head over to an interview now with a laser as he moves on into the next round. Let's head off.
Thank you very much, James. We're heading over here. A laser, a very smooth couple of rounds so far in the bracket. How are you feeling? You got some momentum on your side?
I don't think about it like that. In the previous years, maybe I would say that, but these days I'm just chilling, man.
Just one series at a time, eh?
Yeah, just chilling.
Well, your first series is EVP. You went through that. You said you had some close games there. How are you feeling against Protoss? Was that like a good warm-up? Any nerves at the start of the day?
Yeah, there's always some nerves, but I come with... I don't know, I'm just gonna repeat it. Like, I'm coming with like really no expectations for this tournament somehow. I just want to take it one game at a time, no pressure on myself. So even Tibu, even though I'm like on paper much like better, I still kind of just, I thought like, if I lose this, it's fine. So it was quite easy, to be honest. Like, I didn't have to prepare anything specific, but I just played like standard stuff. And just the games won themselves somehow.
It's a good way to do it, I think. Not putting too much pressure on your own shoulders there. Come in and just kind of take it one round at a time. This is the World Championship for a reason. So obviously you've played here many times over the years, varying levels of success. It's always something where, compared to any other tournament, it's easy to get a little bit excited and a little bit, too much pressure on yourself. But for your next round, you're definitely playing a Protoss player. It's going to be the winner of Classic and Nightmare. Any one of those two you'd prefer to play against?
I think Nightmare would be easier, but honestly, I'm not a fan of ZVP. Like,
really?
Yeah, it could go dicey. I think. Like, if they just prepare some weird build order, you can lose very randomly in ZVP, I think.
I've been hearing your fans say that you're a specialist at ZVP, actually, even though you say you don't enjoy it. You're very good at dispatching them.
Who said that?
I mean, I might say it myself sometimes as well, but I've seen you snipe Protoss players with some very nice builds many times.
That was years ago.
Years ago. Recently, what about the new changes, the map pool? Do you feel it's changed the matchup in your favor, against you? Is it just different?
Well, I haven't played enough. And some things I know I will not talk about.
Yeah.
But it's similar to previous patch, honestly. It doesn't change much. It's basically the same meta. We play the same stuff. Maybe there's like one style or two that will show up in the tournament that are new, but we'll see about that.
All right. Well, you're keeping some secrets so far. You haven't run into a Terran player yet in the bracket, so we haven't got to see any of the interesting changes there.
Yeah. But for Zerg, it's like all the same. So for Zerg, you're actually not going to see anything new, I think. And with the Pro ZVP specialist, I think that was like me years ago when I played like Hydra Link Bane every game and just multitask. Because I really like ZVZ. I think like I'm a ZVZ specialist because it's about like army movement, sharp timings.
Yeah.
And that was ZVP back in the day. But these days it's like kind of lame matchup. you cannot do any timings. The shield battery heals everything. It's like hard.
All right. Well, we'll see if we can get some more Zergs, get through the Protoss players. Of course, one more match, best of 5 coming up for you. Looking forward to see how you do there. Thank you very much for joining us for that, and we'll be right back after a break.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a bird. It's a Superman. No, it's a drone.
Welcome to Katowice, city of 300,000 inhabitants. The capital of esports, where the Intel Extreme Masters takes place. Welcome to Katowice, city of 300,000 inhabitants. The capital of esports, where the Intel Extreme Masters takes place. Welcome to Katowice, city of 300,000 inhabitants. The capital of esports, where the Intel Extreme Masters takes place.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we have more games to come. However, before we do that, a huge thank you to ESL Shop for being here with us, because gaming is cool, guys, and you can get all that cool merch with those cool people doing cool things, and yeah, check it out. It's going to be excellent for you to be able to grab some of that stuff. To my left-hand side, ZG and Loco to talk about our next game coming up, which will be Armani versus Nice. But Loco, you just had your first foray into casting on the World Championship stage. How was that, my friend?
It was a Zerg versus Zerg. It was pretty fun, actually.
Yeah.
I think we had some, I mean, pretty one-sided games, all things considered. But I mean, they were fun. Mostly because we didn't have a whole lot of chances to see Zerg versus Zerg on the new multiplayer balance patch and on the new maps. And, well, Elaser looked pretty confident, right? I mean, he ended up winning pretty smoothly, 2-0.
Yes, no, definitely about the games, yes, quite. But I'm just thinking, we're keeping the tradition of making the newbie cast the ZVZ.
I don't mind casting ZVZs, guys.
Well, it's either him or
you needed me
Todd.
like the last 10 years, and now there's not a whole lot of them. But
yeah, exactly.
I like ZVZ.
Meanwhile, Todd was like, I'll take the ZVZ, guys. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Yeah,
he was a bro.
He
But
took
then
it for us, yeah.
ZVZ became really fun, like 2019.
Yeah, that's pretty decent, yeah. And that was good. Again, as you say, seeing the execution coming out from a laser, fantastic stuff. We even got to hear from them in the interview there. And we'll be seeing him marching on through the upper bracket. But let's move down to the lower bracket now, because we have Armani going up against Nice. I don't really know in my mind's eye what names I envisaged to be going down towards the lower bracket, but here they are now to fight one last time here, ZG, against one another, and I don't think it's the easiest matchup for either of them, to be perfectly honest.
It's actually very difficult to call. I mean, I thought you were going to kind of talk about how you just can't envision how this is going to go because it happens so rarely, which I would 100% agree with. Apparently they played in the qualifier for GSL, which isn't really, I do think someone goes over it eventually, but not widely available.
Yes.
And then, one more before that in the last year. So Armani did win those. So just going to say it right now, I do think Armani is generally the stronger player, but Nice really has that consistent underrepresentation, right? Like we're always like, well, sorry, Nice. Like this guy or that guy or this guy. So as far as him going up to this guy or that guy, Armani's probably a very beatable opponent, even though recently it hasn't looked that way. And perhaps if Nice was prepping something against Zerg in particular with the new patch, we could see something interesting there.
Yeah, it could stretch maybe a little bit of a punch up towards where Armani is sitting here. Loco, what are your thoughts coming into this one?
Yeah, I think ZG definitely hit the nail on the head right there. Like, this is a really difficult one. I'm inclined to lean towards Armani just because, well, he's a Korean player and they tend to be very good at the game, right? But I do think this is actually going to be a really close one. It's a difficult one to predict for sure. So obviously the loser of this match, they are out of the event, right? So early already, we just get started. I feel like we're just a couple hours in and yeah, already one player's life on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Armani wasn't here last year. Nice was, and he did get a little bit deeper into the brackets here. So I think if he were to go out at this spot, it would be a little bit disappointing for him.
Yeah, actually, talking historically for Nice, his performances in Katowice have been one of those shining examples of like why we keep saying, sorry, Nice, we want to build you up, but we can't because we did it in the past, well, 2020 and 2022, with a wide gap in between. But yeah, for the offline Katowices, and he would do surprisingly well. He would almost qualify. He'd get to the final match. He'd take it to Game 5. Yeah. And then he wouldn't quite get there. So that's currently his dilemma. He's not quite reaching over that finish line.
Yeah, a little bit of a brutal scenario. And then, as you say, for Armani on the opposite side of things, wasn't here last year around, but was able to get to like round of 16s in GSL and stuff like that, which is a respectable result. But there are for Armani, there are other Zerg names in the Korean sphere of things that kind of come to mind and spring to mind. So
yeah, like even within like pro gaming, there's still like different gradations, right? And jumping from like, I don't know, like a C tier pro gamer, whatever that means, to like the next level is really difficult. And we have seen that consistently over the years where it's really difficult to pinpoint what it is. Some players are just a little bit faster, maybe just a little bit quicker to adapt to new patches and maps. Yeah, Armani just always kind of just barely not right there at tippity top, right? It's really difficult to join the ranks of like, for example, a Dark or a Solar, I guess, you know, Rogue right now in the military. But it's really difficult because those players tend to get like 95% of the attention.
Yeah, we're even talking about years ago, back when Solar won like an SSL or something like that.
He did a long time ago.
A very long time ago.
2014 or so.
Yeah, exactly. They were both on Samsung Galaxy, right? And it was like Armani and then one other Zerg, and it was kind of like one of these powerhouse up-and-coming trio Zergs, and it's like who's going to beat who? And then Solar just kind of like skyrocketed past them, and it's like, sorry, Armani. Even though Armani continued to do very well and had his own like, oh, okay, hold on, what's Armani doing now? Yeah, it's always been overshadowed by particularly Solar, but you're right, just a lot of the other S-tier Zergs in Korea.
Yeah, interesting to see how this PVZ is going to turn out because we haven't really seen much of it too much on the new patch on this kind of big stage. So thank you very much. Time to head over to the commentator team now to bring you this one as we are going to have Fear Dragon and Piggly Wiggly. Let's go!
Well, it's time for me to get all wiggly and jiggly over here because I'm finally getting a chance to talk about some StarCraft with you, Fear Dragon.
I know, you finally, it's like you've been here the whole entire day just watching the games. You're like, all right, I'm ready to go on, Cool, I got a 3-minute interview with a laser, and all right, we're finally starting the broadcast for you like 5 series in.
Finally. We are absolutely. It's cool to finally get a good match as well. And this is, I find the lower bracket, it always sucks that the players are there, but the stakes suddenly jump right up because, hey, your whole tournament life is on the line right there.
No, absolutely. And of course, we could talk about how this is like a big opportunity for Nice. I think he's going to be a bit, in my opinion, a little bit of an underdog coming into this, although I think the desk was kind of covering that he has a shot at this. I think Armani is a really interesting case because if you look back at his history and stuff, he has not necessarily always done the best at Katowice, especially in these kind of play-in stages and stuff. Even in 2021, you know, he'll get knocked out in the first round, down to the lower bracket, making like 2 rounds in, and then ends up losing. Like 2020, similar story. It's just been a tough tournament for him. So this is kind of his opportunity to start turning things around.
Years of competing at the highest levels in the game, but not quite able to bring those performances to the biggest tournaments. But we'll see if he can change that story here and now. In the top left side of the map, in the red, it's Armani.
And over here on the other side of the map, we have our blue Protoss player from Good Game Gaming. He is Nice.
And of course, Armani playing for the Africa Freaks. Cool new logo they've got. I feel like, is that something they've had for a while? Because that one looks like it's a...
Yeah, I think it's Kwangdong Freaks.
Oh, Kwangdong Freaks now. Right, very nice.
If it's wrong, then I blame a Ligulac.
Cool logo there, though. I do like that orange one hanging out. And Armani goes out with the drone. Sees no probe scout coming in, so Nice not going to be blocking that. And a gas gateway opening coming down nice and early. So a no scout build for Nice. That's going to allow him to basically say, you know what, more gas is coming in. I can go Stargate and Warp Gate at the same time. I'm going to be able to get down all of those tech structures just a few seconds earlier. And in general, if you're not worried about a 12 pool from the Zerg and you're not prioritizing blocking their hatchery, well, why not just do this greedy opening? It's a really good way to start the game.
I think it's one of my favorite things about Nice also is that he is a player that is not full Haas in terms of the level of absurdity he's willing to bust out, but he gets closer in that direction than many other Protoss players will, while also still being able to play kind of a more standard style of Protoss, especially versus Zerg players. And I think the fact that it's worth mentioning, Armani and Nice actually play quite a bit in ESL Opens and a lot of like the online weekly tournaments. So Armani is familiar with Nice as a player.
Yeah.
So he's gonna know, I have to respect the fact that this guy can kind of do some really, really out there stuff. And that actually allows Nice to really complement his standard style a bit more.
Yeah, it's interesting because Armani is the favorite in this matchup. The head-to-head history speaks for itself. He's got roughly a 2-to-1 win rate versus Nice. On the other hand, as you said, Nice is capable of throwing out crazy builds. He's more prone to doing that when he feels he's a big underdog. When you see him up against like a current world champion or something, you know he's going to play very weird, wild strategies. He's going to channel more of that Haas. But I think against someone like Armani, they are a little bit more within his range. And I do believe that he's going to think, you know what, I can go Oracles into a third, into, you know, Colossus, Archons, Immortals. Depends what style he's playing at the moment. I've seen him play many different styles of PvZ.
Yeah, it's really quite a treat to see. And I think that there have just been so many different PvZ styles that have really popped up more recently. And I'm super interested to find out what exactly he's going to be busting out. He is going to be going for that Stargate opening that you were kind of talking about, likely going to be going for one of his Oracles, so...
All right, that Overlord just poking in there, but the Stalker does keep it pushed back. A second Stalker as well, which is very interesting. I mean, I really wonder if he's going to try and fake out, pretending he's doing like some sort of blink all-in. That delayed Stargate is there. And interesting to see how this one goes. That probe does fall down.
Gonna see another couple of buildings being planted down over here. All pretty typical stuff here for Nice, and I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, actually, okay. Extra shield battery being thrown then. One of those is just kind of fully walling things off. The other one does look like a little bit of more of a safety measure, getting out the pylons in the corner of his base. I wonder if he saw something that's kind of spooking him a bit. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely looks like you got a bit of a misread there. That Overlord on the high ground will get taken out. Nice move with the Zergling's going to snipe that probe. And this is minimal investment for Armani, but delaying the third, very nice because it's going to, of course, delay that base, and already we're falling into the caster trap of casting a nice game, Fear Dragon. You're going to have to replace that word. Sorry, let me open my thesaurus momentarily and make sure that one doesn't slip through again.
Every time you say it, a big old smile comes to my face, so please continue. We do have a Twilight Council, though, coming up for Nice, and that is going to be fun. That is going to be a big gateway opening, literally and also figuratively, to try and put on additional forms of pressure onto the opponent. It's going to open up so many different pathways. We have charge and, you know, of course, Resonant Glaives, all the kind of stuff, even blink openings and stuff if you want to go down that route. That sort of hero style a lot of pros players used to go for, but not so much as often anymore. These Stalkers gonna be in a bit of trouble. The Oracle's gonna have to return home and use their energy to save them instead. A little bit rough there when you have to use that energy kind of defensively rather than offensively.
Whoa. Resonating Glaives is going down there as well. I've got that Adept coming in.
5 gates, or is that 6?
Yeah, that's really interesting. That's a lot of gateways. I mean, this is fascinating. He's got the fake gas on the front of the third there, of the natural. He's trying to fake it out. Lots of gateways coming in at once, and these Oracles are going to try and distract. He really wants Armani to be super duper greedy, but the Roach Warren is coming down, and I'm not sure if Nice is going to be able to find a window, because this is such a delayed Glaives attack. Of course, the rush distance third to third is not that far. Even though the map's very big, if he can surprise with that, it'll be big. He's trying to warp in more Stalkers to really sell the story. The problem here, Fear Dragon, is if you commit so much to selling a story of going Stalkers, your actual Adept attack is going to be so darn late.
It's going to be really, really tough. And even these Zerglings are actually causing a lot of problems. And you can see he's trying to do this massive re-wall. He doesn't want to warp in too many units because then that just kind of reveals what he's up to.
Yeah.
He even warps in a Stalker rather than an Adept.
Yeah, he's hiding it. He's just doing everything to make sure Armani does not build Roaches right now. Armani has a Roach Warren, but he's massing Lings because he is under the impression he's up against Mass Stalker. The Adepts are finally going to reveal themselves. They have to do a lot of heavy lifting. It's a 16 worker advantage for Armani. He's got 6 Roaches on the way, but he only sees it now. Ooh. Those Adepts are already halfway across the map, getting a very good engagement, but Nice has to get a move on. He's got to kill at least 10, 15 drones, and with those Roaches starting to come out, that's a big ask.
Yeah, the Adepts already just popped their Shade. They're going to have a Shade available in a few seconds, but that means that they really need to be able to take some decent fights over here before a handful of these Adepts start falling down. A Stasis Trap gets set off on a single drone. Really good pull there from Armani, but at the same time, it looks like a Stasis Trap catching a lot of these Queens. Is Armani starting to fall with a few too many units, or are these Roaches going to be able to save the day?
That Stasis Trap was definitely pretty big there. Let's see if the Adepts can focus fire on the drones. Very quick pull by Armani. Really good pulling those drones away from the Adepts. If you let them sit there, the Adepts will rack up a lot of damage. But as it is, 5 or 6 workers is not enough just yet. Armani, I think he's doing well enough on the defense. Those last Adepts go down. He's still got the worker lead, and he's got a 4th base on the way, +2 carapace. Roach speed. It's the +2 carapace Armani special. I don't know if you remember this build, Fear Dragon. For anyone out there, this was years ago. He loves getting that +2 carapace, and I gotta tell you, those Queens get so tanky. Those Roaches as well, much harder to take down. His units are surprisingly tanky in a matchup where Zergs usually make no armor upgrades at all.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very surreal when you see that those Zealots with +1 weapons are not really killing the Zerglings all that quickly, or much less any of the other units kind of over there. Spire also going to be on the way there for Armani. There are so many things that are going to be difficult for Nice to deal with, and he is going to be heavily blindsided by a lot of this, unless he can get one of those Oracles close enough to scout things out. But you can see those Queens are zoning at that Oracle. It barely gets out of there alive with 10 hit points total. And Blink is going to be a small saving grace for these kind of attacks that are going to be heading his way soon.
All right, the Stalker's moving down there. 4th Nexus on the way as well. Templar Archives is coming on in. Going to allow you to transition onwards, but of course Nice is just so far away from splash damage, which is normally scary against the ground army. And then you've got, of course, the potential for a big round of mutas to come in and fly around the backside. Definitely feels like he needs to get that information. Sees the infestation pit, but losing the Oracle with no confirmation of the Spire, and we can see that gas count's getting awfully high. Armani looking to do a massive swap into mass, well-upgraded Zerglings and mutas against a Protoss player that's going to be on the defensive with Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough. For those who are wondering, Blink Stalkers, they can deal with low numbers of mutas, but they really are more of a stalling tactic until you need to get up a much stronger defense, getting up those Phoenix in high numbers, and it's not going to be able to buy time forever. And we already see Armani has the mutas out on the map. There's no vision for Nice out really there to spot these either, so he's going to notice them when they are effectively at his front door and already ready to start killing probes.
All right, those mutas flying down the right side of the map as well there. Interesting to see if, yeah, they've been spotted. They've been spotted. Stalkers are warping in. Let's see if Nice can split his units up, because if he loses his 4th base, he's in huge trouble. He's got to make sure his ground army's well positioned. That's a lot of Roachling coming in on the south. The Mutas are on the right side, outnumbering the Stalkers quite savagely for now.
Yeah, we're seeing that a handful of these Stalkers are already falling. I love the decision to go for some extra shield batteries over there. Uses the shield battery overcharge over at the bottom left-hand base. And this is such an awkward engagement there for Armani. Eventually starts backing up away from that shield battery overcharge. Maybe a little bit busy microing those Mutas a bit too much.
Yeah, those Mutas pulling on back right now. We've got Phoenix on the way, of course. You need to get Phoenix out, but without a second Stargate, without a fleet beacon, single Stargate Phoenix production is not particularly amazing. A few Archons could help dissuade those Mutas from coming in. He's only got one so far, though. One Archon can go down pretty quickly. Nice. He's going to need to battery overcharge. Nice Storm. That was a delicious one. A lot of Zerglings go down. The Muta's getting wounded. This is all buying time, but he's got to make sure he keeps warping in High Templar, just so that whenever Armani does group up, he can hold him back with Storm. Because right now, Armani's maxed. He wants to keep on trading, and Nice needs to just be like, give me another minute to round my army up. Please don't fight right now. Just, I need to get a few more units up.
The fact that Armani just effectively maxed out the remainder of his supply on a lot of these Mutas means that he is pinning a lot of hopes that they are going to be able to get quite a bit of damage on. They're not usually the most effective at fighting head on, but if they can take out the Stalkers, if they can take out the Phoenix, then suddenly they're going to be able to wreak havoc after the engagement. But Stalkers blink forward. They start sniping off a handful of these Mutas, but now you can see this is where all the headaches begin. Stalkers have to blink over the wall, but we already see a handful of workers going down. Stalkers are going to be forced to move over to the natural, but the Ling's looking for an opportunity. Great defense there, though. The Photon Cannon's been able to buy some time. You're seeing still bits and pieces of damage being done. Armani's still finding openings, but Nice is holding on a lot better than I thought he would.
He's really doing a good job of just holding on for now, as you said. Hive, though, is on the way. Baneling Nest +2 melee is finished. Armani has got 73 workers. He can keep trading for days like this. And without the timer of, you know, Fleet Beacon, Phoenix range, the 6, 7, 8 Phoenix getting out, it's still kind of like, okay, it's Stalkers. It's a couple of Archons. It's a couple of Immortals. This army, if you've got a bunch of Disruptors, 6 High Templar max on energy, it becomes a scary army the Zerg can't deal with. But as it is, the Mutas, that mobility is always going to give you an opportunity.
Yep. You see that there are all these Stalkers at that location. Well, the Lings are going to have a free opportunity into the natural, but the main base is also going to get ravaged by the Mutas. This is going to be so brutal for Nice to try and clean up. And he says, I have a feeling that you might be moving over to the main base with those Stalkers. Let me send those Mutas back over to the low ground where you're just straight up outnumbered. This is a big problem for Nice.
Yeah, the Phoenix, he catches one of them, only one left. Armani's getting some good value, and the Zerglings ended up getting probes as well in the natural. 16 workers, 17, 18 going down in the natural. It looks like the Zerglings managed to overwhelm, and it's still not dealt with. Oh no! Oh, Nice, so occupied with that Mutalis micro and trying to hunt them down. He's completely missed that. And that, of course, is a disaster. Armani has not been below 200 supply for a while. He's just sitting there, 190 to 200, constantly maxed out, making Banelings now, as well as an Ultra Cavern, pathogen glands for the Infestor transition and all the rest of it. And, of course, I think Nice has shown pretty good handling of all these situations, but he's been doing it from behind from early on, and Armani's showing just a great understanding of how to continue trading without overcommitting. He's just picking away at him, wearing him down while progressing up that tech tree behind it.
Yeah, I think you just said it so expertly that it is one of those situations that's unfortunate because Nice has been playing from behind for so long in this game. It's been astounding how well he's done despite how tough of a position he was already put in from the get-go, but despite all of that, you can see Armani is going to just be feeling so comfortable with how this game has been going. I feel like this is going to be a massive motivational boost moving into game number 2, because you basically just get to play your game from a comfortable position. You get to micro around, pull your opponent apart with all of these extra resources, and then you move into game 2 just feeling like you're on cloud 9. Your opponent has just been dealing with the most stressful losing game for basically 8 minutes straight.
Oh, here we go. That's a lot of Banelings fear tracking. The army's out of position. Those probes quickly trying to evacuate. The Archon up front taking some beautiful trades. The Stalkers blinking back. A lot of them damaged. Very few going down. The Ling Bane kind of took an awful trade there, but the Roaches, the Mutas, they took out a Nexus, and they're going to continue dancing back and forth. Another Phoenix gets one shot. The Muta count isn't all that high anymore, but still enough to one-shot these Phoenix.
These Mutas are still a threat, but man, you can see that they have actually been able to corner them just a little bit. Now, a handful of these Stalkers are still going to end up falling over here. I think the Mutas will eventually escape out, but really, honestly, a lot better trades than I thought he would. The problem is the economy is still a massive issue, and you can see as the mutas go down, they are just getting replaced.
Yeah, it's often like this. When you're behind the curve a little bit and then they go into mutas and you just don't spot it coming until the mutas are on their way across the map, it's very difficult. Some tiny Ultralisks appearing there in the picture-in-picture, popping out of their eggs, those cute little Waddle-Lisks. They're so adorable, aren't they? They're smaller, which means they can get into combat a bit faster. The Ravager now able to bleep the Ultralisk, something we never saw before. They just always putting them in headlocks, you know, rubbing their fists on their head, that sort of stuff, just older brother stuff. The Ultras are going to come on in. There's not many Immortals left over. Not much to counteract them. The Banelings, not the best unit there, but my gosh, that run by is deadly.
Absolutely brutal. He's getting hit on every single side, and while he is able to defend against the Banelings and the Ultras on the left-hand side, a recall is forced out to deal with the Lings that have ravaged not only the mineral line, but also the wall and opening up the pathway for additional run-bys. These Lings also hitting so hard with those upgrades as well. There it is. Game number 1 goes to Armani.
A very nice victory for Armani. Played it really well and just not falling prey to fancy mind games. That's one where you kind of go, wait a second, did you warp in 4 or 5 Stalkers that game and then try to do an adept timing? I mean, that's way too cheeky, mate. That's not going to work against me.
Yeah, it really is tough because it's such a nice mind game to try and pull off. But again, all of these things come at a cost. You're effectively saying, I'm going to try and fool my opponent at the cost of doing things efficiently and effectively the correct way that you would normally try and do and execute one of these attacks. And sometimes it pays off and you look like a big brain genius, and sometimes it doesn't, and you kind of get bopped for basically the next 8-10 minutes.
Yeah, I kind of feel with something like that, I almost want to see it be completely all in the Adepts. Like, it's just like, hey, you're swinging for the fences so hard with this. You know, it was not a super quick Stargate to begin with. It was kind of like sneaky Oracles into sneaky multiple Stalkers, into sneaky Mass Adept. And it was a very weird kind of mix up there. But Armani, you always feel good when you get through a game like that because you're like, kind of confused at what you're scouting and what's happening in the game.
Yeah.
But you're still coming out on top. And it's such a big confidence booster to be winning despite not knowing exactly what's coming until it hits you. And it kind of shows that you're a solid play. You know, you're very confident. You can see it in the mannerisms of the players. Like, Nice is looking a little bit more frustrated in his chair. He's now got to win the next 2 games in a row to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think you made actually a really good point there because you think about one of the downside or unfortunate aspects of what just happened was also that even though Nice was kind of, you know, giving up a lot of these opportunities for the efficiency and actual execution of the build order, the execution of the attack itself was honestly pretty good. He was getting really good stasis traps on the queens. He was shading the adepts around, spreading them out really, really well, finding opportunities where the drones were by themselves. Imagine if that was a slightly more efficiently executed attack. Things maybe could have turned out better, but, you know, it comes to a trade-off. Like, that's because he's also hiding all these things. So
this is a classic versus conundrum.
Yeah.
You know? do you try to trick them and sacrifice the urgency of everything, or do you just try to hit as hard and fast as possible? This man managed to defend the weird secret attacks in that last game. In the top right, it is, of course, the Freaks, Armani.
And down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, the blue Protoss player, 1 game away from being eliminated from the event. He is Good Game Gaming's Nice.
So is it just me, or can we hear the players' keyboards?
I can hear the players' keyboard.
That is the strangest thing ever. I was very confused at what was going on there for a little bit, and then I was like, whose keyboard is that?
I've been hearing a handful of different noises in the pig, so
yeah.
Forgive me. I think I've definitely gotten a little distracted here and there. But
thought I was going insane for a little bit. I was like, can I just hear APM in my brain now?
Do I have Uppatry Zelda's stream open? Is he building another keyboard for Artosis?
What can I say? I have the memory of a goldfish. Someone probably told me already that we were miking up the players' keyboards, and then I just completely forgot. And thought I was losing my mind for a second there, but it's interesting to see what goes on. It's Royal Blood, and being forced to take that 3rd base. Now, I wonder if Nice follows this up with, like, chronoing a few Adepts across the map. It has to be with Cybercore before Nexus.
Yeah.
You force him to take the Orc with 3rd, you chrono 2 Adepts across really quickly. This is a much more aggressive opening. I like it when Nice plays like this. He can switch gears from very defensive, like that last game, very secretive, to just, I'm going to get in your face right from the start, and I'm going to be attacking non-stop. It's going to be impressive to see, you know, this early game duel, because it's very mechanical. You know, the Zerg has to basically rally their drones back. They need to defend the main base and the third at the same time. And if Nice is getting really cheeky, he could even pylon block the third base from going down with this probe.
Ooh, that would be very annoying. I'm also very interested to see in just a couple of minutes, how much is Armani going to be able to be respecting the kind of attack potential that Nice could be throwing out at him? Is he going to be cutting a lot of corners, feeling confident, saying, I got that one game advantage, let's go, I can take a few risks here or there? Or is he going to just be playing it a little bit safer? We'll find out soon. It looks like for now the probe is just kind of chilling by that low ground expansion. Going to run away with the Zerglings popping out, but the Adept is on his way.
Yeah, this is interesting because it's only single Adept. You almost always go double Adept and maybe even commit to the pylon. So Nice has gone for a very early Adept, but he's not really doing anything to take advantage of it. Nice Spore Crawler trick from Armani. I'm fascinated to see what the next step is, because I would think this might be to set up for a Robo push, but it is a Twilight Council follow-up. The Adept comes in to scout, and Armani with some fantastic drone control, taking no damage. A nice, peculiar opening. We'll see where it goes from here.
Does this Adept slow down the drone transfers? Because normally you'd want to send those extra drones from the main that are popping out over to the third, right? And he keeps moving into that pathway. Could that be part of it?
Yep, always. When you go early Adept pressure, you try to maintain that ground. That's part of it. The thing is, it's not cheap. When you go early probe scout, compared to the last game where he went gas first, no scout, you sacrificed a lot of minerals. Then you go cyber core before Nexus, that knocks another probe or two off your build.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're down 3-4 probes where you'd otherwise be with this build. So just delaying a few drones is not what you're looking for. You want to get a bit more than that usually. And you can see now the follow-up is going into 3 gateways, glaives, and it looks like there probably will be a delayed robo behind it, but I think this is more of a classic, just shade Adepts across the map for the first wave, try to get some momentum, and then you'll be taking a third, following it up with a Warp Prism harass and moving on from there.
And we've seen so many Protoss players be able to hit just absolutely brutally and effectively with these kinds of attacks. Even if the Zerg player scouts are coming, and it's going to be scouted because there's not really a whole lot of anti-air units besides a single Stalker, which is not going to be able to deny the scout entirely. So resonating glaives will be spotted here. A critical scout for Armani. How much is he going to be able to respect this? He knows that also there's a handful of those gateways there, which is also an important thing to count, is just how many gateways is your opponent committing to.
And third Nexus and Charge coming down behind this. Nice. Thinking about charge lot, potentially all in follow-up. Armani sends in a second Overlord, and these Adepts are already going forwards. That's a very early set of 6 Adepts. There's mass ling out, so it's actually good they shaded backwards. Just a single drone, a bit of mining time. Doesn't seem like a lot of damage, but look at that worker count in the bottom. Armani has to respect this, and as a result, he's actually down on workers very temporarily, but nonetheless, it's keeping his economy small, keeping him on the back foot, and I like that Nice isn't throwing these units away. He's just kind of conserving them, keeping the pressure out, and we've got Charge, we've got Forge, and a DT Shrine. This is a very aggressive follow-up that we're looking at.
Yeah, a lot of different stages and steps to this to try and make it a bit stronger with every kind of next little thing that finishes up. Stalker's going to get caught, but the Adepts are going to come in with Resonant Glaives. They are actually quite difficult to contend with for just those pure lanes.
Is that the third Overlord kill for that Stalker, mate? I think it might be the third one.
No.
No? Wait,
no, that's the first one.
Did he make a second Stalker?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the one in the natural did survive, though. Okay. Once again, Nice really enjoying multiple Stalker openings. It feels like he really wants to push the Zerg's vision into a corner. That's what this all seems about. Like, I want you locked in your corner, not knowing what's going on next. Now, there's still no extra gas for Nice. So even though there's a Robo on the way, it still feels like very much a mass Zealot play. He actually has a big economy advantage. Armani is building 10 safety roaches and then going back to droning. It feels like Armani is stuck in a very defensive mindset. I think this plays well to Nice's strategy.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see. So with that Robo finishing up, you get a Warp Prism, right? And then you just try and get some big damage done?
Yeah, I will potentially. The thing is, he's got a quick fourth. He's just going to play Mass Zealot. He's playing Mass Economy, Mass Zealot. It's kind of, it's the Mass Gateway style with just 2 gases. Something that Taiwanese players love doing this in multiple matchups. Nice. Did it last year in Katowice up against Spirit in his PVTs as well. He's going to be able to make a ridiculous amount of Zealots.
Yeah, a lot of the Adepts do get surrounded and picked off over there. They do want to try and buy some time. The DT does show up, and the army is out of position because they were surrounding the Adepts. DT even manages to get out alive. Well played. Greased up DT surviving. That's going to be very annoying to deal with for a little bit later on.
Groundskeeper Willie DT, man. What the heck? That was, yeah, he was super greased up. I really thought he was completely surrounded. The Adepts getting in as well. Nice is playing a really slick game this time around. He's got Armani on the back foot, and you can see a complete difference in the change of pace between these two players now. 9 workers going down. Yes, the Adepts are pretty much, you know, used up, the Lings will chase them down. But you've maintained a 10 worker lead for a few minutes straight. You've got Immortals +1 and Mass Zealots coming out. And if Nice can just focus on Mass Zealot production right now, I think he'll be good. The scary thing is I think Armani's going to go for an all-in. He feels like he's taken so much damage. He's stopped at 53 workers. He's massing roaches. And the thing is, Nice is way over-probing to try to take advantage of the fourth. I don't think he realizes that Armani is really committed to a big roach army, and I think there's going to be a big fight that could decide the game very soon.
I mean, surely he should have realized, because he's been so active with the aggression, with the Adepts or the DTs, that there is no... The fourth base just got planted down recently, whereas Nice actually has a completed fourth base. He surely should know that something's got to be coming his way soon, right?
This is so nice. Even warping in Zealots to harass. More Zealots running in the front as well. Remember, they got +1, so they two-shot Zerglings. He's actually going to target the Roach Warren. So pretty good positioning so far, though, defensively for Armani. The Roach Warren looks like it's going to go down, and that will make it a bit awkward for the next minute or two. Remember, Nice has so much money. He's okay to trade a few Zealots away as long as he's got that economy rolling at home, and it is just soaring. It is such a hard position for Armani. He's got no comeback tech here.
He's buying so much time. I love the decision also, you were saying, the Zealots moving at the front. It just kind of tests the waters. It says, all right, are you moving across the map? Because then I'll delay you with these units for a little bit. I'm keeping an eye on things, pressuring you if you're not there, and then I hit in behind with the War Prism. It is forcing Armani to stay at home when he really just wants to be attacking right now.
I feel like, oh no, that's so good for the Zealots. The good micro from Armani. The Roaches do avoid getting surrounded, which of course would have been an absolute disaster. And at this point, the Zealots should pull back. Nice overcommitting. The Prism goes down in the main, and those Immortal does look like it's a bit exposed as well. You got to be careful with these fights, because when the Roaches get up in a big ball, the Zealots don't, they're not as effective anymore. 2 Immortals on that left side, though, and a lot of Zealots. That's a lot of anti-Roach firepower, and we know the income advantage is already there. Armani needs legendary micro to win these engagements.
I'm looking for an edge that you can take advantage of, but it feels like every second that goes by, every time we dart around on the map, we see another thing that's going pretty well for Nice. We see finally these Roaches have massed up into large enough numbers that they're going to be able to push back some of those Zealots and those Immortals for a little bit, but he is taking so much damage. He's still trying to clean up those handful of Zealots on the right-hand side of the map. Armani is getting picked apart here in game number 2, it feels like.
Zealots picking off drones as well, just coming in from every different angle. Now, Armani is still going to hit a giant max of Roaches. I do want to see a Robo Bay. I always feel like when you play a very Zealot, momentum-heavy style, adding disruptors does at some point just ensure you cannot die, because look at the army supply difference. It's 50 army supply. Zealots don't do well in this scenario. There's only 2 Immortals. There's still a chance that Armani can take the correct fight. It's a big army of Roaches and Ravagers coming in. Yes, the upgrade advantage is there for Protoss, but look at the way he's microing away from the Zealots. Those melee units struggle as they wash up against those Roaches.
And if those Immortals get picked off by these Roaches or Ravagers, we're going to actually see a lot of the firepower disappearing pretty quickly there for Nice. He is starting to pommel on through, though, and the Immortals are surviving for a little bit. One of them getting a little bit lower on hit points. It does seem, though, at the end of the day, Armani is starting to run out of units. The Zealot warp-in potential in the main base alongside the drop is going to be able to secure a nice victory there. And we're going to see that Armani is not giving up. He's still trying to do this multi-prong harassment, still trying to find his own damage, but if he's taking as much damage as he's dealing on the other side of the map, I think that Nice is still going to be happier with this.
Yeah, 44 workers versus 70. I keep seeing that big army supply advantage, and it's like, maybe, just maybe Armani can get the perfect fight, but every time it's not the perfect fight. And of course, he's taking quite a lot of damage behind it as well. So I think Nice has now built a rather winning position for himself. +3 attacks on the way. You know, his upgrades are continuing. The Immortals keep on incrementing out, and every time he warps in 10 Zealots, it's such a just a fearsome jump in the power of his army.
Yeah, those +2 weapon Zealots really pack a punch. A bit of harassment there on the mineral line, finds a couple of worker kills here or there, but at the end of the day, Armani is really struggling to find critical damage. He's able to find bits and pieces of damage. He's able to find the beginnings of a good engagement, but he can't really find ways to close it out, to take out some of those big power units or have any kind of tech transition. He's just on Roach Ravager. There's no other transitions in sight. He has to make magic happen with the units he has right now.
Digging for mistakes. That's what he's doing right now. He's just trying to apply pressure, look for the correct angle, clean up a DT here or there. If he can shut down the harassment. You know, there's been a few fights where Zealots wash up on a superior number of Roaches and Armani takes a good fight. He's looking for more of that. He's still got that army supply advantage that he's hoping to make that magic happen with, but that is a lot of Immortals now moving in for Nice. And he's trying to use his corrosive biles, trying to bait, of course, Nice into chasing into those, but Nice was not born yesterday. He's not going to be falling for that, and he is starting to close the distance on that army. Those roaches fall so quickly whenever the Immortals are shooting.
They really do. Those Zealots just act as such a perfect buffer. There are so many Immortals now. Pig, what do you even do against that? This army of Ravagers cannot connect with the corrosive biles. They are going down one by one. It seems like Nice knows he has this game. He's going to be able to tie up the series 1-1, keeps his hopes alive in this series.
With a very cool strategy as well, showing very little joy. A shake of the head, in fact. And that just shows how much of a competitor he is. I think it's because he realizes he probably could have finished it even cleaner. He has that high standard of expectation for himself, and he's kind of going, okay, like, yeah, you won the game, but I know that I can do better than this.
Yeah, regardless, he is still going to be able to tie up the series. He was 1 game away and still technically is 1 game away from being eliminated for IEM Katowice. But he is going to be able to have another opportunity. He sees a little bit of that momentum heading into the next game. And at the end of the day, Pig, we go back to the beginnings of where Nice started getting further and further ahead. We saw that there was that kind of attack that he had initially planned. Things, I feel like initially didn't look like they were going super duper well, but then eventually that charge lot transition, everything started working out. Where did things really start developing there for Nice?
Well, I think it's such an interesting style, isn't it? Because I love this old school glaive adept pressure where you don't invest in the Robo and the Prism. People are like, oh, the Robo, the Prism, it's so good. You can go drop in the main base. And it is, it's fantastic. But you think about the investment, 150 minerals for the Robo, 250 for the Prism, that's 400 minerals, that's a Nexus. So Nice basically said, I can still hit the first Adept timing with similar urgency. Yes, it's not being reinforced. I'm not able to pick up and drop in the main, but I've got a third Nexus 1.5 minutes earlier. And I think it just adds extra depth to the build. You also stay low on gas, which means you got 3 mineral lines just filled so quickly. And you can both be aggressive and take a 4th base and just keep on taking those mineral lines. And I like it because it gives you almost an elegant simplicity to the Protoss composition. All your gas is going into what? 1 Forge that's spinning on those upgrades, 1 Robo pumping Immortals, everything else is Zealots, and it allows you to really focus on kind of harassing the Zerg from all sides, chipping away at their drone counts, something which, of course, he was shocked by in the last game. Let's see if he can get on top of it in game number 3 on Dragon Scales in the bottom right. It's Armani.
And up at the top left-hand side of the map, the blue Protoss player from Good Game Gaming. He is Nice. Looking for an opportunity. And I do like that he's sort of mixed things up a little bit between that game number 1, game number 2. You're kind of talking about how there's the different facets, the different faces of Nice that you'll see, whether it can be a little bit more absurd with trying to be sneakier, hiding information. At last game, it was kind of a little bit of, I guess, a misread there from Armani and exactly what he was going to be up against, but it was in a very different direction, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it. He's staying very loose right now and keeping it up. Nexus first, game 3, man. Why not? Get out there, play nice and greedy. I really like the 3rd base in a straight line, kind of, you know, just to the right of this one as well. Very hard, I think, for Zerg to break in and assault it because it's such a long rush distance. This map, very much, I know a lot of people get nostalgia. And they look at this map, they go, this looks familiar. And obviously, Triton back in around 2018 was a map which had a very similar layout with this long path. You got this high ground, low ground dynamics across the map. And one where we have, I think, a pretty low chance of seeing a straight all-in from either player. You can't really walk Queens across this map. I don't think Nice is going to commit to like a really crisp gateway timing or anything like that. So we might get to see a big old macro game, mate.
I think one of the interesting facets of Dragon Scales that I've definitely heard a lot of players talking about is just how far away the 3rd bases and stuff can sometimes feel. Do you think that kind of makes it easier or harder to deal with, say, like the early adept pressure that Nice has been opening up with in a lot of these games, or oracles?
It's interesting because I know Serral will just Evo wall his natural every game to block it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Armani's been putting the Roach Warren in the Evo near the front of the natural, so we might not have that option. Most Zergs don't do it. You know, they prefer to just build those buildings a bit safer in the back, and then surprise adepts can cause them troubles, but Armani's been pretty on point so far. And of course, the 2nd gateway for Nice. So you do tend to delay your tech a fair bit when you go Nexus first, but with the 12 worker start, it's not as big as some people think, right? Because it's like, you know, that Nexus acts as 2 pylons, and it really supercharges your opening because you've got the double chrono, the double worker production, and the fact that he's going for a quick Stargate tells us Nice does want to get on that macro track.
All right, this is going to be well set up and well situated for that nice map to try and get those first 2 bases up very, very safely. And we'll look at the see what he's going to be able to do with the third. Probe comes in, scouts out a nice, normal-looking natural expansion for a Zerg player, so he doesn't have to worry about kind of any weird all-ins or attacks that could be heading his way, which I think are definitely a bit more rare these days.
Stargate is almost finished now, and of course those 2 Adepts coming out will be able to start probing around the map. And it's always scary, I find, as the Zerg against Nexus first, because you're like, okay, cool, I have a more of a chill opening, but I better hit a perfect opening. Because you know those probes are getting chronoed out now. You know there's an Oracle coming across the map. Let's see how Armani dances through the early stages. I think if you do it excellently and you just kind of stay calm, adjust to the slightly different timings, you can definitely come out on top.
Love the fact that this time he is opening up with the double Adept that you were talking about before. We've seen kind of where he opens up with a Stalker, trying to deny a little bit of that vision, and seeing the single Adept, now going for the double Adept, to pair with that Oracle, so just keep
There's no Lings, man. He didn't build any Zerglings. He actually
literally
made
made 2.
A bit of damage. Yeah, just 2. Builds 2 more now. I mean, obviously the Queens are there and they can defend. Good drone pull. The drone pull is so important when you're low on Zerglings. He's going to lose 4 workers and mining time. So that is not, insignificant amount of damage there. And that, of course, applies pressure because now the Oracle's hovering over the third, waiting for those drones to pop out, seeing if you get some free zappies. But the Spore Crawler does manage to finish up there. Double gas behind it. Nice. Looks like he wants to follow up with Blink.
Yeah, really, really nice opening there for Nice, as he is able to find some decent damage, like you were saying, and even just keeping the energy well and alive and full for those Oracles is going to be helpful. That allows the opportunity for even stasis traps or something like that. If you find that there's just Spore Crawlers covering all the bases really, really well, Oracle's going to start diving on in. We'll see what they can get done, as there's a Queen or 2 over there. And
well, actually, only 1 Spore here, though. They could do some really significant damage. 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually, okay, goes back in. Taps 1, taps 2. 6 worker kills, not bad. The Oracles are heavily damaged, but look at the worker count. Nice is Ed. He's going to clean up an Overlord here as well. Armani's going to be supply blocked after that, and I do feel like Nice has the better end of these openings. He's got his third building, 3 Oracles going, and there's nothing he's got to worry about. We can see Armani has no aggressive timings here.
Yeah, imagine even if he did have Lings or something flooding out. There are 3 Oracles that all managed to stay alive during the early stages. One of the Oracles just popped out, so has plenty of energy. He has defensive tools available to deal with any kind of light aggression, and he's also got the ability to just continue to harass and stay in the know on what he's up against. This is a phenomenal position for Nice.
I'd like to see that weak Oracle pull away, and indeed just backs off with all 3. Not a bad call at all. It's almost 6 minutes. Armani doesn't have a 4th hatchery started, and we know that against these gateway styles, getting that 4th base up is absolutely integral. It's very, very important. Zergling does set that one off nicely. The lair is also super late for Armani, so Spire, Roach Speed, Infestation Pit, any of that stuff is far down the track. Have we seen a Robo yet? I feel like we haven't just yet. Which means Nice wants to be very aggressive with these Stalkers. Already looking to clear the creep up a little bit, and he's going to be applying that pressure, really making things difficult for Armani to grow.
Yeah, even keep the Revelation on these Lings, making it harder for Armani to find any of these little run-bys. He's going to be able to find some of the transferring workers here or there, but as soon as Blink finishes up in +1 weapons, that's going to open up the window of opportunity there for Nice to be a bit more offensive with those Stalkers around the map. Again, just all thanks to keeping these Oracles alive. It provides so much utility with this kind of Blink Stalker style.
Nice Zergling harass there from Armani. The Queen will go down, but the Oracle's not able to find any drones, so nothing too crazy there. +2 Carapace on the way for Armani. Again, the Armani especially loves that Carapace in this matchup. Such a fascinating thing that he used to do back in the Void Ray age, but it'll work really well versus Zealots. I would say against Zealots, having those Carapace upgrades is massive, because Nice is never going to have Zealots two-shotting Zerglings. He's always going to be behind on the upgrades. So you actually have this ability to swarm Zerglings out that are way tankier than Zerglings normally are in the matchup.
It's going to be very, very annoying to deal with. Do you know how the interaction works with the Stalkers versus the Zerglings?
I don't think it changes anything in terms of the number of Stalker kills. Stalkers are already overkilling so badly on Zerglings that it makes no difference, essentially, which is why usually you see melee and range as the focus for the Zerg player, because they just want to focus on their output of damage rather than their ability to receive it.
All right, Stalkers arriving over here at the 4th base, cleaning up all of the remaining creep tumors that are leading ahead of that hatchery, making it a bit more annoying for Armani, not only with the speed boost that these units get on creep, but also to even just see that the attack is coming in from that angle. You can see the creep spread has really been pushed back. Nice doing a phenomenal job of just keeping Armani pushed all the way back into his base. In fact, I think the Lings moving out into the map right now are one of the few chances he's actually had to actually move around the map more offensively in a bit.
Robo-Bay's on the way, more Oracles building as well. I like that we're going to see Disruptors coming in. They did get hit by a very small nerf to the radius in the last patch of their explosion. But I'll tell you what, I've still seen ones take out 20 roaches in one shot, so it's still the scariest splash damage in the game. And he's going Stargates and Fleet Beacon at the same time. Nice is going for his classic kind of maxed out old school style, and that's actually so good against a Zerg that's essentially turtling up to lurkers.
This is going to be disastrous if Armani is not able to get some kind of scouting information off. He's going to continue to try and poke and prod with the Lings, the Roaches, and the Ravagers, but I think both players know that he can't really commit to anything super duper hard for a bit, and not unless the Hydra count gets into like a decent number or something, and then the Disruptors are going to make things very difficult. So when is he going to be able to find out what exactly he's up against?
Well, Hive just finished. He's starting to come forward, and that's going to be rather awesome. The Disruptors are on the way. The Oracles do have to pull back there. The Hydra's getting a snipe on one of them. Armani also delayed the 5th base going down, and Tempest's not even going carriers straight away, so Nice wants a unit that can just pick away from afar. Just siege the lurkers, the Hydras. Obviously, in low numbers, carriers kind of suck versus Hydras. They just get the interceptors shot down, but Tempest can outrange them and really just pick away at the Zerg player, force them to attack into your splash damage.
It's going to be very, very frustrating for Armani to deal with. And there we see Overseer moves forward, sees the Stargates pumping out some of those units. You can see what the unit is being made from the Stargate. It has a little hologram of the Tempest when you're making a Tempest, or a carrier if you're making a carrier.
He responded with Vipers immediately as well, so I think that's a very good read. I wouldn't mind 3 or 4 Vipers, to be honest, because there's so many Disruptors and Tempests that he'll want to be abducting in these fights.
Gonna have to be very, very careful about that. Oracle's just starting to move around and see if they can find the army. And once they do find the army, I mean, the Tempest, when do you actually start getting aggressive with those Tempests, or do you keep them pretty defensive at first?
Well, you never attack on creep, no.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think he can go pretty soon. He's still got a lot of Stalkers in his army, so he's going to want to start phasing those out and replacing them. And also swapping into carriers, I think, is probably what you want to do with this. Templar Archives is also quite important, because I do think both Feedback and Sidestorm are massive. We talked about more Vipers. He's on 5 Vipers now, he's Armani. He's going to be gathering up a lot of energy, and Templar Archives only just started. I'm really worried that these first abducts are going to be absolutely crushing, and they're going to take out a lot of nicest, big, important units.
That's going to be pretty brutal. I guess to look on the bright side, Templar Archives does build pretty quickly, and Templars start with the ability to immediately just feedback, so that is going to be available immediately. It looks like in time for any kind of initial engagement if he so chooses to go for that. But is he going to opt for that? Is he actually going to end up researching Storm in time? We're going to see small little pokes forward from the Stalkers, but they are not supported by the rest of those units. They're going to have to back up, and that actually might trigger Armani to move a bit further forward. Is he going to move into the shield back into the cannons, though?
Oh, the Oracles!
Ooh.
Ouchies! Only 1 Oracle surviving in those abducts. One of the Tempests already does get taken out. The Vipers, one of them surviving deep in the red. High Templar can warp in, but they've only got 1 feedback each. Still 4 Vipers, or 5 of them, pretty damn juiced up there. Roaches on the right side, nice run by. And of course, the Protoss player does not have enough there. The Tempest starting to get abducted, as are the Disruptors. Awful positioning for Nice. A lot of his important units going down to what is, it's meant to be an inferior Zerg army, but without the Storm, without the High Templar count for the feedback, we can see that Nice is very weak against Vipers.
This is becoming so brutal, too. And we see yet another one of those abducts, snagging another one of those Tempests. The Nexus going down. And Nice, he has a lot of these power units, but if they just keep getting abducted like that, he's suddenly going to have a very small-looking army.
And sometimes when Nice loses a few fights in the late game, he actually loses confidence in his ability to play a sort of straight-up game where you're like, you're dancing there and playing technically, and he sometimes defaults to making a more A-movie comp, which you can see he's doing right now with heavy focus on Void Rays, lots of just basic Zealots and Stalkers in the mix. So only the Disruptors are really the only fancy unit. He's not adding Storm or a decent High Templar count, which means he's almost accepting the fact that, yes, these Vipers are going to cause me trouble. I've got a few High Templar in there, I think 3 of them, but they are purely there for feedback, not for Psystorm. And against this number of Hydras, that means those 3 disruptors, you better protect those from Abduct. Otherwise, those Hydras are actually really difficult to deal with.
It's a very control-heavy army, and I mean, these late-game PvZ skirmishes on both sides between the Vipers trying to stay alive, but also trying to make sure they don't just get fed back, controlling the High Templars so that they're far enough forward to, you know, prevent the Vipers from abducting units, but at the same time, making sure that the Disruptors are protecting the High Templars. It just becomes a massive headache to try and control everything on every single front. So we're going to see things escalate very quickly once these two players start getting closer and closer with their armies.
You know, I haven't seen any games like this on the new patch.
Oh, really?
It's been a month. I haven't seen anyone play to this stage. Because if you think about it, Armani's only gone to this stage without being aggressive because he was on the back foot. And Nice didn't seem to have confidence finishing the game off that lead, and that's why he's kind of pushed to the late game. But now we've got both guys kind of playing like they did, you know, a few months ago, where there's like, okay, I'm going to defend to late game. Oh, me too, I'll defend to late game. We got Infestors, Vipers, Neuroparasite, Broodlord tech on the way. The weird thing here is that Nice is so Void Ray Stalker heavy right now, and I think if he could trade some of those out for higher tier units, I mean, carriers are amazing, just in general against like ground-based armies. I know Microbial Shroud and Hydras are okay, but it feels to me like Nice doesn't have an army which he can really attack with. I think he's got room to work on this composition, because Armani's been trading surprisingly well and once again denying a base.
Yeah, this is going to be a big denial as we head into a pretty much split map scenario. I did have the privilege of seeing Showtime play one or two, I think, longer games on his stream where he was up against this kind of style, but I think it was a Zerg going for a lot more Corruptors than anything else. Hold that thought, though. Stalker's coming in from behind and actually flanking a lot of those Zerg units that are just working away at effectively just static defenses, so not the best trades there for Armani. He's going to end up losing a handful of these Lurkers as well as the Stalkers find the opportunity to pick those units off. I was going to say, one of the low-key busts, as we do see 13 Corruptors coming out with the patch, is that Interceptors are no longer one of the big target priorities for carriers. That means that when you run in with your Corruptors and you dive them in on top of the carriers, they naturally will just not overkill carriers nearly as much. A lot of the times, Zerg players will just stack up their Corruptors. They'll right-click down carriers one by one. There's a lot of overkill involved. From what I've seen, I know Showtime was even talking about this, there is just this added ability for Zerg players to kind of just send the Corruptors in and they spread out the damage a little bit more effectively.
This only really matters, though, if it's like max Sky Toss versus max Disruptors. You need at least, because I tested it a bunch, and basically sub like 30 Corruptors, you're better off focus firing. Most of the time still, yeah.
Okay.
Because otherwise they end up splitting their attacks too much, and you really want to be like one shot, take a carrier.
You want to take units out.
Bam, take it, because you want to lower the enemy's damage output as you go. In the massive max fights, it does make a really big difference, and it is nice because lower level players, you can A-move your Corruptors and they're actually going to kill the carriers rather than attacking random Interceptors. So it's a very good quality of life change for myself and some of the players who aren't playing at this level. But Spore Crawler's forward on the left flank, Broodlords are morphing. There are carriers coming in now, and fantastic air and shield upgrades on the way for Nice. He's still got a few Stalkers, but of course that number is much lower. You know, I wouldn't mind him having a few more Robos and a lot of Gateways, just so he has the option to swap back into a full ground army. Other than that, I do think 2 carriers, 5 Tempest, 8 Void Rays, it's a bit of a weird army, right? Like, I think he's going to need to lower that worker count and get rid of some of these Stalkers, and he's got like a lot of Observers and 2 Oracles and 8 There's a lot of supply tied up in units that are going to be almost worthless in a frontal engagement.
Yeah, I feel like even the Tempest count's pretty high, right?
Yeah, 5 Tempest, really good for chipping at your opponent from afar, but much like snipers, you know, they're basically the sniper unit. It's like, that's really good to harass your opponent and pick off key things, but in a pitched battle, it's not going to, it takes too long to reload. Essentially, they're not as useful as just having some regular frontline soldiers. Like carriers generically always do a good job, right?
Yeah.
Broodlords as well, generically always doing a good job.
Nice little pickoffs here. I like the effective use of the Blink Stalkers, and we see a first-person point of view here for Armani, dancing around, darting around as this map is getting larger and larger in terms of how far they've expanded on out. A lot more things to keep an eye out for.
You know, we had a couple of really quick one-sided series to start today, Fear Dragon. And these guys have said, we're getting the schedule back on track. We're going to have a 3-game series, and this last game, I think, goes for at least another 5 minutes here. I mean, it's getting to the point where they've both got giant banks, almost 10K for Nice. Armani with a little bit less in the bank, but both players are rich, expanding forth across this map, and Yeah, it looks like, I mean, if Armani gets the bottom left, it's pretty much exactly 50% of the bases for both sides. And Nice did start trading a little bit better. He was down 1,000 resources earlier. Now he's ahead 1,000 resources, which is a good sign for him, because if you've got equal mining, it's all going to come down to that efficiency in the long run.
Yeah. The fact that Armani was not able to snag, one of the extra bases on this map when he had a bit more of that map control earlier on and get some extra mining out of this is going to probably come back to bite him in the butt. But nice job from Nice to just gradually get those bases up. And now that he has a kind of split map scenario, all he really has to do is focus on mostly defending, I would say, the top right. That's where most of the fresh bases are. It makes things a bit simpler. He's not dividing his attention as much on the left-hand side of the map.
Lurker drop. The ultimate of annoying your opponent in the late game. I love it. I love a good lurker drop. It's a very nice way to just distract, force him to move detection over there. Oracle's even going to turn their lasers on to clear that.
But there's still, I think, one more lurker in the Overlord at the top right.
Oh, really? So he's like, that's the whole idea? He's like, send your probes back so I can get them all.
Yeah. Exactly. The oracles were not enough. Ooh! A lot of these units running very far forward. We see some abduction. The Corruptors going after those units, but Voider is turned on. There's prismatic alignment, and they are going to be able to push things back. An awkward and almost surprising trade moment there.
I think it actually went well for Nice in the end. It looked like it was going to be bad, but I think he only lost one capital ship for a Viper and 2 or 3 Corruptors. So not too bad. Nice fungal. Ooh, very good. Gets the Observer, gets a few Stalkers. Well done, Armani, who's making more and more Broodlords. And if he could wedge a position forward and get rid of one of these bases, that would be great. Nice is making Storm, Carriers, DT Blink. He's got a silly amount of cannon battery across these bases.
I love it, though, because, at the end of the day, we're seeing that Nice is not really trying to move out very aggressively. He's basically said, I know that I've traded a little bit more effectively. I know that I also have this fresh base. I have a position and a place to defend.
Yeah.
If I can just turn this into a defensive fight where I have a lot of the shield batteries and the cannons defending me, I think he believes he will win this out in the end.
Yeah, if we could see the units tab, that would be great, just because I think the compositions are slowly improving for both sides as that Lurker redrop comes in, gets rid of the cannon. It does go down, but super annoying to deal with. 4 Carriers, 4 Tempests, 3 Disruptors, 8 Void Rays, 3 Oracles, 4 High Templar. Still no Archons, and still, I would say, a rather small army. But the Zerg army as well. What do you got? 8 Broodlords, 16 Corruptors, 5 Lurkers, 4 Infestors, 2 Vipers. Both sides are investing in mass static defense, and just don't have that much stuff. It's a lot of, okay, I'm going to look for the Spellcaster efficiency in the long run, and I'm going to try and apply pressure very slowly and see if I can get you to make some big mistakes.
Do you feel like at this point in the game, Nice is actually oversaturated on probably most of his base with the 85 workers?
Oh, he can definitely drop down to about 60 probably at this point, get rid of 20, 25 workers. He might want to just keep up that maximum mining rate for, as long as possible, even oversaturating to get the mine down. Tempests are going to pick off a Broodlord if you don't watch out. And, Tempest, he's going to break in those rocks.
Changeling army.
He's trying to get the Interceptors out of the Carriers. That's the whole rock play there. You notice he's attacking the rocks. The Tempests need to focus fire. Abduct comes in, and those Corruptors one-shot that Tempest so easily.
Yeah, going to be very dangerous. If any units get abducted, it is going to be effectively immediate death. Storm actually hitting a lot of those Corruptors. So they're going to have to back off for a little bit. They will be able to eventually regenerate some of those hit points. Not too damaged just yet, but you really have to be cautious. That is the power of those High Templar. That is the importance of having High Templar with this army.
These Tempests are really not focus firing quite as much as I'd like them to. I do think Nice needs to be punishing Armani. Armani's just not getting punished, and he's gaining confidence and pushing forwards. He's saying, hey, these Broodlords somehow aren't getting focused down. I'm actually the one who's abducting your air unit, sniping them. The feedbacks aren't landing. Changelings are giving him a vision advantage as well. Psystorm's being used to clear up those Changelings, but now most of the cannon battery's gone. And look at this marauding position from Armani. The confidence in the Zerg play to be this far forward against a guy who's got Tempests with Oracle tags right there. Armani picking up some freebies here in a position where I do think Nice should be winning this scenario, but Armani's just out microing him.
He's abandoning the probes. He's actually starting to give up the base at this point, and I don't even think he has that many Storms left over. He maybe has 2 or 3 Storms because he used so many of them on the Changelings, has given up the mining there at that base, so Armani can already kind of consider this a little bit of a victory. We're seeing a reestablishing of a lot of this kind of static defense, which is definitely important, but even that's going to be a little bit difficult because the Broodlord should be able to start picking away at those buildings as they come up.
Yeah, I'd like to see Nice be just a little bit more methodical with how he's organizing these defenses, because his High Templar were pulling a full screen back. And if you can't zone out the Vipers and threaten them with feedback, you could see the way Armani just dances in, grabs 2 units, kills them, pulls back, runs back in, kills 2 units, pulls back. And he's even got the Fungal out front. I like that Infesta move. Big Fungals scaring Nice backwards, making it really hard for him to move on. And those Tempests, notice they're just not hitting the Broodlords 90% of the time. Good Storm, though.
Yeah, that Storm's going to be able to zone back those Corruptors. Storm is the #1 way how you keep those Corruptors from just diving in on this army. Otherwise, I do think it'd be quite a dangerous situation there for Nice. Those Disruptors, that they really just need to be able to zone out those Infestors, though. That is one of the main purposes of having those Disruptors in the army, is to keep some of those ground units, like the Infestors, away from everything else that you have.
Well, he did eventually focus down a lot of the Broodlords, and that was really effective. I love the probe harass in the picture down there in the bottom right of our screen. That, of course, is the far
One lurker.
Left map.
No.
A single lurker comes, and it is going to destroy those probes. Corruptors accidentally walking on in and getting shot down by these Tempests, and the units lost tab is still in favor of Nice. So even though he gave up ground, at the end of the day, he's winning the War of Patience. He's got 20k in the bank. Armani only at about 16 or 17,000. And the Mass Changeling Walk, he says, have fun clicking on those individually. And of course, Nice says, screw that, I'm just going to drop a size 4.
Sometimes the APM is not worth it, and it's better to just use the energy. Probes, again, being sacrificed over here. I think the bank distribution is also very interesting to note, as we do have, you know, those extra digits showing up there.
Ooh, feedback. A couple of Vipers just got popped. Another one gets popped. It does drop a parasitic bomb, but on its own, a single parasitic bomb ain't worth that much. Not versus those big capital ships. It's only when you add a fungal or a second parasitic bomb or some other damage that really starts to mean something. Nice army is getting so big. Now that those probes are getting thrown away, Nice is preparing to start getting out there and fighting a bit more. Yes, there's great vision with the creeps, the spore crawlers, the lurkers out here. The Broodlords are still trying to harass this base, but it feels like he's no longer got that intimidation factor that Armani had at the start of all this push. I think he might need to back off from this, because Nice is landing those feedbacks, and without the Viper threat, it does feel like the Protoss wins these trades.
I think it's going to be very tough, too, because if you just compare the gas banks, we have 10k gas for Nice. He has so much potential to remake carriers, disruptors, High Templars that he ends up losing over here.
Oh, Broodlords actually taking out the Disruptors. All the Disruptors go down. The Infestors survive below it. The Broodlords are starting to get focused a little bit. But look at that, those Infestors coming forward one at a time. I love the way Armani is taking away Nice's mobility with those Infestor fungal growths. The Broodlords raiding that mineral line. And Nice economy is getting denied off of this base. But, of course, Armani with the lower bank. Yes, he might be making a bit of leeway here, a bit of breaking into the Protoss territory, but with a bank that big, it doesn't really matter if you're throwing away more resources than your opponent. Nice is winning this game.
He is doing a phenomenal job of just keeping the banks up, but he is eating a lot of these fungals, which are not quite hurting just yet, but they are getting very close to hurting. There are the High Templar leading the charge against those Infestors, throwing out some feedbacks, getting the fungal to whiff. Broodlords try and come forward. The shield battery overcharge going to be working overtime to heal up all the fungal growths, but the Broodlords getting sniped off one by one. We're down to 2,500 gas pig, and that's going to only continue to deplete as more of these Broodlords die, and Armani's not even fully maxed out again.
Yeah, Armani. Oh man, these feedbacks have gotten better and better. I feel like that's the improvement Nice is making throughout the game. It's the feedbacks getting better and better. That lurker drop. I love the way Armani's microing that, but one has to question: it's
gonna die. Oh, it just died to the photon cannon.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, unfortunate. But.
With the army comp, I think we might need to see Armani just get more Broodlords and Corruptors up here, because I do think the Lurkers and the Hydras, and even the Infestors to a certain extent, are finding a little bit less damage. Here we go, Abduct Fungal coming in. One of the carriers gets abducted and taken down, and Archon should be falling there as well. Armani getting some pickups, but it feels like his supply drops so much anytime there's a trade.
Yeah, I actually would love to see the battle report if we have that available, because I think in these trades, every single time a Zerg unit goes down, it's going to be a lot more painful than when a Protoss unit is going down. And you can see it's been a rough trade for both sides, but Armani is going to have the worst end of it. He's down to 100 gas pig. He's depleted.
Yeah, he just remaxed. I don't know what he remaxed on.
Infestors and Corruptors.
It was just Infestors and Corruptors.
15 Corruptors.
Oh, wow. Okay, 38 Corruptors on the map now. 6 Infestors, 3 Vipers. But I feel like with that bank pressure, Armani's going to feel like he needs to jump on this army and force a fight. And that's often where things can go really far south. If you try to force an engage and your spellcasters run in there and get blasted down, it can go kind of awkward. Nice, not wanting to defend the top right. He's going to try and kind of trade bases for bases here.
Yeah, you know, all things considered, I think given our infinite wisdom of seeing the entire map, I think this can actually work out pretty well, because if he knocks out the bottom left-hand base, there's really not any additional gas income coming Armani's way, so this could work out very, very well. The Brewlord's on an all-out retreat at this point, and they're waiting to see if they can help out.
And look at the damage output of the carriers. Even the static, they're clearing so quickly. Nice abduct. Does get rid of one of the carriers. Going to come in. Another Corruptor will get, will get sniped down by the Corruptors. Armani's like doing the really nice patient sniping of the carriers, but it takes so much focus and his whole army's attention to snipe 1 or 2 carriers, and then bam, he's lost 53 Spore Crawlers. The hatchery, if that bottom left goes down, like you said, that is the lifeline of Armani's gas. I think he cannot afford to lose that base.
Another important thing is that when we don't have that much gas left over for Armani, every time he does one of these Viper abducts, he loses the Viper immediately afterwards. So he's getting a carrier, and normally that would be a good trade. But if your opponent has 8.6k gas and you have 170 gas, Pig, I don't know if you're going to be happy with that trade.
You know, the cost animation of the Viper, maybe it does actually make a little bit of a difference there. I think it always came down to how well the feedback was managed, but oh, the Spore Crawler's moving over here with the Broodlord Corruptor. Okay. I mean, he's going to try and save this base. Armani losing a lot of units. The Fungal goes down. The High Templar are getting taken out. Okay, all the High Templar are gone. The Corruptors are going to go for it. This is their moment. The Corruptors with the Fungal. Neural starting to go down on some of these carries. The Void Rays scaring him off, though. Nice. With so many prismatically aligned Void Rays, is just eviscerating the Corruptors.
He climbs up in supply, and Armani is on the retreat. He doesn't have any resources left to remake this army. The Corruptors try and go in for what few Void Rays they can try and snipe off over here. There are so many Corruptors, and they are going to be able to shoot through this.
The fight is turning. All the Void Rays are mostly gone. The Prismatic Alignment did get baited out, and Armani will clear that army up. Recall comes down and saves some of the capital ships. 2 carriers, 4 Tempest get out, and that would be a win if it weren't for everything that had happened up to this point. And of course, right now Armani's going to the gas ATM, Vespine Industries, you know, and they're saying, no, mate, you're out of credit. You're already overdrawn in your gas account. You're not going to be able to take any more out today. Meanwhile, Nice has an unlimited line of credit. He can build anything he wants here. And of course, it looks like Nice is going to make the comeback from dropping the first map and then just bringing out some really unorthodox plays and potentially eliminating Armani from the entire tournament.
Really, really brutal. And you can even see that base, even though it seems like it shouldn't be that important of a base, it still has a few thousand gas left over on it that is just basically going to go unmined for a bit now. Really, really tough spot. Armani up against the wall. He really just does have this single game to try and come back in if he wants to keep his IEM Katowice hopes alive.
All right, Lings do beat Stalkers, but of course we know what's at every base that they can retreat to. 400 cannons and batteries. It really, like, when the Protoss plays like this, it creates so many no-go zones. It's just like, no, you just can't go there. Like, your Zerg units are not allowed in these corners of the map because there's way too much static defense. And Nice is remaxed, so he's just going to move across the map, I think, once these 5 carriers pop.
Can I ask you, Pig, do you think that there is not a great win condition, but there is a win condition in the fact that Armani might be able to start depleting a bit of that mineral bank that Nice has? Nice is down to 4.2k minerals, even 4.1k gas. If you get up enough static defense, which I think Armani, he doesn't have a lot of gas, but he does have a lot of minerals. Could that be the Hail Mary play he could go for?
Just massing static?
Like a lot of static and basically just saying, okay, I need to get up this bottom left-hand base.
Oh, he's definitely just going to play like super turtly and try to let him overextend on you for sure. Yeah, I think you're right. And I mean, the thing is, Lings can get good trades. Like, if you can catch the High Templar on their own and just surround them with Lings, like, awesome. If you can get some more gas mining, that's great. But it's difficult because there's Archons on the ground now as well. 14 Void Rays. Now, what's the counter to Void Rays? We know that's Spellcasters, right? Infestors and Vipers. There's only 2 Infestors left and 1 Viper left. They cost so much gas. Queens do okay, though. And he's got 8 Queens. And I like that call from Armani. I wouldn't mind him getting more Queens. He's got 3 upgrades for them. Queens only cost minerals. And in these budget games, being able to heal your units instantly is massive. So this is where, like, for Armani, he's like, okay, you know, we can't lose any more units. I'm going to have one Ultralisk. His name's Harry the Ultralisk, and he's got 14 queens just spamming transfuse on him so he never dies. He's just going to look for skirmishes, hide behind the static, like you said, and just don't throw units away. None of this, like, rush forward and hope he's not watching. Never go anywhere near a High Templar that can feed back you with your spellcasters. Only chip away at him. Armani's going to, like, really try and slow this game down. Fascinatingly, Nice isn't finishing the game. He's got a big army advantage, but it's hard to actually push in and overwhelm the Zerg. I mean,
he just lost a massive army during the last time he did a big trade and tried to attack in. And I can understand why it's a little bit scary. You don't want to let this game fall through your fingertips because then you are the one eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, playing with that fear in your mind, though, definitely not a good thing to have happen. I don't think Nice has done that. I think he's shown this style all game long, where he's like, hey, there's this middle base I got tonight. It's got so many resources on it. Just retake it, you know? Yeah. I know I've traded better than you, and even if you're going to be able to retake those bases, I'm still mining way more. And just keep clearing creep. Look for those revelations so you can pick units off. DT running in there is going to get taken out.
Actually, the income graph that we just saw, Armani's actually mining pretty decently, all things considered. I guess he has 40 workers compared to 25 for Nice, because Nice is focused on slowly but surely mining out those bases, not really in a massive rush to get those resources mined. An additional static defense I mean, both of these players know that static defense is going to be a big saving grace lifeline if they ever decide that their opponent is going to attack.
Armani's going back to the previous play he was doing Fear Dragon and
Broodlords.
Also this position where he's going to go up between these bases and start chipping at it, but that is very painful. And you know Nice is going to keep doing that. He's going to look for those snipes. Those 4+3 Tempests going to one-shot your Broodlords down.
It's tough. It's really, really tough. I think at most you're maybe hoping that you can get the carriers at this point to start launching the interceptors so that the Spore Crawlers can start taking care of them. The Queens can transfuse up some of these Spore Crawlers. You're seeing the mass transfuses come out, keeping these Spore Crawlers alive to do the dirty work that they can against those interceptors, but it is really, really tough to break this position. I'm actually...
Yeah, Tectonic destabilizes as well, man. Like those spores, like the chunk of damage when you see those orange Tempest shots come out of them.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, they take a lot of damage. So this is definitely Armani digging deep. He's got 6 Infestors, 2 Vipers back up, 6 Broodlords, 28 Corruptors. And he's looking for the big mistake from Nice. I think chaining Fungals on the High Templar is one of the big dreams there. 6 High Templar and a big clump, none in reserve. If he can get vision on that with Changelings or Broodlings and start chaining Fungals, he's got to try and throw that with these Infestors on the south side.
Yeah, that's going to be a big dream for him to try and find that. It looks like he's actually having trouble getting high ground vision, just straight up that, because the Tempests deny any Corruptors, any Overseers, any other units that would normally have high ground vision. They just immediately pick off as soon as they get anywhere close to it.
Armani needs to dig deep. He needs to remember back when he was in magic school, you know, he needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat right now, because every Broodlord that falls there, you know, this position becomes less and less tenable, and I think Armani might want to just pull back and give this position up. I mean, I get he's got some long-distance gas mining going on down to the right, but he's losing Broodlords. It's irreplaceable, man. He doesn't have the gas to replace these units. And if he loses his Broodlord count, it's GG, because then he's got nothing to kill the Archons and the High Templar, which means Nice can literally A-move through him, and you can't fight with the Corruptors. You'll get killed by Storm and Archon. He needs to remake Broodlords, but he's got almost no gas income. Armani is going to need to give this position up.
Yeah, when the players are not directly facing off against each other with their armies, I'd love to see how much gas is even left on that bottom left-hand base. I know that the right-hand base had a little bit of gas also left around, but at bottom left-hand base, this is like the final mining place. Oh god, 250 gas left over. That is not a lot. Pig, that is hardly anything.
Yeah, these are the main gases actually now, these two, right? He's got 900 more gas he can mine there. So yeah, 900 gas between those two, plus whatever's left at the bottom.
That's less than Nice's entire bank, and Nice is still mining.
Yeah, I mean, Nice has a very comfortable bank. He's down to just 14 probes, which is all he needs. He's only got 1 base left to mine, and every Spore he kills, every little bit of creep he pushes back, every Corruptor that goes down to the Tempest Fire, Nice is happy with that. And I gotta say, admiration to him. I really, after the weird wonky openings he was doing at the start of the series that weren't working out, I feel like Nice has just completely switched gears and said, I think I can beat you at this stage of the game, and I've got to play a bit of a style that maybe it's not the biggest crowd-pleasing, you know, throwing out knockout, haymaker punches or anything like that, but hey, it's a tournament. It's a World Championship tournament where you've got to play the best style, and just take advantage of what you think your strengths are and your opponent's weaknesses, and he seems to have found that.
150%. An elimination match from the event as well on the play-in stage. He's going to be able to find a handful of these Spore Crawlers. Those are nice victories, literally nice victories for him, and it seems like it's finally going to be enough that Armani pulls back. Armani is going to realize he cannot be on the offensive in that angle. Nice is going to seize as much control as he can, given that kind of pullback, but I don't think he needs to overcommit just yet.
Yeah, my eyes are just glued to Armani's camera right now. I mean, we're seeing, you know, funny face movements. He's kind of like, okay, I've got to pull back from here. But it's not a good feeling, giving up any ground. He doesn't have any way of forcing the action in a direction he wants. And as a pro gamer, that just sucks.
He knocked down the rocks.
The sickest rocks ever.
Now the drones have to go a longer distance around to long distance mine.
GG. That is basically just cementing the victory, no doubt. But yeah, Armani's, he's got 5 broods. Oh, that's not enough. You know, it takes 5 broodlords a long time to kill an Archon.
It really does. And we're at that beautiful point in a PvZ where the Protoss player has, what is that? 187 army supply? 187 army supply.
Not quite the fist of need, but, you know, maybe missing the pinky. He's got the thumb and the other 3 fingers for sure.
Yeah, he's got solid enough fingers to throw a pretty solid punch.
At least the thunder part of the shaft, you know?
I mean, we've definitely seen some thunder in this game, and it is
mostly on changelings, to be fair.
Yeah.
Mostly that's where the storms have been landing.
Can we get kill counts on the High Templars, but only on changelings?
Did you get kills for killing changelings, right? Actually?
Yeah, you do.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. I mean,
7, 19.
I'd love to run some replay analysis on that later.
5. I think the ones that got the big storms earlier already went down.
Yeah.
Nice move, though. I like it. Okay, he's going to deny that hatchery and the 27 minerals that were left on it. I think Nice is just playing such a careful, methodical style. And, I mean, even... I like how Nice almost always looks unimpressed when he's playing. I always feel like, oh, it's a reaction to the game.
Disappointed.
He always looks a bit disappointed, even when the game is just smooth. He plays a clean game, he wins. He's just always got that kind of like, all right, you know, just stay focused. Got to finish this up, clean it up. Don't give anything away here. And the way he's removing Armani's map control systematically is really cool.
2 Oracles going down. That is a good set of pickoffs.
Sharky boys as well from behind. We've got the burrowed infestors.
Okay.
What do you do here? Grab one High Templar, feed back the other High Templar.
Oh god, it's so tough.
Side Storm, Fungal, Parasitic Bomb, all in the same time.
If you Neural Parasite a High Templar, you will have 4 feedbacks on it. There are more than 5 High Templars there.
That's true.
That doesn't even remove all of the storms. Even if you do it all perfectly instantaneously.
Dude, Storm, Fungal, Parasitic Bomb combo though, if you can land that, I don't know if we've ever seen a pro game in 1v1 where someone's landed all 3.
You know what you do? You Neural Parasite the Oracle, Stasis Trap the Archons and the High Templar, then you dive. That's the dream scenario at this point.
All right, and that's what Armani's looking for. He's dreaming big. You know, I've seen Armani make some crazy fights versus like Kumiho's mech where he neurals half of his army and comes back, but in this game, it's going to be definitely tough. More Side Storms on the Changelings. I like that it looked like Armani microed them back for a second there. He's, you know, dodging storms with Changelings is some very interesting micro.
I want to see him stagger the Changelings so that more storms have to be used, and then suddenly we realize Nice has overused his storms is in trouble.
You have 14 Overseers just in the corner of the map spamming out Changelings.
While I do absolutely acknowledge that Nice has a far superior position in this game, it is something that it still requires thought, still requires a lot of effort to make sure that you are not messing this up. That is the reason why Nice is being so patient about this. But there is still this weird world where I'm not going to pretend like it's not going to involve Nice making a bit of an error. There is a weird world where Armani can clinch a very strange engagement.
No, for sure. I mean, Parasitic Bomb and Fungal and those 14 Void Rays, which are the main anti-air, go down. If you can kite a little bit with the 5 Broodlords, those Archons can go down. Fungal can take out those High Templar as well. And then you got to remember, Harry the Ultralisk, dude. Him plus
Harry the Ultralisk.
20 Queens can transfuse Harry. If Harry gets on the High Templar while getting mass transfused, he could actually do really well. Here we go. Oh, the Barrow Boys come from the left side, but the feedbacks land all over them. Storms come in all over those Corruptors. The Void Rays are just raining down Protoss fire on that Corruptor force.
And there is nothing to stop the remainder of the Sky Toss units from demolishing everything, including Armani. Nice takes the victory 2-1, and he is going to stay alive in the tournament.
Wow, I like seeing that reaction there. You could tell emotions were obviously, running high. He was a little bit tense. At the end of the day, he does get it, and of course, a very rough turn there for Armani, and good show of sportsmanship. But that's the way the cookie crumbles at Katowice. It is such a ridiculously stacked tournament. The very first round, the round of 36, turns out to be a field of absolute killers.
Oh, really, really brutal there. I think Armani even, did he play Cure, was it? Or no?
I'm not 100% sure, actually.
He played a very strong Terran player, though, so I mean, a really, really rough run, a good showing regardless. But guys, we're going to be heading back to the analyst desk, and we're going to get the breakdown of that very long PVZ.
Thank you, gents. Yes, that was quite long, quite extended here, but nice. Manages to be able to move on through into that next round. ZG Loco joining me here. That was a game. That is what I said during it, and I'm going to say it again here, ZG. That was a game.
That was a game of StarCraft.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that actually kind of threw us back to a couple of years prior.
Yes.
I thought there were supposed to be different PVZs.
There you go. But yeah, we saw an extreme strength coming out from Nice. He had all the bank in the world. So much gas, I think, is the big difference there, Loco. When Zerg's completely starved out, how are you supposed to trade? It's very difficult.
Yeah, I guess you just kind of start making a lot of queens, and maybe you tried to make some spore crawlers and whatnot. And he obviously tried his best, but in the end, he just had not enough. So Nice ends up winning it.
It's weird because actually, I can't remember game 1 and 2. there were games 1 and 2.
Depths.
Oh,
maybe?
game 1 was a little bit of a funky one where he I think Nice thought he was getting rushed or something, and he made 2 very quick shield batteries in natural, and then his probe that handed over to the third base got picked off, and it was a bit of a disaster right from the start.
Was I there for that one? I don't remember that at all.
I don't know. It's all a blur now after that one, to be perfectly honest with you.
It really is. Well, also, that last game was really quite something and quite long.
Yes.
But we also, during games 1 and 2, we were trying to pay attention to other things that were happening. True. So, yeah, there's been some results, guys. There's been some weird results.
Yeah, so actually, we can actually look at some of the highlights from those games that were going on as well. So, ZG, you had Scarlett versus Cham in the lower bracket. Talk to me.
Yeah, unfortunately, for everyone who's not able to have the second stream open or something along those lines, Scarlett is out of IEM Katowice. She lost 0-2-0-2. Chan was able to 2-0 her, and I figured we'd just kind of highlight one of the last moments. This went on for a little while longer, but very much she was dead after this point, where there was a bit of Ling-Baneling scuffle, which she actually mismicroed, I think, pretty severely. She got hit by Banelings a couple of times. Things happened. She kind of defended something that was committed by Cham, but he had a faster layer, and it didn't really ever go in her favor. So here we have a time where it's still on that kind of, well, maybe she could make a comeback because she has lurkers.
Yeah.
She got a little bit better of an upgrade, apparently. And this is when Cham decides to move in, which is actually a beautiful attack.
Ooh.
I mean, you get this super wide concave. We have some of the mutas from earlier on, I guess, that are over there. But the 3 lurkers, obviously not a whole lot anyways, but just the fact that they came in like this concave, Banelings first, it really did seal the deal, and she could never get to a good enough lurker count to ever try to take a 4th base while defending her other bases. So she did try for, as you can see, another 4 minutes, but even though she took it one of those oh my gosh, lurkers are good, maybe she can do this.
Yeah.
Cham was just kind of too far ahead, right? Still up a bunch of workers. Yeah, it was a sick engagement. There was also drone damage happening at the same time, so Cham was able to clean this up. A very surprising result. Obviously, people are surprised by Scarlett going out so quickly, and that is the most surprising thing.
Yes.
But then, of course, shout out to Cham, right? Cham, he definitely has had some okay runs, some upsets in the past, but sometimes he'd play in the Latin America region and just wouldn't really be strong mechanically. But in these games that he's been showing, it's actually been really good.
Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah. What a great engagement. As I say, Loka, that was brilliant. I mean, Loka's such a powerful unit, but if you're only hitting 1 unit at a time with some of them, it's not doing anything.
Exactly. If all of those roaches would have gone through 1 choke point, the fight would have been very different. Yeah.
All right, let's jump into yours then. Loka, you had T-Ball versus Ryong. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I did have that one open as well. That game, it started off a little bit differently. So the game I wanted to highlight was Zaun versus Haas.
Sure.
Real quick, though, about Ryong versus T-Ball. I jumped in the second game, and we had a proxy robo happening on the right side of the map, and I was like, okay, it's kind of good, and then it got spotted, so I zoned out for a little bit because I thought, okay, Ryong is going to win that quite easily.
Oh.
And then a couple minutes later, suddenly the gold base is mining for T-Ball, and things were looking a little bit better for him then. But
fair. Okay.
Certainly for him, Ryong ended up obtaining the victory there.
Zaun versus Haas then, let's do that.
Yeah, so this is game number 3 in a best-of-3 series, so the score is currently 1-1, and at this point we have Haas After defending a pretty ineffective Stargate opener that was for some reason proxied in the top left-hand corner, he is going for what is pretty much a 2-base all-in. So at this point, we are talking 6 gateways versus 4. There's a pretty cool moment coming up right here where this Prism gets sniped, right? But supply-wise, Haas actually grabs quite a few of these Stalkers, and Zaun can't actually warp in all too much. However, there's this stasis.
Oh my.
And the stasis ward essentially grabs everything and stabilizes this game for Zaun once again. But that is one of the biggest stasis that I've seen in a while.
I don't think I've ever seen as big a stasis. That's ridiculous.
He just blinked straight into it as well. Just not expecting it at all.
Wow. And now we sit here and wait for them to all potentially meet their demise.
I actually thought for sure when Loco first showed me that this would be game over because they don't have blink, right? It doesn't go off cooldown when the stasis. But this game went on for a few more minutes, right?
Yeah, it did go on for a little bit longer.
Haas has actually shown some pretty nice PvP, I guess. And then, also, Zaun is looking weaker than a lot of people expected.
Agreed, yeah.
In the bracket. To be even in the lower bracket already was already a surprise. But then to almost lose against Haas, we would have had 2 really big upsets back-to-back.
Yeah, definitely so. Wow, what a weird start and a crazy start to overall the brackets as they've gone down and some happenings quite like that. Thank you very much for that update, Loco. As we continue things on, that was eye-opening and not really expected when it comes to a stasis or a trap quite like that. But that's kind of the wrap-up for what was going on here so far. I'm under the impression now we're going to be moving on to one more best of 3 before our best of 5s.
So. Yes.
Should be, yes.
Yeah, so excited for that. And then we will be moving on to those qualification matches, which are all important. And do bear in mind, those are best of 5s to move you through into the group stage. And already in the upper bracket, as I take a little swift look once again, the confirmed ones are Cure versus Spirit and a Laser versus Classic. That's some good matches, ZG.
Yeah, maybe a Laser can get some foreigner revenge, I suppose, for Scarlett. And then Spirit Cure is actually, I mean, this is where we talk about so much about how Spirit 3-0'd here, Marine, right? So it's TVT, and he's just gotten a series of wins too. Could be Spirit at his strongest, whereas Cure is also at his strongest. He's also gotten to that point. He's also been winning.
Yeah.
But, some people have a little bit more doubt for him. As far as it goes, people, I think, really expected Cure to get through no problem, but now it's like, is that actually going to be as easy as it was supposed to be?
Now I've seen the Ultralisks because I remember game number 1.
yeah, there you go.
I was like, yeah, the small Ultralisks. I can't wait to see how they are. And then, they really are small.
Oh, yeah. I'm like,
are they really bigger
it's all
than...
coming back to me, man.
Yeah,
Are they still bigger than Ravagers, you were asking?
Yeah.
A little bit ago.
Yeah.
Ravagers are apparently quite big.
So, by the way, that does also mean that Armani, Haas, T-Ball, and Scarlett are eliminated from the tournament as well after this round, which...
Is Scarlett the biggest surprise of that, do you think, Loco?
Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, she, obviously got 2-0 by Classic and then losing 2-0 against Cham. Not the best tournament for her.
Quite unfortunate, but that is how it goes sometimes. As we take a look back here at Game 2 as well. Yes, I remember this moment because I said when you have more Immortals than Ravagers, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, that's not a great time.
It all comes back to you in the end.
Yes.
And then we had 45 minutes of Skytles.
All right, are we settling in for the highlights for this game? We're going to be here for about 10 minutes.
Set your stopwatch.
It's good that we've jumped all the way to the 29-minute mark, though, I think it's fair to say, as we take a look back at this. But how do you even compete against this? We have Neural Parasite going down on all these on these carriers. They instantly get focused down, and then from that point on... I mean, the problem at this point for Armani is his gas bank, right? You were talking about it earlier already. Nice at this point can essentially rebuild most of his army. It'll probably be about as expensive as his bank. He overstayed his welcome here, though, right?
Yeah, for sure. Armani here takes the best fight he could have possibly taken with the neural parasites and getting just a phenomenal engagement. And I think that's also one of the reasons why this game drags on for quite a bit longer, because Nice just stays here for such a long time. He goes to the Stalker Warpin, which I'm personally never a big fan of, because I don't know. The Stalker Warpins always feel a little bit desperate, but I guess he was a bit scared about potentially just losing to the counter attack.
Sure, yeah.
In the end, though, he got there. It just took another 15 minutes or so.
Also, that last highlight, that was the first big, is it going to be game over? Apparently, Flux Veins wasn't done, which I actually think would have made those Void Rays appear faster, including the reinforcing ones, and might have actually ended the game.
Yeah.
But we went on for 10 more minutes, and Nice still won, so I guess it's okay.
There you go. It's a nice victory here for him as he moves on into that next round. So we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we have another round before we get into those qualification matches. So see you soon for more StarCraft.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Welcome back here to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We have another series on the way here as we are midway through our brackets to get into those group stages. Tomorrow we have ZG and Wardy here. That was a lot of oomph behind that, I apologize. We have ZG as well as Wardy here to talk about the next match coming on up. Wardy, you were watching that PvP in the back. Did you enjoy Game 3?
PvZ.
PvZ?
Yeah.
That's the one?
That's the one.
Did you enjoy Game 3?
Loved that Game 3. No, we were sat back there, and at the very start of Game 3, Rotterdam turns to me and goes, Wardy, today's going kind of fast, right? It's been pretty quick. I'm like, yeah, you know, we've had some quicker games. It's been kind of pleasant. 45 minutes of ZVP coming up.
There it is.
Yeah, so we were all telling Roddy it was his fault, but I mean, interesting scenario, right? And interesting to see like how that develops on the new maps sometimes, because you don't get to see those scenarios a lot. And you know, seeing kind of where the cannon wall is going to be and the spore crawler wall, it can get kind of interesting.
I agree. I mean, even where, you know, the Protoss is staging their assault to try and slow down the spore crawlers, etc., it had some nice high ground in the middle of the map, and that was a nice linchpin to be able to kind of execute those fights off. But big thank you to Face It for joining us here as well. Plenty of sponsors and extra stuff going on here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023, so thank you to them for joining us as things continue on. Now let's talk about Su versus Zaun. This is the next match that is coming up here between them. I think suffice to say, Zaun has gone through his previous match 2-1 against Haas. I don't think we're super impressed by Zaun just yet. We kind of expected him to come in a little bit stronger than this.
Yeah, I'll say it again, right? Like, no one really expected him to be in the lower bracket this quickly and then to have trouble with someone in the lower bracket. A lot of people I talked to said that Zaun was their go-to definitely into the groups, and now it's in question.
And of course, Su on the other side here, Wardy. How are you thinking his prospects are for the lower bracket?
I did love how he played against Ryung. So I kind of felt like he was looking pretty good initially. Would love to see him be able to step back up and kind of bring that again, because then he did fizzle out a little bit against a laser.
Yeah.
I think Zaun's a tough matchup for him. Zaun's really good at timings. He's really good at kind of getting to a later game. And Su and ZVP, if he doesn't get through the mid game, he's probably not great in the late game.
Yeah. All right, well, phew, guys, that was a long segment. Thank you very much. It's now time to head over to the commentators here to bring you this one. It's Tasteosis once again.
Excellent work over at the desk, guys. All right, we're going to go into Su versus Zaun. This should be a very interesting match. You know, we're getting things really picking up here in the tournament. Players starting to actually get eliminated. And, you know, Zaun was a player, you know, everybody was basically saying this might be like, you know, the strongest player to be moving through this group, but we're going to see what happens here against Su.
Yeah. And just to throw this out there, Zaun is actually going to the military very, very soon.
Yes.
So, like, if he loses here, this might actually be his last pro match ever. A lot of people are coming back after military, but not everybody. So I just want to throw that out there for Zaun fans. This could be the final hurrah, but going up against Su, what do you think? Who's favored here?
I feel like I gotta go with Zaun here.
Yeah?
I think Su's good. and I never want to count him out, but like if I was a betting man, I'd have to go with Zhao. I think he's got a very modern play. I think he's very good. You know, we talked a while back about how it was sort of the newest of the good players in Korea.
Yeah.
At this point in time, I think it's fair to say he's a veteran like everybody else.
Pretty much, but I would say not as veteran as Su, of course, right?
Sure,
This is one of the players that has the most results ever. You know, if he had turned even a couple of those GSL second places into a first place, he would literally be in the GOAT conversation.
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
He's done so well in his career. But
Up there with MVP or some of these other incredible players. But, you know, Su's story's not done yet, and maybe this will be his, his Intel Extreme Masters to take. We'll find out.
Possibly.
But I do feel like Zhao is good. He's modern. He continues to deliver. And so I think he's a safe bet moving forward for me.
Okay. I'm actually going to go to the other side here. Look at this, 75 against 78. I like looking at these and picking them apart, Tasteless.
And just to be clear, guys, that we had all the players rate each other.
Yeah. And I thought that these would all be like really great and stuff, and no one could complain. But actually, I find myself complaining about every single player at this point.
Yeah.
Mechanics 77 for Su. Are you kidding me? This is the Zerg version of innovation.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. But no, look. Here's my thought. Like, yeah, Zhao. I understand him having a slightly higher rating here than Su because he has done better in the last few years. But Su went to the military. He came back. He hasn't done as well since he came back, but I'm actually feeling him here, Tasteless. I think when you come to a tournament like Katowice, this is where experience is really going to trump a lot. Like, that's part of the reason why I'm like, yes, Classic's going to crush everybody, right? Like, he's been too far in too many tournaments, and Su is the same. I think that Su right now, he's coming to the World Championship. He's already done military, right? So, like, his entire future is ahead of him, whereas Zhao is on his way out. So it's like a lot less pressure on Su in many ways.
But, you know, somebody like Zhao, he may actually perform well because of that pressure. The thing with Su is, like, for those few years where he was in, like, every single finals we would cast at GSL, we were waiting for him to just make that, 5%, 10% improvement that would allow him to tip the scale in his favor, and it never happened. And now I worry that, he may never recover from that. Anyways, we're going to introduce our two players over here in the red. In the top right, it is Su. And in the bottom left, in the blue, we have our Protoss player. It is Zhao.
All right, Tasteless. I'm excited. I'm excited to see who's going to continue onwards in this tournament, at least for another round. Crazy to have this in the loser bracket right now as well. And, I don't know, man. I am still feeling Su a bit, though. Like, his experience, he's going up against a Zhao that feels like, like you said, a lot of people are like, Zhao, he should be able to just, like, kind of get through the bracket and everything. He loses to Coffee, who is, like, one of the lower-rated players here. Not a bad player, but maybe he's off a little bit. Maybe that looming military service makes it a little bit harder to practice. We've seen other players say that in the past.
Yeah, I mean, you could be right. I mean, obviously, the game's going to start to, unpack itself here, and then we're going to have a better idea. But to get this going, we do have the second hatchery has been pushed to where normally the third base would be. PvZ, generally, it's a little bit of a slow start here. We got to wait for that cybernetics core to finish and, watch Zerg develop, unless they decide to do some kind of super cheesy all-in, which I don't think we're going to have with these two.
Yep.
So, yeah, let's see where this game takes us.
Dude, on my Tastosis PvZ bingo card, I almost have bingo right now. Oh, it's a real thing, though. So we'll see where it goes. Here's what I'm wondering about Zhao, right? Because Zhao has, like, two very distinct styles that he used a lot. But obviously the metagame has changed. There's been patches and all that. But, I mean, he was addicted to Adepts longer than everybody, right? It was to his own detriment eventually. And also he's very good at Sky Toss. So which way does he want to go with this? Like, is he going to go for a quick Stargate? I don't think so. Yeah, look at that. The Robo coming up very, very, very quickly. So honestly, I'm not sure what his plan is going to be with this. It could be something like a fast Disruptor drop. He actually is quite good at strategies like that.
Well, the sentries seem a little bit better now. Maybe we'll have something with that as well, or some kind of a push. pre-patch, Down was known to do a lot of these pretty smart, sharp two-base pushes.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Yeah, and don't forget that like his spirit unit really is the disruptor.
Yeah.
Like he's literally said that if the disruptor ever got heavily nerfed, he would just quit.
Yeah.
he really does. He's very good with disruptors. It kind of like matches his style well. So that's what I'm kind of looking for here. Let's see as that finishes up.
Yeah, is it going to be a Warp Prism? Is he going to start to bank Immortals? It is going to be the Warp Prism, which generally means we're going to see things pick up pretty quickly here.
Yeah,
but it's going to be a very, very early Warp Prism.
Yeah,
Is he going to make, what, like 4 gates or something and try to do some kind of pressure?
Dude, if you're getting the Prism this quickly, like this, it's probably going to be something silly like, you shade in the 2 Adepts, kill 2 drones, and pick it up in the Prism, that type of tactic, right? And just fly around and harass slightly. But yeah, it's just, that is so fast. That is so fast.
It's very early. The thing about getting a Warp Prism this fast is you don't even have enough wind in your sails to do a push. You can't do much with it. But there's nothing wrong with trying to do some kind of harass and then build that into a push a little bit later on.
Now, do you think he's going to... Yeah, there's the glaives, the glaive upgrade. Okay, so that's really what I was kind of looking for. Right here, he's just flying around with a single stalker. He's kind of looking to see, okay, is there an Overlord I can get? There's not, so already moved them out of the way. And here is, like... Oh, God, he's adding 4 gates. Okay. So this is just going to be two base glaive adept all in with a, like... scarily fast Prism that hasn't gotten anything done.
Yeah, it's going to also start out with a little bit of a harass, and that's going to be kind of a good way to mask the actual full force of the push later on.
Yeah.
To be clear with the math, it would be you would end up with a little bit more had you just kind of stockpiled your gates and powered up and then gotten the Warp Prism later on. But this kind of comes out at a weird time.
Yeah.
The behavior would look like you're probably going to set up for a 3rd base shortly here and try to develop from there. So, this could throw Sue off.
Yeah, that is definitely possible, and he is getting the Disruptor follow-up, so it's going to be like the really heavy Adept play into probably Disruptor. Sometimes we see a Colossus with that as well as the follow-up push. One thing I do want to mention, and I believe it was listed under Quality of Life for the patch, you used to have to cancel your shade to pick up the Adepts. Now you can just pick them up, and it gets canceled itself. Right. So your micro is slightly faster, so I guess the strategy is slightly buffed, right?
Sure. And he's going to come in here now, and this is going to be the point where, seconds mean so much here. He does shade forward here. We have some Banelings morphine. Is he going to commit up the ramp? I don't see... Okay, there's not that much in the main, but he does back out.
I think he could have committed there.
I was thinking the same thing.
I think if he finishes that's a good shade.
I was casting that like I was going to finish my sentence with him getting that in there, but he backs off, and, every time you don't fully shade in, it's okay, right? I mean, you don't want to overextend, but at the same time, you are going to start to lose opportunities to outposition the Zerg. Every passing second, the Zerg is probably going to be in a better and better position to brace for impact when these Adepts come in. So he needs to make something happen fast, and right now, when you start to see Adepts kind of skating outside the creep and not getting much damage done, that's usually a sign that the rush is starting to fail.
It is a bit. Like, I think the Adepts are almost done. That was really masterfully blocked by Sue so far. He is continuing to warp them in, but there's Disruptors being made at home. So even if he doesn't go in, keeping the Adepts alive is huge value, right? Because he needs a lot of stuff with these Disruptors if there's a follow-up push.
Yeah. So he's backing up. We don't have any probes making, but I spoke too soon. They just started it back, that up, and he's getting his 3rd Nexus. But generally when we see games go like this, where the Protoss gears up for some kind of timing attack or some kind of push, and, he doesn't overcommit. He didn't lose all of his Adepts or anything like that, but at the same time, he didn't really get anything done either. Generally, this is a pretty desirable spot for the Zerg, but there is a Disruptor, I think a pair of Disruptors inbound here in the Warp Prism, so we got to see what this can get done as well.
Yeah, maybe he'll be able to actually get a bit of harassment on there. He's actually adding a couple gates and only making probes really sparsely here. So we'll see what he can actually get. Oh, man. That's not what he was looking for.
Yeah, I think he did lose the Warp Prism. It was kind of a confusing moment.
I think you're probably right, yeah. Yeah, he did lose the Prism. Those disruption balls did not really get anything. So a bit of an overcommitment on that harassment. Su continues to defend very, very well.
Yeah, and this is what, PvZ tends to look like if a Zerg is going to try to build into the later game, is you're kind of swatting away whatever attacks are coming, but pretty soon it's going to be Su's turn to actually try to engage here. We've got another base being taken here. We'll probably have a 5th base just around the corner. And again, that's where we may start to see Zhao have to pay back for the risks he took early on where he didn't really get an advantage.
Well, he was sitting on 44 probes for a really long time.
Yeah.
Right? And, like, he's building his count right now. Oh, that was an okay disruption ball. But look at that cowardly Tastelope, man, just running away from everything.
I know. He fears death.
How embarrassing.
Here's the disruptor shot.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's kind of a funny game because Zhao's economy is not like a true 3-base economy yet. He is kind of making some probes here and there. He's getting Blink, and he's got like a very large army still. I think what's going to happen here, like if Zhao screws up with his army at all, he's going to lose. Like he needs to shark around a bit. He needs to make sure that he's carving things off and continue to slowly build his economy.
Yeah, he's starting to get a bit more of a balanced army here. I think we've got like 3 sentries. He's filling it up with some stalkers, and he's beginning to roam. And you're right, he needs to start to get something done here on the map. The remaining, well, actually, how do I say this? The future expansions are going to be a little bit harder for Zerg to hold. And so Zhao wants to keep that pressure on. And it looks like he wants to try to push up here. Now, this is not an easy area for either side to get to the other side, to get across from that.
Yeah.
But he's going to back up. Good force fields, but not exactly ones that are going to allow you to win a battle. He's just going to be able to keep his army alive maybe for a little bit longer.
Yeah, a couple decent disruptor hits. He does end up losing a disruptor, but he's just massing up these Blink Stalkers now. So this is a full transition into like kind of a 3-base all-in after that 2-base. And the thing is, I feel like Su is defending this well enough, and look at this counterattack going after those probes. It does feel like Su is just outdoing him a bit.
Yeah, I will say it wasn't the most ideal engagement there with the Banelings. Like a lot of them sort of hit the very edge and just got a few stalkers. He did go pretty far off creep. I don't think it's a full overextension, but it wasn't the cleanest engage either. But Zhao really doesn't have a whole lot of options, so he's going to try to basically just out-control him here. And so far, maybe not so good. The Banes come in. He blinks away, but he can't blink twice. And so he's going to get pushed further and further away. And whenever you see the complexity of the Protoss' army start to go away, it's always a bad sign.
Losing those multiple disruptors, he has no more sentries left, and he is playing against a basically... Su was maxed, he's not anymore, but his economy is better, his production is better, his tech is better. There's not a lot going on for Zhaon right now. Now Zhaon pulls back to his battery. He can warp in here as well. Still has a single disruptor, but honestly, Tasteless, I think that Su's basically closing the game out at this point.
Yeah, I think that production is just going to continue to come here and ultimately flatten this expansion. And from there, I just don't think there's any way that Zhao can play this out. That's going to be GG. Su takes game 1 in this best of 3.
Yeah, very, very well done by Su. He blocked every stage of that from Zhaon. You know, Zhaon, I feel like I saw what his ideas were, right? Like, he went for the very quick prism, but Su had already moved the Overlord over. Okay, so he had an idea of what was going on there. He hunted around to see if there was a second Overlord somewhere. There wasn't. He didn't really get any harassment done with the early Adepts, so that early Robo, did it pay off? I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, it was kind of a cool opening. It was a little bit hard to figure out exactly what was going on when the build started, but I think that's kind of the idea, is it does look like he's going to be doing some very light harassment, like about as cheap harassment as you can get away with early on, and then take a 3rd base. But instead, you know, the ace up his sleeve is that he's going to have all these Adepts suddenly, but it just didn't seem to work at all. I mean, we did have that one shade into the main where I thought,
I think he could have finished that, and that could have been a money shade. The Banes weren't done. The Lings were not surrounding the Adepts, so the Adepts were going to have pretty good surface area, and number-wise, it was good. The Queens were on the low ground.
Yeah.
I think that was his best chance to actually get damage, was that very first shade.
And you know, once you get one good shade off, you can usually multiply those benefits. You start to fork them out into different directions, and it becomes too many fires that the Zerg cannot put out.
Yeah, that's really where it does start to snowball. And obviously, StarCraft games are oftentimes won by millimeters, right? And one little thing echoes throughout the rest of the game. And the fact that he got no damage, the follow-up didn't do it, then going up to 3 base and being like 57 probes, that's the number. Let's go. Stalkers now. And just couldn't get anything done. Su really nailing his macro.
When you have a failed push like that, the results do ripple through the rest of the game, and it's really hard to kind of get anything done. And that's why those engagements, they do look so one-sided and so bad, where the Protoss tries to fight, everything gets wiped out, and then it goes all the way back to the third base, and the game is done.
Yeah, well, it was basically a 2-base all-in that got extended into a 3-base all-in. Never full saturation on 3 bases, never any real upgrades going down. He wasn't building towards anything other than those attacks.
All right, well, we're ready now to go into game number 2. Zhao in some hot water. Let's see how he opens up this time around. In the upper left, in the red, our Zerg player, he is Su. And in the bottom right, his opponent, he needs to win this or he is out of this best of 3. Our Protoss player, Zhao.
Oh. We'll see what they're going to have planned for us here on Gressvan. Looks like a little bit of a hatchery block going to be the opening from Zaun.
Yeah. And this seems to be, the way that he's most comfortable playing is just forcing the third hatchery somewhere else. Sometimes that can allow you to maybe have, a more interesting push later on. But it does allow you to kind of control the direction the Zerg is going to grow in the game. And so he goes ahead and does that. Are we going to have another game that was like Game 1? I mean, in Game 1, it was a pretty sophisticated, disguised push. But it just didn't work. And that one of the things is, like, from the Zerg's perspective, it's really just this kind of balancing act of drones versus, roaches or lings or whatever.
Yeah.
And, if some of these Zergs, like Su in this case, if they feel at all uncomfortable, like, what is he doing? Like, this doesn't make sense, or this looks a little bit weird, they're just going to park drones and make a little bit more attacking units. And that's exactly what happened. Is it just kind of looked like a weird opening, and so the trick didn't work, and he stopped it.
Yeah, one thing I have to mention is, we were talking about how maybe he stayed with the Adept openings for too long. For the last couple years, his win rate, PvZ and GSL with Adept openings has been very poor. He really wins far, far more games where he opens Stargate. But he continues to utilize that tech. Now, is he going to go again for an Adept play? Or could we maybe see him open up with like an Oracle? I mean, I don't think that he'll do the older style he used to use with Void Rays, but I've seen crazier.
Yeah, one of the things about most of the Protosses that we have, and it's kind of a function of the race itself, is you need to have a pretty wide variety of openings and pushes, especially against Zerg. We've had a small number of Protosses that sort of played the straight-up defending, growing side, like Stats is an example.
Yeah.
Where he's almost playing like he's a Zerg or something. He's like, oh, I'm also powering.
Yeah.
And when I get to my 4th base, then I'm going to attack you. And so, Zhao, he's going to have a lot of different builds. He just needs to figure out which one's going to work against somebody like Su.
Yeah, and I don't blame him too much for trying something sharp like that, but I think you can go into a more macro-esque game. You can still play some of these Stargate type strategies, and he is going for that Stargate this time. We saw him skip that warp gate for just a little bit to get out quicker. There is the Oracle, and we just got to kind of wait to see how many Oracles is he going to make? Is he going to fall with a Void? Is he going to go for, probably not a Phoenix, but he could. He could.
Yeah, we just got to let that kind of pan out and see where the game's going to take us. The Oracle is being made. We're seeing another gateway come down here at the entrance. And right now, as far as I can tell, this is going to be a pretty passive opening on either side. I don't see any reason, especially with the way Game 1 went, that Su needs to try to act right away.
No.
And here from Zhao, I think, especially after a loss like that, he's going to try to win in a way that's not going to be hinged on, having a little bit more in a frame of a few seconds and kind of overpowering them and snowballing that to a win. I think he needs to basically start to try to play a drawn-out econ game that's going to be about map control.
Well, I mean, if you open Oracle, there's no 2-base attack, really.
Not really.
I mean, we've seen it, but it's not something that you're going to bring to IEM Katowice, most likely.
Yeah, the Oracle can scout and harass, but it's also handy because it can kind of help you cover a 3rd base from Lings, like it does, erase Zerglings very, very quickly. And so, that looks like the kind of game that we're going to have. There are some Adepts, though, coming out on the map. So let's see, how far he wants to go with this. He should not want to go too deep in there because those will just get gobbled up by the Zerg if he overextends.
But I think it's good to bring them out, see if anything can be done. Look, he's flying the Oracles through, and he's bringing in those Adepts at the same time. Now, there is a little Ling counterattack, so that is part of what can go wrong. He goes ahead, recalls out. He will end up losing the warping in battery as well as the pylon, right?
Yeah, he did lose the pylon. This does matter, actually, in the build order. It's a lot of times if you're speccing games, a lost pylon can seem forgettable. That's usually in, like, end game stuff. But when you're actually trying to develop, that's a little bit annoying.
Well, this is one of the things where it's like, okay, you can try to move out with these, but that is one of the most basic things that you can see from a Zerg players. They have a small group of Lings that counters if you overcommit on their side of the map. And it's not like Su thinks, oh, I wonder if he has anything there. No, he sees 4 Adepts. He knows there's nothing there. He can go there and actually harass you, force you back. But here comes down again. Let's see what he gets done.
This is not great, but he kills about 5 drones total. He did drop 4 Adepts. I think this is a recoupable moment here from Su. But honestly, hiding the Lings and waiting for those Oracles to come all the way inside of the base and then doing that damage to the base is pretty nice. And here he goes again. Ooh. There's only, I think, 2 Adepts here, and already some more probes are going to be killed off.
Yeah. Those Adepts going out multiple times has actually cost him pretty significantly at this point. Su is very happy with this trade, right? He loses 5 drones, but he goes across, kills 5 probes, and gets the 2 Adepts and lost mining time. This is good for Su.
And this hatchery's, sorry, not hatchery, this Nexus, is pretty low on HP.
Yeah.
If he goes out and roams with his army again, and Su is fast enough and in an opportune position, he could just run in there and kill that Nexus as well.
Well, he's about to have +1 melee attack. So if he goes like a Ling, Bane, Roach type of play, we see people like Ragnarok do that, Armani do that sometimes. Is this third going to really be holdable?
Yeah, I mean,
he might be able to right-click on it, and that's it.
Yeah, or just get a couple Ravager shots on it, as both armies are dancing back and forth trying to get position. So, these little moments can build up to a result like that, where maybe this does come down to whether or not Zhao can defend the third base.
Well, the Oracle's going back across the map. They're going to go ahead, get some more intel. He has been doing a good job of keeping these alive, at least, even if he's not getting a huge amount of damage. The scouting itself, very, very useful. He can see the Evolution Chamber on the way. There's already, of course, another one out, +2 melee coming. And, of course, that's where it gets really scary. The Banelings will be able to one-shot probes. He's really got to watch his mineral lines at that point. But right now, he's continuing those upgrades, getting Disruptor tech. That's something we're always going to want to see from Zhao. And, I guess if he stays, pretty turtle and he can deflect whatever Su is going to do for a little bit, his army will scale a bit better.
Sure. We do see him coming over here up at the top. Archons and Zealots moving out. The creep spread, by the way, is looking very nice here for Su. There doesn't seem to be any kind of one location that would be a good place to launch an attack from the Protoss's perspective.
Yeah. Well, I don't think his army is complete enough to really do too much, especially on creep against, what is soon to be speed Banelings. So it's going to take him a little bit to continue to build up this composition. I like the heavy Archon balance. Always like that against those Banes. But when you see that Roach count, it's like, well, we just have to turn around.
Yeah, there's no point in trying to engage that any further here. We do have the 4th base finishing up as the Protoss is getting into a pretty scary a position here economically, where they're going to be able to fund a lot of pushes. And note that, Su, he knows when to be aggressive like he did early on there, but he also knows when to stop. He clearly thought, okay, it's not going to be worth it to try to get a 3rd Nexus or do anything too crazy. Let's dial it back and just continue to focus on growth and try to get into really, the late game here of this PVZ.
The Observer coming in, getting a little bit of scouting, sees where the expansions are going up. Disruptors are coming out right now for Zhao. But here comes a big attack.
Yeah, the angle here for the Protoss is not really ideal. And in fact, he might be just too far away to actually interact with this. The Banes also could just go on the Nexus. He's going to come down here and go right for those Archons. Oh, great shot from the Disruptor. Was that an overextension? By the way, the Nexus is going to go down. This really came down to being less about the 2 armies engaging and more that Zhao maybe respected the Zerg army a little bit too much.
Yeah, maybe.
Didn't try to defend that. But look, Su gets that kill, and he's going to escape. Banelings are about to finish again over here. He's going to, come in here with the second big attack. And this is starting to look pretty bad for Zhao. He's supply blocked right now with far lower supply count. Su's economic engine is really kicking in. He's got all the bases, he's got the tech, and he's got the unit comp. And, you know, I think at this moment, if Zhao can't really start to expand and grow considerably... Oh, hold on. Here we go.
Ooh. All right, gets rid of him before they get in there. One thing we can say about Zhao, though, is he didn't really lose his high-quality units. So he still has a lot of disruptors and... Wait, no, he lost his disruptors. That's what just got surrounded there. Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you can't be losing those disruptors.
Well, you know, the thing is, I think that Su's economy is now so good. I mean, you don't normally see Banelings just run right into Archons. That's not, you know, ideal.
Certainly not.
But he has just got so much. It's like you're just seeing all these Zerg units fall down on top of whatever's left for Protoss here.
Oh.
And these Archons are starting to disappear, Artosis.
They really are. Like, I think when he lost those disruptors, this was the argument I was going to make is like, okay, dude, you had like 8 Archons and 3 disruptors. This is actually becoming the backbone of a very cost-efficient army. But as soon as you lose those disruptors, you have to rebuild back up to them. And that's like all your money is going towards that right now. So, like, how do you further make your composition strong against Su, who's already going Hive?
Yeah, you know, Su did have kind of a bad attack back there when I think he was committing a little bit too hard on the Archons, but he is getting to the point where you can have these almost comical trades, you know. By the way, getting another disruptor, oh, never mind, it actually gets back out of there.
I actually thought for sure that thing was going down, but saves it, so that's good at least. I really like how Su is playing it, though, how he's staying kind of aggressive and going up to Hive. I'm sure he's going to go Greater Spire here as well. You know, like, Broodlords would just kill this composition.
But, you know, that overextension by him where he kind of traded very poorly, you got to be careful at moments like that because that's the only thing that Zhao can rely on to basically recover. Zhao, you know, for parts of this game could play perfectly, and I don't know that he can catch up to Su because of, you know, what's happened earlier on.
Well, he's really tightening up his defense. He's finding every morphing Baneling location. You know, Su continues to make a lot of lings, getting Adrenal, getting +3 melee now as well. Continuing to make these these disruptors and some zealots to go with them. You know, if he blocks every single attack still and figures out about the Greater Spire, it's still playable, I think. Right? Like, sure. Su has a lot of the map, but it's not like his army or supply is that scary.
Like, we can go big picture for a second here as well. I mean, we've seen many StarCraft games go to split map, where the Zerg ends up just mining out and kind of, you know, loses the game long term because they didn't trade effectively. And the Terran, usually it's a Terran, but we could have a Protoss do it in this case.
We saw it earlier.
Yeah, take one of those final bases. Yeah. And suddenly it's, you know, economically impossible for the Zerg to win the game. We may end up in that kind of position. Now, if we get there, it's going to be a long ways away from now. But it's worth pointing out.
This is a little window where maybe Zhao can get in there, get a little bit of damage. I don't think it's possible for him to win the game right now.
Yeah.
But his army comp is very good against someone trying to transition into Broodlords, which is exactly where Su is out. He already made 5 Corruptors. You know, his Greater Spire is almost done. And his actual standing army is not that hot.
Yeah. Zhao has managed to basically survive for this long in the game. You know, one thing about this map is you have these bases that can get kind of tucked away. And so, you know, he's hanging on. He's continuing to soak up more resources. We have been seeing Su kind of try to switch into greater tech. And we're almost at the... you know, the finishing point of that with these Broodlords, the 5 of them about to finish. But once that's done, he needs to look for some kind of an engagement here. And keep in mind that whenever you see Broodlords come into the game, you know, a lot of times players will try to maneuver around them.
Yeah. The Broodlords, I could see him try to utilize that as a frontal attack right now, just have the Broodlings clog up Archons. And carriers are coming out, so this is like a very limited time that these Broodlords are going to do well. 3 carriers seem like they are about to pop here.
There's been a massive dump of gas into Banelings earlier on, and we're going to see if he can swing some fights with those Banes. He does force the recall. Now keep in mind, that's a limited resource in of itself, so now the Zerg may try to outposition him. And, you know, the hit points there on that Nexus, these probes are going to try to get away!
Ooh, might get it. No.
Oh, 11, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing something here, but even when you kill 11 there, he's got 75 workers. That is enough. You know, you're not too afraid economy-wise right there. The Broodlord's doing a little bit here at that additional base, but the carriers are out now. And when I look at these compositions, this looks to me like Zaun is going to start really taking control of this game.
Yeah, that's yeah. With the carriers out, had he not made those Broodlords could basically launch attacks on those mineral patches. The minerals point towards Zerg, which is always allows for other ways to kind of be annoying and move those workers away. But again, I feel like Zaun is just sort of stabilizing and continuing to do that in this game. Of course, it's basically been action nonstop on the Protoss' side of the map, but we're going to start to run out of map here.
That is for sure. Now, how aggressive does each side get? A couple more Broods on the way, 6 Corruptors coming in. Does this turn into mass Brood Corruptor coming out of Su? I'm really not sure what he's doing anti-air-wise, Tasteless. Like, he doesn't have many Corruptors. Yeah, he has a bunch of Queens, as you always do, but that is not, it doesn't look like something that's going to be able to take down 5, 6, 7 carriers.
He's going to need to trade something out. I mean, this is that late game conundrum, right? Where it's like, well, I can only make so many units, so what exactly do I need?
Yeah.
And a lot of times we'll see games where there's this constant rotation on both sides as they try to counter each other. Ling's coming down here. I don't think he's going to be able to kill this Nexus off, but I like the idea. He does free up supply there, so we're going to have that question answered in a second.
Dude, this is looking like really scary, this composition right now from Zaun. It looks almost invincible, but it feels like Su is playing a bit faster. You know, he's hitting the different locations, he's getting little bits of damage, and he's not spending that much on it.
Yeah, and, you know, eventually when the Tempests come out, that's kind of the final piece of the puzzle here. And I think from there, he can he can actually move a little bit further forward here and go from trying to defend his Nexuses to actually pushing out and starting to hit those hatcheries.
Well, we don't see any Vipers yet to try to help yank some of these units in. He runs in with those Corruptors, does end up getting one, but eats some Psystorms. And, you know, I got to tell you, nothing says Su like mass 0/0 Corruptors with no Vipers.
Yes. Well, he's about to have +1 flyer attacks finish up here, but, you know, Zaun's got the scary army, but he's kind of been squished into this like 1/6 corner of the map, and you know the entire map is basically Su's right now, right? These resource nodes that are at Zaun's few bases are going to run out, and this may just come down to like, can he actually get enough money from this Nexus to be in this game?
Well, right now, it looks like this big battle will go overwhelmingly to Zaun. The Banelings rolled in. He did get rid of most of the Archons, but a nice warp-in of a huge amount of Blink Stalkers helps him to clear out the ground. I think this is the moment where you go to counter. Like, I feel like right now, Zaun should go across the map and try to kill some bases, at least.
I 100% agree with you, Artosis. He's going to have to move out, and you know, we saw this earlier with Su when he was attacking, where it's like he's trading, and I think he's getting a little bit too cocky with the engagements. Like, he's going to have to fill his supply up with something, but right now there is this Wrecking Ball. But Su, smartly so, relies on the fact that he can make Lings. They're fast. They're going to have to come back and attack. You know, when the Zerg is this much bigger than the Protoss, it's hard for the Protoss because the few spots they have, they can't give up to a counterattack.
Yeah.
When you both have, like, full-on split map, you can kind of trade off places, right?
Sure.
And realize that there's so much more that, you know, each side has to tear through before they can kill the other one. We can get base races and stuff like that. But right now, he's just working with so little.
Yeah, he does not have a whole lot of mining going on. Like, he is making Nexuses here, as we see up at that top. Still has some patches here and there. The one thing really going for him, there's no way you can say Su's composition is better. You cannot. Su right now has to utilize his big economic advantage and maneuverability. Because, look at this. It's like 4 carrier, 5 Tempest. He's got really decent upgrades so far, like 3/1/1 for ground, only +1 for air, so that's actually like a little bit surprising. But yeah, with all the Psystorms, with all the Archons in there, you can't really do much with your Corruptors.
Yeah, the Corruptor's a funny unit, isn't it? Like, you know, there's moments where it's like, this is the only thing we can get right now. Like, this is the answer. And then, you know, after it served its purpose, it's like, okay, now what do we do with these things?
Well, that's why they made it so it could puke on building spaces.
Yeah, exactly.
Because now you kind of feel like, well, maybe I can still do something with this.
Yeah. So Zaun's staying back here. You know, the game goes on and on here, and this base continues to basically be the focal point here. You know, it's very easy for Broodlords to just kind of keep hitting this. And, you know, the thing about Tempest, they do have great range and a lot of damage, but like, you could just keep chucking Broodlords out here and whittle down that Nexus. You know, there's no way to heal the Nexus.
Yeah. Now, if you just keep doing that, it might turn into that scenario you were talking about before, though, right? Where Zerg might end up running out of money. Because it's like, well, Zaun, you know, maybe gains more value in some of these attacks if he's picking off 2-3 Broodlords.
Well, he's going to go for that Nexus again. And I don't think there's anything that Zerg can really do to contest this for the time being. He's just going to have these Corruptors sort of tank some shots and get back out. And
hey, Tasteless?
Yes.
Right now, a mothership is being made. I'd like to make an argument against this mothership.
Okay.
I feel like by making the mothership, Su's going to go, oh, fine, and finally make Vipers. And like that, I feel like that he needs Vipers right now, and I would not bait him into making Vipers.
He gets baited by the tech. He's like, oh, that's the unit I need to win this game.
Exactly. Because he's refusing to make them.
So that Nexus starts again. It's worth noting this base, right up here at the top right, has really not been interrupted that much. And so, you know, even though we've watched mostly this base that has the minerals that point at the Zerg, get hit over and over, there are other places that he's expanded to and started to mine out. Could we do a resource check on the bases that Zerg has? I mean, what kind of economy are they actually, you know, working with over here? Because he hasn't expanded to too many more new locations.
Yeah, and by the way, there's that Viper, man. Yeah, a Viper was just made. It's going to finish about the same time as that mothership. Yeah, it looks like, well, his mining is a little bit better than Zaun's maybe, but wow, a lot of the base is very dry right now.
And, you know, at this point in time, I think Zhao knows what the plan is to just survive.
Yeah.
It's like one of those campaign missions where you have to just live against the Zerg for 30 minutes or something like that. And
just make the Golden Armada, Tasteless.
Yeah. And, you know, at this point, there's no incentive for Zhao to actually go across the map and attack.
Look at the army supplies here, like 126. When he starts hitting like 150 of this, like he's going to be playing with the fist of Neeb at that point.
Yeah. I mean, Su is finally taking these extra bases, which is good. He's going to have to do it. I am interested in both the base at like 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. I guess just to the right of those two spots here. Because I think ultimately Protoss is going to have to take one of those bases or keep the Zerg off of one of those bases in order to win this long term. If this game is going the direction we talked about, where it's just going to be kind of a fight over, Protoss trying to survive before the Zerg runs out of resources.
It feels like that actually might be coming quicker than we thought, right? Like, we just got done watching that nice Armani Game 3 that lasted like 45 minutes or whatever. But this game is much lower banks than what we saw there.
Yeah.
And Zaun is doing a good job of like remaxing, and it's mostly really strong units. Like, yeah, he has a little group of Zealots here and everything, but look at that actual army. Your Corruptors cannot close on that. It just can't happen.
Zerg is now squeezing in at the bottom center. This is the base I was talking about earlier. Keep in mind that, it's basically Protoss hugging the whole right side of the map from top to bottom. Before the carriers, the Protoss's army is a little bit more nimble. Now they have some of the same problems that Zerg have with Broodlords.
Yeah.
Tempest and carriers are these very sluggish units. And then, a lot of times the big exploit for that is stuff like just lots of Lings hitting different little locations.
Sure, and that's he's trying that, right? He is all over the place with those Lings right now.
And, I think the final piece of the puzzle here for Su that I'd love to see is just some Niduses.
I do like the Nidus, like, just suddenly doing it in a game like this, because honestly, you're not thinking about that right now.
Yeah, well, just get something in the main.
Yeah, let's in the main, kill the Stargates or something.
Let's destroy his infrastructure, and then when he comes back, let's go up and hit the top part of the map. I mean, the thing about Zerg, when you get to positions like this, is they do have so many tools that can kind of out-position a player who's kind of roaming in his own side of the map with a big death ball.
Some Ultras starting to get added in now to this late-game Zerg composition, so Su taking a note out of Dark's playbook there. Those can be very helpful at clearing out some of these ground units, especially High Templars, but the overall ground army right now I think is a little bit too strong. Ultras would probably melt reasonably quickly there, especially with some Disruptor hits. But I feel like over time, you know, there is a Viper out. I'd like to see some abducts, right? Like, start pulling in Archon if you can. You know, well, honestly, he doesn't really have anything that kills an Archon if he pulls in, now that I think of it.
Good plug over here with the Zealots. Actually almost gets the deny on air armor level 1.
Dude, they were square dancing behind that cybernetic score.
It's pretty hilarious. The hatchery is being filled in again here at the bottom. We want to watch these positions very closely. And this actually leaves us with only one spot that isn't occupied, and that's just up at the top of the map. Although I don't think that's going to be a base that Protoss can really get. I think there's a reason why Sue is more interested in the bottom base than the top one in the middle. Okay. Because it's almost like at this point in time he wants to almost expand into the Protoss' side of expansions and try to soak up the resources there.
Another little attack going towards that natural. You know, the cybernetic score is actually a great kill right now since it is getting those air upgrades. Double Immortals being made as he sees... I don't like the double Immortal taste, so I'm going to go ahead and just put that right out there. Like, there's a lot of Ultras. Obviously, Immortals are helpful. But this is like 2 Ultras, so the fact that he's baiting 8 supply into that, and you know, the Ultras are still pretty useful. It's good anti-Zealot cleanup. You know, it's good to counterattack with a few Lings and Ultras. So, do you feel like, is Zhao not being forceful enough with some of these expands? Or is he doing it just right?
No, I think he's actually doing it right. I dig it. You know, I do want to see what's going to happen with this base up at the top, and is he really actually appreciating the fact that this base at the bottom, you know, basically Sue is just stealing the resources there, and he's going to deny them later.
Yeah, I got to say, what I would like to see here, Tasteless, is maybe splitting off the mothership for a secondary recall, so that you can, like, maybe you can bring your army to the south to kill that base, and then recall back to the base that he has to counterattack in that case, right? I really like seeing tactics like that in this matchup. And the fact of the matter is, it's not like, does he need the cloak over that right now? Is that what's saving his army? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree with you, Artosis. I think that at this point in time, you almost want to try to play the ability to have like a double recall here.
Yeah.
Because a lot of games are won. You know, when it's really these kind of unbreakable spots, it's forced relocation of the Protoss' army.
Yeah.
And then trying to hit some kind of sensitive point.
That bottom base you've been talking about, like, honestly, this feels like the most important thing in the game right now.
Yeah, this is you know, one of the few spots that are remaining here that if Zhao has, you know, the Zerg is going to go bust with it, you know, before the Protoss does. So
if Sue mines that out, though, I feel like it's probably going to be a Sue victory. I think so. It's too much.
And has Sue actually mined out the upper right base?
Like, to the right of that?
I'm sorry, I mean down the upper right base. I'm trying to figure out where the bases are going to mine out. So, yeah, there's a decent amount of minerals there. Yeah, that one's mined out. Let's go to the next one. Okay, that one's got a decent... Well, some of the patches are clearly better than others. But there's stuff there. And then the one right up at the top. Okay, that's a healthy base, too. Now, what about on the Zerg side of the map? Okay, so that's pretty much done.
Yeah, not a lot.
Pretty much done.
Pretty healthy.
Yeah, and so it's really just about these 2 bases. So I feel like Zhao needs to basically come and stomp out this bottom base.
Do we have a Dark Shrine right now? Okay, this is good usage of these units. I really, really like this, especially with the Immortals. I mean, it's a small thing, but maybe lead with the Immortals for the Hardened Shields rather than the Archons. But no, I really like him just sending a smaller ground force down there, and that's going to be hard to go clean up with your Ultras, which is part of why they were made. So that was a very good move. Like, he needs to make sure he's staying on top of that base.
So this base is taken out. So Sue immediately just remakes it.
Yeah.
And I guess the game plan is actually, it's almost like they're going to have like this kind of yin-yang set up on the map where it seems like, I guess, Protoss expanded all the way up to the top and then kind of hugged the ceiling of the map and can kind of grow into the upper middle. Yeah, that base right there, maybe he's going to try to go for that.
And Sue continues to make Broodlords, so it seems to me that, like, Sue's idea here is let's massacre the ground units, and then we can win, right? The problem is the combination of, like, Psystorm and Archon and Carrier, right?
Sure.
It's all of this together. If you get rid of either ground or air, the Protoss army becomes so much weaker.
There is also the possibility... Oh, hold on a second. The Lings are going to come into the main now. Now, this should force a recall of some sort.
Yeah, he might have to just barely recall there. The Ultra's coming up with some Banes as well. He should be able to clear out these Archons and the Immortals. Or maybe just barely. Yeah. Oh, he walks back to his shield.
Oh, this is insane. Okay, one.
I thought for sure he would lose those. I guess the battery helping out quite a bit there.
So the hatchery's done, and I've kind of been scratching my head watching this game, wondering when is this move going to come through the bottom?
Yeah.
The top part of the map is not that relevant for the Zerg. These are the bases you want to get, and I think if Zhao picks off this, and you know what? Maybe I'm crazy, but even push down a little bit further and take out that other base.
No, you're crazy. That's too far. That's too far. Can't fly over creep tastes. But yeah, another Zergling attack up to the north. So maneuvering-wise, there's no question in my mind that Su is playing overall a better game.
Yeah.
Like he is outmaneuvering Zaun, but Zaun, the area Zaun has to cover is not that long. So like he's making it in time, right? Like he's blocking the kills on that Nexus. He's killing off that bottom base multiple times. He does need to get down there and get rid of it again, though. It's like incredibly important.
Yeah, and so he's back over here. He's getting his whatever resources he can. By the way, they both banked up quite a bit. In fact, Zhao has like 3.5K in gas.
Dude, I gotta say, the amount of people I see Psystorming Changelings, this is the laziest thing in my opinion. You couldn't pay me enough money to Psystorm Changelings.
It's like
I will click on every one of those 1,000 times in a game.
I'll counter your energy with my energy.
Yeah. as if Overseer energy should count.
So he's backed up. Zerg kind of sits and looms over that base. Nice storms on that.
Yeah,
very nicely done.
That's a punish.
And you know this kind of game of endurance continues on. He is going to try to stay back there.
26 Corruptor, 5 Infester. For Splash, we have 3 Disruptors still, so that's very good anti-Infester. And then 7 High Templars. Man, that is hard to get through. 5 Archons still alive. He does need to kill that, though. Like, that base is killing my soul. I feel like Su correctly realizes that he needs that base.
Yeah.
Zaun is, like, taking his sweet time killing it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every bit of resources that's drained from that is huge.
But Zaun is staying very cost-efficient here. Right? Like, Su is for sure done. Yeah, look at that.
Well, the Tempests are really paying off. These shots are building up. The Disruptor shots are good. He's got some great storms. And then the Carriers are just enough to kind of guard all that. So here we go. Another attack up here. And this is a bit of a dilemma here for Zhao. Because, you know, if you look to the base just to the right of this one, it's almost mined out. Like, he's going to start to just not have any money. I know he has a lot in the bank, but that'll go away pretty quickly if you have a couple maxed out army fights.
Sure. Well, right now he does take out this base. He's actually having a reasonably good engagement there for a moment. Loses a couple disruptors, so that actually helps clear the way for the infestors to maybe help out a little bit, do a little bit of damage.
Okay, let's do another resource check here. So this base it's getting bad, right? Some of those patches are not looking great. The base, all right, mined out. That's going to be gone in minutes. And so this, you know, we talked a lot about this bottom base and that, you know, Zhao needs to keep going there and denying that. But the reality is also that, you know, Zhao pretty soon here is just not going to have an income if he doesn't manage to keep that top base.
Yeah. As he kind of like remaxes, he drops 2K on his bank. So definitely needs to get a little bit more mining going on.
Now take a look at Su's minerals and gas. He's just spent it. So if he fumbles in an engagement, that army's not just coming back.
That is for sure, yeah. Whereas Zaun can kind of remake a little bit.
So that's, well, totally mined out.
And one thing I want to really point out here as well, because it is like a Sky Toss game, but he did get 3/3/3 upgrades for his ground units.
Yes, very important.
So, like, there are situations here where you lose your army and you just insta-warp in a ton of Stalkers, and before they can remake anything, you kill them.
Yeah. And you just run right through and start killing off everything. The base is going to be taken here. I do feel like there's a world where he can fracture off part of his army and maybe hit the bottom again.
Well, he has recalls and the mothership, and he's not utilizing the mothership other than for cloak.
I totally agree with you, man. I feel like the answer is kind of here. There it is, Artos' favorite thing.
Even hurts his own units. I'm like, this is the most Protoss thing I ever saw, man.
So he's going to come back down here again. I actually think Su might not be able to pull this game off.
Yeah, I think Zhao is going to
win. I think he actually pulled it off. It took him, it might take him 40 minutes, but I think he eventually got there. The Infestors come in here. He does get some nice fungals.
Yeah, the fungals are right. He's trying to chain fungal the High Templars. That doesn't oftentimes work, but he gets some Broodling shots off on him. So some of the High Templars die. He does back them up.
Oh, hold on. These Archons are trying to fight these Brood Lords. We saw some Ultras picked off there earlier on. The Mothership does go down.
Oh, the Time Warp's actually doing quite a job here. Storms all over those Corruptors. And it looks, oh my god, the splash damage just unreal here. So that's a GG.
What a game.
What a game. What
man.
Very well done from Zaun there. I was nervous in the earlier parts, like when he was losing the 4th base. But Zaun fought back, and this is what we were talking about, where he's always done better with Sky Toss as opposed to Adept Openings.
Right.
Now, I know that can be a very tiring strategy to play, but if he flips back into Adept for a game 3 and loses, you're going to regret that for 2 years in the military.
Yeah, I mean, he basically showed that despite getting at a bit of a disadvantage early on, that he could just sort of endure that game. And, it was that classic demise of the Zerg that has achieved getting all the resources that they needed, but then they ran out of it. They spent it, and it was the Protoss that kind of played a little bit safer and absorbed enough blows, came out on top. So beautifully done. We're going to go into game 3. It's tied up 1-1 right now.
Yeah. So, I mean, neither of these guys want to go home right now. Both of them definitely contenders to get into groups and even do very well in groups as well. But someone has to go home after this, Tasteless.
Yeah, and, looking at the way that this whole series has panned out, I really don't want Zhao to do another timing attack. I think he should actually do basically what he did in this game here.
He's better at this, man. Seriously.
He's better. I think Su also proved he's not the best at dealing with that either. I think there were some lost opportunities with Nidus play and counterattacks in certain spots.
He doesn't like that style. He wants mass like tier 2 units, not tier 3.
Yeah, he wants to win in mid game.
Yeah.
And Zhao is just not going to let that happen. So now we're going to go into game 3 here and decide who survives here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Su versus Zhao, continuing on. Let's get our players introduced. In the bottom left, in the red, losing that insane macro game, he is Su. In the upper right, weathering the storm and surviving to come back and maybe win one more time here. This Protoss player is Zhao. What's this music, Artosis?
Well, I mean,
it's like we're about to have the boss fight in a JRPG.
This is a boss fight for both.
This is a boss fight. Yeah, they're both. Yeah. Okay, so we've seen this before. He likes to send his probe out and block the hatchery.
Yeah, very, very standard stuff. We see it all the time. Su, of course, just going to go make it at that 3rd base. Okay, based on the 2 games that you've seen, who do you think is more likely to win this game 3?
I still think Su can take this. I do want to point out there was this period where Su was winning in the first game, and he started like throwing Banelings into Archons, and it was very early on, so it might not be easy to remember, but it seemed like he was overly confident that like it kind of didn't matter how he played it from here. He was smashing so hard, and in those few minutes, that's when Zhao kind of steadied himself.
You're right.
Got the 2 new bases up. And managed to survive what I think was a pretty treacherous mid-game.
Yeah, to be fair, Zhao kind of blundered the 3 disruptors that he had. What is that?
There's pottery on this map.
Yeah, just a nice
Someone
vase.
put my vase up there.
It tastes when it's that nice. It's a vase, not a vase.
I'm sorry.
A vase.
I am not a sophisticated person.
Oh my gosh. So embarrassed.
What were you saying though?
I don't know, something about a vase.
Yeah. You're like analyzing the game. I'm like, look at what's over there.
Whoa! Artosis, shut up. Did you see those sticks on that pillar? I'm like, wow, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine from Zhao's perspective, it's got to be a long game, but, Zergs don't have to play a long game if they don't want to. They can do some kind of specific timing attack or some kind of attempted killing blow to end it.
It's actually going to go Quick Twilight. Okay. So it's almost certainly a Glaives opener, but there's different types of Glaives openers. Okay, you want to just put some pressure on with like a 3-gate or a 4-gate Glaives, or are we going to go 6-gate and really put all of our eggs into that basket?
Well, whatever it's going to be, we're going to find out. You know, when you see a Stargate, that generally is a nod to like kind of standard play, but you see
you basically have to go 3-base.
Yeah,
right? It's just kind of how it goes.
So the Robo starts as well. Now, there's quite a lot of different types of timing attacks. But, you know, they're pretty much all stopped the same way. Is that the Zerg pumps the brakes on making workers and, you know, gets in a position with an army to actually fight it. And that's what happened in Game 1. I don't think this is going to look like the last, or the Game 1 push, but we'll see.
Not the best optimized build, honestly. Like, his Twilight finished, and we had to wait like 15 seconds for him to get 100 gas to start Glaives. So a little bit off on that. But, I mean, it's not something that's likely to super change the game. Just something I noticed, because it feels like that isn't how that should go. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you should have that, like, nailed.
Yeah, everything is supposed to go back down to 0, like, perfectly. As far as the resources go with these very, very mapped out builds. The Overlord is continuing to survey over the natural base and see that no gases are being taken. The gateways are warping in, and it looks like this push is going to start.
It's gonna be a 4-gate, it looks like. So the 4-gate is like not all in. This is more of a pressure play.
Right. And we're gonna see what he can get done with it. Baneling's Nest has started. There are more Zerglings on the way here. You know, the Zerg has no confirmed the rush is coming, but he's going to see those Adepts coming out now. So he should have a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I think so. You know, and again, Zaun is so well known for this as well. When you're entering the round of 32 at Katowice, you're taking a little look at everybody and kind of refreshing in your mind, okay, how does this guy play against my race?
Yeah, and I mean, with how long StarCraft 2's been out, I mean, these are all very storied players.
Yeah,
they've all played against each other so many times and are very familiar with all the little ticks that each of each other have.
Very true.
Okay, so good control. He does pull that queen away. He does commit onto the ramp, unlike what he did in Game 1. But the Lings are here on the ramp, but it's not enough. They're going to slowly chew their way through that.
Wow.
Okay, he doesn't get the other Adepts up there. I think he really needed to have those merged with the Adepts in the main.
But look at the drone kill count, man. He left a couple there. 11 kills so far, picks up these 4, and starts to get out.
And he's going to Disruptor Tech. There's no probes being made. And so, you know, step 1 in the strategy has worked. He's taken out a lot of workers. Development has slowed down quite a bit. Step 2 is going to be more pressure, and eventually we'll have disruptors coming into play. If he gets 1 or 2 good disruptor shots, Artosis, Sue might be out.
Yeah, it's a real possibility. We don't see Warp Prism's speed to go with this, so yeah, I was going to say this is looking a little bit more like a 3rd-base build rather than I'm going to fly out, hopefully zap a few Roaches or Queens, and then come out for the full push. Instead, he gets that Nexus going. He's resuming pro production. There is the Prism speed. Zaun does love it, and I'm sure he wants to try some harassment. Hopefully that'll go better than it went in Game 1, though.
He's pulling back again here with that Warp Prism. And it's been very interesting to see, after the way Game 1 and Game 2 went, he's kind of almost doing like a Goldilocks strat of that, where it's like he has a little bit of the Adepts come out and get some damage in there, but this isn't a 100% commitment to trying to end the game.
Yeah, this is like he's actually building himself towards a later game, right?
Yeah.
The Prism speed is a quality upgrade for a long-term game, or you know, it could be for a quick one as well. Getting a Forge, so at least we want to get +1 in there. You know, just the probe production itself is what is reassuring me, right? Like, if he wasn't making any probes, then we know that he's, like, just going to explode gates or something.
Right.
Which he may still do. He may still add a bunch of gates here pretty quickly and see what he can get done. And ooh, Thermal Lance.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Disruptor shots. No, he's not even going to overcommit. There are Queens off the creep. He's got to be careful about that. The 4th base is going to be... 4th base is going to be taken right over there.
I'm interested in this strategy here from Zaun, right? Because there's actually like a lot of builds that look kind of like this, where you might have like 1 Colossus to help against Lings, But when you get Thermal Lance, I feel like when you get Thermal Lance, you're committing to 3 Colossus. You know what I mean?
I think so, yeah. And you have this like really nice amount of damage that can kind of just melt through, especially Lings, and can kind of allow you to roam and push. So, you know, tech-wise, it's a pretty different game that's been developing here.
It really is. Quite a few Ravagers going up, as well as Baneling speed.
Do you think he'll try to set up for a push here after the 4th base, you know, when he gets closer to maxing out? Or do you think he's just going to try to basically play Defender's game?
I actually am kind of wondering about it right now. I mean, if you're going to have 2 Disruptors, 3 Colossus with range, Blink and +1, and a good economy behind it, I feel like that is something that you have to roam with. You have to shark around with, poke.
Yeah.
You know, clear off some creep, force Sue to be making units. And honestly, the composition Sue's going for, well, when it becomes Colossus-based with Stalkers, Banelings are a very good choice.
Right.
So a lot of the engagement might really rely on Disruptor hits. Like, if you can get a big Disruptor hit on the Banes before they close, something like that, I can see this going very quickly towards Zound.
Okay, he's coming down and wiping out these. Oh my God! Oh yeah,
oh, he's doing that too. That was actually his mic.
Yeah. That was so close.
You know, that's the type of moment. I actually have chills right now because I'm like, if that dies, he's probably like, well, it was fun.
Yeah. It was fun being a pro gamer.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, well, I better get my hair cut for the military.
And more gates coming up, that +2 attack. A lot of unit production for Sue right now. Both of them around 75 workers.
Yep.
Now, Sue, like, I think you want him to attack. Like, I think you need him to walk onto creep to get your best engage. This, like, the composition that we see from Sue, sometimes we see them just barge into the 4th with that. But this army in a defensive position off creep, I don't think you can attack into.
I don't think so. He's getting another Colossus here. So we're going to go up from, I think he's got 3 so far, right? Yeah, he's got 3 now.
Yeah. Oh,
adding
my
a
God.
4th in. I wasn't expecting that. Dude, he's getting some more Stalkers. I think he's going to set up for a push here. I think that 4th Colossus is going to come out. And he's going to look for fights.
4 Colossus, man.
I could be wrong. I mean, maybe he's just going to try to sit back and defend, but I do feel like you're going to get this many Colossi, and you're looking to try to get damage.
Well, looking at what Sue is doing, it's actually the perfect choice, I would say. Because Sue is making so much Ling Bane. Like, so much. He has so many He has like 60 Banes, I think.
Yeah.
54 Banes right now. And he's morphing more. Like this is like the one punch man of builds. You know, he is really going to go for it. But there's a lot of sentries in here, and 4 Colossi with +2.
We got.
You put those force field shields up, and you get a couple volleys. Everything's dead.
Yeah, disruptor shots here. We got to watch the Banes, but he's going to come in from behind.
Oh my God, the Banelings from behind, not able to get through all those force fields. Now he's knocking some off here. The Banelings starting to get in. They get on top of some of the Colossi. They deal some damage, but overall, most of the high-quality units were saved here by Zound.
Yeah, it was an interesting trade, but, you know, as we're looking, there's just nothing here for Zerg to defend. Can he keep the ball rolling? If he starts to warp in more, maybe he can keep pushing. Zerg is beginning to expand around this.
Dude, I don't think he even has enough larva for this.
Yeah. Well, you know, all 4 Colossi are alive. He still has a Disruptor. And the Stalker count is not going to go down. At least not for now. No. He's making more Banes.
He needs the sickest connections here.
Here we go.
Okay, uses the Disruptor reasonably well. Oh, God, that is so many Stalkers on the side, man. Sue has to retreat. Throws out some Biles. A few of them end up hitting, but this is not going well for Sue.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job shuffling the Stalkers. Oh, that's it. GG. Zound takes it in an incredible push. Crushing Sue. And his story will continue on. He's not done yet, Artosis.
No, that was very, very well done. It's so sad to have Sue go out, you know, early in the tournament, but
yeah,
Zound going forward is an exciting story as well.
Someone's got to lose, man.
That's right.
You got to get rid of one of them. But I'll tell you what, it was a good series there from Sue. Zound, you know, mixing it up a little bit. That 4th Colossus, you know, had he not gotten the really good force field setup there, he would probably taken way more losses and lost that
game. He would have lost every unit of those Banes.
You know, with StarCraft 2, it is the fastest of the RTSs.
Yeah.
And you have these moments where it's like, okay, we have a second and a half, and if I get these force fields up perfectly, I win. If not, I lose, and he did it. Anyways, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk and see their thoughts now that Zhao has moved on 2-1.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. In a grueling series, to say the least here, Zhao is able to advance on through. We have ZG as well as VOD, and that actually really went the distance. I thought it was maybe going to end with a 2-0. However, not to be ZG, we went all the way.
Well, first of all, I did actually just kind of assume that Zhao was going to perform better, especially if he survived the mid game. But then, yeah, Su almost had a 2-0 himself, right? That late game in the game, too, could have gone his direction. But Zhao pulls it back, which, I mean, is good news for kind of people's expectations, as well as for, obviously, fans of Zhao. But then, Su, I know, it sells a lot of fans, too. But it was surprising how it went down. I didn't think it'd be as close as it was.
And I suppose I didn't think a name like Su would be going out in the second round of the lower bracket here, Wardy, but that's how it's going to be. What did you think of the series as well?
It was very fun, right? And I think it was, to me, a very Su series. In that second game, he was going well, the aggression was good.
Yes.
And at some point, Su's like, you know what would be really good? If I just kept doing more of the same. And Zhao's like, well, I can defend it now. And then Su's like, no, more! And then you don't actually, then it falls apart. And that's typically Su's issue. He did get up to Broods, right? He got up to Corruptors. He kind of made it a game, but I think once it got to that point, Zhao's always favored in that stage of the game, and that's kind of just how it played out. So, a shame to see Su drop out, but, between the two, definitely expected Zhao to go further. A lot of people did. The fact that Zhao had a rough start today and then had to play Su was very dangerous, so cool to see him still having a chance.
And now Zhao will end up in a PvP against either Nightmare or Nice. I don't know if I have the full results from that. All I see here is
1-0
yes,
for
1-0.
Nightmare, but Nice, they're 25 minutes in, and Nice is winning. He's got lots of carriers, so that's kind of a thing that's happening.
Nice. Okay, well, we'll see how that goes. Okay, well, we're actually going to check in with good old Pig in a moment, as he is ready to show us a few little details of what's going on. So, the Pigster, what have you got for us?
All right. Well, thank you very much, James. That was a pretty exciting series, a little bit back and forth, and a very exciting way for things to go. We're going to go in and just take a look at some of the clips from the games. Starting off in game number 1, where I do feel like Zhao actually had a decent opportunity. So let's go straight into game and take a look. He did miss this timing, and I think Tastosis were spot on the money. There was a big window. There's a lot of adepts coming in at this moment, but a little bit too much fear for Zhao. At this stage, if we pause it, you can see that he's actually only dealing with Banelings that are in the middle of the morph, a couple of Queens, which are very low damage units, and the Roaches are actually not there. Check it out in that production tab in the top left. Roach Warren's not finished. He should have recognized that here, and I actually think Zhao had a very good chance to be able to take things out. If we continue that clip, we can see that he decided to go for a much safer route, which was basically light harassment, kind of move those adepts around, threatening a little bit. And the reason that was a big issue is, of course, the worker count on the bottom of the screen. 54 drones to 44 probes. This was a situation where Zhao had to capitalize basically immediately, and he wasn't able to. And as a result, Su got a little bit ahead in game number 1 and ran away with it. So this was a really good defense for Su, but he got away with being a little bit greedy. So we'll move on from there into the next clip. And I think what was really cool about game 2 is Zhao just said, I am going to knuckle down on the defense. I am a fantastic late game player. I know I can just kind of turtle up and get my way through. So if we take a look at this clip, we can go into game, and you can really see at this stage, a lot of Protoss players would panic and they would move their army forwards, trying to defend the Zerg up front in this area. But Zhao, on the other hand, was like, all right, there's one way I lose this game. That's getting surrounded by a swarm of Zerg. So he gives up the Nexus, really mature decision, lands some big disruptor shots on those Banelings. And these Archons, they are just an absolute wall. They will not go down no matter what. And they absorb about 30-40 Banelings. None of them actually die. Loses a few Zealots and Nexus. And he preserves that army. And he did this multiple times in this game, which was just absolutely stunning play from Zhao. We go on later in the game, and it was the same pattern of fall back, give up ground, do not rush into a bad engagement at all. So we can go straight into the next one. You can see Broodlord's Corruptors. He's given up a base. And what I love here is the patience that Zhao showed. So he's just basically saying, never rush into a bad engagement no matter what. Let's go in, take a look here at him once again, giving up a base. And you've got this Protoss army sitting back, waiting, biding its time. And eventually, after just waiting for so long, Su lost his patience and tries to force the issue. And check out this fight. I mean, the Archons, the Disruptors zoning out the Banelings, the Tempest focus firing on the Broodlords, the Storms in the middle. Let's rewind and watch those Storms again. Those Banelings looked like they were going to connect, but that there is devastating. Most of those hit nothing but a single Archon. They all end up falling. And these Corruptors, which have been zoned out by the fear of the Archons and the Storm, are not able to connect with that army. So by the time he gets in there and takes out a carrier or two, there's still Storms left on the ground. He's done a great job of protecting those High Templar. And we saw Zaun basically show the power of a very defensive Protoss against a Zerg like Su, who relies on getting aggressive momentum in the mid-game. So I really like the way Zaun adjusted throughout the series and showed how to adapt to beat the opponent. Well, that's about that for now. Back over to you guys at the desk.
Thanks. Wow, Pig. I looked the action stance in between some of those as well. That was awesome. If we could rewind and watch those storms. Nah, we don't need to do that, but lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Pig, for all of that. And that is, of course, Zaun being able to survive here in what is still effectively a grueling bracket. He's going to have a PvP on his hands. Did that game finish?
1-1, so Nice and Nightmare tied up, fighting for their lives.
There you go.
But Nightmare's pretty used to that lower bracket after Atlanta.
Yes.
Yeah.
A challenge indeed. Let's take a look at the highlights from the series that we've just watched though here as well, and recap what we had between Su and Zaun, even though Pig just did a great job of being able to do so. So let's turn back the clock and take a look, because in this first game there were actually moments where Zaun actually caught his own army a little bit with Disruptors, but as the series went on, ZG, it felt like a little bit more methodical from Zaun. He was able to hit Disruptor shots very close to his army but not really clip his own, so nice trades.
Yeah, well, you have to thank the patch for that.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
It's actually a buff.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's actually a buff. I think that Zaun is very well known for his disruptor control. Perhaps this style of the game in the first game was just also a little bit more erratic. There was a lot more happening. There was a lot more action, a lot more other micro that he had to do as well. Blink Stalkers are going to be more microable than an army perhaps like this, where the Archons are hoping to tank a lot, so you can kind of focus on the disruptors. But as Pig pointed out, also focus
the
fire.
Storms again.
And the Storms again.
Rewind that note, though, please.
Once more.
Some great storms, it's fair to say. Wody?
Yeah, I mean, this game is very cool. I think I said it before, right? This is the sort of game where Su was doing very well, and he kind of sues himself because it was good play from Zaun sitting back, but Su opens himself to that because Zaun just knows Su is just going to keep on attacking, so you feel so much safer sitting back and playing it slow because you know Su's going to disadvantage himself a little bit, right? So definitely a little bit of a factor there. This game went on a while, but I think past that point that we saw earlier, this was, in my eyes, always going to be Zaun's game. It was just a question of when was it actually going to end, and obviously we get to this fight where Zaun just has way too much splash damage on those Corruptors. You just can't beat that, and then we obviously get through to game number 3, ZG.
That's true. We got game number 3. Thank you. Where we did see a little more of that methodical, as you were saying, control on this army. He was able to plan out his attack and utilize the choke. Really good read on the map. I mean, still, Banelings did get through, but the damage had already been done. Zaun, particularly good, I feel like, with this composition, the actual Colossus, Stalker, Disruptor, however he gets here. And if he understands the maps, which again, they've had about a month to play on the maps. Patches change like a little bit every now and again, but then he can really abuse the terrain, those force fields. So this was already a nice game for him, and then obviously he closes it up. So
yeah, I mean, that's an extreme army at that point. There's no way Su's going to be able to deal with 4 Colossi in this unless something catastrophic happens for the Protoss. And Zaun will be marching on. So that is that series here done. Actually, we also did have another series, ZG, which was Laston versus Cham. We don't have a clip, but do you recall what occurred in that?
That's a good question. It was about 40 minutes ago.
2-0 to Cham, right?
Well, so the first game actually did not look like it was going to go well for Cham. But then he got this really huge surround, just like so much more supply, just the way that TVP works. And this round really was too much for Harsman to handle, is about the summary of it. The second game was a little bit more interesting in the idea that we're seeing a comeback of Swarmhost, actually. So Zergs have noted, particularly Babylon, which was the map that they played, is a very good Swarmhost map, both versus Protoss as well as potentially versus Mech, if we do see that. And then it still only works really against this particular style, which Harsum ended up playing. So he did scout the Swarmhost. He knew that he might have been in trouble, but then Cham, it's not so much much that Cham did a lot of things correct, not to disregard Cham's skill. He's obviously doing very well this Katowice. It's more like Hearthstone let the snowball happen to a degree, because when you are in that situation where you're already not having the best build against Swarmhost, you lose a Disruptor, you lose an Archon, you take a fight away from a shield battery. There was a lot of little things that Hearthstone could have done to stabilize. Maybe it was too greedy with a Fleet Beacon too. But anyways, that's the summary. Very long summary of a 2-0.
You were like, oh, it's 40 minutes ago. I can't really remember this. Okay, well, okay, that's fine. And actually, looking at this, Cham is 1-0 up against Ryung. He's blasting the lower bracket.
Okay, that is actually amazing. This is an amazing run by Cham, but then that's also really, like, coming, I don't know, I've been talking about how Ryung, if he has anything except Zerg, I think he would obliterate this bracket, which has been so far the case. But Zerg and him do not get along. He recently joined Onside, right? So he's there with Maru, and there is some discussion about whether or not he'd be able to learn, basically, TVZ by Katowice. But it's a very hard matchup to learn and to trick because it's so mechanical. So there is always that chance because he can prepare so well, but obviously now he's in the lower bracket, he can't really prepare, and Cham's a very different Zerg too. So bad matchup for the guy, plus this really like weird, even sometimes overly aggressive Zerg. I mean, it's not the same as a Sue aggression or a Rogue aggression or anything like that. Cham's Cham.
There you go. All right, well, thank you very much, CG. Good segment there, Wardy. Really good stuff. We have got ourselves a break, then we're going to be back here. We are going to have qualification matches now into the group stage, and it will be best of fives here throughout the day to see who makes it on forwards. We'll see you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
We're back. We have our qualification matches on the way for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2023. We will have 4 best of 5 to determine which players are going to be moving into the group stage and fight against all of these titans in StarCraft 2. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have Piggly Wiggly and Artosi. Yeah, I tried.
Ardymyctosis.
Ardymyctosis, that's the one. I just haven't been able to say it for years, my friend. I've completely forgotten. It's good for you to be back. I'm appreciating it as well. This is going to be a good one. We, gentlemen, can take a look at the bracket before we actually really dive into the nitty-gritty of what is coming up as well. We can see the road at which these players have been able to take to get to these qualifying matches, because it's not been easy by any stretch of the imagination. There has been strong competitors up towards the top. So, later on, of course, we will be covering Cure versus Spirit. Their roads quite considerable, and then up towards the top, our next one, Laser and Classic here. So it's 4 great players pick coming into 2 qualification matches.
Indeed, a ZVP and a TVT, and 4 players who are no stranger to being very close to getting through to the group stage.
Yes, yes.
Spirit and Laser have had some epic journeys over the past years, as has Cure. Classic, often was a guy who would be a guy who was going straight into the groups in previous years, but he's been on that comeback train of getting back up to peak performance ever since returning from the military. Had a few near misses, a lot of PvPs he was getting eliminated from by like Zest in really close 3-2 matches when he came back. But it looks like he's having a pretty good run so far, and it feels like he's answering some of the questions about that form. A lot of people were doubting, but hey, so far it's been a clean run.
Yeah, no, it certainly has. He's playing fantastically so far here. And I mean, we have a bunch of upsets that have occurred in this bracket as well. I think, Zaun, having a hard time losing to Coffee earlier on. That's insane, which made this bracket completely different because Spirit is great in TVT, so he's able to just shoot right up into this match against Cure. So that's going to be pretty good because I think Spirit's TVT is really strong as well. Seeing a Laser take down Sue, I wouldn't call it really that much of an upset. Sue isn't quite as good as he's been in the past right now.
European ZVZ as well.
It is, yeah. They have a lot of Zerg players over here to practice against. So, I mean, but it's a fun bracket. Like, this is a killer bracket we have this year.
Yeah, we can take a look at the lower bracket as well here and see what's going on there. We're not super advanced into it, where we have like a round before the qualification matches do go on. Ryung and Champ is 1-1.
Yes.
And actually, Pig, you were having a little bit of a look of what was going on in Game 3. We're not going to jump in, but what was happening?
Yeah, I mean, it was really exciting. A lot of really weird Overlord speed openings, where he's doing that before Ling speed is Cham, scouting everything Ryung's doing. Ryung's a very tricky player, and yet he can't bring any surprises. And Cham's doing a lot of mass Roach Ravager play, but he's doing it in a very clever way, where he's waiting for Ryung to push out, and he's backstabbing him, he's catching tanks out of position, and just making it a very scrappy map. So they're in a big macro game in Game 3 right now, which could go either way. So it's really cool to see Cham stepping up and having such a great performance there.
Yeah, it's already been a great run for him, really.
Dude, Cham is doing fantastically. Seriously, 2-0 against Scarlett, who we thought was in pretty good shape coming into this week.
Yes.
2-0 against Hearthstone. I mean, everyone loves Hearthstone. And now he's playing so well against Ryung. Who knows? Like, if he beats Ryung, that's like the best result of Cham's career, in my opinion.
Yeah, so far he's looking really good, but let's see how he fares with that game number 3 against Ryung. So now let's talk about our first qualification match coming in. It's going to be a Laser going up against Classic. I'm excited for this one. A Classic obviously returning as a player that has seen some of the highest of highs in the past of his career, and 2022 has not exactly been the most kind to him, but it's an exciting time. And we're going to do things a little differently, actually, for this one. I have made the gentleman to my left select a player, and they can justify why they think this player may win. So we're going to start with Artosis. Who have you chosen?
None other than Classic. Are you kidding me? You knew I was going to choose Classic. You're never going to get me not to choose a player like Classic. And do you know why, Pig?
The power level?
Because he's like a Star League winner, and he's one of the greatest Protosses of all time. This number that he has, 73, this isn't correct. Okay, I know the pro gamers did these, but this is actually a huge mistake, and it shows maybe commentators do know more than pro gamers, because let me tell you something, okay?
Yes?
Versatility, How long has Classic been around? He's been a defensive macro Protoss. He's been an aggressive Protoss. He's done every build and every matchup more than any other Protoss in the world. I challenge you to find any more versatile Protoss than Classic over the years. You can't do it. You literally can't do it. So his versatility, I'm actually going to go ahead and fix that. That is actually, we're going to give him a 99.
Oh, okay.
Okay. He's got a 99 on versatility. So his overall score is more in the 80s. Classic is a fantastic player. If you look at the matches that he has lost, things like the barely losing to Zest, who's the best Protoss in the world, he gets into Super Tournament, which is already really hard, loses to Maru. Oh, are we gonna zap him for losing to Maru? Is that where we've gone at this point? I don't think so. Classic is the favorite here. He's gonna make it into groups, and you know what? He might make it out of groups. He might go further than that top 8. I can see it.
There you go.
I can see it. I see the road.
You know, I love it.
Amazing.
There is nothing more beautiful than when someone speaks utter nonsense with absolute confidence. That was beautiful, Artos.
Oh my God.
I am envious of your confidence while saying things that are absolutely insane.
Okay.
This man right here, he's a bit understated right now. A laser is here on his home territory, and he's saying, oh, you know, I'm not very good versus Protoss. I'm not that strong. Look at me. Oh, I've just, you know, I got some offense. That's my highest stat. I've got some good speed. But honestly, he's saying, I'm just going into it with no expectations. Oh, come on. We know what fires up a laser, and that's his hatred of the Protoss race. You speak to a Polish Zerg about Protoss, and they immediately get salty, and that is what fuels a true gamer. And a laser, he is going to come in here.
I can get on board with that.
And he's basically going to say, you know what? I'm going to gamble. He's going to come in, he's going to throw out some crazy timings. There's going to be Lings canceling third bases. There's going to be Nidus Worms popping up and vomiting out Swarm Hosts and Ravagers and Queens. Ooh. He's going to make this a nightmare for Classic to handle.
Do you remember when Classic blinked all those DTs in at BlizzCon?
Okay, whoa,
all right, get out of here, Pete.
That may have been one of the greatest moments.
That was pretty good. That was pretty... Gentlemen, I take my hat off to you. That was passionate.
So who wins, James? Who wins?
Yeah, you got to rate it. Come on.
No. What we'll do is we'll let Twitch chat or YouTube chat pick the winner from that. So who do you think gave the best pitch there for these two players? Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're heading over to the commentators. Maybe they can pick as well who they thought gave the best pitch with Wardy and Rotterdam.
Well, our first qualifying match is coming up. I feel like we just had the best qualifying match of all, man. Artosis versus Pig. I give it to Artosis.
Me too,
It wasn't even close. He 3-0'd Pig. Real easy.
He 4-0'd him in the best of 5. Like that's how one-sided that was. Even though Pig's opening line was pretty good, I gotta give it to that one.
It started strong, but it just didn't have
it didn't really go anywhere. There wasn't any real follow-up. But this is obviously going to be one hell of a best of 5. A very important one for these two. I had a little chat with Elazer not too long ago. He was obviously very happy with how it's going so far because it's been flawless, right? A 2-0, a 2-0. He's been looking good, but he's not putting a lot of pressure on his own shoulders. He says, I'm going to do my best. I am not certain how it goes. I don't come into this IEM with crazy high expectations. But then he said, maybe that will work out for me, actually, because I'm not stressing myself out. And I'm just going to try to play the game that I have been playing for so long and do it at the best of my abilities. In the top left side of Neo Humanity, the man that has spent a couple of days in the Netherlands to get ready for this big event at the Team Liquid headquarters. This is Team Liquid's Elazer.
Down in the bottom right, he put on a heck of a show when we watched him earlier, and he's continued to look very good. I'm actually very excited to see what kind of build he's going to come out with as he has more PvZ on his hands. This is Classic.
Yeah, Neo Humanity once more is opening map, and that obviously gives us a little flashback to what happened earlier today when Classic also kicked off his tournament run at Neo Humanity versus Scarlett. Yeah. We had a gateway, we had a fort, we had a couple of cannons go up, and it all just kind of worked out. And at first we weren't totally sure if this was truly all worth it. Is it really looking all that good? And Classic is like, yeah guys, it is looking all that good, because now more Oracles will find damage, and after that a couple of Adepts without Glaze will still find damage, and then I followed up with a strong push with 2 Immortals, a War Prism, a couple of Gateway units, and Zerg will simply not have a strong enough economy to get enough units out to deal with this. And he was spot on. Like, that really felt like everything went according to plan, the way that he envisioned it when he started off. It's going to be a very different game this time around. He's already mining on those gold minerals, by the way. You have to be careful with this. I've actually lost a couple of games myself on the ladder where I'm like, this is really fun. I'll just go full wall off and then wall off at the third, and 30 links show up. You're like, okay, I wasn't quite ready for that, and now I have no wall off into the natural, so this is a little bit risky if he mines it out very quickly.
Yeah, don't give yourself don't give your opponent too many offensive options too early on. One probe scout, and of course, just checking what's up. It forced the third hatchery location instead of the natural. And yeah, very different approach. I do wonder across the entire best of 5 just how many different things Classic is going to come out with, right? We saw a couple of games of PvZ earlier. How many of these different builds does he have for all of these different maps? Is he going to mix in some more kind of standard longer games where he aims for that later game? Because so far it has been quite, oh, I've done good damage. Let's hit a timing. Let's take advantage, and let's not let you tech up at all.
And he was very committed with those timings. Like, of course, in the end, they look like strong, convincing victories. Like, wow, Classic was never in any trouble. But make no mistake, if those attacks don't end the game, he is actually in a lot of trouble because he didn't have a strong follow-up. There weren't any great upgrades. There weren't really any good upgrades on the Twilight Council. He didn't have a Robo Bay or a 4th base, not even a fully saturated 3rd base. So those attacks were very committed, but that, of course, does not matter if you get what you're looking for, and that is to end the game. Now it's going to be already very interesting just to see a little skill check between these two. Classic is going to open up with oracles. Elaser is going to try to defend in the most Elaser way like possible, and that is probably skip out on a Spore Crawler in at least one of the 3 bases. And that is doable, but your queen position needs to be absolutely perfect. And Classic is actually opening up with a Void Ray, not with an oracle. So I'm going to keep a close eye on what is the follow-up. It could still just be one Void Ray into a couple of oracles where the Void Ray takes care of the Overlord, but I have to admit, Wardy, I don't know how you feel about it. I never liked the Void Ray, but I feel like it has a lot of success. More often than not, when I see top-tier pro players open up with the Void Ray, they end up winning the game.
Yeah, I like the Void Ray into players, but we're not seeing that. Twilight Council would have come down already, so yeah, he gets 2 drones for 1 adept. That's not so bad. Just gonna go Void Ray Oracle. I feel like when you're going into this Oracle, the Void Ray you kill off an Overlord that you could maybe get rid of anyways.
With a Stalker, right?
Yeah, but I guess you get to skip a Stalker. Do we really, mind that much? Yeah, obviously might neaten things up somewhere along the way. There goes that Overlord. We do have the Adept defending these couple of Lings. Obviously, Classic did finish that wall off mining, so he does have access to the bottom base, which he just put down too.
One more minor downside of going Void Ray before Oracle is that obviously your first Oracle comes out later. The second Oracle, if you make a second Oracle, also comes out a little bit later, which means they have a lot less energy to work with. So if you then activate Pulsar Beam on the other side of the map, then suddenly you just don't have that many possibilities to really pick off drones. We do have a relatively quick Twilight Council and a Forge go down now. I have to admit, this is a little bit of everything. Would already be annoying though, because the doors are open, and if I was Elaser, I wouldn't necessarily go for these Adepts. I think I would have just ran into the main base, man, because Lings are way quicker, but he does get both Adepts, and he might still be able to get 2 or 3 workers, and then this was absolutely worth it.
Of course, the Oracle back at the very least activates the energy, so it's not going to be going drone hunting anytime.
Did he stop the Twilight and the Forge now? Because he was all the way on the right side, but did he
I don't think so, not yet, but now he will, so he just saw the Twilight, maybe not the Forge.
Can we take a look at this Observer? Okay, he sees the Twilight, does not see the Forge, but seeing a Twilight this early on is obviously already an indication that something is going to be heading his way. I'm a bit confused about everything that Classic has been doing so far.
Then he goes Temple Archives, I'm like, cool, Archons and probably charge, and then he starts to blink, and I'm like, cool. Yeah, it's kind of a bit of everything, right? Like, it's very lackluster on the Stargate, and then we're going to go +1 and blink, but it can't be that committed to the Stalkers, because if you're going to build stuff off the Temple Archives, it's hard to afford Stalkers and Archons at this stage.
Might just go for Storm, right? And he mostly just tries to control the pace of the game with Stalkers out on the map, push the creep back, and then in case he's under a lot of pressure, he fires up Storm immediately. Cool. Not something we see in every single high-level CVP or PvZ at the moment, but don't necessarily hate it, especially not if Elaser commits to an attack without a very strong economy behind it, because attacking into Storm is very difficult, especially if the High Templars are protected by batteries and cannons.
Obviously scary as well, right? If you're kind of, a Laser and you think this is just going to be a lot of Stalkers and you prep for all of that, and then suddenly the Storm as well. And you weren't really ready, you didn't really tech up as much because you were focused on the defense against the Stalkers, so something else to maybe keep on mind as we do see those Lings doing what they can to just watch out. But obviously Classic now is kind of walled into 3 bases. He does have the forward 4th though. I mean, he's not slowing down, is he?
I kind of, no, not at all. That's the complete opposite of what we saw earlier today when Classic was battling it out with Scarlett. I actually think the best thing for Elaser would be just make 20 more drones or so. Go into the 80s and then you start making a lot of units. Because if you attack into a Protoss with a relatively weak economy and you do get stormed in a big way once or twice, the first attack is always the scariest. The second one is not going to be all that scary. And with 68 drones, you'd really only have one attack as a Zerg. You just do not have a second one.
Yeah, no, his economy is just not in a good place for a longer game at all, which, yeah, it really does put the pressure on. This Oracle's going to fly into Queen, so mistake from Classic turns it around way too late. Gets one final revelation, but that is gone. As we're going to knock down these rocks in the middle, and that's just going to start to allow Laser to, I assume, move through and not allow Classic to kind of slow that down later on or so.
Mate, this is going to be weird, by the way, because these two bases in the center of the map are actually awkwardly close to each other. Like, you can wave to the other side, like, hey, we're here, we're building cannons and batteries. I've had 1 or 2 games myself in these scenarios, and it just plays out in a very weird way, because basically both of them are going to have defender's advantage at the same time, which is not how StarCraft 2 is ever supposed to work. Elaser is starting to work on a decent amount of Hydras, and Storm can obviously be very good against Hydras, and we have to address the fact that sure, Elaser's got a rich Vespian Geyser, which means a lot of extra Banelings. But Classic also has a rich Vespian Geyser, which means ridiculous amounts of Storm.
Yeah, it's going to be just a very high gas game and not something you usually see this soon. And obviously you can see here's Classic. You're like, okay, you're working through those rocks. That means you want to come towards me. Otherwise, why are you working through those? So Classic's going to sit back, and with Storms available, I feel like you can't attack in a Classic, but let's see if you can overwhelm or something. The Void Ray gets a bit too adventurous now, like going down, makes it back to that battery. I mean, this is going to be a fortified position extremely soon from Classic.
We're morphing a couple of Banelings on the left side as well, and that's obviously a very cool play, but Elaser is going to be very committed because there is no Infestation Pit, no Lurker Den, no Hive Tech on the way. So this attack better be fantastic, and I feel that Classic has an absolutely perfect setup to deal with this. Those Banelings kind of jumped the gun, if you ask me, Waddy. Why were they going all by themselves? Classic is way too good to take damage from that.
Yeah, and free Baneling speed as well, right? They were just waddling. Bane speed finish now, but yeah, this is just not looking pretty at all, as Elaser got to figure out a way to do something. Now, Classic just moved out fully to the left, which feels a little scary. Maybe that's an opportunity for Elaser to take the high ground position on the other side. He split up his army, though, and he's actually going to find Classic's force. Elaser didn't expect that, so now Classic is going to take the advantage from this, pushing Elaser back already and making his way up the left, and Elaser's not doing anything to take Classic's force, and now he's going to decide to come down this right side. And this just continues to look weirder and weirder.
Yep, now at least the doors are open, and Banelings are obviously pretty good against static defenses if there is no Protoss army protecting them. So a couple of batteries go down immediately. The batteries in the back did a great job there, as we have a Warp Prism coming in, dropping a couple of storms. Classic is just doing his own thing in the top left side, taking out a base. He's going to take out a couple of drones as well. I hope that Elaser has plenty of Banelings remaining, and if on creep, maybe the Banelings can connect with the High Templars, but so far it still feels that Classic knows what he's doing.
Yeah, it really does. It's scary, right? Because it feels like Classic, if you just defend, you're going to be okay. But if Elaser doesn't have Banelings, can he get rid of this army? His Hydras are getting stormed. They're not really getting close enough. And now you can see the supplies really coming crashing together. And that's obviously big for Classic here as he continues through. Base is going down. He's the one killing all the drones as well. And he's just going to wrap back around this direction. And he's going to force the Zerg to come through a choke to defend.
There's only 1 or 2 more storms remaining, though. But he's done a great job in babysitting these High Templars. 1 Baneling connects, but it doesn't kill the High Templar. 1 or 2 storms remain. There is the final storm. I do think Classic needs to disengage now, because Hydras and Lings and Queens on creep are pretty terrifying for these Stalkers to deal with. I mean, they both dealt a lot of damage to one another, and the one silver lining is that I guess Elaser still has his rich Vespian Geyser base.
Yeah, he still has that forward one. How much gas is left on it, though, right? I mean, it's been mined a little while. Okay.
Over 1k, that's decent.
That's decent, then. Yeah, I mean, obviously Classic trying to re-establish now on the bottom left-hand side to get back to 4 bases. And Laser on 4 bases still, as Classic will clean out just a couple of Lings on a watchtower. And, well, I still think overall I like it for Classic, because the economies are coming out dead similar to each other. Once Classic has that bottom left 4th up, I just don't think Elaser can compete again, and his army's not getting any better, while Classic should be able to reinvest into some of those High Templar, right?
I'm totally with you. Maybe the one thing that Elaser could look for is a couple of run-bys, right? Because I do feel that the bottom left side is very open. There are no cannons or batteries there, and you don't even need Banelings. You can just send like 10 to 12 Zerglings in there. That could already be annoying, but I am with you, because at the end of the day, we've seen this time and time again, 12 minutes into a game, Zerg on lair attack, without like any way to get an absolutely phenomenal fight. We don't have Lurkers or Vipers or Infestors even, which I know is a bit rare. That's normally not a place that the Zerg wants to be, unless they are crazy rich, right? And it's wave after wave of 40 plus Banelings, but that's not the case either. And don't forget that these Banelings don't even have +1 yet.
No, they do not, right? So usually that's the scary part. +2 Banes, hit your mineral line, you start losing probes. Well, you don't even really have that option right now as a bit of a Ling attack comes here. We'll find these few Zealots, which sit in a corner and trade as best they can. Classic tries to run away, but not going to be allowed. But maybe that enables him to go elsewhere. He's actually making a move up the left-hand side again. This is a good chunk of Alaza's army that's down the right. And now he's got the Storms coming aggressively forward. High Templar drops out, lives back up. The Baneling's just not really doing anything here. They ran forward, they ran back, they all died. And these Stalkers are just going to go big against the Queens, and we need something to stand up against them.
Feels like this Protoss army is so much bigger than the Zerg army. Elaza does have a lot of supply. Some of it coming in right now from the top right side. But this is kind of Banelings by themselves. The Hydras need to be supporting these Banelings. Elaza feels that this is the moment. Is the Hydra count high enough? He does have +1 melee kicking in, but there aren't too many links to really enjoy that +1 melee anymore. And if you talk about confidence, forward blinking, on creep, on top of Hydras with Stalkers, I mean, that's the ultimate sign of a confident Protoss. Still needs to be careful, but the Storms are connecting in a big way.
And some Zealots from the back to deal with these other Hydras that are very injured already too, right? And that's the big thing. With the Prison getting some extra Zealots here, I just don't think these Hydras can stand up. They eat another massive Storm, and that means these Zealots can again just continue to push on forward. They will not get cleaned up in time. The DPS is no longer there for Alaza. He stops to tap out GG's, and Classic opens up with a very different game than what we saw earlier, and really brings again the aggression to it, right? In just such a different way. I feel like so many Protoss players get in this position. They're like, hey, I got a 4th base early. You know, he's kind of on a lower drone count than he could be. Let's just sit back and defend. And Classic's like, no, you want to attack me? I'll start attacking you, and was very happy to do so.
Yeah, beautiful game by Classic, and I do feel that's a bit of a Neo-Humanity special, because it is a map with that rich Vespian Geyser, and that just allows you to get a few more High Templars out, while still building all these Stalkers as well, and working on your upgrades as a Protoss. And it felt that Elaza honestly misread the game a little bit, right? I think he expected aggression to come earlier, and that's why he was so afraid to drone up and so afraid to get that Zerg economy that Zergs normally want. If they play Ling, Hydra, Bane, I mean, they always talk about 82 drones, right? 82 or even more, 86, something along those lines. Elaza made a lot of units, around 60 drones, made a few more at 60 something, and I think in the end he maxed out at 75. And of course he has the rich Vespian Geyser too, but that is, it just wasn't, he didn't skyrocket to that drone number and then went into units. It was kind of like drones, units. It felt that Elaza just couldn't really get things going, even though he had some opportunities to make something of this game. It just kind of felt that once more Classic had something in mind, and it played out to perfection almost.
Yeah, really cool stuff, right? I said earlier today, you know, it's really a cool chance for Classic to show us just how good he is right now. And he came out swinging earlier and continued to do so at the start of this series. Best of 5, of course, a long way to go now in these qualifying matches, but I didn't really have Classic down as one of the players to make it out of this round of 36 at the start, but I guess that's the magic of Katowice day 1.
You said he was auditioning earlier this morning. At this point, he's selling out concerts already, Wardy. Like, he's the main star of whatever show we have in Rose Bowl LA at this point, because Classic is on a roll. I think he's now 5-0 today. This is having an absolute field day.
Yeah, absolutely. Must feel good as Elaza. It's time for him to get back. We'll see what that second map is here in a moment. We load on in to Ancient Cistern. Starting off in the top right-hand side, looking to try and tie this up. From Team Liquid, our red Zerg player, Elaza.
And in the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the man who's on an absolute roll. Arctosis is loving it, and for all the right reasons. Our Korean Protoss, once upon a time, the best Protoss in the world, but he's showing us that he's still got it. This is Classic.
What do you think about Ancient Cistern then for map 2, Roddy? Because obviously we've got all our new maps and everything. Personally, this one just feels so long to me to get across.
Yes and no. I feel like with a couple of creep tours, it is a very big map, make no mistake. I think, besides altitude, obviously, which is mental, this probably feels like the biggest map out there. And I know a couple of Zerg players. When Zerg players say they like a map, they really like a map. Kind of like when Terran players say they like a map. So clearly there are a lot of things here. that Zerg players enjoy. But I have noticed that if you take one of the bases, that let's say you take the triangle and then you spread a couple of cryptomites forward, suddenly it feels that the Zerg is a little bit closer to you than you expect it to be, because the map is very long from top to bottom, but from like center to center, it actually doesn't take forever for armies to get close to each other. So it can be tricky, because I played this map a few times myself where I'm like, oh, this is such a big map, I've got all the time in the world. I'm like, whoa, that army showed up quickly.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, choice of layouts as well with different third bases you can take to then, close in on that distance too. So, lots to think about on all of these new maps. Hatchery coming up again. Classic did send the probe across early, making sure that hatch goes onto the third location. And again, just intrigued to see what he comes out with here going into a map number 2. See if it's maybe time for the Twilight Council, maybe some glaives, maybe some, again, just kind of classic wildness, because he's been really kind of happy to bring so much different stuff so far today.
Yeah, and he seems very comfortable with all these different openings as well. Feels like he's never lost. Doesn't seem to be too indecisive at all. That's something we mentioned at the beginning of the day, where we felt that he gets a bit lost in games over the last few months whenever we watch him. He was at the home Sturrock Cup as well, but wasn't really able to do a whole lot of damage there. But today it just feels like the man has a plan, he executes it, and it's all working out to a T. And we have now the Twilight Council going down. You already mentioned those adepts. There is a good chance that we are going to see some adepts here. Could of course be some sort of a Dark Shrine build as well, or perhaps even both. Laser, I feel like in the past he's been very good against Resonating Glaive adepts, where he's always been fond of the dark defense, right? A lot of links, only 3 roaches, morph the roaches into Ravagers, and then try to get the links around on the adepts and then the corrosive bowels in the middle.
Yeah, no, it'll be very fun to see if that's something that Laser can prepare defensively as that Twilight finishes. And at this point, I think we are probably getting ready to start up something out of there. It's going to be the Robo first, and then probably Glaives down the line.
Yep. But then it can be still so many things, right? And that's the annoying part for Zerg players, because we're all quite familiar with 4 gateways, a Twilight Council for the Resonating Glaive adepts, and then the Robo. But it's not just the 4-gate Resonating Glaive that you have to worry about. Sometimes it's 6 gates, sometimes it's even 7 gates, sometimes there's a very quick Dark Shrine as a follow-up, or sometimes they're actually building up Immortals or Sentries, or they just go up to 3 bases. So it is very important for Elazer to stay on top of his scouting, because there are so many different ways that Protoss players can execute this build, which right now looks the same as all these other options.
Information will be critical, and being able to make the right decisions. Even just sitting on these gases and maybe getting a little bit of a knife, maybe when one goes down or when they don't go down. You do just have, obviously, for the moment, it's drone time, and Laser will just set up to his economy. That Glaives is coming in fast, Roddy. It is 4 gateways for the moment. We've got our Prism finishing up to start setting up that attack on the other side.
So we kind of need to drop a Roach Warren right about now, mate.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, there it is. I feel like not late, but wouldn't have minded it a couple of seconds earlier. Laser has a drone in the back. I don't know if he's going to try to randomly build a Spore Trawler. No, I was thinking of a Baneling Nest, but then he's like, I've already got a Roach one, and I can't really do both. That is correct. Right now you don't have the money. You don't have the income to do both Roaches and Banelings, as he sees the first few adepts already running to the other side of the map. This is going to be close, man, because this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Where the map is very long from top to bottom, but from center left to center right, it basically takes the adepts a little walk, 1 shade, and they are there knocking on your front door. This is a lot of adepts. The Queens can actually not battle this, man. This is way too many adepts, I think, for these Queens to battle. Elazer knows that, but Classic knows that as well.
4 Roaches on the way, but only 4, and they only just started. Ling's running back through the adepts as well. Some free damage. Classic not able to further his advance on those Queens, but this is where it's going to be tough for Elazer. He has to start splitting up right now and figuring out what he's going to do. These adepts are looking like they want a shade. Same time, Prism in the main base pulls some Lings away, so Elazer handling that part well, but these adepts are just running around wherever they want.
Yeah, right now we've got 39 drones, but we're not going to stay at 39 drones. I can guarantee you that, even though that was indeed excellent, having a couple of Lings on top of these few adepts. I'm surprised that Classic didn't shade these adepts towards the other adepts in the main base, because then he would have an insane amount of adepts. But we are going to get some cool Warpers and Micro, and eventually these adepts are going to be a little bit too much for the Zerglings to deal with. Will the Roaches make it in time? A couple of them are making their way over, but the drone damage is already being dealt. If you can keep it at 31, that's acceptable, but if Elazer loses a few more, he's in all sorts of trouble. And even this hatchery is starting to run dangerously low on HP.
Oh, the Prism though is massive. 3 adepts as well, and Classic knows, because suddenly that's the end of the aggression, right? You can't reinforce any longer, and this is a big turning point, because Elazer can start to get his economy back online. And I mean, you're building disruptors, so you want to put the disruptors in a prism as well to harass with, and all of that is now just off the table. Massive catch there for a laser. Prism going down changes this game.
Yep, because otherwise the Prism just flies home or warps in 2 more depths right now, keeps all the units busy. Then you fly the Prism home or recall it, put 2 disruptors inside of it, warp Prism speed kicks in, and we're still going to see all of that, but it's just going to take a whole lot longer. And that will be interesting, by the way, to see if we could fire a couple of Novas at that hatchery, because it's still kind of low on HP. Not something we ever talk about. The disruptors can kill the hatchery, but yeah, this game, you never know.
Yeah, it's plausible idea. Obviously, again, rebuilding the Prism kind of sucks, because if you just already had it, you could already be on the map. It's an extra disruptor producing. That really is the big kick in the teeth. Is a laser, of course, delayed on his own tech. He had to stay lairless for this long, so he doesn't have that just yet. But of course, Classic's tech is not exactly brilliant either, because it's still very adept heavy.
Yep. The disruptors are going to be revealed here by this single very happy Zergling. Gonna get an observer out as well. That's obviously important
drones
to keep the creep at bay.
I feel like the drones, after seeing the disruptors, is a little scary, right? Because that kind of feels like you're going to be under attack soon.
Well, he still has 46 army supply though, so maybe he feels that he's got enough units out right now.
Well, I guess we'll find out very soon as these first few lings want to get a catch, and they do. So a couple of Adepts already in trouble. We'll threaten with the Shade. Not sure where that Prism is. Okay, it's up towards the main base, and the Adepts look as though they might just go for it here. Get to the corner, but not all of them really get there. Now we've got the Disruptors to support this. Gonna go for the Queens on the ramp. We get rid of 2 that were already low HP. I believe we've still got 1 Disruptor shot.
Yeah, absolutely. The one in the top left can fire. No, he does. It's a big connection, but obviously Queens, they take a little more than just a single node to go down. So Elaser can start transfusing these Queens. It's 12 drones going down. Well, that's obviously a very decent amount. And don't forget, Classic is not a 2-base Protoss here, guys. He's a fully saturated 3-base Protoss with a couple of Colossus on the way. And yes, he lost a lot of battle units, but that's kind of what Adepts are for, right? Eventually, you want to get rid of your Adepts. He got rid of the Adepts by killing a lot of Zerglings, 2 Queens, and 17 drones.
Yeah. I mean, Laser's economy, 48 drones right now, is not exactly pretty. He's building an infestation pit as well. Looking to the future here, but I kind of feel like Classic might just have a timing on his hands before Laser sees anything other than just kind of, you know, Ling Roach, a couple of Banelings.
I think that's just for a Hive and just for Vipers. I think Elaser knows that he can't afford anything else, but he probably feels that if he cannot get any Vipers out, he is just never going to defeat a big Protoss army with Disruptors and Colossus. So yeah, I understand that it looks like Elaser is dreaming a bit there, but I think it's actually the correct call, because without Vipers, he's not winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, if may as well do something crazy to give yourself a chance at least, right? As Disruptors looking for something. And there's a juicy shot there, maybe, if you pull it back towards yourself, but lifts up, backs away. Of course, the Laser just trying to battle his way to a 4th base as well. So that's one of the issues, right? He's been held back this entire time. So he's going to 4 bases as Classic is going to 4 bases. Again, just not really a great indication that it's a good game for Zerg.
It doesn't happen often, and the Protoss player is still very happy with the spot that they are in 10 minutes in after losing a War Prism with 3 Adepts inside of it. That really just goes to show that other than that specific moment, a lot of things have gone right for Classic once more. It's incredibly difficult for Elaise to think about attacking Classic right now, because there is a speedy Prism, there are a couple of Disruptors in the mix. That's not something you can attack easily into.
Took a few shots down that Prism, which I didn't feel maybe necessary, but here comes its attack. I mean, the Hive is finishing, but you've still got to build the Vipers, get the energy, and this is the time that I think Classic was always aiming for, being able to get here.
Will we even have Bailing speed? Observer, can I take a look at the upgrades real quick? Okay, Bailing speed is done, because there are 24 Bailings on the way, but the Protoss army is already here, and Elaise is going to be forced to take this fight before that Hive tech can really kick in. Does have a decent amount of Bailings, and a lot of them are going to connect with the heart of this Protoss army. The Roach count is somewhat decent, but that is a fantastic pickup on one of those Colossus in the back line.
Extra Stalkers warping in as well here to try and keep this Roach army from, well, being able to close in on the Colossi. Corrosive Bowels will push it back. The Prism needs to be careful not to get bowed down itself. You lose that and you lose so much micro, you lose all your reinforcements, but it just is not going to matter as Classic will wrap this game up with this attack. A 2-0 lead for Korean Protoss.
This man is on fire, Waddy. I believe Alicia Keys wrote a song about him a long time ago, because this is a pretty damn good Classic that's showing up today. And it's not that Elaser is playing poorly, it's that Classic is punishing a lot of the mistakes that he's making, and the timings are sharp, they're crisp, as Pig would say. And sure, we had a little beauty error losing that War Prism, and I think at one point he could have shaded the Adepts towards the War Prism at in the main base a little bit earlier, because then I think he would have found a lot more success in the main. But in the end, it still all made sense. He did a great job making sure that he had a transition with the RoboBay. Did a great job in building probes this game. He was not stuck at 47 probes. He had 60 probes while still being active with Adepts and the Disruptors at that point. Classic is just playing really good StarCraft.
Hey, that lower bracket update, by the way, Ryong did win out over Cham, so Cham's end run comes to an end here. Zaun leading against Nightmare. Those are players looking to compete in the qualifying matches later on in the lower bracket, of course, so important to keep up with those results, because Laser is likely to play one of those guys.
Next series on the mainstream is going to be Spirit versus... Cure?
Yeah.
TVT.
Fun TVT. Spirit's TVT's been looking good lately, but that Korean TVT is nasty, man.
Sensor Towers. I'm excited. Who's going to draw some circles on the Telestrator? That's what I want to know.
Pick already drew some circles on the Telestrator.
He's done. And that's obviously going to be very good. I did have a little chat with Spirit as well, and he said this is going to be very hard. He's like, Cure is an animal. It seems there's a lot of respect among the pro gamers here for Cure. They kind of all look at Cure as like, hey man, you don't belong in the round of 36. Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
Like, let us dream. Why are you here? You're too damn good for it. But hey, Spirit has been playing some great StarCraft and had a great TVT victory over Gabe the other week. So I feel if you can take down Gabe, you can take down literally anyone.
Don't disagree with that. For now, looking to mount a comeback here in our up-bracket qualifying match. It is going to be our Red Zerg player from Team Liquid, a Laser.
In the bottom right side, we're looking at the main base of our Korean Protoss, who's on an absolute roll in this tournament so far. One map away from making it into the round of 24. This is classic.
Babylon. This map's very interesting, Roddy.
Why do you think it's very interesting, Roddy?
A lot of ledges, a lot of places. I think Swarmhost player right really kind of goes very well here. I don't really see a Laser Swarmhost player that often, but yeah, this one actually ended up being one of the smaller maps in the map pool as well, which is fascinating to me, because when I first saw this map back when we had the TLMC, I was like, man, Babylon's a very pretty, you know, solid macro map. And I'm like, it's kind of the smaller map we've got. And I'm like, well, that's the size of our map pool. So yeah, you get a chance to play on one of the smaller maps, and I kind of think, who does that favor? Does it favor a Laser, who does sometimes like getting that aggression, or Classic, who clearly likes being aggressive as well? I think probably a Laser a little bit more.
I wouldn't hate Swarmos, actually, now that I think about it. I feel like when we just started playing on the Neil patch and on this map pool, I actually saw a couple of Zerg players, and Rainer in particular, have a lot of success with Swarmos.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, is it this meta again? Are we going to have a lot of roaches and Swarmos all over? But it actually kind of faded away very quickly. We haven't seen it yet today. I wouldn't mind seeing a Laser bust it out here. Some good old Nidus Swarmos. As you mentioned, there's a lot of rocks here as well, so you can just kind of get the Nidus up on the other side of the rocks, but then the Locusts are still within striking distance.
Yep. Yeah, there's just so many good positions to play from, and then you can go on the other side, and you have the choice to hit a base, a third, triangle third, or maybe into the main, depending on the expansion pattern. So, yeah, it's pretty dangerous, right? Like, there's a lot you can get done.
There's a lot of rocks in this map as well, and obviously some of them are just like, okay, you destroy them and it opens a path, but there's also the weird rocks that you can knock down. And we haven't really seen it come into play a whole lot yet, but this can actually come into big, or it can really have a big impact on how certain pushes play out, where you're like, oh, I've got a beautiful surround, and then suddenly they knock down the rocks, and then instead of having a beautiful engagement, you're gonna have the worst engagement ever, because now your units have to go all the way around, and you can all come in from a single direction. So very important to keep that in mind. And I feel like on a new map, it's very easy to forget about these things, right? You just kind of set up your little engagement, your surround, you're like, oh, this is going to be sick, I'm going to come in from 2 different angles. They knock down the rocks, and you're like, oh, now I'm in serious trouble.
There's that Twilight Council again from Classic, so he's maybe feeling the size of the map a little bit. And, going back to what you said a lot in the last game, it doesn't have to be the exact carbon copy of, game number 2. It can be so many different things off of a Twilight Council, off of Glaze even. You could go up to 6 gates this time and put the Laser into even more trouble, even more quickly. And that's what's so dangerous about these Glaze builds. You do need that information, you do need those follow-ups, and you just can't let the first wave go as unhindered as it did last time. The Laser just was struggling without those roaches for a while.
They do need to fire up Adept Glaive though. He hasn't done that yet.
That would be a nice addition.
Yeah.
The glaive attack.
There we go. Classic obviously knows his timings, but if you don't do these things immediately, it is somewhat easy to forget about it. But so far, the man has not really forgotten about anything today. He just seems to be very dialed in. He's in the zone. He's playing StarCraft, and I think he's reliving his glory days today.
Yeah. I think it's, you start the glaives later because it allows you to get like more adepts at like 450 instead of like the glaive attack at 425. So probably something along those lines that he's going. But you're right? It's like you delay it, you think I'm going glaives, you know, ready to go, and then you get there, glaives isn't ready. You're like, no, not now.
We've seen that with Zest a couple of times and his slow zealots. Elaze's Roach Warren goes down at pretty much the exact same moment. A few seconds past minute 4. As we're going to take a little look at some first-person view of Classic. There's not really a whole lot happening right now, but we can see him wiping in units. He does use rapid fire, Roddy. I'm very disappointed.
Yes, he does, Roddy. A lot of people do, you know.
I know, everybody above 4K does.
Here comes the Adepts. Obviously, find a few Lings. Obviously, Laser, good to see those moving, but of course, nice to get rid of at least 1 or 2 from Classic's point of view. As this attack gets ready, a lot more Lings on the way here from a Laser. Roach Roaring about to finish. It's again going to be this first initial wave, buying time for that first round of Roaches to really get out here. This is kind of similar to what happened last time, right? Laser had to buy some time. And let's see if you can do so, as these Adepts are going to have the Lings right on top of them, and the Adepts are not going to commit. They will cancel. Looking around the bottom side.
But once more, the Warp Prism is going to fly into the main base, and Classic is going to try to warp in a couple of Adepts. But this is an exact copy of the previous game. That's very smart, by the way, cancelling the warp in and doing it again a little bit later. And the Lings are out of position now. But these Adepts are going to take a lot of damage, and he's still not shading towards the army in the main base. I do think that's a little bit crazy. Now, these Adepts in the main base will find some success, but the main squad of Adepts, see, all of them have been taken out already, and Elazer only lost 6 drones this time around.
Felt like he was kind of scrambling for damage at the end there, right? He was just like, oh, just go get as many drones as I can, but yeah, the units in the natural getting caught, those going down really kind of curses this a little bit for Classic, because while he did okay in the main base, it's just not enough. Those drones are so easily replenished. Elazer, having killed those units, doesn't need to build army for a long time, so he can just sit here and build drones and be okay.
Classic, not again!
No.
Not again, as he flies into 3 Queens. The Warp Prism does live with 1 HP. Spore Crawler is moving, by the way. Can the Queens get one more shot off? The answer is no. That is the second 1 HP Prism that we see in back-to-back series, because Zaun had a very close call on Royal Blood as well when he was carrying to disrupt this. But I still like the defense for Elazer, but that is a bit of a shame for Miko, because if he would have been able to get that Prism, then he'd be absolutely flying in this game.
Absolutely, as now makes his way towards that lair. The first few probes here, in a bit of trouble. Adepts just out of position. We're once again going into those disruptor drops. And we'll see if Classic can do some damage with them. Of course, at least won't have to wait around for a new Prism this time around. Once again, just Laser able to start up his lair, droning massively right here. 14 at once, looking to establish that eco lead, and then from the lair he can do as he wishes for the rest of this game.
So even though that Warp Prism survived, this is still very annoying for Classic, because now you're going to fly around with a Warp Prism with 2 Disruptors inside of it, and this thing has 101 HP. Like, that's just not fantastic. The first Nova, however, is absolutely fantastic. Slow Roaches off creep. Good luck splitting that. That's pretty much impossible. Classic actually disengaging right now. This is the moment to keep going, man. You've got a 20 army supply lead. He obviously doesn't know what's waiting in the dark, but okay, it's good that he sticks around, maybe just waiting for those shots to go off cooldown, because that was about as good as that was ever going to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Both Disruptors looking good. A lot of the Roaches going down, so that number getting reset. And Queens on their own here, not going to be able to do too much. They just run away as the Adepts commit. And here the Disruptors to maybe zone the units out from the natural ramp. We do get just 1 Queen there, but the Adepts are going huge. And there's just not really much on them, right? A few Roaches down the bottom there. The Queens on the high ground dying. The Adepts will hit the main mineral line. And we warp it over here. The Prism does get targeted down. It will die, but 20 drones are dead as well. The Prism is dead, but the main base is also massacred.
And obviously we can't recall. We've already done that before. Elazer is just losing a ridiculous amount of drones as Classic blows up his own Adepts. Well, that's a play and a half that we haven't seen a whole lot. That is actually going to help Elazer stabilize. I do think Elazer was going to clean this up eventually, but not before losing a few more drones than he did in the end.
Oh my god, that happened in like slow motion to me as well. Like, it lined up, the Adepts are there, the Disruptor sat there. I was like, we're gonna move, right? But no. Big connection, and obviously, like you say, it helps the Laser just stabilize that a little bit faster, which is big, because obviously he's just counterattack all in right now, so Classic needs everything he can get to hold, And you know, just having taken out a couple more units might have helped him with that, as he does not have a lot to try and defend with right now. Second Colossus coming out, but...
I would almost even cancel +1 missile attacks here, man, because this is going to kick in too late. I think right now you need to put every single penny you have into units. The floodgates are open, Lings are running in, and of course we can still warp in Adepts, and Adepts with Glaives are great. Actually, very fortunate timing on that one Colossus, but can he laser? Take out this Colossus on the low ground. There is an overcharge on the battery, and that means that the Zerg has to disengage for a split second. How much are the Lings getting done in the main base? It's some damage, but Elazer needs a whole lot more than a little bit of damage. Can he get the Colossus with Zerglings?
Oh my goodness, the Colossus does go down. That is big, because a second Colossus joined on the low ground would be huge as well. He needs some damage against these Roaches, and right now he just doesn't have it. A new Colossus is on the way. He's running back towards batteries to get some help. Stalker's warping in to help against Roaches. This Colossus might be able to get away. Team up with the second one. Blink on the way too. Adepts are fighting Queens at the same time, but you have this third base over on this side that is in a lot of trouble. 18 probes dead. Classic now with 2 Colossi. The Colossus needs to pull back. He's going to lose another Colossus. He's just never getting enough up at the same time. But the Stalkers are trading out great as well.
Yeah, but the Stalkers don't have Blink yet. It's still 10 seconds away from Blink, so a couple of them are going to get picked off, and Elazer gets this around. As Classic does warp in a few more units, but losing these Stalkers right before Blink is done is painful. Elazer could drop a Corrosive Bow there as well on top of these Adepts. We might have a second overcharge, but the battery gets picked off immediately. This is awfully close, but I really do think that Elazer with 33 drones is getting the job done here on Babylon. And for the first time today, it seems that Classic is losing a game, because one Colossus cannot possibly make the difference here. Man, that was clutch by Elazer. And obviously, Classic gave him the alley-oop by blowing up his own Adepts.
Yeah, absolutely, as this Colossus will kite all day long, but I don't think it can do enough. Obviously, those Lings getting in and forcing all these probes off just stop the ability to move around, as well as we actually have a cute move to get the Colossus back over here and, to regroup a little bit, but we're talking about real minimal chances. This Colossus didn't decide where it wanted to go. It is going to pull back, getting more free shots off. It's surely impossible to actually make this happen, though.
56 army supply against 20, and once more, Colossus are not that fantastic against Roaches. If they're supported by Stalkers and well protected by cannons and batteries, they're totally fine. But a single Colossus by itself like that should not ever be able to make the difference. Elazer once more makes his way into the natural. Stalkers do have Blink at this point. Love that Corrosive Bow on top of these Zealots. One of them dies immediately. Probes get pulled one more time, but I think the writing is on the wall. The Roaches and Ravagers, it feels that he has a crazy amount of units of 33 drones. It is good enough. Elazer gets a point on the board and can still dream of getting the job done through the upper bracket.
Yes, he can. Man, I wonder if that Colossus in the main survives against the Lings. The difference that could make is 2 Colossi powering up with a bit more splash. Because it got close, right? It got very close.
Super close, man. It was, and also these Stalkers, man. Like 5 Stalkers, if they have Blink 10 seconds quicker, and he's able to save these Stalkers, he's able to blink them into the mineral line, and the battery kicks in. He had 2 batteries. If he uses overcharge at the bottom battery, by the way, I think that would have been a better choice for the second overcharge. But obviously, Elazer got lucky in that game. Because at first, it's like, okay, I think we can get something done. He got unlucky by not killing the War Prison, 1 HP. Like, obviously, pro gamers are great, but nobody calculates anything down to 1 HP. There is a little bit of luck involved in those scenarios. That follow-up attack, though, it looked devastating after Elazer lost a couple of slow Roaches in the center of the map. Yeah, Classic having a perfect Nova on his own Adepts made Elazer's life a bit easier. And yeah, those few seconds, I think they really did make the difference between that attack working or that attack just falling completely flat on its face.
Yeah, it was so close that just a few more Adepts tanking for a little while longer. You got a Colossus upright. Just everything can look so different. So yeah, very, very fun. Classic leads 2-1 here against Elazer. We have a game 4 on the horizon. We're going to be going to Grezvan, Roddy. So just going to be
it's so
heading
pretty.
towards that.
So pretty.
So pretty. You like it?
Yeah.
How it looks?
You don't like it?
No, I do. I just, when I think Grezvan, it didn't kind of strike me as like a super pretty map, I guess. But
I like the colors. I like anything that's a bit bright body.
Yeah.
You know me. I really hate the dark maps, man. They make me sad. If you play a lot of ladder games each and every single day and you're loading into Data C, great map, but why is it so dark and grim? Like, can we have a little bit of happiness in StarCraft?
Yeah, I mean, some lighter maps are nice, so don't disagree. Well, Classic and Elazer just taking a few moments, a little break before they dive into that game number 4. It's been just an aggressive series out of Classic.
You can't get over the Nova, can you? I can see it.
Honestly, because to me, I just saw it happening. Like, he pulls the Disruptor back, he fires the Nova, the Adept shade to where the Nova is, and we're going to split. We're going to put, like, it's going to kill a couple. and just like slap bang in the middle. Yeah, I mean, obviously crazy little fight, lots going on, but that felt like, you know, yeah, probably makes the difference in the game in the end with how close it turned out to be.
Yep, because you saw how close it was, and a few extra seconds can really make a very big difference in just getting that second Colossus, making sure that those links don't break into the natural so they don't kill the probes initially. And obviously, as a Protoss player, you always want to keep everything centered in one screen because you have less units than the Zerg, so you want to babysit every single unit. But if there are 3 fights happening, you can never get the fullest micro potential out of all 3 units. It's simply not possible. So I do think that really is what made the difference in the end. But the fact that it even got up to that point is kind of crazy, because when all the adapts shaded in and the Warp Prism flew in with the 2 disruptors, I kind of thought, okay, this game is just going to end here, man. Like, yeah, we have a couple of Roaches, but we have a couple of Novas in the mix. If 2 Queens die immediately or 3 Queens, that's simply too many adapts. Or maybe you clean it up once you're down to like 15 drones, but then we all know that it's completely over. A wild game, a very wild game. Could be a real flip of the script here, right? It could be a real shift in momentum, and suddenly Elaze is like, you know what? I can do this. I got a little bit lucky there, but I can perhaps still turn this around and get a little reverse sweep for all the people at home. We will find out soon, as we're going to head into a very quick break. We'll be back in 3 minutes for Game 4 between Classic and Elaze.
I don't even know what stats they have on these. So I didn't read
I'm stressed.
I'm stressed. My micro has to be like trash too.
We're ready to go?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. 73.
74, easy.
76.
72. 76.
Oh, you're the best.
What are you?
1,
Nico?
2, 3, 4.
Okay, but I'm happy. Anybody has 80s in their score anywhere?
78 on defense is
I got
nice.
82 in offense, so I think that's accurate. This is like super accurate, I think.
My speed and multitasking are by far the lowest. 70 and 70.
Is that accurate?
It can be if you have...
I'm fairly slow.
It can be if you have 72 mechanics.
One by one?
We'll start with Sasha.
Yeah.
Okay, I have 78 offense, 72 defense, 76 versatility, and 77 in all the rest.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, because like you're rather aggressive.
You
Not
die
defensive?
against stupid bad builds.
And you have a lot of crazy builds yourself, so
Yeah.
that's with
Yeah.
versatility and aggressive.
Fair play.
But you play a lot of late game too. I guess you're not that good at it, are you?
No, I am. But I'm not good at getting there. Once I get there, I'm pretty good at it.
That's why the defense is 70.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're fast, right? 77, that's pretty good.
Not bad.
I got 71 on offense, 78 in defense, 73 in versatility, multitasking 70, mechanics 72, and speed 70.
That's interesting. I don't know. It seems accurate.
No way, you're faster than me?
So what do you have on speed?
69.
Nice.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Welcome back. I tried to say welcome back before, Roddy. I know you were very excited for me too, but My mic didn't say anything, so...
I heard you.
You heard me? That's because you have the volume so low, Roddy. See, you don't know when we're live and when we're not. This is why we need to hear ourselves.
No. I hear the difference. I just meant I heard you because I'm standing right next to you, Roddy.
Okay.
I just want to address this ESL commercial, okay, real quick. Before we hop into Game 4, I'd like to tell you, Waddy, that I identify as a gamer, but I am nowhere near as much of a gamer as that dude with a joystick, his cell phone, 3 different cables, and he's gaming in public, okay? I will never be that much of a gamer like that dude games.
you know what, Roddy? I feel like gaming in our day and age was just not the same as what it is now, you know?
That's a whole construction, man. Like that thing was bigger than a Nintendo 64. And he's just sitting at a subway station with it.
It's all portable though, man. You just get out your backpack, you whack it together. Amazing Classic here is in game number 4, guys. It's a Classic 2-1 lead in case you just joined us fresh out of this break. Our first best of 5 qualifying match of the day. These two are trying to be some pro gamers, but they just can't quite catch the ESL commercial, man.
That dude with his joystick and his cell phone, that's the kind of guy that's playing against Tasteless. When Tasteless is playing online Street Fighter, he doesn't know that he's playing this dude with his Xbox controller. All right. Game 4, Elaser and Classic. Obviously, we absolutely love the player cards. I know there's been some talk about it online as well. People are asking if they can buy them or if they can collect them. We don't have all the info. What I do know is that if you're attending the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice over the next few days, I think there's a very good chance that you can get your hands on a couple of these player cards. They are very cool. I've seen quite a few of them at this point. I've seen banter between 2 certain European Zergis as well, standing next to each other.
Yeah.
Guess who got the highest score?
Yeah, I know. The two big Zergs, and they were having a bit of fun with each other. Well, one was having a lot more fun than the other, I felt like. But these scores, man, when they're rated by the other players as well, you know, means a lot. When are we going to rate each other's casters, man?
You're 100 for me.
Yeah, 100
in every category.
Every category.
Besides opening Pokemon cards, you're like a 40, man. You're pretty unlucky.
Mate, on average, we're like a 33 this weekend.
All right, Elaser is ready to continue his best of 5 qualifying match upper bracket. For everybody that just joined us in this broadcast, this is our opening day, the round of 36. At the end of today, 4 players will make it into the main event, and we have to say goodbye to 12 lovely gamers. Quite a few of them have already been eliminated. Plenty of upsets today as well. Obviously, in the first round of the upper bracket, we had Coffee getting the best of Zaun. That was very surprising. And I think that Chem got the best of Scarlett. No, that was in the lower bracket. Who did Chem?
Chem lost tonight, man.
There was one more big upset in the first round of the upper bracket. Or not big, but somewhat decent upset. Anyway, plenty of cool results so far. Unfortunately, Chem's run did just end in the lower bracket versus Ryung. Ryung played one hell of a series, really had to work for it. The round of 36 has been cool, it has delivered, but we are far from done. This is the first of 4 best of 5s that we will still show you guys today. In the top left side of beautiful, happy Gresban, we're looking at the main base of our Polish Zerg, representing Team Liquid. This is Elaser.
In the bottom right-hand corner, our Blue Bros player is Classic. Kind of surprised that Classic is teamless, actually. There's a lot of teams out there trying to pick up players, playing WTL and stuff. Surprised that he's not representing anyone right now.
Time to bring Team Wardy back.
Team Wardy Classic.
Wardy TV.
He was a Stasis Wardy, man.
Was he a happy Stasis Wardy?
What he was.
It wasn't really because of him, right? He did all right, but
he was good. He had a positive run rate.
Okay.
He was big. He stepped up when we needed him most.
Okay. Obviously a very important game still for Elaser, as his upper bracket life is on the line. What I'm really curious about is to see if Classic can still just play as clean and solid as he has done in those previous best of 3s, and he was doing in the first 2 series. We have seen players completely fall apart. If they lose a game they're not supposed to lose, and they mostly lost because of an unforced error. Like, Elaser did not force Classic to blow up his own adapts. Of course, he put some pressure on the Warp Prism. He sniped the Warp Prism. He denied the Warp in. But there was still no need for Classic to take out 6 or 7 of his own adapts. That truly is the definition of an unforced error. But I do think that Classic is a veteran. He's been around for so long. He's going to look at that. He's going to be a little bit annoyed, knowing that it could have been done by now and eating a couple of pierogies here in Poland. but I still think he should be fine, right? He's been here before.
He has been here before as he gets the Overlord to the front. Scouting needs to be on point because Classic in that first game even mixed it up, right? You know, Void Ray into Oracle, and it was that faster Temple Archives and Storm. Everything was just a little bit different, and now we've had a couple games back-to-back where it's been a very similar plan from Classic. So we enter game 4, and I feel like Elaser's got to be thinking, well, what are you going to do now? Surely we're away from the Twilight and into something a bit different.
I think this is a Stargate map. Yeah. It's just like that little bit bigger, and even though like Ancient feels like a much bigger map than Grass one, when it comes from natural to natural, it actually feels that it's a bit easier to play at depths on the green map, as Cyril calls it, Ancient, than it is on Grass one. Yeah, that's how he was referring it to me. I asked him what he thought about the new map, and he said, I like the green map.
Very descriptive, good to know.
I mean, there was only one green one. I knew exactly what he was talking about, man.
Which is a first, right? I feel like we usually have a lot of green ones.
But it's green and happy. It's not green and dark.
Yeah, happy.
First Adapt makes his way to the other side of the map. In one of these previous games, I didn't really get to talk about it because we always have so many different things to talk about. But at first Adapt let the Shade finish up and it picked off 2 drones. That's too much, Wardy. A single Adept is not allowed to kill 2 drones. If it kills 1 drone and then a Zerg player picks off the Adept, that's pretty acceptable. But if you lose 2 drones and you morph a drone into a Spore Crawler and you lose a Zergling, like that may not seem like a big deal, but on this level, this early into the game, that actually is a very big deal. And Elaser knows that he cannot let that kind of stuff happen. And so far, that is not happening. Just very good defensive queen positioning so far.
Yep, I'm going to need to keep that up as well. Of course, with Oracles coming onto the map, they'll be starting to play the drone hunting game as well. After this one provides high ground vision to get rid of. So this is the alternative, what we were talking about in game 1, right? You know, instead of going Void Ray, you get the Stalker and the Oracle. The Oracle gives the high ground vision, so the Stalker can go kill the Overlord. And Stalker is going to go on a bit of a wander to go and kill the Overlord as well.
That's a pretty quick third base, not the quickest one that we've ever seen. There's one Crazy Brothers build where it's basically a sentry and Adept, and then they go up to 3 bases. And I'm like, guys, this is not a build order, okay? Even though Classic is going up to 3 bases very quickly, which normally I feel like you can only ever do if you play double Oracle. He's not playing double Oracle, Waddy. It's still single Oracle for now. Twilight Council, okay, never mind, it is double Oracle. So yeah, that makes sense. I completely missed it. I was too focused on the first one. But this is still a very quick Twilight Council while going 3 bases and double Oracle.
Yeah, the Twilight Council is quick, and I would have agreed with you if I hadn't seen the second one pop out, because the Twilight is fast, right? And it feels as though it's almost like an aggressive Twilight. Usually, you would just wait and then kind of go like Twilight and Forge together, and then we see Glaives, right? So it's that kind of idea. He wants to go Stargate fast third, but actually, kind of a bit more on the aggressive side, setting up into that Glaives, and maybe going to try and just lure a Laser into a false sense of security. These Adepts do commit early, as we lose an Oracle as well, though. Yeah. Not pretty.
No, this is not too hot. In the end, it is 6 drones, but it's 6 drones with 1 dead Oracle, and the other one takes a lot of damage. Elaser's already taken out a couple of Adepts, and these Adepts are actually very important, because this is not one of these games where I follow up is Blink or Zealots with charge. No, it's more Adepts. And I think if Elaser scouts this, he's going to be like, hey, this should actually be very good for me. It's still important that Elaser drops... pulls drones away from a stasis trap. That's very important too. I guess he didn't expect that Classic would go for it with that super low HP Oracle. But we kind of need a Bailing Nest or a Roach Warren right now, Waddy, because we're 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. There is our Bailing Nest. But these Adepts are ready to shade to the other side of the map. And this is actually going to be pretty difficult for Elaser to deal with, because +1 melee is not done yet. We don't have a Spine Crawler, obviously, or something random like that. So we really kind of need a couple of Banes, but we don't have Banelings yet.
Another attempt at the Stasis Roll. This time we pull it away. The Queen gets Stasis, so it's going to get stuck there. As we do find a few Lings with the Adepts, though, and they're going to get their chance to shade. More Lings producing. Can the Adepts get to a corner? They're just going to commit anyways. They feel like it's a good enough fight. And in we go. The Lings pull back for a few moments unsure about this. We're still waiting on the Bailing Nest. The Queen's taking damage, transfusing each other up. And the Adepts just get around the back now into the main base, though. This has got to be some dead drones, right?
Yep.
No?
Even though we have a couple of extra Lings hatching, Elaser has 18 more Lings on the way. So far, the drone damage is very, very minimal. This is all worked out in a perfect manner, but Classic is still not done. He knows that Elaser is defending with the bare minimum and that he should be able to find an opening eventually. And he has found this opening, because don't forget, at home, the man is building a lot of probes, Waddy. It's 63 probes already. The Robo is done as well.
This position.
And he's still just rallying Adepts to the other side of the map, but why not? Because Elaser is just always a few units short to have perfect defense everywhere. And it seems that at this point we're pretty much done, even though there's still a couple of adepts in the natural. They're going to grab at least 2 more, perhaps 4 drones in total. I think that is kind of going to do it. Nope, gets a final shot off, make it 5. And you can see that Elaser is floating a few too many minerals here. Of course, the Hydra den is later right now because it took so long for Elaser to clean up all these adepts. I really felt that it all started because of that stasis trap. The stasis was so damn big that I feel that Elaser was kind of focused on how big that stasis trap was, and then he didn't quite quickly realize, like, wait a minute, even though you threw away a couple of adepts, your follow-up is more adepts, and I think, yeah, just...
Clicked a bit too late, right? Didn't figure it out in time, and like you say, Classic's pumping probes behind this entire time, right? So, and Elaser's just having to rebuild drones constantly, so there's no fear of that counterattack as you're giving up adepts, because you know that Elaser's lost too many lings. If he is making more lings, well, that's good for you. He's making drones, he can't die. It's good all around. We're going to see Elaser's first-person view here for a few moments as we come off of that attack. Watch him inject, try and get a base down, obviously trying to expand here as that Pros player. 4th base is scouted by Elaser too, so gets that bit of information. I'm just going to try and get back on his feet right now.
I do gotta say that Elaser in the end handled it all very well. Because dealing with that many adepts. Oh, as the Lings are gonna go for a surround, they're gonna force these High Templars to morph into Archons, but I have to think that Elaser has to realize that he's not gonna get too much here. Maybe like a Stalker, but you're not gonna get any of the super important expensive Protoss units there. Well, 5 additional drones did go down. 1 single Immortal for...
Yeah.
What was it, 20-ish?
There's a lot of lings, right?
Yeah.
I don't like it for Elaser, especially with losing drones behind it as well for the Oracle and a single adept or 2. So, yeah, definitely feels like Classic comes out better there. He's got Storm, he's still got the Archons too, so he's looking comfortable. It's not like he lost the only tech unit he was hanging on to that opens another attack.
The main difference between the game on Neo Humanity and this one, though, is as we are once more heading into Ling Hydra Bane, is that this time around, the melee upgrades are very quick.
Yes.
Like +2 melee is finishing up at 9-minute mark, and in the first game, I think we had an 11-minute +1 melee that kicked in when most of the Lings were dead. So Elaser could do some of the magic that gave him success at BlizzCon all these years ago, where once upon a time, Elaser was the best performing non-Korean player of all time at a BlizzCon when he made it into the semi-finals after defeating Showtime in the quarterfinals, and he really did that mostly with Hydra, Ling, Bane, and non-stop Baneling run-bys with +2 and even Baneling drops from the Dropper-Lords. This is normally where Elaser shines.
Absolutely, is just going to be seeing these Banes looking for this mineral line. Classic, he's right there. He's moving the army around, but he does take a lot more probes, and I feel like it was necessary at the same time in the picture-in-picture. Probes are running away too, and Classic just trying to deal with all of this. He's doing it a little bit better now. Oh, he still gets a few extra at the end, and now an Immortal getting caught, so Classic just being pulled one way then the other. And all of a sudden, Classic's just taking a bunch of losses.
Elaser did that so well. I also really love how he didn't just throw away the extra 12 Banelings that were not going to connect with probes anymore. He saw Storm go down. This really is peak Elaser, man. This is how he found so much success in the old days. And he has now taken a 30 army supply lead. And for the first time in this game, we can say that he's economically ahead as well. I don't know how many Storms are available, but I really hope for Classic that he is working. Okay, he has got 6 regular High Templars. That is good. Because otherwise, these 22 Hydras, they would be a problem too.
Yeah, the Storms are necessary here. Some Bane's not going to connect this time around. Classic just having issues, man, running back up to this base after pulling back to deal with the other one. And Elaser just morphs in more Banes. He wants to go.
Overlord speed is finishing up as well, which I think is worth mentioning, because this is where we can start using Dropper Lords for a couple of these Baneling drops, as these Banelings will once more look to connect with the workers. This time around, I think Classic is doing a great job in saving the majority of the probes, but there are just so many freaking Banelings. Classic is not able to mine up this base, has only lost 7. A couple of Lings coming in from the top right side. War Prism goes down. The Nexus falls as well against the Hydras and the Lings. I don't want to see Elaser lose all these Hydras. I think at this point, he should just be happy with the damage that he dealt, regroup, remax, and go again.
Going to see Classic chasing down here. A few extra Lings to try and support this, though, giving the Hydras a chance to deal some of the damage. The Stalker count is high, and if they blink again, they're going to get a few more Hydras. How many will they get? We're going to see the majority of these Hydras going down. Some extra Lings are like stutter step, and if they just got in front, maybe they would have protected all but one. 1 Hydra, 2 Hydras get away.
But I think the remix of Lynx is going to be too terrifying here, because it's only Stalkers, right? Don't forget, we even lost the War Prism on Team Classic, so that means we can't just reinforce on the other side of the map. We don't have a couple of High Templars that are already morphing into Archons. We don't have any Storms. Elaser right now is just rebuilding Lynx and Banelings, and then we'll go again. And these Hydras are about to get a little bit of extra power as well, with +1 missile attacks kicking in. Super impressive game by Elaser, man, because this wasn't even the prettiest start at all. No. But give that man +2 melee, and magic happens.
Yeah, Classic really struggling to deal with those multi-pronged attacks, and now, well, seeing the issue with that, we're going to see this forward bases attempting to come back up, probably not going to make it. It means he can defend the bottom left, but, you know, you're being held back on bases. If you're being held back on bases, you're not having a good time. And it looks as though Elaser feels as though he can just keep on coming in, so he's going to continue the attack down the right. The Banelings are looking to find the High Templar. They just about slip away and drop our first Storm down, trying to soak up some of these units, but man, there's just so many Hydras, so much Elaser. Banelings into the mineral line, onto the High Templar. Everything's blowing up for Classic, and we are going to get ourselves a game number 5.
And this is the Swarm, man. I think this is the way that Zerg was supposed to be played all these years ago. None of this Orc-Runner Broodlord stuff, just a lot of Lings, a lot of Banelings, and a lot of Hydras. Elaser, definitely the best game of him out of this series so far, because he wasn't even totally ready with all these adepts, with Glaives that were heading his way. We had a big stasis trap going down, and I felt kind of took him out of his rhythm. But the moment the man stabilized, the moment that he got his hands on +2, he showed us that peak Elaser magic, and he's so damn good with Banelings with +2, man. Obviously, it's terrifying for any Protoss to go up against, but I really do feel out of all the things that Elaser is good at, I think that is what he shines the most at, man. He is just so damn good at killing workers.
Yeah, no, he really is, right? And he did it masterfully as well, right? He attacks down the bottom, he's at the top, right? He's just forcing, you know, Classic to move around. Then his army's out of position, which allows him to take a much better fight overall as well with the main force. And suddenly, a series that was looking so hot for Classic the first couple of games is all the way now down to the line.
And now you still think about that Nova, don't you?
Yeah, that one Nova, man, is going to haunt me, and probably going to haunt Classic a bit more if he doesn't make it through the groups.
You don't want to go into the absolute doom scenario of him now getting reverse swept and then not getting it done.
Yeah.
That would be ultra sad, but let's not go ahead and try to be that powerful with caster curses and whatnot. Curious about our final map. I assume that Altitude was vetoed. We haven't seen Dragon Skills yet, right? I feel like that's a map that we are supposed to see.
Dragon Skills.
Then again, we saw already Babylon, and I feel like most of the time we only see one of those two. We haven't seen Altitude, Dragon Skills, and Royal Blood?
Yeah, we didn't see Royal Blood yet, did we?
No, I don't think we did.
I think so. Because we had Ancient Cistern, Resvan, Babylon.
So it's one of those three. If I have to guess, I would say we played Dragon Skills, because I kind of feel like Dragon Skills is the map that everybody kind of likes. Nobody like loves it, as in like, oh, it's super good for my race. Maybe some Terrans are like, yeah. If Terran players say it, it's okay. They absolutely love it. I think for PvZ, it's not a great Protoss map, because it does feel that the third base is very wide open, and if you talk to professional Protoss players, that's always the first thing they look at, right? If they like a map or not, how open is the third base? Yeah, I think we're most likely going to wrap this up on Dragon Skills. It's kind of fun, actually, if we don't know the maps, man. We have a little guessing game.
Royal Blood.
Okay. Also very wide
I just realized we can actually see in game just like below us.
Yeah, the lobby got hosted, but we didn't know that yet. Well, we were doing our guessing
We
game.
had no idea until I just looked. I was like, I'm going to get ahead of the information. Classic just taking a moment or two before we jump into Royal Blood here. Maybe figure something out, just decide exactly what build he wants to go for. So
this is actually a great map for Baneling Rumbites as well, though. I do think it's excellent for it. Especially if Protoss players try to spread themselves thin across 4 bases. One thing I want to ask you in that previous game, but I really didn't get to because we just had so much action and we had a lot of big things happening, is the expand pattern of Classic. He took that center base. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it backfired almost immediately, right? Like, the idea is cool if you can then defend there and push. But Elaser, I think, really manipulated it well, where because he attacked at the front and then he attacks on the bottom, Classic pulls down to deal with that and just gave Elaser position to punish it. I actually think that was the core of Classic's issue. I feel like he made the game more difficult for himself than it needed to be. Take the backward bases, yeah, sure, maybe it's a bit more defensive, maybe that's not Classic, but in that game it would have helped him a lot.
And out of the 2 options, which one would you have taken then? The bottom one or the one above the natural? I said 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock?
Not really sure. Maybe bottom one's still a little bit towards the Zerg side of the map on the left, right? That's where Elaser expanded, so maybe you still take that one.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
And if you take the right side one, it's more like a defensive play, right? And a bit more like, oh, I just want to sit back, but that's not classic, like I say.
I've been watching a lot of professional Protoss players, obviously, over the last few weeks, and I feel like nobody has unanimously agreed on how we are supposed to expand on this map. Because some people even take the vertical one as their third base rather than the triangle. And then, obviously, you can keep on expanding in that direction. And it felt like it didn't quite work out, but yeah, maybe he tried to kind of use it as a staging ground where he's like, I'm going to at least solidify this spot in the center of the map, couple cannons, couple batteries. I've got Storm. If you want to attack into me, that's going to hurt. Elias is like, well, I'll attack into you, but not with everything at once. And he sent a couple of banelings in the bottom as well. And once more, I think one of the key moves of Miko in that previous game really was the double bailing run by. And the moment he saw the classic paid attention, dropped the Storm, that he didn't just waste those 12 extra bailings. So often we see Zerg players, let's roll them into the Stalker army, and then they get like one Stalker and a bunch of shield damage. And it's just a waste. I think Eliza did a great job at pulling these banelings back and waiting until there was a real reason to go for it once more and actually find the damage he was looking for.
In the top right-hand side, he's on the very edge of completing a reverse sweep here. It is Team Liquid's a laser.
Does feel that momentum is on his side right now. Can this man stop that momentum and still secure his ticket into the round of 24 and make Artosis a very happy man? In the bottom left side, our Korean Protoss, it's Classic. I don't know if Classic is a man who tilts, right? That's something that we haven't really spoke about yet today. I'll be honest, I'd be pretty damn tilted if I was him right now. Where
after the Nova.
Yeah, it just feels that everything is going your way. The stars are aligning. We talked about auditioning. Well, he aced that audition, okay? But almost feels like at the final part of the song, he suddenly missed the note and he's like, oh! That didn't work out.
Yeah, because he was, what, 5-0 on the day?
Yeah.
Or 6-0 on the day even, right? When he was 2-0 up.
Yep.
And then now a couple losses in a row, and you kind of self-inflicted on that game 3, and yeah, game 4 was, I think, Laser definitely playing well. That was definitely his strongest game, but now it all comes down to this, and, you know, maybe starting to run out of builds, maybe starting to run out of surprises a little bit. Be interesting to see what he pulls out.
I actually still think there was some more potential with the adapts as well for Classic in that previous game. I think sometimes as a pros player, it's really not bad to just battle the Queens, man, because Queens can only buy X amount of time until like Roaches or Banelings are out. If you have to send in the Lings and the Queens at the same time, then the Adepts can kite a little bit. We don't often talk about Protoss players kiting, but yeah, Adepts against Lings, there really is some kite potential there. And then the Queens have to trace as well, and Queens are obviously not very good at chasing an army and still battling at the same time. I think there was more potential for Classic to deal more damage there if he would have maybe canceled that shade into the main base and just kind of battle the Queens for a little bit and then wait for the extra Adepts to show up. And I think that's where the drones would really start falling. But there's a lot of crazy things happening. Obviously, these guys are stressed out. This is the biggest tournament of the year, without a shadow of a doubt. And if you are this close to getting the job done and getting a W for the day, advancing into the round of 24, which is the goal of all of the players that play today, I understand that it's hard to make all the correct calls, especially in the heat of the moment.
Well, we got that link speed on the way up. Twilight Council to open up with from Classic. That is kind of going back to the Adepts, you would feel, but of course still potential. We saw kind of the same Adept build twice in a row earlier. Still potential to do it a little bit differently if he wants to.
Can we take a look at the Protoss main base real quick? Do we have
maybe
DTs?
Maybe DTs, yeah, extra gases.
Yep. I think this time around I'm feeling a quick Dark Shrine. That's actually kind of cool as well, right? Because if you haven't shown a Dark Shrine in 4 games in a row, then it's unlikely that the Zerg player will immediately think about the Dark Shrine in game 5. If you always go for a Dark Shrine, it obviously becomes very predictable. Here is that first Adept, very important for Elaze to keep the drones alive. So far he does. Well, this Adept actually gets in range. Gonna get a drone. Nope, excellent save by Elaze. Can he save the second one as well? Nope, that one was blocked by the drones. And the Adept lives, and there is our Dark Shrine, Wadi.
There it is. So DT's gonna come up. Obviously, this can lead you into the Archon drop on a follow-up as well. So, again, potential to do different things here as we get things set up.
Yep. And if you guys wonder, why did we suddenly know it was a Dark Shrine? These guys, they care about all the little things, and if they go for Adept builds, they often only have 2 probes on each Vespian Geyser, and if they go for a Dark Shrine build, they will just keep on fully saturating that gas. So when it's 3 out of 3, more often than not, it's a Dark Shrine. When it's 2 out of 3, very often it's Adepts with Resonating Glaives. Unless you're low level and then you just have 3 out of 3 and you still got glaives. That's what I do. What?
Don't try to scout that one in the Diamond League, you know.
No, don't make these calls based upon whatever you scout in Diamond League, guys. But
all right, Dogshine finishing. That prison's going to be out. Obviously, you want the prison to be a good way across the map before you get the DTs ready, because obviously the DTs are going to warp in off the prison.
one thing that we have to mention, by the way, since this is a Dark Shrine build, the lair has been quite late in the previous games, because Elazer obviously wants to make a lot of units. This is normal. But one thing that Elazer does more often than almost any other Zerg out there is skip the Spore Crawler in the natural. He will get a Spore Crawler in the main base, Spore Crawler at the third, but he will skip the one in the natural. So far, we have skipped all the Spore Crawlers. Elazer really needs to start building Spore Crawlers right here or right now, or this game could just end. I've seen a couple of crazy saves of world-class Zergs over the last few days. At this point, Elazer knows he needs to start building multiple Spore Crawlers, but I think it's inevitable that one base will die.
Yep, it's classic. He's going to get the block though on the DTs. They're surrounded. Now they're going to get free for a moment or two. What they're going to go on to, just going to start working on Queens.
Hey, this is sick actually by Elazer. So for sure he's going to take some damage, but this could have already been game-ending damage, and it will not be game-ending damage because these Spore Crawlers are going to finish up, but we need to keep an eye on that Prism. That Prism is going to try to warp in a couple of DTs in the natural, in the main base. Fantastic by Elazer. My goodness, Wardy. Sure, he took some drone damage, but he was supposed to be dead there.
Yeah, it was meant to be game-ending. Seeing that little shimmer just starting to pull back and getting the whole position to stop the DTs getting on top of anything. Absolutely essential moves from Elazer. Back-to-back, and now putting him in a position where he's, well, even going to get a free scout.
Mate, we know how good everybody got in this game, especially the pros, but if you see how easy, in a weird way, Elazer made that look, he had like 2 seconds to make all the correct calls there, or this game would just be over. If 3 Dark Templars get on top of a Spore, they cancel it, they start working on a hatchery, one of the 3 bases fall, and at that point it's just a nightmare, because being a 2-base Zerg is obviously not very playable against a 3-base Protoss, and there's nothing you can do on the other side of the map, because you don't have Overseers. That was absolutely spectacular by Elazer. He made it look effortless, but that is not effortless.
I love the double Spore build as well. It wasn't needed on the 3rd base, but he built 2 because he saw that's where the DTs were going. He's like, right, if one Spore goes down, maybe the other one gets up. So, yeah, very cool stuff. Very cool moves made. A lot of correct decisions made in a short period of time as the single Harkon just tries to find what it can. Lings will not be allowed to access the mineral line here. And one way to disrupt us from Classic.
Elazer really is flying in this best of 5 all of a sudden. It just feels that everything he touches turns into gold at the moment. Well, maybe if this would have been game 3, Classic would have just flown that Prism into the main base, warping a couple of Dark Templars there, and then it is game over, because then you're not going to be able to get a Spore Crawler up. You will not be able to surround those DTs. Elazer, despite the fact that he took some economic damage, honestly handled that incredibly well. Now it will really come down to the follow-ups. We have Road Speed on the way, very important upgrade of course. And we have our first Colossus with extended thermal lens. There's a single Disruptor. Yeah. Obviously, and this is an interesting hit squad, like Disruptor and the Archon in the Warp Prism. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, maybe tries to make Elazer think, hey, it's just Archons, then it's actually a Disruptor pops out. Maybe we can get a first big shot off somewhere, but yeah, kind of a weird combo to utilize, and just gonna see, one Archon, and now maybe the Disruptor tries to grab a few roaches. Elazer splits, he gets a couple, and he will get the Overlord.
Yep. Not bad at all. Pretty sure that Archon doesn't cross the Disruptor now. Like, I know you're kind of seeing what you've done to my Adept brethren at Babylon. Yeah. Get away from me.
He's like, I gotta share Prism with you now. I can't believe this.
Like when you have this cool trip, like, who am I sitting next to on the bus? Like, Disrupt.
Not this guy. Just going to be seeing our creep team is being cleaned out. So that's nice from Classic, right? Delaying some of the creep, just going to make the game easier in general for himself, because it'll slow Elazer down and give him more attacking pathways too.
Damn quick Hive this game around by Elazer. Like, we're 8 minutes in, and that Hive is already 25-30% done. We're dropping the Hydra then as well. I do feel that that Hive initially will just be for Vipers, and of course Adrenal Glands if we can afford it, but Adrenal Glands is a very expensive upgrade. 200 I believe it is, right?
Yeah.
Adrenal is expensive, so obviously if nothing happens, and it's one of these things that you get immediately, but especially because Classic right now is playing double Robo without playing it with the Templar Archives. Vipers are pretty much mandatory here, but Vipers are also godlike, as Classic is not paying attention there for a split second, and sure, he got a couple of drones, but lost an Archon. Does Classic actually know about how quick this hive is? I feel like nothing has made it into the main base, right? No. This is a bit of a problem, man, because I think if he would have known, he would have been way further out there, because his army would actually do quite good against the army of Elazer, especially because Elazer spends so many resources on that infestation pit, on that hive deck. We do have another Nova go down. Great splits there by Elazer. Classic is actually wasting a lot of time. Queens are waiting to intercept the Warp Prism. This could be a big play. Warp Prism
just gets away. Wants to obviously pick up the Disruptor again. 2 more shots and the Prism still lives. 5 HP, man. This has been a series of close calls and even some deaths, obviously, for the Prisms.
Yep, but 2 Vipers already on the way, man. And I think this is problematic for Classic. He really needs to get a Templar Archives, because without feedback, you just cannot protect your Colossus. I've recently tried a couple times with Silver, and I'm like, what if I just get like a lot of Robo units and I don't get feedback? Then they get a lot of Vipers wide, and they will just start abducting each and every single core unit of the Protoss army, and you're not going to have a good time. Classic has no idea, man. And he's actually not going to be happy, I think, by the time that he sees that Vipers are out, and Vipers should actually have energy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they've been out for a little while, so that's obviously a good counter to the Colossus, and that takes away a big part of the strength here for Classic as he comes pushing forward, blinks forward. If he can keep the Stalkers far enough forward, maybe you can zone out the Vipers as Elazer has a counter-attack. We'll have to keep an eye on that in the picture-in-picture. He's going to get a base very quickly here, is Classic, and that's maybe just because of how much Elazer has.
Elazer has a lot of money in the bank, but he's supply blocked right now, and obviously a lot of supplies on the left side. It does not feel that this is as big as the army could possibly be, but here are the Vipers. They will abduct all of these Robo units. 1 Disruptor goes down, 1 Colossus goes down. Elazer needs to buy some time for the remax, because he has plenty of money in the bank. What if these 2,000 minerals would have been put into play? I think Classic would be in all sorts of trouble. Elazer doesn't have the larva.
And this is really bad because obviously the position Classic's in now, you can camp units, you can play off the natural as well, so you've got to attack through the choke point as the Zerg, and the Disruptors will zone you out as well. Good connection there, Queen and some Hydras. The Colossi continue to fire. Another good Disruptor shot comes down as well, and these Colossi putting in some serious work. The Viper doesn't have any energy to do much. No, it is dead as well. Prism still warping in as we do have ourselves the Colossus that could maybe be saved. It's going to die to a Spore Crawler. Stalkers over here were hitting a hatchery, but this army of Elazer is completely gone. His supply is in the gutter, as they say, and Classic has the victory. He halts the reverse sweep and gets it done in what was a very swift minute or 2 of action.
That was actually crazy that it ended like that, but congratulations to Classic for still getting the job done after getting all so close on Babylon. In the end, he still wins a nail-biting best-of-5, but that final game, it didn't have to end that way. I think Elazer had a few too much supply on the left side. On top of that supply block, like 16 supply makes such a big difference in these kinds of fights. That Warp Prism was so low on HP. It felt that that fight could have played out in many different ways, but congrats to Classic. He has played some great StarCraft today, and I think we're all very excited to see him in the group stage.
Super exciting, man. A little fist bump from him there as well. He's obviously pretty happy about that. Let's see what the thinks about that best of 5.
Thank you very much, boys. The Lewandowski of StarCraft 2 does fall 3-2 against Classic, who manages to move into the group stage. It's a big victory for him to move on. It was looking like an absolute killer instinct in those first 2 games. Blaze brought it back a little bit, but then Classic was able to round things out. Pig and Artosis here. Artosis, you did choose Classic. What do you think about that one?
Exactly as I expected.
Okay.
You know, when I saw he was going to win Game 3, I'm really glad that he blew up his own Adepts, and we could just go on to a 5-game series. Much more exciting that way. Great showmanship there from Classic. But seriously, I mean, he's really good, and I don't think his results that we've seen lately speak to his skill level. I think today he's speaking to his skill level. He's the first person in the group stage. He's going to do well in the group stage.
Protoss in, looking good, looking pretty clean, I think it's fair to say. But let's take a look, aside from that Disruptor shot, at the highlights from all of this. Actually, I think that Disruptor shot will probably be here, in here as well.
It's that moment when you drop the ball quite literally on your own Adepts.
Yeah.
But, you know, despite the entertaining factor that was, we saw just a lot of big armies landing splash on banelings, right? Avoiding the baneling splash, dodging them, spreading out, and overwhelming Elazer in those games. Elazer wasn't able to find the aggressive timings, and, you know, this game was just relentless. He'd already done good damage earlier, and then it was just like, hey, every time it looked like Elazer recovered his economy, a new attack got in there, and it just did so much damage each time.
Yeah, it really showed during this series. I mean, even in the games that the Classic is losing out on, Adepts are his absolute bread and butter here, Artosis. They were putting in work for him time and time again to be able to really keep Elazer on his toes throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these Protoss players can't help themselves. They love those adepts.
They love it.
And the pressure that they're putting on is fantastic. You know, they're trying to force roaches and things like that as well.
Yeah.
And it's working out for a lot of them so far.
Definitely so.
Yeah.
Closing moments here.
There's a little bit more spread on the bases on the new maps. So, you know, the Adept Shade mobility is big against Queens, Roaches. These units aren't as fast. So, this game was a bit of a crazy one. I do think Alaze is a little more comfortable versus Stargate openings than the Twilight ones because he's had so much practice with it. And I think he's so good at getting away with skipping the Spore Crawler and, you know, there's little details. This game, you could tell Alaze was stressed out, but he managed to barely get over there. The Colossus is like fighting against Zerglings multiple times. This is a really fun one.
I think Alaze doesn't mind the scrappy scenarios either, Artosis. Getting into these moments, he thinks, yeah, okay, I'll be able to take that.
Well, his style kind of forces that, so I think he has way more practice than most players in these situations. I mean, he does have 82 on attack.
Yeah, but that means a lot, yeah.
Well, you know, classic 78 defense strat just wasn't quite up there. I did like that. The Banelings going in and out, and he even ran Banelings in on the south and caught the probes where they'd run away down here. That Baneling was like, bam! So this was really nice for Alaze. He just got some good angles, some good trades with the Banes, and was quite patient with the Hydralisks, you know, really looking for the correct engagements. And once you start getting a bit of damage, it does spiral out of control. I would like to see some Overlord drops. I think some Baneling drops, and even some empty Overlords flying around just adds a little bit more maneuverability to really scare Classic. But despite, you know, a laser fighting back as well as he did, I did kind of like the return to kind of the Colossus style in Game 5, and I feel like all day today, Classic's been playing like older compositions we haven't seen as much in a while.
He has a little bit. That might be because of the little meta shift that we see going on, you know, between the new maps and everything. I'm not entirely sure, but it does feel like we're seeing that a fair amount. But look, it's really working out. And honestly, when he was going Colossus, I just kind of was thinking about how strong a laser is with playing Bane, and it's like if you feel comfortable with the Colossus, Blink, Stalker, Sentry, you can parry it pretty well.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because obviously Ravagers counter force fields. In a time where people are wanting to play Hydra Bane again, the Sentry has become more powerful. It also moves faster. It can now keep up with the depths in the army.
Fast, the game is broken.
So fast. And if you make it before Warp Gate, it builds 3 seconds quicker. Game changer.
Massive.
I love it.
Wild. I'm not even going to make my Warp Gates anymore.
Yeah, man. Just leave it out of Warp Gate for them, rally them out. Then you can queue them up as well. So if you make a macro mistake, you just queue an extra one to make up for it.
Dude,
guys,
the future is the past.
Guys, don't take hints from Rotterdam. What are you talking about? All right, anyway, gentlemen, we are ready to hear from our player advancing through into the group stage. First out of all our players, it's Classic over with Loco.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Maddox as well as Classic. Classic, congratulations. How are you feeling?
일단 김도호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 지금 소감이 좀 어떠신가요?
우선 제가 오프라인 경기를 최근에 이제 군대를 갔다 와서 오프라인 경기를 많이 했는데 항상 떨어졌어요. 이번에 처음 올라가는 건데 그래가지고 너무 긴장도 많이 됐는데 이렇게 결과적으로 올라가게 되어서 지금 너무 기쁩니다.
So he says, after I got back from the military, I went to several offline events, but this is actually the first time to advance, so I feel really good.
Yeah, awesome. So this series looked originally like it was going to be a 3-0. And then obviously we had the moment where he ended up losing the Prism and he accidentally blew up his own Adept. Yeah, how does he feel about that? Because we saw him on camera really quickly and he didn't seem all too pleased, but I'm curious to hear his thoughts.
일단 3대0으로 좀 무난하게 이길 것 같은 그런 상황이었는데 좀 김도호 선수가 이제 분광기도 잃고 이제 사도가 역대박이 나는 그런 실수가 나오면서 거기서 이제 김도호 선수가 되게 아쉬워하는 장면도 되게 그 화면에 잡혔었거든요. 그래서 그때 좀 심정이 어떠셨는지 좀 궁금합니다.
우선 그런 실수들을 연습 때는 안 하는 실수인데 이번에 이제 2대0까지는 게임이 굉장히 잘 돼가지고 저도 3대0으로 이길 줄 알았거든요. 근데 이제 제가 또 한 판만 이기면 진출이다 보니까 좀 긴장돼가지고 또 너무 긴장한 나머지 좀 말도 안 되는 실수를 해서 3세트 지고 조금 멘탈이 흔들렸던 것 같아요. 좀. 네.
So he says, usually I don't do this. I don't actually do this kind of mistake ever, but somehow I was winning 2-0 and the games went well. So I was one game away from advancing. So that time the nerve kicked in. So after that loss, I was really frustrated, and it affected later games, obviously.
Yeah, so I'm curious to hear how he played the next couple of games as well, because they seemed indeed a lot closer. That last one, Elaser still had a lot of money in the bank as well, and it, once again, almost looked like he was maybe even going to get reverse swept. So how did he keep his head cool?
이제 그 다음 경기들에서도 이제 일레이저 선수가 선전을 해주면서 진짜 역수입까지 가는 거 아니냐 이런 얘기가 나올 정도로 되게 좀 수세에 좀 몰리는 좀 경우도 있었는데 그때 좀 멘탈을 좀 어떻게 잡으셨나요?
그래도 제가 프로게이머 경력이 좀 오래돼가지고 역수입을 당할 뻔했지만 이제 5세트 시작 전에 좀 시간을 가지면서 좀 멘탈을 다스리고 있었고 빌드 고민을 굉장히 많이 했어요. 굉장히 많이 해가지고 다크를 꺼내 들었는데 좀 그래도 피해를 좀 주면서 상황이 괜찮았던 것 같아서 멘탈을 잘 다스리면서 준비를 잘 했던 것 같아요.
So he says, obviously, I'm more experienced player, so I think my experience kind of helped. So after the game 4, I just keep it cool and just thought, what should I do? Like, what builds should I choose? So I just go to DTs, and I think DTs went pretty well, a bit. So I think it helped me a bit, and I think I could focus on the moment and could get the win.
Okay, so I've got one more final question. This means you're moving on to the round of 24 that we're going to be playing later this week. Anyone in particular he's concerned with, or does he feel like he has a shot at winning it all?
이제 24강으로 이제 진출하시게 돼서 이제 조별리그에서 이제 플레이를 하시게 될 텐데 뭐 조별리그에서 이제 좀 자신 있는 선수나 아니면 좀 피하고 싶은 선수가 있다면 좀 누가 있을까요?
일단 제 처음 목표가 24강이었는데 오늘 이렇게 24강에 뚫게 올라가게 되어가지고 지금 좀 자신감이 넘치는 상태고 그래도 이제 조별리그는 게임 하는 게 많잖아요. 그래서 저도 이번에 연습을 굉장히 열심히 했기 때문에 자신 있고 누굴 만나도 상관없을 것 같습니다.
So he says, my original goal was to be on the group stage. So since I'm at the group stage, my confidence is at the top. So I've been practicing a lot. So I don't mind whoever comes.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Again, congratulations, Classic. We've got a lot more StarCraft 2 coming your way, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We have one of our 4 players now confirmed into that group stage. Congratulations to Classic. And now we go to a TVT to find out who is going to move on alongside him. Joining me, Piggly Wiggly and Tastily Wastily.
That's my name. What's going on, guys?
I tried it with Artosis as well. I forgot it was Artematosis.
Castly Washley or something like that.
Castly Washley's of Katowice. Anyway, let's get on with it because we've got Cure versus Spirit coming up here. And Pig, I have given you the Spirit card. You don't need to do a sales pitch. However, talk to me about good old Spirit.
Spirit is a fantastic player, and he's here representing the power of Poland. He comes in with determination, effort, focus, and he's going to fight hard. He recently dominated Big Gabe in a Weekly Cup 3-0 in the Grand Finals. And that shows that he is recently bucking the trend, showing that, yes, he may have a rather low head-to-head record against Cure, but this is not the Spirit of old.
Does he get a teleprompter? How's he doing this?
I feel like Tasteless is really concerned now that he has to also do the same thing.
Well, this is Cure. Plays a lot of GSLs. He's pretty good. Is
that it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's a real threat coming into this. Obviously, you can see his stats are all very good. I love that we're doing the stats thing, by the way.
Yeah,
the players and having them all rate each other.
I liked it when they looked at each of those stats and were sat there comparing them.
That was wild, dude. Look, I think Cure is playing very well today. We do have moments where he does seem to really flounder. He does seem to be inconsistent over the years, but he is looking very strong today. So I think he's got a good chance here. I think Spirit's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I think it's going to be really fascinating to see how it goes, because Spirit obviously can play big defensive macro games, but Cure, when you practice against Maru in every other tournament, you get a lot of late game prac.
Yeah, you definitely have to. You have to be good going up against the god himself. But anyway, thank you very much, gentlemen. Some great sales pitches there, as always. For our next qualifying match, let's head over to the casters.
Thank you for that, James, and also Jared and Nick. I felt like Pig was basically trying to sell us on adopting like a kitten or something. Like that was the vibe I was getting. And then Tasteless is kind of just that dude who's just like, hey man,
do you want to?
I got some stuff in the back alley. Do you want some?
Do you want some cat organs? Just right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty much the vibe that was going on for that one. Really top tier desk analysis for this best of 5 PVT. South Korea versus Poland. When has that happened before?
You know,
Never, I'm pretty sure.
I'm trying to remember some old ancient wars and see who was on what side. But one thing I do quickly want to mention before we really jump into this game and choose the players and everything is that there is a very, very funky win record between these two players because they played a bunch of matches. Spirit is 1-17 in series against Cure. He has won a single time, Zombie Grub.
Yeah. That's a way to put it. We'll talk more about that in a second because you got to introduce these players. In the bottom right, as the red Terran for DPG, he is Cure.
And up here on the top left-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player with the Spirit of Poland in him. He is Spirit from Kaizi Gaming.
It's going to be in for a tough one. It's not going to be late game. It's going to be a early 2-Rex Reaper. Now, you know, most players in TVT, they're going factory expand, right? Occasionally you'll see someone be a little bit risky and go for a 1-Rax expand, but I don't really think that you're going to be inclined to do that against someone you don't play maybe all that often against. They have played somewhat recently 3 or 4 times, so, you know, it's not completely new. But then if he did, what would he learn from playing against Cure? Probably that he does do occasionally 2-Rax Reaper. So that's not a big surprise, right? So I don't think Spirit's going to opt for any of that greed. Maybe thinking that he's coming in as an underdog, he might be inclined. Not so, at least in this game, right? Factory expand it is. Now it's all about whether or not that first Reaper gets a decent fight, whether it survives, and whether Spirit can actually start microing against what Cure has.
That's all going to be important things we're going to be keeping an eye out for in the next minute or two. It is a funny situation because I feel like normally when underdog is playing versus someone who's maybe a bit favored, oftentimes the strategy is I should try and keep this game as short as possible and cheese them out or something. I feel like Spirit is the opposite. Spirit's like, I think that you're better than me. I'm going to play a 50-minute turtle game, and I'm like, oh, God. When I see openings like this also where Cure is getting more aggressive, and he does like an aggressive TVT, I really do wonder where this game is going to go.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of things to talk about as far as style-wise, but we got to focus on this Reaper micro. So we did have Spirit go directly into a reactor, which he immediately canceled upon seeing the first Reaper, which is fantastic, because now he can actually respond micro-wise, which fortunately he did at the very last second, and he'll get his own second Reaper. Of course, that's still not going to be enough. You're still going to be outgunned by Cure's production until your Hellion arrives. Hellion, that's going to safeguard you. That should be when Spirit feels comfortable.
3 Reapers going to be able to hop up into the main base. Another Reaper pops out over here for Spirit, but that Hellion only about 70%, 80%, 90% done. A couple of these SCVs are going to end up falling, so some good pickoffs there from Cure. And the important thing is not losing any of the fighting units. Neither one of these players has lost a Reaper or a Hellion. But this is the kind of dangerous moment here. Spirit has to find the right opportunity to jump in on this army.
Yeah, this is already getting too much of the SCVs, you know, because it doesn't seem likely he's going to dominate this fight. Here even knocks off one of Spirit's Reapers. Again, Spirit will eventually have enough defensive units to say, okay, we're good. But then the question is, did Cure follow up well enough? And he's already 4 workers ahead. His factory is done as well as adding a tech lab. So as far as technology goes, we've evened out as well.
That's going to be a rough break there for Spirit, who is now down 4 workers, as they both are, for the most part, producing additional workers pretty consistently. And he's just going to be straight up behind and still actually producing Reaper's Cures.
He's supply blocked. He literally cannot produce from his factory. They built a tech lab on. That's a pretty big supply block, man. Everyone point and laugh at Cure. No, I'm just kidding.
We're at that point of the day, are we, Zombie Crow?
No, that's huge though, because the Reaper counterattack, or run by, I suppose you could call it, is actually going to do some damage. The Cyclone wouldn't have been out necessarily at that time, to be fair, but it's supposed to be out at some point. And now Cure is like, well, I'm just going to go YOLO as well, I suppose. And we got ourselves a little bit of an SCV trade. Good concave here from Cure to try and start this off, but 3 Hellions is a pretty nice number against the Reapers. Spirit still in micro goes out of the map, 1 Reaper alive, and this is getting down and dirty.
Oh, this is getting so hectic. These Reapers from Cure are doing such a great job spreading themselves out so the Hellions cannot get a lot of splash damage done. Finally, one of the Reapers ends up getting picked off, but he is still able to find little bits and pieces of damage. He finds another one of these Hellions, but so many of the Reapers have gone down. It looks like this is finally, at long last, going to get cleaned up on both sides of the map.
Oh my gosh, this actually kind of evened things out, man. Yeah, I noticed that. I guess he's just hoping for a little bit of a misclick, right? It might have even gotten, like, I doubt it would have gotten the lock on, but still, it would have been something. No, this is very interesting because that little maneuver there did just bump Spirit's SCV count back up by, like, literally a half. So not like a huge deal, but that is back from when he was down 3 or 4 SCVs. Their command centers are even, their starports are even. It's just an even game.
Beautiful. I mean, this is the way that StarCraft was meant to be played, with absolute chaos in the beginning, and then we kind of turn out in the end, and we're like, oh, I think it's just a normal TVT now.
Yeah, it actually is. And we can talk a little bit about maybe like their styles and TVT differences. Or Kira's going to get that high grounds, but the lock-on goes better for Spirit. He grabs one of the Cyclones while still having 2 healthy ones of his own, and Kira is on the run.
Oh, God, and the the barracks. Okay, the barracks is for Cure. For a second, I was like, oh no, Spirit can have high ground vision to keep that lock on and get a second Cyclone kill. Not going to be the case. Cure gets back home, and it's so important you're able to keep at least one of those Cyclones alive, because otherwise he just doesn't have any firepower until the first Siege Tank is out.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary, actually. This is kind of funny. I think we all kind of looked at the beginning of the Reaper attack, and we were like, oh, okay, Cure might do that thing where he just kind of bops like the non-Korean. But instead, that pretty big mechanical block, I mean, I'm pretty sure that was too big to be like a purposeful, you know, technical supply block. Yeah, it really did kind of screw over the pacing of it a little bit, so he took more damage than he should have against the Reaper counter, and then didn't have that follow-up as swift as he would have. So it all just kind of adds up, and then now, at this point, Spirit has been winning the tinier trades over the last few minutes.
No, a lot of those little things definitely go in his way. And kind of even surprisingly, because Cure was the one that was out on the map with those Cyclones. Yeah. And he had the high ground. That was supposed to be him ambushing his opponent.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing, though, right? Is that Cyclones will lock on to whatever pops up first. So if he's not paying attention, his high ground isn't necessarily all that beneficial. So, yeah, that can happen, I suppose.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Exactly. And now we do have Bio versus Bio. You know, we do want to wonder about Mech in any of the matchups. Maybe not so much in TVT TVT, at least between these two players. Spirit might be a bit of a late game player, but not necessarily a mech player. The Raven, noticeably the bigger change in TVT. Questions were, is it just going to be mass Raven, or even some Terrans are speculating, as we have a Raven lock. Yeah, that's it. Yep. They're speculating maybe even we could have like more bio emphasis, but that's clearly not the way that these two players have gone for it. So then it's just like, how many Ravens do you get? So far, kind of a normal amount, but Spirit, I think, only opted for the one, unless I missed one producing, and then he lost it. So
yeah, that's going to be pretty surprising then that he's already just swapping off that starport. I mean, I guess you do still just want to get started on some of the other production, and awkward lock-ons here. I don't even know how to describe what just happened there, but 3 Cyclones died, and Spirit's going to be happier in the end.
That was what he wanted to do, the other other scenario, right? But he didn't have anything in the front of his Cyclone, so yeah. Try to draw them into the tank fire, though. I think it was part of his intention was that he would drag anything into the tank fire. Kind of worked out for one of the Cyclones. But now it's just taking that map control. Now let's talk about the map, because we really haven't been able to like expand on the players or the map. Yeah, exactly. It's dragon scales, guys. And one thing that I personally immediately noticed, talked to a couple of pros, and they're like, oh yeah, good point. This third base is so hard to defend. It's such a huge area that the choke that you can like technically use to defend, yeah, exactly, thank you, is far away. Right? So your tanks don't cover it unless you push the tanks to cover it. If you push the tanks to cover it, you're not covering the entry into your natural. So then there's 2 options really for the other Terran guy, right? And until you get a center tower up, you don't know which one they're going to choose. So it can be a little bit difficult if they get that map control. But right now it's Spirit going for the double drop, which actually Cure. Very, very good timing on that scout.
Yeah, it's going to force an unload over there. Spirit kind of abandons the plan, but may still be going for it, as there's all sorts of fun mind games that happen when a scout kind of runs into those medevacs, and Spirit looks like he's just going to go ahead and abandon ship. But behind all of this, both these players have been adding on all of their typical upgrades, as we have +1/+1 on the way, but noticeably a good bit faster there for Spirit, I think.
Yes, yeah, 100%. He's actually, oh wow, immediately onto that too. Spirit is probably feeling at this point, maybe, you know, the beginning actually even wasn't a worry for him. He seems very confident, certainly executing very well, and it's Cure who's making these slip-ups, right? So I wasn't quite like, you know, I'm not like eyeing him like a hawk for the supply block. I'm not that mean. But, you know, maybe his 1-1 was supposed to be started faster, and now it's really far behind.
It's been a long day for both of these players, and it's been a rough day with a lot of tough opponents.
Oh, as soon as I say it, I see another supply block. I'm sorry, Kieran.
Why did you do this to him? 2 more depots on the way.
I think you just kind of mentioned it. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're like, it's been a long day for people. Yeah. Maybe it really has for Cure.
I legitimately do think it has, because, I mean, like, yes, if you're, I don't know, like up a tree or something, playing at like a mid-grand, low-grand master level, then yeah, supply blocks like this happen. But at this level, it's pretty unusual for players to get supply block like this. But it has been, you know, 7-8 hours of players kind of making it through this play-on stage.
Yeah, it's another one of those just grueling type of tournament formats, right? Where it's you know, even about stamina to a degree. And obviously Spirit coming in from Europe has a little bit less of that jet lag going on. We'll go ahead and get ahead of that narrative. But seriously, Spirit is nailing it on the macro mechanical front. Now, that doesn't mean that Cure is falling drastically behind, guys. Actually, I would say that because of this TVT, because it is headed this direction, it probably still matters a lot more about who gets the better concave, who's actually scouting more. So Cure obviously can still come back. It just is, particularly the upgrades, is really concerning.
Especially when you start seeing just Marines fighting other Marines, you're going to see such a stark difference. Even just having the armor upgrade finish up a good bit earlier on, and now we're going to have this beautiful window where Spirit finishes up 2 of those upgrades ahead of his opponent. It's going to be really, really tough, it feels like, for Cure to start taking some of these fights. We see Marines taking some interesting trades as we go into the first-person point of view over here for Cure, finding some good damage.
Yeah, I was trying to see if Cure already had his 4th on his way, but no, he literally just started building it, so he's quite far behind there. Needs to do some damage. He does have those 2 Ravens, and they are coming out in force right now, taking out those tanks, which already weren't the most effective because of that issue that I brought up earlier, and down goes the 3rd CC. There you have it. Cure, more mobile on the map, finds an opportunity, but I guess Spirit is trying to do the same in return.
Yeah, in the picture-in-picture, you can see that medevac drop denying an entire base with a much smaller force. Can Spirit push his army back? The Siegings are all sieging up, though. zone now for Cure, and he's going to be able to push Spirit out of this base that he had established.
You know what's actually really sucky though for Spirit, okay, as he gets a Liberator Siege up, that is nice, is that he actually went pretty quickly into Viking, so he didn't have a lot of medevacs, and of course he was using some of them to go across the map. He still has those upgrade leads, so I think he might have thought the upgrade leads could have pushed him on that defense on his third, but he didn't have any medevacs. His Vikings were supposed to actually be able to tear down Cure's medevacs and his Ravens. Instead, the Ravens got everything they wanted to, and now we have another bit of like a SCV trade, damage trade, whatever you want to call it, except Spirit did lose entirely at Command Center.
Awkward moment where Cure realizes all of his Marines are up on the high ground, already elevated over, so the Siege Tanks left completely barren by themselves. The Marines from the main base pulled to the SCVs, clean up there, and Spirit actually gets a pretty decent cleanup. He suddenly goes from even a supply to starting to creep a bit further ahead.
Yeah, actually, he's doing really well. It's still problematic that he doesn't have that third orbital, so no, not as many mules and not as many scans, but mules aren't necessarily the problem. He's ahead by 23 workers.
What's the Siege Tank count at?
That's a good question. What is the Siege Tank count? I've noticed that Spirit has been, skipping them occasionally, only at 2. It could to 4, but that's defensively. Well, I guess now Spirit only has that one entry into the natural to really defend. The Planetary is defending the other one, but is he even defending that entry? Oh no.
Well, one Siege Tank up on the high ground, he finds Cure's Siege Tank, and Siege Tank on the right-hand side. He comes in from the east, he comes in from the west, he comes from the east and the west, and that is a solid defense and cleanup.
Yes, it was. He actually had so much in that main base. It looks like he was anticipating a bit of a drop or that exact maneuver. Plus, he still had an upgrade lead. Cure never got +2 armor, so he knew he was going to dominate that fight. He takes it. Now he's up 30, almost 40 supply, starting his 3-3 faster, of course, because Cure's so behind on that +2, and Cure needs another just kind of like magic moment where he finds him completely out of position, but now it's Spirit's turn to strike.
And it's going to be so much tougher because we're in the later stage of TVT where even though they've been trading in the economic front, we actually have a sensor tower up on the map now for Spirit. It becomes a lot more difficult to catch your opponent off guard. In the meanwhile, Cure only just now gets up his sensor tower, spots that drop heading into his main base as the tower comes up, and well, his units are just not in position for this.
No, they're not, and he's not going to outproduce what's in that main base right now. His own units trying to go across the map to do some more damage, but we know that Planetary at the very least is going to hold. It looks like the natural is actually a bit in a problem, but again, he has enough on the high ground. He has that tank. He is on top of Cure's production. We know that is the greatest weakness of Terran. The Vikings land on the tanks as well, and Spirit is taking this first game.
He is doing a magnificent job. Going to be able to deny +3 weapons as well, just in case anything else goes a little bit poorly. He's still going to have snagged some big victories here in these trades. Really, really well played from this game here from Spirit. I know that we were talking about some of the earlier flubs there from Cure, but Spirit just really bounced back in this game and showed that his mid-game is looking unbelievably strong.
Yeah, he's, one of the reasons that his 3-0 versus Hero Marine is really impressive wasn't necessarily because Hero Marine is like, the person you have to beat to be the best at TVT in the world. Many people would still consider the Korean Terrans better than Hero Marine, right? It's just the way that it was so clean. He looked so confident. He looked so, perfect's too strong of a word for any StarCraft game, but he just looked like he could handle any situation, and he showed it here again. Even when things got topsy-turvy, he was able to make something happen that was even better for him. So Cure's given it the old college try, and he does have that 4th base. He's had it, guys. We haven't really gotten to talk about it, but he's had it up. So he knows there's some recovery if he can turtle, but what a difficult map to do that on in 50 supply deficit.
It's going to be extremely tough when you're down not only just the 50 supply, it's both in workers, but it's also in army. He's almost being doubled in army supply. And Zombie Grab, I know you're talking about worker supply. You can kind of come back from that in TVT. Army supply gets a little bit tougher, especially in these situations where you can get pulled apart because you're trying to expand in multiple directions.
That is actually the problem, right? So you have to overemphasize the tanks and always being in the right position, and then the natural response of the other Terran player, Spirit in this case, would be just going to air anyways, which he was already doing. He got those Vikings. He has these Liberators. He tears down Cure's attempt to puff up his feathers. Like, I'm scary, man. I'm going to take care of this choke. And Spirit's like, are you though? Are you just like a big bird?
Well, nice play there from Cure. He denies a command center with just 2 Marines. So that is talking about cost-effective ways to find little trades there. But this Liberator harassment is going to be annoying, and it's happening at the same time that Cure is trying to deflect a push coming in right at his front door. Sensor Tower knows that everything is coming in. He just doesn't really have that many more units to actually deal with this, but he does have the Siege Tank set up in a decent spot.
As decent as you can.
It was a decent spot before the Liberator got here, I guess.
Yeah, nothing to stop the Liberators, which are a little bit cheaper too. So this has been a really great option for Spirit, continuing to dominate in that supply. I think Cure, at this point, must know that he's super far behind. But I think he's still just going on the whole, I have 4 bases. Like, anything can happen with Terran on 4 bases and tank production, right? Kind of. You would have already wanted to be producing your own Vikings to stop this exact thing from happening. That's how Maru brought the TVT into such a comebackable game. It was kind of one, but then he also started just producing a lot of tanks and Vikings. He almost like would skip the bio to an extent to make sure he didn't lose out in the extreme late game. Something that you can do if you're only so far behind, or if you're perfectly positioned on all the tanks, and maybe like static defense to help you initially. But there we go. It was a 100 supply difference at the end, guys, so not particularly hype GG, but awesome game from Spirit there.
Really, really well done. And I do want to commend Cure on like at least the very beginning. He was showing really good micro. There were still a lot of good moves there from Cure. But Spirit was able to just continuously find these nice trades. He was able to capitalize on all these things. And the upgrade Zombie Grub, the upgrade lead was just so phenomenal.
Yeah, having 2-2 that much faster than your opponent, like I said, it could be overcome by positioning, which almost happened. But Spirit made sure to have something else that was going on besides just an upgrade lead, that he could actually recover from that. And after it almost was like a non-issue. Like, we didn't really bring up the fact that he was so far down in economy at any point, right? Because I don't think he ever was. I wasn't paying attention for those little arrows, but it didn't seem like he was.
It seemed like it was okay. The one big thing that I think did start to slip my mind a little bit because I was like, oh, there's all these like upgrade advantages and everything. And then we did almost see this come into effect was the Ravens, because we were talking about how, you know, Spirit only went for the 1 Raven. Kira was investing in more. Spirit lost his 1 Raven. We saw the interference matrices and stuff come out with Kira's big attack, and that was what made that entire attack, that situation scary.
Yeah, no, it absolutely did. He really abused the best place on that map, and then also the fact that he had Ravens, which are blitzy. They come in, they set down all of their spells, which nowadays is mostly the interference matrix, because the auto turret's durability is so much worse, Marines can actually kill them, and then they hopefully win at that point. What Spirit had done, instead of going for more Ravens, is, as I said, just went into those Vikings. Positionally, slower battles are better. Because what does a Raven do if he just has to like sit there and like wait for the Vikings to find him? Not much. So that was that one moment that Cure could have drastically like come back in this game. Maybe even won it at that point. But Spirit, I think, is really, again, having that other drop going on, having his own presence on the map, and then also kind of predicting the next step, and that awesome drop on the tank line, too, that you pointed out when the Marines are in the wrong place. I mean, it just, crisis management, right?
Yeah, a lot of really, really good moves that happened under crisis in a very, very, very clutch situation. But here we go, guys. We're headed on to a different map. We're headed on to Royal Blood. Zombie Grub, third base defensiveness definitely came into play on that last map. What are your thoughts on Royal Blood after we do some beautiful player intros? Because, you know, they're both wearing yellow. I can't tell the difference between them, Zombie Grub. You need to tell me who's playing.
We need to do this. They put money into this. In the top rights of Royal Blood for DPG. Now down a game, he is Cure.
And down over here on the bottom left-hand side of the map, the man in blue, but probably not feeling too blue after that first victory there. It is, of course, Kaizi Gaming's Spirit.
What color do you feel if you're happy?
I think orange.
Is orange your favorite color for your dragon?
No.
Oh.
My favorite color is actually blue.
Oh, well, that's weird.
It's like teal, though. See, back in the old Warcraft 3 days, or, you know, StarCraft 1 arcade maps, or, you know, the UMS maps, I would always pick teal. And you know how there was always that meme? It's like, teal's always the one that's messing up all those team maps that you do. You know, the tower defense things, like Winter Mall or whatever.
Oh my God, you're right.
Teal would always be the one that messed up, and I was always teal.
I swear I'm not doing like I totally know what you're talking about. I just I got your hand dug into my brain reached 20 years ago, because I was good at Winter Mall, and I was definitely into that meme.
Oh, fun fact, by the way, as we wait for this game to, start on up, is that Winter Mall, if you go back, I actually went back and played it maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and it is very easy to solo. It's actually really easy to do entirely by yourself.
Were we just bad 14-year-old gamers?
No. It's more difficult the more teammates you have, because it splits up the income.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
I do want to actually get your thoughts on Royal Blood, though.
Yeah, so I didn't think the third base was particularly difficult to take here. Not in the same way as our last map anyways. But I do want to focus on the build order just for a second before we maybe detail the maps and how it's going to play out. Because, when you get to third base, that's really the conversation. The build orders. Spirit did actually opt to go for 1-Rax Expand. Now, perhaps he thinks that Royal Blood's not as too Raxable, I suppose, as the last map, or he's thinking that Cure wouldn't do that again after failing with it. But either way, he's not being punished. What Cure is doing, though, is going for a mass amount of Reapers and Hellions, which can still be aggressive, but it's not really that timing that necessarily abuses what Spirit has done. Almost like when you go for like a pool first and the command center first is already done. You're just like, oh, all right, that's kind of, you know, whatever. So a bunker should be able to save him from that aggression. At most, Cure can like dive in to the natural mineral line and be like, but you get a couple of SCVs maybe, or send his Reapers into the main, right? Which then could try and do something too. But I think Spirit, he even scouted actually, right? Like he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna do this.
From my little glimpse at the minimap, I don't think either of these players have actually scouted each other.
Yeah, so it seems like he's just saying, like, I am ready to defend anything as long as I don't get 2-raxed, which fortunately he did not.
Yeah, neither player has decided to scout each other. They're like, you know what? Let's just play it nice and clean. Then Kier finally was like, okay, I have enough units. Let's go.
If this was like the medevac version, it might have been really troublesome, but you know, it's not. Starport's only just.
Is there enough DPS in the bunker to actually prevent the units from just running past it, though?
No, that's what I was saying. Is that they could just stay in the natural and stop the SVs from mining. You can still kind of produce them, and that's exactly that's the only thing that Kier can do, right? Oh, there's a wall at the main. Oh, well, that adds a whole new flavor to it.
That's going to make things very awkward. The Reapers are starting to get very low. Another Reaper ends up dropping there, and I don't think they found at least more than one worker so far.
No, that was fine. I love the Hellion. He was like, I need to leave. Oh, shit. I'm not a Reaper. I can't jump.
Mario Kart Rainbow Road over the cliff.
Oh, if he exits, that'd be great.
That actually would be incredible. Well, yeah, not destined to happen.
Yeah. No, that like I would actually think that was maybe the best. Is if their supply depot was down and they didn't have one, right? He used it to spot out the Reaper jump up spot.
Oh, he's going to be able to jump in back over here, finds a Hellion, loses one Reaper, but also gets some good scouting information, sees the unit composition, everything that Spirit's got.
Yeah, okay, yeah, there is that, but like look at the stats now. 5-worker, 6-worker lead for Spirit. His third CC is already on the way. Kier is not going to go for some kind of weirder callback to base, which maybe could have been an option, but really hasn't been for a couple of years. He is also going to go for a third CC, and in order to try and take a risk and get ahead, he's going to do on location, which really is quite nice. Like it does help a lot. But then the question can be if Spirit's going to move out with tanks and Ravens, going to do some damage. He's going right into barracks, going right into his stim. He might actually play this kind of passively, just take the lead where he knows he has it.
Yeah, and if he feels comfortable about it, he's definitely shown that he's okay with just finding ways to turn those early game leads into opportunities that will turn into a mid-game lead or something that he can then try and take advantage of with some actual aggression later on. So I'm just waiting to see how many Ravens does Spirit actually go for. So far, I don't know that he's made one Raven, but then he's completely stopped, and Kier is still going and adding on those extra Ravens.
This is kind of the big question for some Terrans with the new patch. You know, I think every Terran's going to have a different response when you ask them about it, right? Where some are like, yeah, you just go triple Raven, it's still kind of helpful. Interference metrics are still really good, right? And then others are going to say, well, the Raven is cheaper and it's nicer and it fits into my build, but without those auto turret spam, I don't think it's as nice. I'm just going to get more Marines, because Marines actually do well against auto turrets now. So the Raven is like mostly about the interference matrix. So, I mean, we might be seeing that at play, or just coincidentally how the game's gone, Spirit's determined this is the best play.
I think that's actually one of the most exciting things to me about how this patch has played out so far, is that there's not a consensus. There's not this global consensus where everyone just says, this is the way that we should do things, and ooh. Okay, well, there's one consensus, and that's don't stand in siege tank fire. So those units are going to back up, but that also kind of alerts Spirit to the presence of this army. Well, that Reaper is going to confirm it.
Yeah, he's known. He knows that it's also probably not big enough to actually like fully break him, or he's certainly gambling on it maybe, but I think it's a smart gamble.
With interference matrix maybe?
Even with interference matrix, I'm not sure Kier's army is going to be really big enough because again, the auto turrets, 100% if this was old, I think that is absolutely breakable. And Spirit might even be like too far gone, because he really does need to be wary of Kier moving to the left. If Kier's going to go through here, he needs to reposition his tanks exactly like he does, but interference matrix are plenty. The auto turrets, like I said, not as durable, and 2 interference matrix from Spirit's 1 Raven is going to do the trick. He pounces, he stims, he's on top of everything that Kier has, and Kier is probably dead, man.
Oh my god, that was absolutely brutal. It turns out more is not actually better. Just one is enough. It's how you use it.
Exactly. It's how you use it, guys. It's definitely Spirit in the lead. It's one of those matchups where you can turtle, and Kira could just decide to go Viking tank and try to recover in the long game, but reaching towards that fourth is going to be a big problem. Just stopping the overwhelming amount of bio from Spirit is going to be a problem. Best case scenario, Spirit shows some of his older self, and he doesn't strike when the iron's hot. He just stays back and doesn't do anything. And then I think Kira can absolutely make a comeback happen for sure. But the new Spirit, you know, he's a bit cheesier, he's a bit more aggressive. I think he has a little bit more of that shark instinct. We just need to see it displayed because he definitely has a fantastic lead. That was wonderfully done. Kira might be kind of like depending too much on old TVT. I don't want to say that for sure because we really don't know what it's going to look like for a fact. But that just wasn't as impressive.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on the 2 extra starports added on from Spirit and how that kind of weighs into what you were talking about.
Yeah, so, you know, the other option would have been 8 racks from Spirit and then just, like I said, Overwhelm, which I still think might have done well against Cure, especially on the map where, I mean, the 4th base, I just don't consider it all that easy to get to and defend. But by going for the starports, he is maybe going to elongate the game. But then if he does get that air domination, it is pretty much like game over. That is the question. Can Kira produce enough units to survive on the ground and build up enough Vikings to not die to Liberators? That is where we're actually headed right now, because no one's going to really go for a lot of pushes. Spirit maybe should take the map a little bit more, but he's focusing on the starports.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun and interesting difference from the last game where, yes, we did get to like Liberators and stuff, but it was in a very different manner. In those mid-game trades, there wasn't really a heavy emphasis from either player on big Viking counts or anything like that, or big air superiority, it felt like. So this is going to be a very different kind of TVT mid-game.
Well, Spirit really is jumping ahead, too. So that scan just revealed that there's still no starports, which I primarily was looking for. So he doesn't be worried that maybe Kira's committing a little bit, but that would be such a weird... I don't know if that's actually possible. Anyways, what I was saying that Spirit jumping ahead is that he's going double armory already, so he's going to be able to afford all of the mech upgrades. He's going for a fusion core already, which I don't believe is for battle cruisers, but rather for fusion... Liberator range.
Liberator range,
yeah. So, and they're a little bit cheaper now, which I mentioned previously. It's not the biggest deals, but Liberator swapping into is now just like, yeah, I mean, it's always been a good position in this type of game, but now it's even nicer to do. So, if Spirit can get one nice move across the map and just basically chokehold Cure, there's not going to be much that Cure can do about it. If Spirit doesn't move across the map and then Cure actually gets somewhere on the map that's not right up against his base, he might make something happen with, you know, concaves versus convex, Vikings picking off the other Vikings a little bit sooner, something like that.
Do you think the play here then from Cure is going to be to try and find little ways to get aggressive with small groups of units or something, or is that just going to be really tough in general, especially when your opponent is going to be making so many Vikings? I feel like things like medevac drops and stuff become really difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it now, right?
Yeah.
Like, neither one of them is really being aggressive at all, where Cure, I think, is, you know, at most he could send like a marine drop. And then maybe he finds the 4th base before it's a planetary, the 5th or something like that. But that time's already gone. So we're clearly jumping ahead. We're jumping to that late game. This is something that Cure might be okay with to a degree, because they'll at least say, all right, I'm maxed out. My upgrades might eventually be on par with yours. 3-3 was started a little bit late. Spirit had a lot of upgrades to get there. And then I think concaves and positioning matters more. So I don't want to say it's like the best case scenario for Cure. I'm not going to say that Spirit threw this game or anything like that, but Spirit definitely like jumped to a position where I think Cure is like, oh, okay, this is kind of playable for me. Where if maybe it was a bajillion Marines, Cure would just be like, oh my god, no, I can't, stop, don't do it.
I feel like a helpless situation sometimes against those kind of attacks when you're already just behind. The triple starports being added on there for Cure is going to allow him to eventually contend with kind of air dominance that Spirit has been able to build up for a little bit. But I am curious what the actual counts are right now, as we do see drop getting spotted. 16 Vikings for Cure. Actually, yeah, Cure leading a good bit in the Viking count. 16 to 12, now 14.
That's what happens when you have consistent Viking production, right? So that was really critical, and that was certainly was missing last game. Now we finally have a move out, guys. I mean, I think this is supposed to happen at some point. But now Spirit comfortably moving out. No base trade's going to happen. Going to go for the Viking War, which he just pointed out was actually in Cure's favor. Plus, Cure had a couple of interference matrix, so I think he's going to win the air war. He might lose some tanks to these Liberators, though.
Rutro, yeah, this is getting pretty awkward. Not only that, but there should be defender's advantage, but it seems like Kure not quite got all of his Vikings all here at the same time. Now, the question is, can Spirit actually capitalize on this? He's got a single Liberator still left alive. But every second that goes by, I imagine that Kure should be able to rally forward more of his Vikings. 29 workers have gone down during all of this stuff.
Yeah, a double drop boosted across all of the attempted static defense from Kure into the main and natural, killed his one Raven, and then just killed whatever came out afterwards, plus all the SCVs. With one very powerful blow, Spirit has taken, I believe, another game from Kure. I mean, as far as the type of game that he's played, I don't know if you can even find fault in it for Spirit. I'm really not trying to be foreigner biased, guys. It's just that Spirit is playing better than Kure today. You have to say that.
By virtue of the fact that he is up 60 supply and also up 1-0, I feel like that there is empirical evidence to support you right on this.
Thank you, Fear Dragon.
I don't think it's biased to say that. I am really curious. Like, all these Vikings just popped out. Maybe they all just came from production a lot faster than I thought, but I could have sworn he should have had more Vikings there than he did for that initial fight. And now everything after this, it's going to be really, really tough because, yes, he's doing a good job cleaning up this drop and everything, but he's behind 75 or so supplies on Miguel. Like, now I feel like it's very difficult to come back.
Yeah, there's so many options for Spirit as he takes the rest of the map. He's been Liberator harassing during a lot of this as well. He's adding on more starports, finishing all of his upgrades. He'll have all of the benefits in this game, none of the weaknesses. And Kure probably best spent with the last few minutes here thinking, like, how is this going wrong? And what can I do to start a comeback? Which I believe he can do. He is certainly very experienced in this matchup, in these tournaments. He could do it, but he needs to figure out what's going wrong and fix it ASAP.
Well, hot damn, we see that Spirit finally cracking a bit of a smile, just a tiny little sliver of a smile with a 2-0 lead in this best-of-5 series. One game away from advancing on to the group stages of IEM Katowice. Can he do it? Can he close this out, or is Kure, the more experienced player, I would say, going to be able to turn things around?
That's the question. I mean, sometimes you do just get to a matchup and it hits at the right time or the wrong time, really, when you're going to this big tournament. You're just like, I really don't feel comfortable with this, right? And we don't know if that was actually Kure's position or not, but he, even when he got ahead a little bit in that first game, it did kind of roll back on him. There's been some mechanical slip-ups. There's just been almost like no confidence too. I really, last game he was just in a poor position. He couldn't really do a whole lot other than kind of hope that that late game scenario worked out better for him with the Vikings. But it's all Spirit.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking all about Spirit because he is the one that's getting ahead. He's the one that's doing a lot of the actions. He's the one that's actually multitasking a lot more too. Every time we said this main fight's doing something, there was a double drop. There was a Liberator harass. There was another double drop. And Kure, you know, we also could just say he's really tired. He does look really tired.
Yeah, you know, the camera doesn't lie, I think, to some degree, so it is going to be tough. He's taken off the jacket, though. He's ready to get hardcore serious mode. I mean, that's what Dragon Ball Z and Naruto always taught me, is that as soon as you take off any kind of weighted clothes, you're just going to start playing faster and everything. Those are clearly just the handicap he was given to his opponent. And, well, now we're going to see a different Kure. Because, again, I want to come back to the stat I used earlier. Kure is 1-17 in, or sorry, 17-1 in series score versus Spirit. Spirit is only ever taken one series off of Kure. And I want to actually note, sometimes you'll say these stats and it'll be like, we're going back to like 2012. And there's these random other matches. Like, no, all of these matches happen from 2019 onward. These are all in relatively similar state of StarCraft.
Yeah, no, Spirit has just improved drastically, whereas Kure, obviously something's not clicking right now, and hopefully a break will go ahead and fix that. We do want a epically long TVT where Kure maybe makes that comeback. We'll see if it happens after the break.
A banger of a start to this Terran versus Terran series to see who is going to be able to advance on from the play-in stage to go into the group stage of IEM Katowice. Who is going to be able to make it there to play in those groups and have more opportunities to just advance further from two really stunning players.
Would you believe me if I said that Spear is going to have an easier time advancing to Katowice groups when his final opponent was Cure instead of Nice?
That's a funny way of putting it, but wow. Yeah.
He struggled last year, man. He struggled, and now he's up against definitely one of the best Terrans on the planet, and Spirit is absolutely crushing it. Let's see if taking the hoodie off was really the secret for this guy in the bottom right. We have the red Terran, Cure.
And up here in the top left-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player representing his home country, playing in his home country from Kaizi Gaming. He is Spirit.
You know, you pointed out the series between the two. I was curious, because sometimes we have some really dominating Korean versus non-Korean matchups happen. Cure has won 88% of his matches in the last 3 years against non-Korean Terrans.
Wow.
And it's like a decent amount of matches, guys. Yeah. Some against maybe people you'd expect him to win, but still. He doesn't lose often in 3 years.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and Spirit is crushing it. Absolutely. Yeah. Cure really needs to change things up. Maybe get a little bit momentum on his side. Perhaps I have to say this, I feel like. Perhaps a weirder map will help him. But, I mean, really, if his problem is maybe new TVT, the new patch, the new maps, and that would not at all be correct. But he is going to try and mix it up again. He's going to 2-Rax, except at home. So he's not going to proxy. It's not as dedicated. And of course, if the run by happens again, he'll have something at home. So this could still surprise Spirit, and you could still get a little bit of a snowball going. But then it also goes up into potentially more of like a 2-1-1. You know, imagine like a TVZ. More bio-focused, which would be a drastic change for Cure. Maybe one that he wouldn't typically be comfortable with, but maybe one that he thinks he might need.
I think it's always such a tough mental decision to make in a series when you say, I'm down 0-2. Do I make a drastic shift that maybe takes me outside of my comfort zone of what I'm practicing because I acknowledge that what I'm doing isn't working, and do something that's frankly just, again, not something you've necessarily practiced or done as much of?
Right.
Or do you stick with what you've practiced, because deviating from what you've practiced can sometimes also be a bit of a trap?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the dilemma, I would assume. Because while almost all Terrans that I can think of have at least tried some of the, let's call them like weirder openers, even though at times they're not weirder, but like not Raven. Not Raven, not 1-1 openers. Yeah. It's still not for very long, and you know, more like Beyond or like maybe Time, Oliveira now would be more commonly known for it. But we don't know if it's quite what he's going up to anyways. It's all just speculation right now. Right now, it is about the Reapers maybe doing a little bit of damage early on. Spirit has opted to go into Reactored Hellions. So he's going to have not too much right now, but that's not the biggest issue. He's going to have a decent amount a little later on. I'm going to see how this actually matches up against Cure, who isn't stopping making Reapers. He's actually producing Hellions, so definitely not what I was talking about. He is going for a lot of heavy early aggression.
Yeah. Kind of surprised that he actually keeps... I understand why he brought the SCV initially, because you can get off an extra little bit of damage and turn a Reaper trade again, like in a different direction, or maybe absorb the first shot, but he kind of knows that he's not up against that. Ooh, that's a great pick off there for Cure. That actually might just snowball exactly what you were talking about before. He actually just doesn't have enough to defend the natural right now.
Well, here's the thing. That Reaper scouted this was intention. So Spirit didn't get his first 2 Hellions killed or injured. He was able to wait for 4. It looks like with that concave, he still is saying, I cannot defend that natural. He's going to let it go, and he's going to hope that the Hellion run by or drop on the side of the map, okay, just cancel Command Center, is going to do equal or greater damage.
Oh, Reaper, is it going to scout out the medevac? It barely, oh my god, it's boosting into the Reaper! How did it dodge the vision?
Whoa!
That's incredible.
Wow,
that is incredible. I think if you had these two players play with infinite map vision and try and play that out exactly like that in the same situation, I don't think they could do it if they tried.
Yeah, that was crazy. That it might still not be a lot of damage, as the units of Cure are somewhat in position, and Cure Spirit even acknowledges it. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to get out. So that's making the best out of a poor situation, but it is still a poor situation. He couldn't salvage his natural command center. He's rebuilding it in his main, as Cure is building his orbital and his natural.
That is going to be a very tough spot there for Spirit, but maybe a little bit of that sign of life that Kier has been looking for in this series, that kind of early start in the game that gives them a bit of a W. Hellions do manage to run in over here, roast and toast 3 Marines. Love the pickup there as well. Is going to be able to keep all of those Hellions alive, and is, well, actually going to force Kier to retreat back with the majority of his frontal force.
Kier is going to just play this normally, going to the 3rd CC, as Spirit already does. He has, a very awkward-looking main base right now as he finally sends his main command center over. But that's just the way the game is played out. And now I guess we can say that he's on the road to recovery, right? So Kier successfully did what I think he needed to do, which was change things up and then get a little bit of a lead and keep it, not let something weird happen, like those Hellions kill a bunch of SCVs. So it's not too extreme right now, but 3 SCVs plus faster stim plus maybe like faster production, I have to see again, that all does add up, right? And then we really got to talk about how the map plays, which Neo Humanity, one of the more unique maps, don't really see a lot of TVTs on it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Interested to see where this is going to actually end up shaking on out. Viking production starting pretty fast, though, for Spirit, though. He's going to go for the 1 Raven straight into Vikings.
He's going mech. Right? Like
that is an extra factor.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, I didn't miss anything. So he not only got that 3rd gas, which had to be canceled, right, which was normal in TVT a lot of the time, but he also got a 4th pretty quickly, and he's actually adding on 2nd factory. So this is, I don't know if this is a response to how the early game went, or if he thinks this is actually good on Neo Humanity, but now we're talking about bio versus mech. So, basically turtle versus not turtle. So Kier scans it immediately. It's going to be really helpful for his add-on decisions, as well as how he's going to play the rest of the game out.
We're talking a bit about the mentality changes of Kier, maybe trying to take a risk and all that stuff. I think in Spirit shoes, this is the most comfortable and perfect situation where you want to try something like this out, because either it's a nice change-up and your opponent is thrown a bit off by it, or it doesn't work and you're still up 2-1.
I think that's just little glimpses of supply blocks, and now we just had our biggest one for Spirit. The only reason I'm bringing this up, because I did it with Kier, but also because now we have the reverse scenario.
Whoa.
Kier just loses all of his early game units, which kind of sucks because that was a decent backstab task force, but it's probably not the most, the biggest deal in the game anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to say, like, Spirit is now the one who's making all these little mistakes. He's not going for mech. That's Stim on the way, and that's 2 engineering base. So he went 2nd factory, successfully then maybe made Kier think that he was going mech, and then decided not to go mech, which I'm pretty sure he's doing this on the fly.
Okay, Zombie Grip, let me ask you this. If you saw your opponent was going mech, and you scanned it immediately as the 2nd factory was being plopped down, would not a common reaction to be to just try and put the pressure on before all of the add-ons and all the factories get up? Like, that's timing window?
Well, early TVT is very similar, right? So you're usually talking about Ravens, tanks, and Vikings. So you don't necessarily get that much of a benefit from it, unless you had like a 2-in-1 build order, which but yeah, so you can't really. And Kier has not done a whole lot, right? He moved out the task force, and that was it. He definitely thinks that it's mech because he's getting Marauders slow, and he's probably going to get. He's already gotten Tech Lab, so he's building Marauders. Don't do this, guys. This is like my time on the Grand stage to be like, don't build Marauders versus Bio, guys. Which Kier's just confused. The only time it works is if they're still very dependent on the tanks, which just got interference matrixed, and maybe this is just going to be numbers anyways.
Yeah, we're going to see, even though there's an anti-armory missile coming on out, there's just no units to actually attack the units of Kier, and Kier dominates the engagement, dominates the game, and takes a victory in a much-needed best-of-5 that he... Really needed that first W on the board.
Yeah, he did. He did. That's that just like completely just reverses the momentum. Like it was as if they traded spaces, where that was a dominant performance by Kier, and Spirit was the one showing a little bit of nerves, or probably more accurately, his build got completely messed up. So he wasn't, auto out spot ecos and stuff. But yeah, I think you were trying to allude kind of to like that situation where what if he just attacks?
Yeah.
And the thing is that if it was a map where you could have everything covering one choke, I still say that it wouldn't be as much of a problem. But that was obviously like the tanks and interference matrix, and that was kind of it. And there wasn't even much army elsewhere. But even if it was, could it have abused the choke as much as other maps?
I think if you also go into that replay and you re-watch the exact moment that the Raven was throwing out the interference matrices on those tanks, there are like 25 Viking volleys, because the Vikings have 8 missiles that they fire. There's like 25 Viking volleys that are mid-air flight to just murder that Raven. And I think if those connect, I want to say a maybe like 0.2 seconds faster.
Yeah.
I actually am not sure that both of those interference matrices come out. I think that those tanks maybe are there. I don't know that's enough to defend though.
That's the thing. It's like it was a choke. You know, if we're talking about like 4 tank volleys before they go down, that might have reduced the Marine count enough. Because especially, I think that was before combat shields. I'm actually not completely sure about that. I should have checked. And then they also take that just one shot, right? So, anyways, he was trying to be very clever and very deceitful, but I don't think that Kira necessarily plays that differently because of its mech or bio. He still has that position. He still wants to be on the map. He still knows his opponent's very defensive and behind. He's going to try and do that, and Spirit really did need the best situation possible to hold, and then to maybe still continue keeping up appearances about that mech.
Well, we're going to get ready to move into game number 4 now. So a bit of that momentum shift that you were talking about. Our next map is going to be Babylon. And nice map because it is a very, very well-documented pronunciation. Solves a lot of our problems. That's one of the first things I think of when I think of maps now.
I was like, what other map is really difficult to pronounce?
Gresvin is the questionable one, I think, that I see arguments about, so.
I just make fun of that. I say it like, Gresvin.
Just like an angry German.
Yeah, or I want to go like, I don't know, like Gresvin. I got to do like a hinga-dinga, Gresvin.
All right.
Do whatever I want.
I feel like we should stop Zombie Grove before you offend too many demographics.
I'm pretty sure I did this on a stream once, and the Swedish people were like, hey, that wasn't like bad cadence. I was like, yes. Anyways, you're right. It's very easy to pronounce.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Babylon, though, going to be that next map, and I think some of the things that I am still looking forward to seeing, obviously, one, is Spirit actually going to try to go for something like mech again, and maybe not abandon it this time.
Yeah.
2, I really want to know, does Cure change up his kind of Raven strategy here? And I think 3rd is I just kind of want to see, is Cure going to get aggressive with her early game units? Is he going to go for any kind of proxy racks or whatnot?
Yeah. Well, now it's kind of been blown open because that was such a great game to pivot on for Cure. It now has a point on the board. The top left for DPG, it is Cure.
And down over here on the bottom right-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player still sitting up 2-1 from Kaizi Gaming. He is Spirit. I feel like we're about to bust into a haunted mansion or something.
It's like Luigi's Mansion.
I feel like Luigi's Mansion was a lot more chill than that.
Oh, okay.
Did you ever play that game?
No, I only watched it.
Oh, okay.
Does it count?
You know, it counts. It's great.
Oh, okay.
Like, okay, let me ask you this. Do you feel like Artosis has effectively played Mario games because he's just listened to Mario game characters constantly?
If it was the actual dialogue of Mario... Wait. There's no dialogue in Mario.
There's a Mario game out there with the dialogue of those text to speeches. I don't think it's a Nintendo-approved one, though.
Yeah, probably not. So I don't know. That's a question mark for me.
Yeah.
All right, so last game, Kira was able to get the faster attack, and so fast and so already positioned that Spirit's opener could not stop it. That was really odd, and that probably doesn't happen too often. I think all it really does matter is if Cure is lined up for 1 second, Spirit with 4 Hellions might have been like, oh, my time, but Cure didn't let that happen. So that really just made everything topsy-turvy for Spirit. He really had to change his build order. I think we did see those mechanical mistakes appear at that point, and then he had to also try and play tricky, which, if they're still in that last game, if he defends and it's still like a fake mech, we're like, genius, amazing. But now it just looks a bit silly. So I'm going to conclude that that mech was only to be used when he's behind, and then the transition away from it is only used if it gets scanned that fast. I'm saying I'm not convinced we'll see mech in TBT a whole lot, but maybe Spirit has been experimenting with it and is waiting to pull that out.
Yeah, maybe a good question for the interview. See what he's thinking about that if he ends up winning this series. It's entirely possible that man will just get eliminated by our Korean Terran player, Cure, depending on how Cure is going to be able to play this out and whether or not he's going to be able to win the next 2 maps first. So let's see. We are going to see the command centers plopping on down, pretty much mirrored production for both sides. Is this actually the first game where both these players actually have a completely mirrored opening?
Yes.
Which is weird because that's usually what happens in TBT. I feel like it's less common to have different openings.
Yeah, no, there's a ton of mirrored TBTs. Yeah, for sure. It's mirrored in the idea of like 1-1-1 kind of limited production, but we do have Widowmine for Cure versus Spirit's Hellion. He also went Supply Depot before Starport, so this is, I'm not going to say that Cure supply blocked. He actually, I think, just purposely got that Starport really quick, but that does also maybe reduce one SCV. I'm not even sure about that. So that's like the slight differences, and it looks like with the Widowmine, Cure's also grabbing a Medivac. So he's going to be the first one to boost across the map. We did see some heavy Medivac play and real Medivac versus Medivac exchanges with some of the European TVT. So I was thinking we were going to see it, but then we got caught up so quickly with that first game being the 2 racks that didn't really get to discuss it. But providing a little bit of that aggression early on, hopefully unsettling Spirit. And then if he could lock on with that Cyclone on something important, and again, Cure's got a stew going, man. It's gonna do pretty well.
And it's definitely gonna be a mix-up from everything he's been doing so far in this series. Now, I'm very, very interested to find what Spirit's gonna be planning to do with his units. He's got them all positioned kind of at that natural, just at the top of the ramp. I don't believe he's really gone out for any real form of I would say excessive scouting. He's going to poke one Marine forward and then actually pull some of his units back, I think already kind of knowing the timing of when a potential drop could be coming forward. He is actually relatively well positioned for this. Not entirely perfect, but I mean, he gets to react pretty quickly.
It's not a particularly like clever drop. You know, there's a Widowmine that was brought in with, you know, the kind of surprise factor. It is just unit empowerment, and it did its job for a little while. Does its job by avoiding the Cyclone lock-on too. Gets 2 SCVs and gets out, which I don't think you're necessarily expecting all that much more from that.
Yeah, it's a cute drop. There's no big power units in the Medivac that's really going to be able, like, you don't have a Cyclone, you have a Siege Tank or something. It's going to set up some power position and start putting pressure on units coming out of production. It's just a little bit of nice damage.
Did it scout the second barracks? If we can get a check on that.
It was pretty far on the south side of the base, but...
is that the Starport? Yeah, okay, so... That is interesting, right? That's not a 3rd CC. That's the difference. That's what I'm talking about. So Cure goes for a 3rd CC. Spirit's going to go for a faster 2nd barracks and then should be able to get the faster upgrades, right? So he will be more bio-focused, which has kind of been his thing most of the time anyways, because he's always been reduced on Ravens.
Yeah.
So now he's just like really playing into it. I don't know if he's going to make this a full committed 2 base, but Babylon is one of our shorter maps. No, 3rd CC comes down. But it is one of our shorter maps. I guess the amount of dead space too is kind of nice. But in general, just getting that more Marines and maybe trying to replicate like Game 2, where you just like bopped Cure's Raven push.
Yeah, and that would definitely be a dream scenario for him. Is going to be able to put on a little bit of pressure with those auto turrets. And kind of funny situation, as we do have, again, Cure, since he opened up with a Medivac so quickly, he doesn't exactly have a ton of Ravens out immediately, but 5 workers killed with the Ravens still alive and still with auto turret entries. Kind of surprising amount of damage.
Yeah, Widowmine gets maybe the least important units from that. Spirit almost got a lock onto a Raven, did some damage. 6 SCVs in total going down. Spirit also opted for a bunker. So he seems to be like identifying basically, I'm gonna have some trouble with the early game, and I'm gonna need to hold while I send the drop out, because he's gonna have 16 Marines with stim, well, eventually. And if he can just kind of turtle, if you will, on 2 bases, then Cure's gonna have a harder time cracking that than if he was reaching towards a 3rd. I mean, that would be suicidal. So this might work out, or Cure might start to be kind of keen on it. Like, why aren't you trying to do something here?
I am very, very worried about the idea that Cure could try and siege up not just the natural, but also try and move in from that low ground of the 3rd to the main or something. But it looks like the bunker at the natural is going to be the target for Cure, and at the same time, the Medivac drop is going to be heading into the main base of Cure, finding a very exposed mineral line.
Yeah, I think if Cure gets wise to this, then he just packs it up and goes home, which gives Spirit ability to get his 3rd CC, and the game really does continue on. But if these 16 Marines just show up with stim in 4 seconds, then they just rip and tear, right? They've already done some damage, they're still in there, but then again, Spirit is still being choked in his natural, so he doesn't have much more room to retreat. In fact, no room to retreat, but he also can't go back and save his command center. It's gonna be a bit of a base trade as SCVs are pulled, Fear Dragon.
Oh boy, he's gonna pull as many of these boys as possible to try and deal with this. The command center goes down to the other side of the map. Cure is gonna be losing a handful of these Marines. The 2 siege tanks on the high ground being pivotal here. There's not that many Marines left over here for Cure. Yes, Cure has been able to take out a lot of workers, but has he actually been able to take out a command center? Has he actually been able to stop Spirit from producing additional units? I think Spirit's done a much better job with that.
Yeah, I guess so. A Spirit gets his upgrades denied. He doesn't have combat shields either, which is going to matter if they eventually have to fight against each other. You know, Kier's army is not exactly bigger, but it can be better when it's siege and abusing all of its siege tech, right? But if it gets jumped upon, then combat shieldless Marines are still going to be pretty good. Spirit does notice the combat shield's missing. He's going to emphasize getting that, which I think is a great call. His production is still safe, but it's 1 base versus 2. Question mark.
Yeah, the two question mark.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I thought that Spirit would try and pull back a little bit faster with the drop and just try and ambush this attack, these siege tanks and everything from 2 sides. But since he didn't, and because he tried to continue to be aggressive on the other side of the map, now it's a sort of weird situation. He is going to have a small window of opportunity where he will be able to jump in on this and only deal with one part of the army. But the army for Kier is also coming in from behind very, very quickly. He's got to be able to clean up these siege tanks very quickly. He gets up to the high ground, and now he does have an advantageous spot.
Yeah, that was a beautiful break. Kier wanted to try and stop that, sandwich the sandwich, someone would say. But it worked out better for Spirit. I mean, he just had the tools necessary to do that, and then moving his tanks forward ASAP was also really critical. So now it is, I mean, so Kier's definitely on 2 bases, first of all. 52 SCVs, 2 command centers, definitely. Spirit has 3 orbitals, but 29 SCVs.
Yeah, I think that is where it does get just so strange, because yes, Kier is definitely leading up in supply and should have a lot better of economy with 53 workers at 31, but it's just a 3rd CC. And Kier is going to start up his own 3rd CC, but Liberator Harassment comes on in. He's going to try and get some damage done. I feel like this can work out well for Kier if Spirit cannot make something happen in the next minute or 2.
Spirit's going to once again have to drop somewhere, if not like only to try and get his surrounds, right? So this army from Kier is vulnerable to surrounds, but going down his own choke again is really bad. Oh, save the tanks!
Oh, managed to get the repair off. That's actually pretty big there for Spirit. He's also going to get another double drop into the main base right on top of the tank.
Yeah, SCVs are pulled into this. These Marines are not that... I mean, like, if they're being unloaded one at a time, right? I mean, they don't have 1-1, but they do at least have the combat shield. So nice reaction from Kier so far. Spirit was hoping that he might not be able to concave around this, and he's not going to be able to. Finally fully unloads. The tank is going to re-siege to protect the mineral line to a degree, but upgrades are going to just be non-existent, apparently, for either Terran.
Yeah, very awkward. Now these Marines are going to try and stim forward to snipe off the Viking. Not going to be able to find it. Loses quite a few of them. Does seem like the medevac will be able to get out of there alive for now, but definitely some awkward trades. And Spirit is still dealing with the siege tanks and these Vikings sitting at his front door. This is a very awkward situation.
Dude, that one Marine could get like 5 SCVs. Oh, if Spirit paid attention. He's paying attention to the drop. Oh, he's paying attention!
There's so many low workers.
Yeah, no, Marines came over. Just kidding.
Yeah.
But he did kill some of the, I think at least one of the Vikings. Oh, he's going to go for the break again. Yes, he dropped units on the outside. So there is that surround, something that Kier could not handle, especially with one tank out of the equation. He knew that tank was a goner. Looked like he was trying to chase some of those Vikings down. And he's even going to catch some of the would-be reinforcements. So now it's 3 command center versus 3 command center. 4 worker difference. Both of them start their upgrades at the exact same time.
Zombie Grub isn't even again. My heart can't take this serious, Zombie Grub.
The biggest difference right now is combat shields, right?
Yeah.
So, and that is a huge difference. So if Spirit can take a fight with that, he's got the larger army supply. Like, I guess he would theoretically win, but we're also so tank dependent again. It's going to require a bit more than just trying to brute force things. Yeah, it's 3-base TV2.
I really enjoyed that Mapu just showed us the wonderful resources lost, and it was very, very close to even. This is just one of those fun times as we hop into the first person over here. It looks like for Kier as they're darting around. Nothing super action-packed happening on the map, but I really, really just do love that. I think if someone opened up the stream right now, they'd be like, huh, yeah, it looks like a normal TVT. Wait, why is it 12 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. Like, why are people mining out already? Yeah, so now they're both, I was going to say they might both play more similar to each other. Oh, Lord, babe, jeez. In that now it's more of that just Marine tank versus Marine tank, right? But clearly Spirit had intentions to continue being very drop heavy, and Kier even was going to try and do a little bit of a run by of his own, so kind of similar, but it is going to go into mid-game TVT, positioning, trying to catch someone out of position, really being quite pivotal, and then in that case, we might even actually go ahead and skip to that late game, honestly. It could happen.
Tough choices here for both these players on where they want to actually take this game then. In that case, we do have the sensor towers starting to come down for both these players. We already have one down for Spirit. Cure getting his own on his own side of the map, which is going to be helpful for any of that kind of drop harassment.
The upgrades are so perfectly timed.
I know, I saw that too, yeah. So perfectly timed that they're actually interspersed in between each other.
Amazing.
Yeah. These play, you know what? They were made for each other. This match was made in heaven.
Yeah. Yep. Spirit's hitting supply block there for a second. Faster fourth command center for him. A little bit faster 2-2 as well. Yeah, a bit faster fourth command center. Does he already have a second factory? That might be where Cure is heading. Yeah, better. He's going to have better tank production. Spirit, I don't think, has added on too many more barracks. And he is still looking to do a big drop. Like, he really wants to push this. And Cure is just like, no, I'm going to scout it every time. Stop it.
It's so funny, too, because I do feel like it's going back to what you were talking about, where Spirit has started getting to be a little bit less defensive, super turtly, and has gotten a little bit more aggressive and everything. And it's funny because I looked at this series beforehand, and I thought, yeah, Cure's going to be the super aggressive. He's just always going to be up in his opponent's face. We've actually been able to see a little bit of a different side from Spirit and Cure.
Well, as I said, Cure's been scouting it, and by scouting it, you really do deny it. So,
yeah.
Fourth base it is for both players. And if this was a normal TVT, I'd just be like, yeah, we just can jump ahead. We can just go to, like, starports and stuff. Which is the next question. Does someone go 3 starports, or does one of these guys try and go 8 racks and really pile on the momentum? It's not so clear as far as to how they've played from the beginning as to what should be done. This is now a basic TVT.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit has been the one, I think, at least one game, and I'm not sure if I'm remembering if he did it in multiple games, where he was the one that added on the extra starports a lot earlier on and started up some of that production. And so far, he has been the one that's also been producing 2 Vikings at a time, as opposed to just the 1 at a time Cure has really been going for. So
yeah,
I wonder if that's any indication of things to come.
Yeah, I think you're right. Plus, he's got second armory now, so you're just a second away from getting that confirmation. Yeah, he's definitely heading towards the late game, really prepping it in the same way that he did. I believe it was game 2. He was kind of just tying up the knot that he was tying in the early game. Now Cure goes directly into additional starports, which, you know, might be better as far as just like getting a large number faster, but Spirit will have the better upgrades. Vikings do overkill a little bit, but I mean, upgrades still important. And we are still, you know, with huge armies on a map that is actually potentially going to get even shorter if they ever break down the rocks. Now, I feel like you just wouldn't. I feel like that'd be too scary, even if you can scare your opponent.
Scary for who?
That's the question. Like, if I was like, well, I'm going to be really momentum-based and really try to kill my opponent, I guess I'd break their rocks. But if they're going to do this...
Yeah,
right?
Not both of the players feel like it's playing with fire. Don't take the risk.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can get that. Well, I like that they're both just trying to be a little bit active with a handful of Marines on the map, especially Cure is just kind of poking and prodding and just seeing what little tidbits he can find, because both these players have really just sat back and said, all right, let's get up our fusion cores, let's get up our missile turrets, let's get up our 3-3 upgrades and everything, although +3 weapons missing for Spirit, and he's getting further along with an armor upgrade, so I'm getting more and more worried that he missed it.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, good double check on that one. Probably just like clicked it, didn't really, and then had enough for the armor. So he'll eventually catch up there. They're both getting into Liberator range, and like I said, the double armory already working for Spirit means that his Viking quality is going to be a little bit better, but quantity could still work out. What we are maybe going to get an answer to is people were, you know, the mass Raven late game was one of the biggest targets of the patch. So auto turrets aren't as spammable because they're not as durable.
Ooh, okay, we may not get an answer to that because the Marines are diving in on top of all of these siege tanks completely before they were siege up. The Vikings getting annihilated on the air. Oh my god, Spirit suddenly seizing complete control of this game. There is a drop on the other side of the map, but it gets cleaned up instantaneously in a matter of 8 seconds. Zombie Grub. Spirit goes from a fairly even position to being up about 50 supply almost.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the beginning of that drop and it was already going terrible. So when he started screaming, I was like, calm down. I looked at the other drop, the other attack. No, that was insane. That was just that was a double whammy right there. Cure just lost so much supply. I was going to say we're going to have the Ravens maybe not be the emphasis of the late game, but I mean now it is so much about Cure surviving once again. He chose the wrong attack both times.
I think what's really brutal is oftentimes when I think about TVT, I think about two core units that you just need to have a good massive swell of in order to defend or be offensive. It's Sea Shanks and Vikings. And Cure just lost all of his Vikings and he just lost all of his Sea Shanks. And that is what really scares me about the next few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. They're the slowest to rebuild. And then individually, maybe they're not that great. They need to kind of protect each other. So it's going to be a recovery process, but one that Cure might already be undergoing.
Yeah.
Since his economy is fine, it's not as strong as Spirits, but it's fine. It's consistent. He's even choosing like not to just spam refill Marines, which is a bit of a panic move. He is producing 6 Vikings occasionally. So it looks like we're going to get a second chance, a second life for Cure, who was on his last life, so that was not confusing at all. And then maybe he finds a better engagement later on.
Yeah. And I am actually very, very happy because that was a unfortunate series of events. Now, Spirit's going to still try and capitalize on what he can. He does find 2 very nice angles, one with the Liberator, another with a Sea Shank Marine Force, and actually getting in range of not only the Gas Geyser, but also a bit of that mineral line. It's going to put a bit of pressure on and also pull some of the army out of position. So now this army for Spirit, if he knew where the army of Cure was, he would be diving in on this planetary because that is easy pickings.
I mean, he's still going to do it, right?
Yeah.
Cure can even kind of see it a little bit, but there's not much he can do to respond to it at this point. So the planetary, I was going to say maybe you would try to buy some time because you're not even in a position to base trade. You're just in the worst position possible. You're basically waffling. So there's not even a point in trying to buy time with a repair. And he saw that. He tried it for half a second. He pulled the SCVs back. He still loses 22. Finally, the end of that drop. But Spirit's got 20 more supply. None of it's an army, though. Keep that in mind. And maybe Cure can position his units now correctly on 4 bases, which is supposed to be easier. Problem is, he's running out of minerals on 4 bases.
This gets weird as an anti-armor missile covers the Vikings of Cure, making it even harder for him to take this air versus air battle. The planetary fortress gets knocked down, not enough repair happening, and Cure loses a flurry of bases all in a span of about 30 to 60 seconds.
We're seeing the actual decision of the 2 players. Cure's going for more Liberators no matter what, and Spirit is moving on to a lot of Ravens, which again, auto turrets aren't as impressive and they don't get the durability upgrade anymore. But anyways, like it's still, interference matrices are still going to be very helpful. So I mean, my default assumption is that Ravens are good, but it is once again perhaps about who like gets positioning and also who bursts first, and that's a really weird way to put it. But if Liberators siege up and then Spirit realizes what's happening, it could be weird. Or maybe it really is just about finding that perfect mixture of everything, because now Spirit's going for Liberators at a time.
Liberators don't attack auto turrets, zombie grab. You got hard. No, I'm just joking. Obviously, that is still going to be a problem because those auto turrets will just die very quickly to the Sea Shanks and Marines. But we might be seeing another fight over here. Another one of these anti-armor missiles coming out on this army. The Vikings for Spirit just doing a good chunk of extra damage there. And now a single Liberator. That's all he needs. He's just going to be able to gradually push back the Sea Shanks with a single Liberator.
Yeah. That's all it takes, man. Now would usually be the time in which the person on his back foot, so Cure in the situation, would go, okay, yeah, I can't do anything, let's just YOLO. There's really not the option, you know, like move all your Marines over to the other side of the map. But he is also so tank Viking heavy that it is still only about this type of fight, which Spirit is winning.
Yeah, just with the straight-up Viking battles, it seems like he's been able to take some pretty decent trades over here. He is going to gradually start losing out, though, and those Ravens are all out of energy, so maybe finally an opportunity here for Cure to capitalize as the Ravens have to retreat, the Vikings have to retreat. That means that those Sea Shanks are maybe a bit more vulnerable. The problem is, if you take a look at the minimap and how it's just been shaping up during all of the last 2 minutes, it has been Spirit just expanding over the entire top right-hand side of the map.
Yeah, he's got a lot of bank. I mean, issues can still arise if Cure goes for the main base and camp that production, but even here, he has to kind of gun through a couple of building command centers. He has to stim when there's no medevacs to heal, and Spirit has had a little bit of time to actually see this coming because he saw it with the center tower, so he should be able to protect his production and then continue sieging on this side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to get cleaned up on that side of the map for the most part. I am a little bit worried because he's losing some command centers here and there. You were talking about the production, but Spirit was actually basically close to maxed out with so much of the army on the left-hand side of the map. I'm actually not sure, Zombie Garb, how much of his production was actually popping out back at home during all of this.
I mean, enough to literally protect his production.
Yeah.
Like, not his reinforcement line, but literally his production. So his current issue is that he didn't have that much of a gas bank. Maybe I didn't catch it. Maybe he was a bit late to getting his gases, but his planetary probably should be repaired. It's not going to do any damage, of course, but it's going to buy some time so Spirit can maybe even think through things and how he's going to play the rest of this game out, because it's still on a knife's edge. Spirit has an impressive mini-map, but it's getting less impressive by the second, and their actual army supplies they're even. Their upgrades are even.
Yeah, he's going to have to clean this up somehow cost-efficiently. We're going to see that Planetary Fortress getting so low on hit points, he has to pull the trigger now. He dives in from both the left and the right-hand side. He is able to get off some interference matrices as well. The Raven barely manages to survive, and I think that Planetary Fortress did get picked off. So that is a brutal blow. Actually just getting compounded with this.
Yeah, another planetary will bite the dust. Cure has had at least one fresh base for a while, his new fourth, I guess. And Spirit's about to be sent back to his... Gosh, it's so hard to keep track now. It's like original fifth and original fourth, I suppose, which really aren't getting mined out, but they're not mining either, as the Liberator has been here over and over and over again to stop it. So Spirit doesn't have the macro, the bank, and the economy necessarily to fall back on anymore, but he does absolutely have the army. He did crush that fighter on his planetary, so 30 army supply lead for Spirit.
Yeah, that is going to be the one kind of big advantage Spirit has still got going for him. That bank is not really as strong as it was. I mean, 500 or so extra minerals, that's all nice and well and good. But again, the gas that you were talking about wasn't really built up either. He's losing a bunch of workers over here. Cure just feels like even with a slightly smaller, actually a pretty significantly smaller army supply, he's just making more happen.
He's on the map. Spirit was trying to be a little more defensive, get everything... his ducks in a row once again, and that did create an opening for Cure to dive in, kill 10 SCVs. Not as bad, though. I actually thought that might have gotten the orbital. It didn't. And to an extent, yeah, Spirit's plan of being patient is working. Well, now he's supply blocked, but he will max out faster than his opponent, and eventually he will have enough tanks. I mean, he already has so many. And sensor towers. That he will say, like, I know what I can do now. I know if I can push you this way or that way.
Yeah. One beautiful thing about the later stages of just StarCraft is sometimes when you do fall behind, you're at least playing with some tools at your disposal to try and mount some kind of comebacks from weird situations and things like that. Spirit is still in a decent spot as long as he can take advantage of the advantages he's been garnering for himself throughout this game. He's moving forward with a significant army supply lead, 40 army supply ahead. Cure is going to have a nice defensive siege tank set up over here, though. Can Spirit actually break this?
Well, now the tables have turned. Spirit, Liberator harassment, and pushing into Cure's base, one which he does need. He is mined out of his first 3 bases. His 4th, that was just defended by the Liberator, I think is also starting to mine out. And Spirit is the one now freely mining on his side. So a bit of a return to a few minutes ago is what it is. And Spirit, as long as he doesn't let this, it's exactly the same thing, Fear Dragon. As long as he doesn't let this army go through the middle, then he might be okay.
History repeats itself, and this army is going to get stemmed on by a handful of Marines, but you can see who clearly has the larger numbers here. It's going to delay this army for a little bit from getting in on top of the production, but there is no way Spirit actually has enough production coming out back at home to defend against it this time. That is going to be the critical difference between that last attack and this one.
Yeah.
Spirit actually can't defend it.
Yeah, you know what he also did with that is he kind of revealed his weakness. He tried to jump on it and was like, oh, I can't kill that. And is now forced to back away all the way into his main base, which Cure is gunning after because he figures he has an opportunity. His tanks and interference mages, but he jumps on the rest of Spirit's army with the Marines. Everyone's equally upgraded, but Cure has more units. His tanks are now unmatrixed, so they're back into the fight. But Spirit is killing an orbital command center on the other side of the map, and once again, things get topsy-turvy. Spirit has an incredible amount of tanks, but if he can't hold his main production, it can still be problematic. It looks like he's finally gotten enough Marines to do so, and that army of Cure has got to get out of here.
Yeah, and there's not really a great escape path out either. We're going to see Medivacs barely trying to load on up. It looks like it is going to be able to somehow float on over to this command center.
Hello?
There are the Vikings and the Liberators coming on board. A couple of free units going to be here for the pickings, and Cure is going to find additional damage, going to find a command center that was critically mining on one of the few remaining bases. Spirit finally dropping to be in the supply deficit to his opponent.
Yeah, that's the first, right? He loses the orbital. He's down to 2 mining bases that are running out of minerals. Cure's not in a much better position. They are just eking out one Marine at a time. That is how poor these guys are. Their minerals are not getting particularly high. An orbital is found trying to transfer Liberators against this number of Marines. Won't really help out, but if they're backed up with tanks, well then absolutely they'll be fine. And now it is Spirit's turn to endanger Cure's production line.
Such an awkward series of events, and we see that the army supplies have evened up 78 to 78. Spirit one game away from advancing on to the group stages, and he needs to find a way to mount a comeback, to mount a strong position in this game and not give it away. But Cure is fighting every single inch of the way, every single millimeter. There is a fight from both of these players that are not willing to give up on this game.
No, man, they are fighting to the last. Spirit has a new problem. No minerals and a lot of gas, which technically Ravens can do okay with, I suppose, but they're not like High Templars, right? So he's going back into Ravens, but let's check the unit count. How much is Cure dominating the Vikings? 14 to 0. So, like, you know.
I would say, you know, I'm not a great math person. You know, Ward is the one with a PhD in math, but I think that 14 is, in fact, infinitely greater than 0.
I think so, but we're back to that burst equation, right? If Spirit can get all of the interference matrix off, he will jump on top of Cure's army. If Cure gets a siege position, he will run after the Ravens all the time, and the medevacs as well. Spirit's going to blitz to the bottom left, interference matrix, guard his Ravens against the incoming Vikings, take down the orbital command, and once again, we have this low economy situation, but the Liberators arrive, and the tanks have got to get out of there. The Ravens go over dead space, so they can't be protected by the Vikings, which are sacking themselves to believe they actually get those Ravens. If they try to retreat, 3 of them will live, none of the medevacs, and the supplies remain ever so even. The Marines killing the SCVs is what's changing that up, but the army supply is still close enough that maybe Cure can make something happen. He's got 20 more army supplies coming in, but it's up against too much. I don't even know the rest of it is. It's in the Vikings.
Spirit can't get out. Spirit's trapped over there as well, so he's going to end up losing even more army supply. He maybe trades a few of those Marines, but how in the world do you actually trade cost efficiently here?
Yeah, well, he goes for a tank. That's the best he could do, right?
Yeah.
And this is the best that he could do. Cure has 9 SCVs and 2, or no, is that a third orbital? As the third, I think it is actually. So we're also talking about scans, right? If you could, but he needs mules. So like finding out what his opponent's going to do is incredibly difficult. Same with Spirit, of course. Same with Spirit. They're a bit blind. Outside of their center towers, they're a bit blind. Their army supply is now heavily in favor of Cure, but maybe if they get split up too much, or if Spirit finds a new base, maybe Spirit can come back with that. But right now, he's like 20 extra SCVs aren't really going to help him a whole lot.
I feel like we have been on the verge of a base trade, a proper base trade for so long, but here we go! Interference Matrix has come out on the siege tanks, but we see at the end of the day, there is not nearly enough DPS to properly take on that army. There's the GG. Cure takes game number 4. We're heading to a game 5.
Oh my god, these guys, man. That was grit, man. That was both of them gritting their teeth and saying, no. Not like this.
Not like this.
No.
And just repeatedly, God, I could feel the nails just creeping into each other's skin saying, no, I'm not going down in this pit. And I have to say, just unbelievably stellar performance. One of them may be named Spirit, but both of them showed Spirit in this game.
I know. That was definitely what I was thinking as well, right? Oh, perhaps Cure has found.
I saw. Can I get a water? I think we might be waiting a little bit before we head into game number 5, guys.
Yeah, I think we need to all just take a second, get some water. Actually, all of us here. But no, seriously, Cure has found his way back into this TVT, like theoretically, right? Like he's definitely not getting just completely wrecked like the first 2 games. But then Spirit also kind of recovering from that third game that was a bit of a disaster for him to make one of the closest games of the year, which I can say because it's February, but also like maybe of the EPT season.
That was definitely one of my favorites. I think, you know what, Zombie Group? I'll say it. I'll say it on broadcast. TVT is not my favorite mirror matchup. I think that I am a big PvP fan. I also enjoy good ZVZ, but you know what? Terran versus Terran, I feel like this series, it's selling me a lot more on it. If we can get more TVTs that are like this series, I'm on board. I'm on board.
If every TVT could look like this, then
I don't think my heart could take that, actually.
No, actually, neither are voices, I think.
Yeah.
Hour 9 or something like that. Of course, for the players, they've had a long, grueling day with a whole lot of extra adrenaline pumping through their veins.
Yeah.
That might have an impact in Cure, just kind of getting back into the TVT groove. Whatever it is, now they both seem incredibly evenly matched.
I can tell who had the water.
To Game 5.
Spirit got his mouthful of water. And I do quickly want to make a mention, just because it's been a while, you know, maybe some people have come in the middle of the series. We keep saying this is like a qualifying match for the next stage, for the group stage and everything. This is in the winner's bracket. There is still, for the loser of this series, whoever loses this next game is going to go down to the lower bracket. And believe it or not, after playing this grueling series, they may have to play another qualifying match.
That is true. That is true. Something that I think both of these guys are actually familiar with.
Yeah.
Let's start on, oh yeah, great. Let's do it. Let's go with Gressfun. It is the top left for DPG. It's Cure.
Thank you for saying it so I didn't have to.
You're welcome.
Down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have the man, the myth, the legend from Poland, the Kaizi Gaming's very own Spirit.
I was going to say, you know, initially you brought up like that lower bracket, it's going to be an extra couple hours. Spirit went through there, right, last year. So I was immediately really calling back to that, which he was able to kind of pull through. But then you can't just say, like, Cure's never been in that position. Cure has been a StarCraft 2 pro gamer forever, as we have all lived forever. StarCraft 2 is a forever game. And in that professional career, he has done so many of the long days, like at MLGs, maybe IEMs, Dream Hacks, Red Bull events when that happened, like all that type of stuff.
That's true.
And he has come back. He has shown that, you know, sometimes, yeah, everyone gets affected by tiredness, but then he's able to bring it back in his mental and his physical, whatever it is that's bothering him. So, like I said this earlier in the series, the beginning of the series, Spirit is at his best right now. I think that is a bit undeniable. Cure might not be at his best, but through the series, it feels like he's been getting up to his best. And now it's like, okay, Game 5, if he's actually reached max potential for Cure, is Spirit screwed? Or is both their max potential actually completely even?
I'm in full agreement here. I feel like it's like Goku versus Broly or something from Dragon Ball Z. They're just like gradually forcing each other to ascend to new levels here as Cure gradually realizes more and more of his like original potential and everything, and Spirit is just continuing to learn and play better and better. It is honestly one of my favorite things to watch in not just like StarCraft, not just in competitive sports, in competition. One of my favorite things to watch is to watch players literally get better before our eyes during a series. During a match, you're seeing these players start to get better and better.
It is pretty cool watching them figure it out, whatever it is. Their opponent, themselves, the patch, the meta. Yeah, it is pretty cool. We do have Spirit going for what Cure did, which is a lot of Reapers. Now, I believe Cure did this, and it didn't work, actually. It was his 2 racks that worked. That's what it was. But anyways, 1 Reaper right into Reactor, and then, you know, 5 Reapers, 3 Hellions. And then let's see if Cure defends it. So this doesn't have a ramp in the natural, so you don't have that high ground advantage against this. But that doesn't mean you're going to die. It's really about pulling back when you notice it's happening and just not letting everything snowball. And then we also have a Widow Mine, which Cure got in a previous game, which would have helped against something exactly like this. And there's that little bit of a dance that we see, right, where they notice the Widow Mine. Like, can I avoid the Widow Mine?
What do you usually want to try and sacrifice into the Widow Mine if you have to? Do you want the Hellion or the Reaper to die?
It's actually a good question. I think there's a definite answer, but I can't think of one right now.
I wouldn't even doubt if there's like player preferences or something on that.
Yeah, well, obviously the best scenario is if you drag the Widow Mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, with something.
I guess the Hellion has a better chance of surviving the drag, like to make it close enough to the opponent.
I guess that, yeah, could be the argument. But it's actually not 5 Reaper, 3 Hellion. So he went to his own Widow Mine as well. So it's more like, you know, even defensively minded. So they're both playing rather safe in the openers. No one trying to send something across the map to do anything sneaky.
Yeah. Just going to have that good old first Raven coming out for both of these players. So no Medivacs or anything popping on out. And finally, actually, I think both these players maybe just a little bit happy. They're like, I have a main base right now.
Oh.
I have a natural expansion.
That's so nice.
I'm not being attacked. This is a very good feeling to just have a little bit of calm, like to meditate for a few minutes before we start again.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot to think about. Not that I think they can do that right now. They can't be thinking about last game, but And even towards the last few minutes of that game, I wanted to kind of note that here at the end, he went Viking tank, right? Where Spirit was more Raven dependent, which is kind of like skewing away from the earlier narrative where it felt like Spirit was very Raven light. And he was kind of maybe using that new patch kind of question mark. But Kier actually ended up winning that last game. So I do wonder, as you were saying, are they also figuring that out as they go along? What they actually prefer as far as Raven, Viking, Liberator counts. In this particular opener, we are seeing both of them go double Raven. So actually very much back to basic TVT.
Yeah, the old school TVT, it's like the patch never happened.
Oh.
But it most definitely did. We definitely have seen some impacts from that.
Yeah, yeah. Both of them actually confidently placing the third CC down on location. Since they're both doing it, that's fine. And very even game. Slight worker lead for Kier. Not too many updates there. Third Raven, is that for Kier and Spirit?
Yeah.
Spirit was going for Stam. He canceled it. I'm not crazy. And then he added a Viking and a Medevac. So is he going to like Medevac drop 8 Marines somewhere and then push with Tank Viking somewhere else? He might do that.
Not sure. Also, it looks to the answer from Spirit is to sacrifice the Reaper.
Yeah.
The Widowmine.
Yeah. Okay.
So, there you go. Ooh, good lock on there from Spirit. Gets the Cyclones, but might end up losing a Cyclone of his own. So, ends up not being the ideal trade there for Spirit. Almost got away with it, though.
Yeah, so I think it's exactly what Spirit's plan is. A bit cheeky. I mean, he could just 8 Marine drop and then yada, 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 but it's so dangerous. Maybe they're going Vikings as well. Loses his extra Cyclone to the beginning units of Cure. Little bits of things going in Cure's favor so far. But even with that Medevac, Spirit still gets a slightly faster stim, which is also a slightly faster combat shields. But then Cure has faster production and faster upgrades. I am curious as to whether or not 8 Marines and a Medevac unstimmed can do the damage. I mean, necessary is a bit of a strong word, but the damage that Spirit is looking for, or the distraction that Spirit is looking for, because it could.
Speaking of distractions, Zombie Grub, this is a very odd distraction, oddly timed one. The units that are basically the leftover from the early game are going to do some pretty significant amount of damage and killing off a Mule, a couple SCVs, and also just distracting the APM of Spirit as he's trying to get a dropout.
His Spirit, he got the dropout successfully, but Cure kind of, I think, just immediately identified what it was as a single drop. He was like, yeah, that's not going to do a whole lot of damage in my main. I'm not going to overreact to this. So his tank line stayed strong at his third. So Spirit's double whammy potential, almost non-existent.
Yeah, well done. Got a little bit hectic there, but ends up being okay for both these players. We see that they're both able to transition on forward, but Spirit has his Vikings in a very peculiar position. He's going to be able to potentially almost found the final shot off there. Thanks to that Viking buff, almost got the kill on that Raven.
Yeah, damage point buff, a little more micro. All right, so I said that Spirit had the combat shields lead, but he's actually not grabbing it right now. There we go. Okay, so it's going to be pretty even there. Forgets +1 armor, though. So, we're coming down to the game of inches. It's not too different so far, right? Well, actually, at this particular second, it is more about the Vikings maybe finding Cure's Ravens, but without this really hitting anything important, I mean, it's not like Cure has to reveal his Ravens, right? He just goes like, you're not pushing me. Like, that's not going to happen. So Spirit says, yeah, you're right. And it comes back. But he's only just now noticed that armor deficit. So he's going to know that he messed up, and that's might affect how he plays the next minute or two of Gressfon.
Yeah, going to be a lot harder to take those trades as soon as those 1-1 upgrades that finish on up for both of these players. There's going to have some pretty definitive advantages in those Marine versus Marine trades, but for now, Spirit definitely didn't want to overcommit, so having pulled back, he's got his defensive setup. He's going to do little bits of harassment with things like the Liberators, and I love that they send both of the Liberators out on kind of opposite sides, but one of them gets spotted, and actually the second one may even very well get spotted at some point soon.
Well, I think Kier's gotten really wiser to how Spirit's playing, and has even adopted a little bit of it too, some of his own decision-making with Liberator production and movement and whatnot, but he's definitely wiser to how Spirit's incorporating that, so... scouting it's definitely the first problem, but then actually just being wary of it, knowing something could be sneaking up behind you is important too. So we did the armory finish up for Kier, both of them on their way to 4th CC. Yeah, Spirit's probably just going to stay behind on those upgrades, but maybe he can actually get some, Turtling going maybe on location 4? No, Supply Depot, that's what he's doing, he's replacing it.
Yeah, got a little bit of first person going on here. Just going to be able to clean things up. Those Liberators, I love, it's always a little vindicating when I get to see the first person and I'm like, Terran players do just set up those Liberators, siege up, and then don't look at them. They're like, oh, look at them if it's really dying or something, but...
Well, we're the hardest race otherwise.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, but good save there. I think he did try to save one of the Liberators and unsiege it in the main base. Tried to pull it back. Not sure if it actually managed to survive there, but still little bits of just little pressure. Tiny bits of pressure. I think if you looked at resources lost or something, or units lost in this game, it's been pretty light. Yeah.
Yeah, light. You know, technically Kier's winning that one, but it's not been much. Which will happen. Big difference of this game versus the last 4, right, is that we have a decisive moment where Kier actually adds on 3 more barracks, so 8 barracks in total, right? So he is going to be actually applying a lot of pressure, so it's a big change up from previously. Hopefully Spirit identifies this, or he could be overrun, or he could be overrun right here, right now, forced to evacuate that 4th base. Already a nice grab for Kier.
Yeah, a mature decision there from Spirit to just immediately cancel the command center morphing and just be able to load up some SCVs, get out of there, know that he's not going to be able to defend that, gives up the siege tanks that he was going to lose. But it's going to be painful, you know, losing that base, losing that position is going to be annoying to reestablish, losing a couple of workers as well. And this Liberator harassment, he's been trying for it, but it hasn't really been finding nearly as much as he was hoping for, maybe.
I wonder if he can at least scout that it's not triple starport. I mean, it would give him a real indication as to how Kier is planning on playing this game out in general.
Awkward.
But obviously, this is already a pretty big,
where are we going?
Really awkward.
Where are we going with this? We're getting very trapped here.
Yeah, that's actually, well, he had a double stem right there. That kind of sucked.
Yeah, we're going to see Spirit eventually clean this up. He is losing a lot of units in the process, but the interference matrix disables the siege tank, so more of the workers survive at that location, but this location, a lot of workers went down.
Yeah, 23 workers, but Spirit now has a army supply lead, so maybe something can happen there. I doubt it. I have to go across the map, try and find a place where tanks aren't covering. Straight up, Spirit just loses a chunk of change. Denied 4th base. Kier's already on his way to a 5th on location. He knows, not just right now that he has Spirit on his back foot with that drop. I mean, maybe itself wasn't the best drop, but it did keep Spirit at home. But also that he is going for the momentum-based play. 13 Marines at a time coming out. Better upgrades as well, as once again Spirit has not clicked on that +2 armor, and that's just going to make Marine versus Marine fights obviously go the way of Kier. Spirit needs his tanks to be well positioned, and I'm not even sure he realizes he's about to be attacked on that south position.
Oh, this is going to get painful for Spirit if he is not able to catch wind of this. And also, I mean, in combination with the upgrade disadvantage that you were talking about before, he does find the Marines, but does he actually have any units in position? No siege tanks able to siege up before the Marines are able to jump in on this base, and they are able to get into a good position. Interference matrices come out on top of the tanks of Spirit, and this base is going to be in a world of pain.
Yeah, Spirit's also in a world of pain, man. He doesn't have anything else going for him. He can't crack the high ground yet again. If Kier is going to lose his orbital, he is going to be sent drastically behind in this game, a place where he's going to have to just turtle hard and turtle correctly, which so far isn't looking too hot. He is getting a couple of drops himself. He is going to defend his natural by the looks of things. Actually, it's more SCVs than Marines. Okay, he's going to be okay there, but it's temporary. He is in a ton of trouble. Kier seems to be now actually just knowing exactly what he's going to do before he does it and drawing the line in the sand where it's required.
Yeah, I feel like these Liberators just repeatedly have not been finding very much. He's finally going to be able to push back this siege tank line, forcing an unsiege. This is the big moment Spirit was looking for. Dives in on top of this command center. We're going to try and get retribution. Also dives in on top of some of those siege tanks. Snipes off 2 of them. Snipes off the orbital command. Snipes off a lot of SCVs. Okay. Suddenly 26 workers going down, and the worker count is evened up.
You know what it is about lines on the sand, right? Fear Dragon, you can just kind of like kick them. It's not like a line anymore, right?
Oh, Lord.
That's all the Spirit did. That was supposed to be something that Kier felt comfortable leaving on its own, and then he realized too late that he didn't have enough to save it. So we do have that instant blowback, that instant trade. Now, Kier did get that other base up, right? So, I mean, that's still something he has going for him, but less workers, no workers over there, and Spirit is now hitting the main base. Kier anticipated this. He has army there, but it's still a difficult spot knowing that your reinforcements are going to be cut off. So, you know, do you go for a base trade? Well, Spirit's also expecting that. He also has reinforcements back at home.
Yeah, even little things like having the Liberators sieged up over there on top of your opponent's siege tank in their main, it forces the Marines to come in range of your own siege tanks. There's just so many little awkward trades being forced. And now, Spirit's just going to move his Marines around over, rotating to the natural. A lot of his own Marines going to get caught on the other side of the map in the center, and he is going to be heavily outnumbered over here.
Yeah, so, I mean, getting him the medevacs would have been nice, but you can't actually take on that army. So he skedaddles. He tries to get away. He tries to go go actually to his army, I think is where he's headed. Takes out the natural command center, by the way. So Cure is down 2 orbitals. He's actually running low on, of course, mules. Also scans, and he has no sensor towers. Neither does Spirit, of course. So they're both in that low econ scenario again. Very even in supply. But the difference is Cure has 30 more army supply, and he's about to have 3-3 against 2-1.
Liberator actually also just pulled all the Marines behind the mineral line for a split second and allowed the siege tanks to safely get up in siege range of this planetary. It is being repaired fast enough that it will be able to survive for a bit. But remember, this is an awkward economic position for both these players. Like, Cure's gas is going down, not up. And it's not because he's producing a ton of units that involve gas.
Looks like he's going to go for the break. He thinks he can get it. This is going to cost him a handful of Marines. At the same time, Cure goes for the mirror planetary. Both of them losing out on that base. Spirit knows he has to continue harassing the would-be 5th as well, as Spirit also has it in its sights. It might be too difficult to break, but it might also be possible, especially if he kills all the SCVs before it. Nothing's going to repair it.
Oh, that's so critical. I want to mention that it's 3-3 upgrades for Cure right now versus 2-1. So every one of these little trades that these Marines have to make against other units is going to be so tough. The fact that Spirit is able to just freely kill off this planetary fortress and salvage every unit he can muster is going to be very important for him.
Absolutely. He even gets to send his Liberators back home to further defend his 3rd base, which actually has a decent bit of mining because it was denied earlier on. So it's... Wait, is it literally 1 base versus 3? Oh my god.
Okay, there's the siege up, and he's got that choke point. This is a good defensive position. Even if he's down a lot of upgrades right now, he's about to be catching up, and Spirit suddenly looking to be in a much stronger position.
I'd be really scared of moving into 3-3 as 2-1, though. Even if I had double the Marines, I'd be like, I don't know. I think waiting might be the better option.
I have to imagine there are not many practice games where you get to even just get the feel for what it's like to have 2-1 versus 3-3.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't happen very often. So Spirit's going to just play it nice and safe because he can. I mean, he might be counting the amount of bases lost better than I am because I didn't even realize, like, literally down to 1 base for Cure. That's incredible. That's going to be hard to recover.
I don't even see little dots on the minimap mining at that base either, Zombie Grub.
Yeah.
Like,
and 3rd CC on location is like, okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, sorry. That's actually the base I thought you were talking about. I thought the Natural was basically mined out at this point, but it's still kind of alive. I won't say it's kicking. It's alive. It's there.
It's there. It's a warm body, technically. Yeah, that's... Spirit keeps on insisting on the supply depot, by the way. So every time that Cure might have had an opportunity to jump from this location down to the 4th, down to the... or whatever it would be, the 6 o'clock, into the main, Spirit's on top of it. He's always been moving his army in anticipation of a potential Doom drop, which might have been Cure's best bet. Now Spirit has a lot of starport production, so he is going to strengthen his army without necessarily completing those upgrades, but of course he wants to also complete that +3 armor, because if he just has more Marines and they're equally upgraded, well, that's easy math.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we're going to see a lot of little movements here from Spirit as he sends a medevac around, sends a Liberator around, sends another medevac around, just trying to find opportunities to take advantage of just keeping his opponent at home is going to benefit him. If he's buying time, it's going to benefit Spirit in this situation. So he's trying to find any opportunity to do exactly that. You can see that income advantage absolutely helping out Spirit in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Oof, this has calmed down a little bit. I mean, Spirit was in a really nice position last game as well, and then things got topsy-turvy, and then someone else was in a better position, and things got topsy-turvy, and it just went on and on and on until finally Cure had the winning army that Spirit kind of, ran into, probably knowing he was going to win, just because the game went that way. Now it's all about not losing it, not losing control of it. I think he's very intent on doing that. He's going to do little pokes and prods and then just fulfill his army requirement, the upgrades, the technology, and of course getting to 200 out of 200, and then he should be golden.
Yeah. And losing any workers over there was going to be painful, so Cure able to actually save pretty much every single one of those SCVs is going to be an important save. Also snipes off all the Marines and the medevac, so he doesn't have to worry about those units immediately coming back and causing all sorts of headaches and problems. I see Cure, he's kind of postured on that south side, establishing a new base in the center position. It's going to be a tough base location, I think, to defend if he's ever out of position. Even just a little bit, this base is going to be so difficult to defend.
No, Spirit says even double center towering, kind of. So he's really intent on never being found out of position. He actually finds Cure with too little army, especially with the interference matrix taken out. Upgrades be damned. Takes that out. Cure now back down. 30 supply, just relying on getting a good technical army and then trying to crawl his way back into the game. And he did take a bit of a risk. Without even being maxed out, he added yet another command center. So that actually completed. It's 3 base versus, well, now 4. But that sounds, no, it's 3 base versus 3. So that sounds a lot better than the 1 versus 3 that was earlier.
What do you think is going to be a trigger point for one of these players to actually move out and attack? As we may be seeing Cure at least posturing.
Yeah. I think Spirit will move out as he's maxing, and then he just makes sure to have sensor towers behind him and maybe a couple of tanks in the chokes. Now, if Cure is already moving to him, then obviously he has to kind of accept the engagement, considering that he has a very good technical army with these Raven interference matrices. I mean, theoretically, he could take a really good fight again, and it's about the Vikings catching the Ravens before the Ravens catch the tanks.
Can I ask really quickly, what is in the bottom left of the map? There's just been this blue blob, and I just want to know how large. Okay, that's a sizable army that's just been chilling toward the bottom left for quite a bit of time, and he's going to send a Marine up. He's going to spot out that location for the base. Does he decide to try and do anything with that? Now, if he can identify how much of the army is in the top right.
I think Spirit didn't like that it was scouted, and now he's like wondering maybe I put too much back, especially because it's a hard game to read. You might think Cure is totally dead, and he's really not. Or you might even wonder if he somehow is ahead and just like, did I miscount the command centers? I miscounted the men, Liz. I don't know. But Spirit's playing a really safe game, right? So he's going to pull that whole army back, even if maybe there was a potential to siege up some base.
Yeah. Very awkward situation to read for both these players in the game. I would love to pick their brains, just hear them break down their thoughts on where they thought things were in the game as they watch the replay and discover where things actually maybe were at. Because like you said, it's so difficult to read in these chaotic games where you're at, how far ahead or behind you are from your opponent. But it seems like Spirit is still pretty okay with being a bit more on the defensive posture, especially since Cure is constantly just getting right up against Spirit's face, right up against one of his bases, not fully committing.
Yeah, which is kind of clever. Like, it might be because he can't commit, of course, so it's not necessarily tactical, but it also, I think, is stopping Spirit from just, kind of mass expanding. He's taking bases that are very dangerous to hold, the outlying bases, if you will, as opposed to that theoretically nice and settled base that his opponent has taken. Cure's taken that middle base. So now he feels he can go for it, and here's the problem with that middle base, right? I said it's nice and secure, more from the high ground. From the low ground, it's not secure, and that is a big problem now that Spirit is in this position.
Yeah, although at the same time, a lot of those siege tanks very far away for Spirit, so neither one of these players really fighting with a lot of their siege tanks. It's just Marines versus Marines. 3-3 versus 3-3. Command Center is going to end up falling over here, so I think Spirit's still going to be happier with these trades, but very awkward.
Yeah, those auto turrets look like paper, man. They didn't look good at all, but I mean, there's still some other things that Spirit had going for him. One thing we haven't really mentioned, we've been really focused on the Marine upgrades. They've finally finished, right? They've been even. Cure actually has +2 attack, right? Which takes down that kill shot of the Marines. So I'm kind of surprised that Spirit hasn't tried going up to that. He is just focusing on the Viking wars, which, I mean, that might be correct, but Cure's ground army especially is very powerful. And now he even has more army supply, and if he maxes out, he's going to have 20 more army supply than his opponent. I think maybe he does need a few more SCVs, though, especially as he somehow sneaks his command center up to the 12 o'clock.
Cure, please repair this. Cure. Okay, we're gonna keep an eye on the bottom right-hand side to see whether or not that command center gets repaired. We'll keep an eye on it. It's still got 100 points left over.
Hello, Cure. Hello.
Cure.
Please, knock, knock.
Cure.
Moshi Mosh. Oh my God, no.
No, not like this. Cure. Every command center is so important in this game right now. He's in the middle of a fight now. Oh, there's no way he notices.
No, he's not. He's going to hope that the fight goes really well for him, which it just might. Liberator siege up, looking to take out some of those tanks. Good save there for at least 2. The command center is ticking down, and it is gone, guys. Cure once again down to 1 base mining. That is it. Against Spirits, I don't know, 5 at this point.
I actually want to compound that zombie grab. It's not just the mining actually now. It's also the fact that I'm not sure that Cure has scans available.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a planetary. He's got no vision. He's got no sensor towers. He needs to be on the offense the entire time to keep Spirit back at home where he can track him. But Spirit is already moving out with an army. There's nothing that's going to scout it. Even if there was, could Cure actually split up his army to defend it? I'm not so sure. He might just be thinking it's all in. Spirit might actually identify that and say, you know what? I'm not going to play the risky game. I'm going to return home and defend the bases that I know I'm going to have.
Yeah, I mean, the army supplies are still relatively even, but Spirit has to be in a defensive posture over here. He is going to try and dive in on top of a lot of these siege tanks. Some of the siege tanks for Cure already sieged up. We see massive flurries of siege tank fire from both sides at the end of the fight. It seems like Cure comes out a little bit further ahead, and he's also still able to siege up some of the additional production. Another one of those starports going down on that right-hand side. And a second one going to be falling as well. A handful of SCVs is also going to be potentially going and trying to mine to their deaths. But I think if Spirit is holding on to things, that still benefits him in the end.
Yeah, he's got 2 orbitals at the very least, right? And then something safe at the bottom base, planetary. No building upgrades, but that'll buy some time at the very least. And Kira just really has to focus on having the best fight possible, which if we can get a unit check, because we're not going to be talking about them maxing out anytime soon, right? These are going to be the units for the most part for a long time. Kira has 13 tanks. That is a lot. Only 3 Ravens trying to interference matrix them as well. But then Spirit has that Viking control. So if he's on top of, I mean, basically if he's just tracking.
How many starports do, okay, Spirit is making a Raven, so he definitely still has starports left over and everything inside the main base. Okay.
Yeah, so Spirit is still producing, but he has the air control, doesn't necessarily have the tanks. Like Raven interference plus Vikings landing, yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. The tank sieging someplace really good could be problematic for Spirit, and this could be it. We're going to see potentially the final battle of this game, Veer.
Vikings landing over there to try and get something done, but this is this is actually a monstrosity of a fight. Cure demolishes Spirit, who tries to take that fight by sieging up in the middle of the fight, landing the Vikings. GG, Cure is going to advance on to the group stages.
I actually cannot believe how easy that was. I was like, okay, yeah, I won that game. Don't worry about it. Cure, he reverse sweeps. He's down 0-2. In 2 of really the most one-sided games as well. He brings it back. Seems like Spirit's got a handle on him. Seems like he's once again in his fantastic position and is refusing to let it go. And then just a similar situation in the 4th game where I guess he just, you know, in that situation he thought like, I could do this, and he absolutely couldn't. It was a disaster.
It's one of those really tough situations. You have to just remember that we have infinite vision. We see everything that's going on. We know how many units there are for both sides. We're literally looking at production tabs and unit counting stations to see where the advantages and disadvantages lie. It's not always going to be as clear for the players, but man, it was just something where we look at that and we say, man, Spirit, oh God, that was not the engagement to commit to.
No. He might be a little heartbroken seeing the end of that series, or he might want to go ahead and forget about it because he's got another match on the way to try and get to the group. So Kira's already there. We're going to interview him, I believe, as well. But Spirit's got to try again versus Zaun, so that'll be quite difficult to do. We're going to go ahead and send that to the analyst desk. So hope you guys enjoyed it.
I think we all need a break after that one. That was unbelievable between these two, especially those last 2 matches, as it will be Cure advancing into those group stages already. That means now our 2 Polish players from the upper bracket to fall down into the lower bracket for another opportunity. Pig, Tasteless joining me here. Pig, what did we just watch? This was, especially the last 2 games, were insane.
Cure's face at the end there said it all. Like he looked like a man who lost a few Horcruxes playing that match, dude. I'm saying, like, he paid with part of his soul. You know, that was intense.
It was a game where you literally didn't know who was going to win until the last few seconds.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It's going to be hard to top that series, to be honest.
No.
Tonight.
There was so many times it turned upside down, right? Like the number of times I looked away for a second, looked back, it had gone completely in other player's favor.
Yes.
And then 2 minutes later, the other way again. Like it was a massive seassaw.
All right, let's take a look at the highlights from it then. I can barely even remember games 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, like, this is so long ago. This feels like an eternity.
But I mean, Spirit came out storming. He was absolutely on point for the first 2. Then the reverse sweep occurs here, Tasteless. This is, I mean, it shows the fortitude that Cure can really bring to a series, considering that TVT is a grueling matchup, never mind having to reverse sweep.
Yeah, you know, it's a fantastic matchup, and watching these 2 guys engage with each other was wild. We're seeing here kind of
one of the many moments in the series where it started to come down to air dominance to dictate who was really going to be able to navigate this to a win.
Yes. Into the next matches as well, we saw that really playing big factors in some of these engagements here, Pig. But yeah, it was looking amazing for Spirit to start things off.
It really was. He was doing great. You know, both players showing they really liked a few Ravens at the start, still very good with the Matrix, but they were loving that range lib as it went on. But some of these fights were, you know, absolutely crucial in the early stages, and you saw Kua here start to fight back in Game 3 and say, all right, I'm not going to go down that easily. But Game 4, this map was absolute madness. This had so many stories within this one game. There was moments, I mean, Kua had him contained well before the clips we're seeing now, and Spirit did some of the most amazing breakouts, using perfect flanking maneuvers, drops from the outside to get out of his base. Multiple times it looked like Spirit was dead. He got this epic lead, but man, Kua just would not give up.
Yeah, I mean, the tenacity coming out of Cure was kind of insane. I mean, Cure had a pretty bad overextension that we saw on screen there early on. And I think, like, I know I personally, but I'm sure a lot of other people watching kind of assumed, okay, well, this game is going to slowly close it out. But Cure fought back so brilliantly and managed to recover in what looked like it was going to be an impossible situation.
Curious to know as well, they did meet each other in the group stage in 2022. Cure did take that series 2-0, but this fixture that we just saw, I mean, was far closer than that 2-0 ever gave the other one credit for. This has just been an insane pick.
I mean, Spirit is the people's hero, I think, of Katowice. Remember his series versus Nice? I think it was last year. It was like barn burner of the round of 36, you know? It's something about Spirit when he gets in these qualifying matches, he creates these incredibly close, hard-fought duels where it just feels like such a unique version of StarCraft that we so rarely see.
You were pointing out here, Pig, whilst we were watching this final engagement as well. I think it was, what, 13 tanks? He had a 4-tank advantage or something silly. And that first volley just massacred those Marines.
Once they get that +2 and they one-shot the Stim Marines, man, it's crazy because suddenly they're all spreading those shots across the ranks, and we saw interference matrices are good, but when there's 13 tanks and you only lock down 2 or 3 of them, they just blast everything away.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket now. We now have our second player confirmed in the group stages, and it will be Cure. Well, I imagine might go into the Terran group, we'll see. That was my prediction earlier on in the day. Of course, we'll take a look at those groups a little later on, but let's take a look at that bracket then, because Cure has been able to defeat Spirit here in that match, and previously he was able to move on through against Harstem and Armani, but both players gave him a bit of a... That's actually incorrect, because Armani lost to Cure 2-1, but there you go. They both gave him a run for his money, Pig, but he's still able to advance.
I know, I mean, this was really cool because I feel like today started with some really one-sided matches, and it's ramped up to be insanely close. Like, we've seen the almost reversal with the Laserverse Classic, and then again, the actual reversal here in this last one, but it feels like the players are having to work very hard. I mean, we thought Cure was the shoo-in. He'd easily get through this bracket, and he had to fight his heart out.
You looked in thought there for a moment, Tasteless.
No, I was thinking that each of these series is outdoing the one before it.
Yes,
I mean, it's getting crazy. We had some very one-sided and in some ways kind of one-dimensional games to start the day off. And look, you're going to have some games like that. Not all StarCraft games can be made equally, but I mean, that last series, that was mind-blowing. I'm inspired.
Easily the best series of the day, no problem. The best series of the tournament so far. We're only one day in. But let's take a look at that lower bracket as well. That means, as I said before, our 2 Polish players do drop down into, again, another qualification match here, Pig. So Spirit versus Zaun, and then Laser versus Ryung are our next fixtures. What do you think?
Oh, very excited to see how these next matches go. I really am keen to see where it all ends up and who pops out of this bracket. And you know what? There's a dark part of my brain that's just thinking, what if Cure gets put in Group D with like all the Terrans?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna be just a group of every Terran fighting to the death, man.
That would be absolutely disgusting. But of course, Pig will love it. Pig will love it. All right, back to us. Let's continue on. But yeah, so I mean, for a Laser going up against Ryung, I think that actually might be a pretty decent fixture for a Laser. Ryung's not been shy about saying that he's not keen on really playing many Zergs at the moment.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think a Laser should be able to take that one. Ryung is good, but I think a Laser, especially today, is looking just incredibly strong and incredibly confident as well.
Yeah, I think you give him these new maps as well, like big map pool, lots of dead space around the edges as well. Mutalisks, Burrowed Banelings, these are the things that are so fun to watch. We don't get to see that much anymore, but you know Laser's the one guy that loves to bring that stuff out.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to our next advancer into the group stage, as Cure is with Artosis. So let's go over there.
All right, thank you guys. I got to tell you right now, I'm like a little bit emotional. You know, like how you felt once you got your first kiss and you were pretty sure you were in love. That's how I'm feeling after that series. That was probably, Cure, the best reverse sweep that we have had since Sulky versus Innovation from GSL Finals many, many years ago. The best series in the tournament by far, the best game in the tournament by far. Have you ever had a match that close, that hard?
일단 김도욱 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 진짜 이번 매치가 진짜 역습 경기 중에서도 정말 손에 꼽는 명경기가 된 것 같은데 정말 힘든 경기였잖아요. 이렇게까지 힘든 경기가 될 거라고 예상을 하셨나요?
일단 첫 세트 때 투병형 사신으로 피해를 줬는데 인구수가 막혀서 사이클론이 안 나와서 좀 거기서 좀 멘탈이 많이 나가가지고 좀 힘든 경기를 했던 것 같고 두 번째 세트도 빌드가 먹혀가지고 좀 쉽게 졌는데 좀 세 번째부터는 좀 빌드보단 좀 안전하게 하자 이 생각으로 했는데 그래도 운영 가가지고 정신은 없었지만 좀 그래서 역전할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
So he says, first of all, I had really good proxy 2x Reaper build, and I think I got a good run there. But actually, I got a supply block, and there's Cyclones has to come out, but it didn't. So I was kind of had a mental breakdown there, and it was really a rough start. And game 2 was he countered my build, and game 3. Heading to game 3, I just trying to be safe as much as possible, and I had nothing else in my mind. I just started trying to focus, and I just trying to do a solid macro game as possible, and I think that it worked out as better as possible for him, for me. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he ended up winning, so I guess so. My God, you previously had such a great record against Spirit. Do you feel like he's improved a lot? Because, for instance, you played him last year at Katowice where you were able to 2-0 him. So were you surprised by his power? Because he definitely looked to be on the same level as you.
이제 작년에서도 이제 그 2대0 내시기도 했고 그룹 스테이지에서 이제 스피릿 선수 상대로 원래는 정말 압도적인 상대 전적을 가지고 계셨는데 이번에는 정말 스피릿 선수가 되게 선전을 하면서 정말 대등한 실력을 보여줬단 말이죠. 그래서 스피릿 선수가 좀 지난 시즌이랑 비교를 했을 때 확실히 실력이 좀 많이 올라왔다라고 생각하시나요?
좀 제가 심리적으로 좀 2대0으로 지고 있었어서 그랬는지는 모르겠는데 하는 입장에선 좀 견제도 잘하고 조합도 잘 갖추고 좀 후반 견제에서 제가 정신이 진짜 없었거든요. 그래서 좀 많이 발전한 것 같아요.
So he says, I think it's more of a nerves when I was O2'd by Spirit. So, but I really feel that he really improved a lot in a lot of the macro stuff, and especially in combination and kind of harass kind of stuff. I was really out of my mind trying to defend the harassment of Spirit when like in the middle or in the late game. So I think in that way he really improved a lot.
Great. Yeah, it certainly looked that way. One more quick question for you, Cure. Is there a specific group that you would really like to go into in the next round? One that you think that you can make it out of?
이제 24강에 가실 텐데 그 그룹 스테이지에서 그래도 내가 2조에 가면은 어떻게든 좀 진출할 가능성이 또 있겠다라는 그런 조가 있을까요? 좀 가고 싶은 조가 있나요?
A, B조가 그나마 좀 할만할 것 같은데 다 잘해가지고 좀 컨디션이 진짜 좋아야 될 것 같아요.
He says every group is tough as others, but I think A or B has a fighting chance. but I need to practice a lot harder.
All right, well, you don't have much time for that since we're going to be getting the group stage tomorrow. Thank you very much, Kira. Congratulations once again. Guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll qualify another player.
You love it, you wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are 2 series deep on our qualification matches, and they have been bangers left and right. But now we have 2 more to come down in the lower bracket. But first things first, a huge thank you to Intel for being here at the Intel Extreme Masters. It would be a little weird if Intel wasn't here at the Intel Extreme Masters, and they're here representing us, looking fantastic whilst doing so. So thank you to them here. In the midst of these amazing qualification matches that we're having at the moment, we have Ravi as well as Rotterdam here at the very end as well. Roddy, that last series, whew, it was so good.
That TVT was really good. It
Yeah.
takes a lot for all of us to go crazy in the green room over TVT, but that was actually amazing, man.
Yeah.
That 4th game, you think it's over. And the best thing is that I actually started watching game 4 together with Clem and Ryong, and 9 or 10 minutes in, they were like, GG? I think it's GG. I think it's GG. Then I walked over to the green room, and then it just kind of kept going on for another 25 minutes. You don't think it can get any better. And I don't know if game 5 was better than game 4, because game 4 was really good, but that 5th game was amazing as well. And I do feel for Spirit, though, to play another series after such a nail-biter and such a draining series as well. That's going to be very difficult, but at least he's got some time to recover, because it'd be incredibly brutal if you would have to play right now again. Like, that just would not be possible.
All right, gentlemen, very quick thoughts on our next match coming up here, which will be Alazer versus Ryung. Fear Dragon, your thoughts coming in?
I think this is going to be a really interesting one. I think Alazer has been playing overall pretty well, so I actually do think that he has absolutely what it takes. I think Ryung has been just that spiky player where sometimes he does really well, sometimes not quite as well. I think he's kind of in that middle state right now. I give a little bit of favoritism to Alazer. I think it's maybe a little bit of my personal bias and stuff, as I just have a hard time rooting against someone that I really like.
I get it.
But you know what? I think Alazer is honestly, he's looking strong.
Okay, Roddy?
I think I agree, but I honestly don't totally know. Like, if you go by the results, Ryung's TVC does not look very sexy. And of course, he goes up against a lot of very strong Korean Zergs. So if you lose to Dark or Solar or Ragnarok, maybe that's not the end of the world, and it doesn't mean that you're bad in the matchup. But even against some of the weaker players that he's played in the last 6 months, his TVC is just not that convincing. On the other end, there are not a crazy amount of ZVTs to work with, if you look at it from Elazer's point of view. But I do feel that Elazer overall looks slightly better in the matchup. But how they clash stylistically, I've got absolutely no idea. I really just think it comes down to the moment, who shows up in a bigger moment, who's still fresh, because it's been a long day for these guys as well.
Yeah.
But I think it's very tough to predict.
Well, if you give me about 8 to 10 minutes, I can prepare a presentation on what I think happened in Ryung versus Cham and how I think it's going to affect things.
Well, I watched those games, and it didn't look ultra convincing, to be totally honest. But in the end of the day, he got a win, and Cham was on a roll, right? Cham did defeat Scarlett and Harsem, so maybe Cham just played a whole lot better. Of course, he defeated Special, one of the Latin American championships. So maybe Cham's EVT is just that good that it's okay for Ryung to not look that convincing against Cham. But I don't know. I think it's a very close call, and I really just think it comes down to who's feeling it more, who's in the moment.
Unfortunately, we do not have time for Fear Dragon's 8 to 10 minute presentation here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, as I'm hoping for a 3rd barn burner in a row. Let's head over to the commentating team to bring you our next qualification match.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Pig. It's time for our next Best of 5 series. Honestly, if it's even remotely close to the previous one, I mean, I'm going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, this is a high standard, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's like, all right, just half as good as those last couple of games in that series, and we'll be absolutely spoiled. I mean, that was awesome and exciting.
We'll take one game with 2 base races.
Yeah.
We'll be okay with
a
that.
few good Burrowed Baneling explosions, maybe. Some nice, cool comebacks. You know, I want to see some ghost sniping Ultralisks and all that sort of stuff. It could be really cool because I feel like Ryung is a timing attack master who's also very good at late game, but very rarely does he go in between, right? Sometimes when he's trying to get to the late game, he gets just blown up and overwhelmed before he gets there. Sometimes his big 2 or 3 base timing does get stopped in its tracks. I'm very curious, you know, how he approaches the series and if he's more like just go in for a timing or more reactive and a laser on that left side. I mean, I'm dreaming about Mutas and Burrowed Banelings because over the years he's so good at it. But the Hydra got buffed. We know he's a great Hydra player. He may just go for that Hydraling Bane standard style, right?
We've seen a little bit of his Protoss versus Zerg, right? He definitely seems to like that unit quite a bit. But here we go, game number 1 in our next best of 5 series to determine who moves on to the round of 24. Spotting right here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, Dragon Scales. We have Elaser.
Representing Team Liquid, been looking really focused out there. And his opponent in the top left side, the most recent pickup of Onside Gaming revealed just in the last week. The Blue Terran, it's Ryung.
Alrighty, so Roddy already talked about it a little bit just now on the analyst desk. Ryung's Terran versus Zerg does not seem to be his strongest matchup.
He's kind of a strategy king. And this is a matchup where mechanics really check your strategy.
If you look at like the results over the last couple months, pretty much all of his Terran versus Zergs are against guys like Dark, like, you know, like the top level players, and it's really difficult to judge results just based off of that.
I mean, you look at like he's had close games with Dark, with Reyna in WTL, like
off of Reyna, I think.
The best ZVT guys out there. So it's hard to say, you know, he's just not that great, but then he does have those losses versus much lower ranked Zerg. So it really is what Ryung shows up on the day. He's going to open up with the Command Center first build here. I also wonder if mech is a possibility because we've heard whispers. We haven't seen a lot of ZVT yet today in day 1, but we've heard whispers from Zerg saying, you know what, the Terrans changed the Banshee and the Cyclone to try and help TVT. They've shadow buffed TVZ, and apparently mech is so powerful, and the Terrans are all doing it, and the Zergs are complaining about it. But someone was saying like a few years ago this was the same case. Everyone was talking about mech, and nobody played it for the entire Katowice, and we were just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't want to hype it up all too much because you never really know what happens. We might just be seeing Marines and well, a bunch of siege tanks or Marines and Widow Mines and all that. But you're definitely right. I've seen guys like, for example, Hero Marine experiment with mass Banshee styles with a lot of that speed Banshee upgrade, of course. And
he kind of bopped Reyna, right? In the weekly cup with some cool builds.
Amazing builds, and also like a lot of mass Cyclone play, and starting off with a little bit of battle mech, and then he's eventually transitioning towards that vanilla mech. I mean, I'd love to see it, and starting off with a CC first is, you know, it's not a bad beginning.
Yeah, I do like these CC first openings. Just jumpstart that economy a little bit. Don't get as in the face of your opponent early on.
Yeah. What are the odds of Elaser going for an early pool anyways, right?
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's so rare these days. Right? We're gonna see it. Like, someone gets too predictable with CC first. Like, it used to be Beyond would get too predictable, and then they'd be like, someone would bring back the one-base Ravager and get like a free win, and you'd be like, whoa, I haven't seen a one-base Ravager roll in a long time, you know? That was something Sue was cranking out in 2017, but...
Yeah, it loses against everything but CC first, right? Like, that's that type of build. I doubt we're going to be seeing that anytime soon, but yeah, if he keeps doing it, there is a chance Elaser is going to be well familiar with that strategy. He gets the Zergling in over here. He doesn't see all too much, but most importantly right now, he scouts that his opponent went for a quick command center, and that means for the Zerg player that he can make drones, and that's of course the main thing that you're looking for at this point. As the Zerg, you want to be pumping out as many of those workers as possible, use that larva mechanic to your advantage, and yeah, try to get that worker count up.
And when it comes to his economy, Elaser's kind of famous for losing more drones than other Zergs, but still having more drones after losing those than a normal Zerg. Like, he blows the line of greed where you need to get so much damage versus him for it to pay off because he's overbuilt workers and he's still dealing with the pressure, not as quickly, right? Yes, he gets some workers roasted, but he'll often be not building units. A lot of people go, oh, Hellions are diving, build Zerglings. And he's like, no, I'm already replacing the drones that are going to die. And I'll just defend with Queens and like a handful of Zerglings. So he's got this ability to wade through what looks like lots of harassment damage, and then you check the worker count afterwards, and you go, that's not just a good lead for Zerg, it's actually a massive lead.
Yeah,
so,
and it's difficult for Terran to judge that as well, right? Because you're like, okay, great, I killed 12 drones. I am so far ahead. Like, sure, I lost the 6 Hellions, but I'm going to be in a fantastic spot right now. It's really easy to overestimate your advantage against someone like Elaser, who now does decide to go for the Baneling Nest here, but we don't have a lair yet.
Now, I see extra barracks going down without a third command center, Loco. Are we seeing a classic 2-base push? This is interesting because Dragon Scales has a nice ledge out front in the third base, and I got to imagine that up on that that high ground base above Elaser's third, up near that gas geyser is where he wants to wedge those tanks. And maybe even out on the left side on the bridge, actually. Maybe on the bridges, I'm not sure. Either way, it's going to be a big 2-base, essentially an all-in attack. Going up to 5 barracks now is Ryung. Marines, tanks, this was big on Inside Out. Bunny used this over and over again. It's going to be a really big test early in the series, and if you know this is coming, you don't want to go past 60 workers. You want to start massing Ling Bane, you want to set up flanks and backstabs and all this sort of stuff. We've seen guys like Serral, like Reina, know this is coming and still lose maps to it on the previous map pool.
Yeah.
This time around, I don't think Elaser has any idea it's happening. He's going to almost 70 workers. He has no scouting information. This is really scary for Elaser.
Yeah. No, you're 100% on point. This build hits extra hard as well with that early game economy boost that Ryung got with the command center first as well. At this point, Elaser seems to assume that there's a third command center somewhere in that main base, which is an assumption you can make fairly, 9 times out of 10 against Terran. But in this case, he really needs units, and I think right now he's starting to pick up on it. But like you pointed out, 60 drones usually seems to be the cutoff point, maybe even a little bit less than that.
I want to see a macro hatch for Elaser. I really think, because he's so high on workers, right? I think he's going to have so much money. I think, macro hatch is essentially, he's got a quick Bane speed, which is really good, right? He's on nothing but Ling Bane production, and he hasn't invested in double Evos, just a single Evo chamber. So I do think if Elaser's clever with his positioning, he can do this, but those Hellions have cleared up a lot of creep, opening up avenues, and I think the big thing a lot of Zergs miss out on is backstabbing against this. I think it's essential that you cut off the rally. If Ryung's allowed to just rally his army to the front, it's almost always a losing fight for the Zerg.
Well, he starts up a couple of Banelings right now. It's very important he keeps making units. That Baneling speed is still like a minute away from now, so at the beginning of this battle, Ryung is going to be in a great position, and he wants to get those siege tanks up on the high ground. That's what he's aiming for right now. There's that backstab you were talking about, although I think he's mostly trying to intercept it in a couple of reinforcements.
Oh, that tank in the back is so hard to get to. The Lings coming in from behind, though. The tanks are getting jumped on, but the Lings have to back out, maybe going in a bit too early. The Landed Viking going down. Bane's coming in from the front, but it's a bit of a disjointed flank there from Elaser. The two sides coming in separately, and that is not what you want.
Yeah, I know this is exactly what you were bringing up, right? This is what Ryung is looking for. Those siege tanks get so much damage done, and more importantly, they're still alive.
And remember, yeah, this is really big. Those Queens, they can do a good job of buying time, but those tanks just surviving. The Lings going down. 18 Banelings morphing. They're not ready just yet. These Banelings get a few hits on the Marines. One of the tanks does fall. Trying to hang on desperately is Elaser. He's actually doing a great job of keeping his money spending. But remember, this +1 finished. His 1-1 is still miles away. He's fighting with less upgrades, and these tanks are allowing him to have a very good position. Ryung pushing in, but he's got to get more damage, does Ryung.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right? At this point, it's still 64 versus 46 workers. So as long as Elaser holds on, he's going to be in a fine position. He's got so many Queens here. All he needs to do is clean up this fort. Now, does he have enough?
Oh, those Queens, the Banelings from the flank! Oh! The Baneling flank is massive, Loco! Wow! That was a big mistake for Ryung. And now he loses the position. He's going to try to set up here and make something of it. That tank there sieging, but it's going to go down as well. And Elaser has just bought so much room for himself.
Yeah, keep in mind, there's no third command center on the back of this here for our Terran players. So this is, for all intents and purposes, a 2-base all-in. Obviously, he can fly to CC if he really needs to, but that worker count is going to help out Elaser. He's just going to, be able to produce more units here as time goes by, and that income advantage, it's showing us everything.
The trick with those sort of pushes, you cannot tunnel vision. Bjorn is one of the best experts at this, and Bunny, both of them. One of the things they do there is they would have had a Marine out on the left, spotting that flank, and they would have moved the Marines forward so they could start a step back and kind of intercept those Banelings. But if you get surprised from two sides, unlike the first flank, Elaser had Banes coming from both sides. The medevacs were a bit too far away, so he couldn't kind of emergency pick up.
They were there for a while too, right? Like they were there for like a good 10, 20 seconds.
Yeah, it always takes time, right? You got to set it up on both sides. So if he spotted that, that would have been huge. Oh, good move.
Yeah, really nice move right here from Laser, picking up a couple of those reinforcing units as well. He's feeling so confident right now that he fires up 2-2, even though he probably intends on winning the game before those upgrades finish up. That being said, though, having them, if you can get them finished, obviously that is amazing. Now he's going to collapse his army once again. Does he have enough?
Yeah, and the queens clean up the libs so easy because there's so many. He was building 4 queens at a time while dealing with the first push. Oh, maybe a bit of an over chase, but there we go. Good pullback by Laser. And it feels like when 2-2 kicks in, it's all over. At the other hand, I've seen games like this turn around.
Hey, you were talking about that a little bit, right? A couple of burrowed veins.
Or in that case, a single. This is the Laser special. So if anyone doesn't know, he does 2 there, but he also often only puts 1 out on its own. And one of the funny things is basically because so many people know that he burrows Banes all the time, he'll start setting individual ones up once he's revealed it because he doesn't want them to be able to scan and get the value of killing 2 Banelings.
There you go.
So it's this really funny little adjustment where people are like, but then you can't one-shot Marines. And he goes, I don't need to. I just need to make them afraid.
Yeah, so now there's also Zergling burrowed at the, well, quote-unquote third base of Ryung.
Oh, wow.
Trying to reposition the command center here, but
was he trying to do a void pull? Why were the SCVs there? Was he
No,
just
he was trying to transfer them to the third base.
Oh,
the main base is running out at this point in the game, so now half his economy, which was already terrible, is gone.
He's got to find that magical fight. The army supply is still very close. Oh, dude, 2-2. A triple upgrade advantage, or double, I guess, now that Armor's there. But that +2 carapace especially is huge.
Okay, Ryung, though, still trying to obtain the victory in this match. He's got a decently sized army.
That's a lot of Lings.
Tank, though.
It's a lot of Lings going down, though. Look at the army supply. This is where things can get scary if the Zerg gets a bit lazy. I feel like Laser's still doing everything great, but I've seen games like this where the Zerg just lets their guard down and they lose from here. I think Laser should just give this base up and pull drones out to the bottom left side. Because as long as you don't give him the perfect fight, you will win in the long run. But the moment you feel like you need to fight in this angle, look at that tank lib position. You cannot fight into that.
How do you feel about the Hydras here? I feel just pure Ling Bane, especially with 2-2, would probably be enough, right? Right now, he seems like he's almost overcomplicating his situation.
I've seen a lot of players die by going Hydras here. Look, I'm with you, man.
It seems a little bit risky, right? So he's creating a choke. I think giving up on this base, not losing the queens in the process, though, but giving up on this base may be the right call.
There's just no need to fight here. I mean, yeah, you can go forwards. Good micro by Ryung.
Yeah.
I like how he's patiently just trying to engineer a situation where Laser loses his cool and takes that bad fight, but Laser's like, dude, I've got a burrowed Zergling on your natural, essentially.
Oh, obviously that command center is flying as well, right? So he can't actually use that for energy. And, well, he scans himself to death there.
Yeah, got a few Marines. Nothing too crazy, but that supply is what's crazy. Oh my god, Loco. That supply advantage, and now he's going to clean up the last vestiges of Ryung's economy. Ryung is not going to be reinforcing this position.
Yeah, all he needs to do is clean up these units one last time. GG is called before that, however, as Laser wins a stellar game number 1. That said, though, it got a little close, right? When that army first went across the map, you brought up the Banelings on the side and how he didn't have a Zergling or, well, a Terran Zergling, a Marine supporting for those units. He didn't notice that the, surround was being set up right there by the Zerg, and ultimately he ended up losing a lot of his units, but
despite that, big exhales from a Laser. You can kind of see just the stress that those positional fights put on the Zerg. Like, it looks like such a convincing victory. Then you see him like, oh my god, his face is a little bit red. He's breathing in and out really deeply, and you realize that. I think Laser's pretty happy that wasn't Inside Out, or maybe Waterfall. One of these maps
just hits like 5 seconds earlier than that. Yeah, you're in a lot of trouble.
Some of those Moondance tank positions as well in that last season's map pool, those were nasty. But I think Dragon Scale's an interesting map to choose it on. You could kind of see how those tanks on like the low ground and spread around those different ridges really supported each other very nicely. So at first I look at that map and I say, big map, not that good for a tank push. But in the end, it did work out very well for, of course, a Laser with the hold. But we're going to find out how this series continues in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. And of course, it is a qualifying match here as we get towards the end of the round of 36 play-in stage. A Laser on the left side representing Poland and Team Liquid up 1 game against Ryung.
Oh man, I was kind of vibing out to the music here, but apparently we have a StarCraft tournament to run. All right, I guess we'll get into game 2 here. Both players already in the lobby. We'll be jumping into the game in just a couple of seconds. I feel like Ryung looks very confident still after that game, right? I mean, to be fair, game number 1 in best of 5, it's kind of like that point in the tournament where you can try something, right? So Command Center first, already a little bit cheeky, then going for a 2-base all-in, also a little bit cheeky. Didn't work out perfectly. It is what it is. Time to jump into the next game.
Indeed. Well, this man was just a brick wall in front of his opponent in the last one. Let's see if he can keep up this solid play and get that qualification spot in the top right side representing Team Liquid. It's a Laser.
And his opponent from South Korea with the blue SCVs, he is Ryung.
Reppin' Onside Gaming there. Ryung is basically Maru's best friend, for those who don't know. Those two are almost like an old married couple when it comes to talking about how to kill Zerg, Protoss, and also, I mean, they're basically the kings of TVT for a reason, because they practice together so much. But yeah, Maru, of course, known for his ability to survive and weather the storm, whereas Ryung hasn't got that aura of invincibility in this matchup. Yeah. He struggles to get through that mid-game period. I do, though, admire how he played so far. I actually love the decision. You're at the end of a long day. Players are, you know, a little tired and stuff, and their attention might be a bit frayed. Come out of the gates with a very well-planned, decisive timing attack you've grinded a lot of games on. You've got some good tank positions. Your opponent held it, no worries. Move on to the next game. And just kind of, you had that opportunity that could have thrown your opponent on tilt, and already a Laser has to wonder what other tricks and aggressive builds you're going to be coming out with.
Well, in game number 2, the trick is a Reaper. When's the last time we've seen that build?
That is a rare unit. A man with a jetpack and 2 pistols. Who would ever thought of throwing that thing into a war zone? That's crazy.
That's crazy, man. You know what would have been crazier if he had only 1 pistol? Because then with the jetpack, would he start spinning if he like shoots? Like,
I mean, if he's in 0G.
Yeah.
Are they in 0G?
I'm not exactly sure. I mean, the drones are already hovering.
Do we have a water map on this current map pool?
No, I don't think so. I think this is the first
one in a while, right?
Yeah. This is the green map, right? Isn't that what Sarah calls it?
Yeah, ancient cistern. A cistern, of course, a vessel that holds water. Often known for the top part of the toilet that allows you to do a bit of a flushy flush.
There you go. So maybe this map is underwater.
Yeah.
Then how does the fire? I don't know.
Well, you can see the water spurting out of the terrain on the sides of the map, which I don't think you can see when it's underwater, but who knows? It's StarCraft physics, my man.
Third drone snuck away already, and it now made a hatchery as well right there on the right side of the map. It's the most important thing right here for you, Laser, so even though he's dancing right here with the Reaper, just like we were dancing as this game was loading up, well, especially in between the games with the music that was coming up. Now
loving the bangers, man. A little bit better than the single guitar chord being played over and over that was playing earlier today.
The guitar riff is excellent until you hear it for the 17th time. Like, okay, you know what?
We should have probably more than a 6-second loop of this. This would be a good idea. Who knows? But no, honestly, it's actually good fun to see Ryung here just saying, you know what? Attack didn't work with the 2-base timing. 3 CC. Got just nice big macro opening, get the 3 command centers, doing some light harassment with the Reaper, and he's going to try his luck in a more straight-up game, or at least that's what it would appear. There has been a timing recently with a lot more of the Hellbat Marauder after 3rd command center has been popular. However, Ryung's building multiple Marines, so it doesn't look like he's going for that.
I wonder if he's going to go for a Banshee here as well. Yeah, I think it's going to be it's going to be straight into a Liberator. I always find the Liberator a little bit risky, just on the off chance that Zerg would go for a timing attack with Roach Ravager, and especially when the Laser is 1-0 ahead. I wouldn't be too surprised if he decided to put down a Roach Warren. If that were to be the case, though, he would have already put that down about a half minute or so ago, so I think Laser's just going to set himself up for a nice little macro game, just like he was trying to do in the previous game, too.
And remember, Liberators are now 25 gas cheaper. Something a lot of people have not been talking about. It's kind of been lost in the bigger talking points about the patch, but definitely is cheaper. The Reaper baiting! I think that's worth it for a Laser. 2 Zerglings to get rid of that Reaper. The regenerating unit that ends up tanking a lot if you don't deal with it. And it is, of course, just a nice duel between these players. A Laser has a healthy 12 worker advantage.
I love how Mapu is selecting the Tastelope and the Artosalope every chance we get. I've seen it highlighted so many times.
I love that they're the most, they're very confident people in real life. We know them quite well, and yet their critters are the most nervous.
Yeah,
like,
look at the way skittish. Look at
them.
Weird looking giraffe, man. I don't know what it is.
I also like the Artosalope is green, obviously it's vegetarian over the years and stuff, so it's kind of adapted to just kind of blend into the environment. The tasteless one's a bit more flashy, it stands out.
No fancy mech play this time around, by the way. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, but Ryung transitioning towards his beloved bio mid-game, and I would imagine we're probably going to be seeing a Baneling Nest as well very soon. I think Elaser might be a little busy. Either that, or he's got something in store for us.
Oh no! Okay, thought that was Forecrawler and the Queen were going to bug out and block each other there. So far, good defense by him, but Ryung's being really annoying. He's doing this thing called Constant Liberator Micro that is very annoying for his Zergs, but in the end, it only nets a few drones. Double Evo, Baneling Nest, extra gases are on the way. It used to always be you're going really quick Bane speed or really quick Double Evo. A lot of the time, the players are kind of just getting both at the same time these days while they're trying to secure that nice, quick fourth base.
Yeah, as long as you get Baneling speed done by the time that Terran goes for a big bio attack, you're gonna be fine, right? So this is always a bit of a guess.
That's brave.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you stand your ground. There you go. You're gonna be okay.
If a laser, if he thought about it, like he just pulls back for a second and misses one attack, he loses that queen. Yeah, we would have.
And then you lose the queen, and you're like, oh man. 1-1 coming up here as well for the Zerg player. He'll probably fire up that Baneling speed very soon. That is one of the most important upgrades. There it goes. As long as he gets that done before the timing attack of the Terran, he's going to be A-okay. Now, of course, with this triple CC opener, Ryung isn't forced to do a whole lot of early game damage like you kind of have to with some other timing attacks. As you can see with the work account right now, he's A-okay.
3 depots at once coming down, and he does realize he'd missed the last reactor. The Hellions getting some good shots off. Wow, a laser getting this around, but I mean, he's losing a lot of Zerglings to do it, so I think a decent trade by Ryung, some nice micro getting him some value as the double drop comes on, zooming into the main. The Zergling's not quite underneath that. He's going to have to pull his Queens up here to try and deal with those Marines.
Yeah, he had a lot more Zerglings, actually. I was a little bit concerned that he was going to need those Zerglings that he just sacrificed to the Hellions to defend the main base. But Elaser also cleans this up pretty easily as he now makes that transition once again to the Hydras. So in ZVP, we saw him playing lots of Hydras, right? Many, many, many Hydralisks. We were talking about it a little bit as well in the green room. I wonder if he's he's going to play that style as well against Terran. It seems at least that we're headed in that direction.
I think Ryung saw those Banelings. I don't know if a laser saw the medevac spotting them.
I think Elaser assumes that the medevac spotted them, so he's not going to do it anymore. So we won't know if Ryung actually saw them.
He was stimming Marines down there. They just barely didn't A-move to the right position. And and that's actually unfortunate because now Bane speed's finished, which is, of course, one of the things the laser was waiting for. So if he can distract him on the front while rolling those boys in, watch out. Waddly balls of explosive coming right into that mineral line, Ryung.
Oh, no.
Oh, 18 SCVs going down. And barely even a reaction. Obviously, he's frustrated. He's going to see if he can answer damage with damage.
Oh, no reaction right here from the Zerg initially. So, I mean, 8 drones is better than no drones, I suppose. But this is definitely going in favor of Elaser.
Oh, and Elaser's already going range upgrades before +2 melee, so he's going to go for the heavy Hydra play that's been so popular recently.
Yep.
Wow, interesting to see. 2-2 is, of course, far ahead for Ryung. He's taking a 4th command center, moving that out, but he's got to keep massing up these SCV production. Also, he's building Widow Mines, which, of course, don't fare so well versus the heavy Hydra.
Yeah, how do you feel about the second factory at this point into Widow Mines? I mean, that is going to be tricky against Hydras, right? Since the Hydras can outrange them pretty easily.
I think because you're going Attack Lab by default for Drilling Claws, you probably just go straight into tanks the moment you see a Hydra, and maybe even swap that first factory off the reactor and go for the double tank production. It does feel like Ryung's going to have to chill for a while in this game, though. I don't think he has any kill timings, and we'll have to think about, like, 5th command center, 3-3 upgrades, and maybe even a 3rd factory, which has been gaining popularity in the matchup.
Curious to see how many Hydralisks Elaser is going to settle on. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to transition here into the Lurker eventually, too.
A lot of people just going Vipers, right? Hydraling Bane Viper with Adrenal Gland, like, for a very long time. But we'll see. Oh, man, that is a nice little drop, but uh-oh. Wow, that medevac pilot, she's drunk! And definitely blowing a bit too high on the breath test there. And as a result, looks like they are cornered the Queens. Ooh, barely able to reach it.
Finishing up, right? The Groove Spice is finishing up very soon right here.
Oh, ouch. Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouchie, ouchie.
It's going to make it a little bit more frustrating here as Ryung gives up on those units. Hanging in the corner. Clean right there. Gets barely close enough. Game going well so far for Elaser, but Ryung still has a good amount of economy. He's got that 4th command center secured. He's going straight into 3-3. Ghost Academy is coming up as well. Gotta be careful you don't get carried away making Ghosts in this sort of situation, but it's nice to have, just in case you do need it.
5th command center gets cancelled. Widowmines do burrow, but nice spread. He builds back most of the Zerglings, getting back in on top of that base. And there's not much at home to defend. Ryung is F2ing his whole army home. He's scrambling back. Good Widowmine hit. Does stall out the advance of some of the units. Another Widowmine and the Marines of the Planetary do defend most of his SCVs, but nonetheless, losing a building command center and, of course, 12 more workers puts Ryung behind. Oh, no, Overseer's here to clean up the Widowmines. That's a lot of damage. Marines. The Baneling's getting some big juicies.
Yeah, at least he can retaliate and counter-attack here as soon as those Banelings run out, so at least he's going to get a couple of those Hydras on the retreat.
Whoa.
There goes the Artosalope.
The Artosalope is losing it. Oh, there's a giant battle going on, man.
Should just be hiding in the bottom right, man. I don't know why he's in the middle of the map, but there's that Hive coming up. No Lurker then just yet, so I think you're right. It's probably just going to be a couple of Vipers added into the mix. Or, he starts up +2.
You want to see those mini space cows, don't you?
I would like to see a couple of Ultras here, but I think he needs the Iron. Oh, he already got +2 finished.
Yeah, remember he went for the weird upgrade order, right? Because he swapped it around.
A 3rd Evo. That's the play.
The 3rd Evo is actually very, very cute. I think very rarely worth it directly, but always fun.
Yes.
In this case,
the 3-fo.
Yeah, the 3-fo.
The 3-volution chamber.
For when you want to make all the upgrades at once and make an army composition
You
where
can't
the
pick
Banelings get
anything.
stuck behind your Hydras and Roaches and stuff.
Oh, a couple of Widowmines here, still getting a lot of value despite the Hydra army. The problem is now that they've fired, the Hydraling Bane can start plowing through this army. There's still a couple of Banelings stuck in the back. There's the additional units coming in, and I think Ryung will be able to push this back. Ooh, a lot of units.
Yeah, every time you catch the Hydras, it's good. I like that he's scanning. He's realized who he's playing. Oh, my God! Oh, my God. That burrow almost caught him out there. Ryung, of course, distracted on the other side. A Laser being very frustrated to play against. He's just swarming into the SCVs. 11 of them go down. A bunch more get damaged on the way back in. But every time you lose the Hydras, that is very expensive and hard to replace.
Crisis averted like 3 times right there in a row. I think twice or so Ryung didn't realize it, but at the very least, he's okay. This game was just about to be an absolute disaster here for the Korean Terran. He stabilizes. Not entirely sure if he's too comfortable in this position, but at least it's not yet game over.
Yeah, I actually don't mind a Laser just staying on Hydra Bane here. Normally I'd be calling for like Vipers, Lurkers, Infestors, Ultras. I think right now he has the numbers advantage, and because a Laser's economy is not that high, continuing to just smash in and deny economy of your opponent is a good way of doing it. He's just got to be careful not to take fights that are too inefficient, because if he takes one really bad fight and then suddenly Ryung gets a 5th base up, this lead could disappear. For now, though, he's got the swarming numbers. He's got the 2-2 attack upgrades about to join in, and he's going to look for another big attack on the south side.
Yeah, always nice to see that first-person view right there. He already loaded up a couple units right there on the left side, too, to once again try and go after that planetary fortress. I'm assuming it's repaired back up, but Elays are always in multiple locations at once, are ready to strike, and turns out sometimes you might just catch yourself a medevac in the middle of them.
I think a Laser could have busted this southern base, but now he's let it morph into a planetary. I'm a little worried that, Ryung is closing the supply gap. There was a 30 supply gap, and you can see now Ryung's ahead in army supply for the first time in a long time, and yet a Laser doesn't have a transition. Where are the Lurkers? Where are the Broodlords?
Yeah.
It's not coming. So don't get me wrong, a Laser's still in a good position, but I think he went from a borderline winning position. It looked like he was about to break Ryung's back there. And now Ryung's on 5 base, and a 5 base Terran that's maxed out can start really rounding out his style.
This next fight is going to be absolutely critical right here for Elaser, as he does indeed come to the 6 o'clock position here. That planetary fortress is going to help out a lot. Does he have enough to push it back? He does. Ryung cleans up that fight, and that is super important, right? You were talking about it, right? Ryung, he likes to talk to Maru about strategies, and this is the type of position that Maru finds himself in all the time. Maru is super scary in this position where he just doesn't seem to die. Everybody tries to emulate that style. I've seen a couple of players, pull it off successfully. I think Ryung is going to have to play something similarly in this game as well, but at least the start is there.
There's no drops, there's no Niduses, there's no new fronts being opened up. A Laser adds a Viper here. He's making 27 more banelings. He's up to 93 workers now. But the defensive line, it feels like Laser's lost confidence in his ability to break through that. And it seems like maybe just covering the map in creep and trying to dominate the map is his plan for the next few minutes in this game. Keep banking up resources and take it from there. I just definitely feel like Ryung is closing the gap now. 3 more command centers, a second armory on the way. Ryung is trying to get to that big turtle top late game.
Yeah, bleeding out a Terran player with 5 mineral lines is going to be a little bit difficult. Elaser is, however, going to try as he comes in once again. There's so many ghosts now in the mix as well, though. There's that Planetary Fortress is going to soak up a ton of the Baneling hits. At least it goes down, but I don't think that's a horrible trade for Terran.
I want to see that unit's lost tab after that. That was nasty. Yeah. Like, so many Banelings went down, and so little army actually died for the Terran. So that's an expensive trade. I think as long as you're ahead, you can kind of do that in this economic position. But just got to be careful. If you can find a bit of a better trade by kind of making it so he doesn't know where you're coming from, surprise him a little more, and have those ghosts still walking over to help defend when you blow up the planetary, you can get in, you can get out without being punished so hard.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you mentioned the 6 o'clock base, like the one all the way at the bottom. There was really no reason why Ryung got this into a planetary fortress for, well, essentially free, right? Yeah. He had all the time in the world to attack that one, or at least try to take out one of the other bases, and now things are starting to look a little bit desperate. Don't get me wrong, I still really like Elaser's position, but his strategy is to rinse and repeat, and it worked the first 5 or so attack waves, but the last 3 have not been nearly as successful. And now, yeah, for the first time, Ryung is really starting to strike back.
And there's going to be a big confidence builder because, of course, this game's going so well for Elaser in the early stages. Yet Ryung fighting back. Elaser's going to go for another. About 60 Banelings rolling in. That command center is no more, mate. And, ghosts do get picked up and saved. But where's the extra support? The SCVs are getting boomed as well. I think these trades are good enough. Elaser is so rich that getting a trade like this is massive.
He's going to be able to replace this army once again here momentarily. We saw like 100+ Zerglings on the production tab earlier, so that is what he's trying to do, just make more of the same units and just swarm all over that Terran base. Another medevac drop right here in the top left-hand corner, though, trying to equalize things as Ryung gets a council on another base.
Ryung's building more and more command centers. He's trying to keep re-establishing that northern base, the 9 o'clock position, which has been, of course, a Laser's target. And that's why I'd like to see a Laser mass up Morph Bane's outer sensor tower range on the bottom right, and then move in and dive on that 6 o'clock that you were talking about just before. So, it's, I mean, it's pretty reinforced, the position, but...
What about this base right up here?
Oh, like that? You think he should take that instead of the northern base?
I'm not 100% sure.
Because you can kind of cover it from the high ground with like one centralized tank lib position. I actually think that's a really good idea.
Because now he's spread very thin, right? He's got units in the south and he's got units in the western end of the map, and it's really difficult to... split up an appropriate amount of units in both places when Elaser has got so much creep that he can cycle his entire army in like 5 seconds.
Elaser is simply playing bank wars. He's saying, my line of credit's bigger than yours, mate. We're just gonna, you know, war of attrition. I'm just gonna throw more men at you than you can handle, essentially, because I don't need, you know, extra money. The reason is it's all about the supply efficiency of the Banelings. I don't need better tech. It's just like, I have Banelings, and they only cost half a supply, but they do a big explosion. Yeah, it's not cost-effective directly, but it doesn't matter, because once I break the front line, the Hydras, the Lings get a good trade. I'm mining so much more of the map than you. Look at that gigantic bank.
Free medevac drop right over there as well, as he once more is trying to secure the base here on the left side of the map. Once more, though, no overseer with this fight. And that's a bit of a theme we've seen so far in the game. That's the only thing I can really criticize Elaser on. He's had a couple of fights where he could have essentially picked up... a
lot more of those Widow Mines for sure.
Exactly, yeah. He could have picked up a couple of them for free. Now he's going to move into the southern position once again.
Good Blinding Cloud.
Yeah, shutting down a lot of those ghosts. They have to evacuate. Side of the medevac, but that's the planetary fortress now gone. I think it's starting to, really drive it home right now for Elaser.
Yeah, and I think your point about the bases being spread is big. Nice snipes to punish a laser. For those who don't know, though, a laser famous for building in a laser of overlords. You might wonder, what's in a laser of overlords? And a laser of overlords is when you need a certain amount to be maxed, but then you build another 14 overlords just in case. That's what a laser of overlords is.
Looks like he's fixed it, though. He needs to make new OVs right now at the 19-minute mark. That wouldn't have happened like 2 years ago.
I mean, he only lost like 5 overseers, right?
Yeah.
It used to be you'd kill 10 and he'd still be at 200.
It's such a difficult habit to break, but apparently, at least in this game, not a problem for Elaser as he flies in with more units once again. So many efficient, cost-efficient trades for Ryung, but There's just so much Zerg. Look at the bank. He still has so much money to just continuously replace this. And with 91 workers, I mean, there's so many mineral fields yet to mine too. Elaser is not going to run out.
It's kind of funny because you look at this sort of attack and you go, why don't you just have #1 mass tank, planetaries, wall-offs, widow mines, and maybe even hellbats, right? That seems really good. The problem is, like, if you get too focused on that stuff, something like suddenly a Broodlord swap. A round of Broodlords is usually the killing blow off this star. And that's the one thing I'm like, Elaser, you're rich. Why aren't we preparing Greatest Fire? Because if you can surprise with 8 Broodlords when they're very like tank focused on the defense for tanks and mines, there's not that many ghosts. I do think Broodlords could make the finishing up of this game a little bit smoother. On the other hand, he's doing a great job with the Hydraling Bane, and even a little drop like that, I think he's happy to take the trade on the Marines. He's like, yeah, I lost a few drones. I really don't care. More supply to remax with Banelings.
Yeah, the thing about a Spire and a Greater Spire Pig is that he would spend gas he can spend on Banelings too. What do you rather want, okay? 20 more Banelings or a Greater Spire? I think Elaser wants 20 more Banelings.
I think you're right, Loco. What can I say? The power of the little roly-poly bursty boy. It's hard to fight against that. You know, in some games, you get invincibility frames when you do the roly-poly. In StarCraft, you just literally get to detonate a big explosion on their face.
No Dark Souls mechanics in this one. Nice splits here once again against the Widow Mines as he's once more coming in here for a Tech Wave 79. Now we have a Parasitic Bomb as well on the Metavex. Good split right there, though, from Ryung, but he's forced to back up all the way towards his third base. And everything
man. It's one of those fights where you're like, amazing spreads, but then there's a command center in the open and 20 SCVs died while you're too busy spreading your army. That's one of the things that, like, I'm always impressed by when the best Terrans manage to save the SCVs and the army. Man, the snipes getting off are big, but the numbers of Elaser are disgusting. And this is what happens when, of course, your opponent just has a bigger bankroll than you. We're watching a team that has $20 million more a season to spend on their draft, you know, and it's like the cheaper team is doing a really good effort. Ryung's fighting very well, but you've got to look at that early game and how Elaser got so far ahead to dominate from there.
StarCraft 2 capitalism at work over here in game 2 of this best-of-5 series. Honestly, from start to finish, Elaser just, seemed in control of that match, right? By the end, he probably covered, like, if I were to make a guess, 80% of that map in creep as well. But it was essentially for the entirety of the game covered. And really not a whole lot of opportunities for Ryung either, right? Like, where do you think it went wrong?
You know, it's interesting because I'm kind of going back and it's like, hey, the Liberated microed well. You know, the Hellions made an okay account of themselves, but none of it was a big impact. And I think the way Elaser went for that very quick 4th base early on, but then also went range upgrades rather than +2 melee. And he was like, no, we're going to have like just good packs of Hydras. And he was very quick to split his army into 2 sides to both defend the harassment, but then also to explode into his own moves. And it felt like Ryung, it wasn't just that the attacks were splitting up and killing him, but Elaser was quick to threaten both sides at once. And threatening both sides, suddenly Ryung had no vision, and then Elaser would group his whole army, smash into one base, and he'd do most of the damage before Ryung could bring half of his army even to defend, and then Elaser would get in and get out. So I feel like pushing Ryung off the map set up for the finishing blows.
Yeah, we saw a couple of Metavex going down as well in the early mid-game, I guess is what we can call it. And that's like 20 to maybe 30 supply of units for essentially free. Really allowed Elaser to start up that incredible economy here. He sat on like 70-something workers for a long time there. I was going to bring that up, but next time I watched the bottom of the screen, he was already at 90.
Yeah. I didn't notice when he built those drones either.
I was like, oh, wait, he was at like, no, he's at like 97 now. Everything is A-okay.
I know Reyna was doing that in a few games as well. A few of the Zergs going back for the old Hydraling Bane bust. And I mean, it's always been a very good bust. It really is, especially if you have like a good, clean early game. You can even kill mech players with it. Back when mech was really popular last time around, Elaser was regularly just busting it by just, you know, he'd fly Overlords in front just to see where everything was and like waste any Thor shots. And he would just bust in with mass Hydraling Bane and bust, you know, you'd think Tank Hellbat's pretty good at defending it, but you hit that timing just right and it really is effective.
Yeah, it's tricky as well, right? Because a lot of Terran players almost like autopilot into ghosts and units that can counter the late-game armies that we see coming out of Zerg all the time. So he was more than ready to counter Lurkers, Brute Lords, Ultralisks, all of the heavy hitters from the Zerg. And he said, no, I just want to make more Hydras, more Zerglings and Banelings. And it's not that ghosts are necessarily bad against that army, but if you have like 20 of them, like we saw in this game, they definitely they don't trade particularly efficiently anymore.
Yeah, there was a few of those fights where you looked at these Widow Mines with a few tanks and a few ghosts, and I kind of went like, if there's 20 Marines up there,
yeah,
they're gunning down the front Zerglings, allowing the Widowmines to get more impactful hits on the Banelings rather than, instead the Widowmines were all detonating on the front lings, which a laser could just freely spread. It's like there's this mix of ranged combat units that makes it way more deadly for the Zerg, because they're like, oh, there's so many Marines, I need to come in all at once to get past the Marines. But I mean, then you're clumping up for tanks and Widowmines. So there's that combo seemed to be just barely missing in that last game. But of course, it all comes back to the fact that this guy is dominant in this matchup right now. Down here in the bottom left, one map away from getting that spot in the group stage. It's Team Liquid's Laser.
And his opponent from South Korea, representing on-site, he is Ryung. Currently 2-0 behind here, which is a little bit tricky. I wonder what he's going to do here in the third game of this best-of-5 series, right? So, game number 1, we saw a quick command center first on the low ground. He didn't scout, he just went straight into that 2-base all-in. Game number 2, he went for a quick triple CC opener with a Liberator. And honestly, it seemed very successful, right? Like, it went well. The early game wasn't poor for him whatsoever.
Yeah.
But then Laser was just all over him in the mid-game.
Yeah, no, he was doing all right, definitely, but I think the Baneling run-by was probably actually the big turning point. I just remembered the Baneling run-by. I'm like, that was 20 SCVs at like the 7-minute 30
and he
mark.
killed like 8 drones on the back of it too.
Yeah,
that was not
but then he lost both medevacs as well, right?
Yes.
So that was actually a huge momentum shift. That's always a point where if you can get some damage done there, it slows down the Terrans so much. But you know what? Ryung watched that Cure game, and he said, oh, come on, I can't let you get all the adulation. I need to lose 2 games just so that I can start that comeback. Damn you haters, you know, what do you think? Come on, man. We're still Korean Terrans. Nobody should ever doubt the power of the Korean Terran player.
You know what someone pointed out earlier today, and now I can't unsee it? On Royal Blood, apparently we've changed the carpet in the natural.
Yeah.
It was that little rug, and apparently it would hide Widowmines. Well, now this command center is very rudely
base has it as well, actually. So yeah,
it's an identical little rug now, right?
It used to look like Aladdin's carpet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Used to look like you could fly away on it. Turns out, well, Widowmines.
I will show you the mine. That there's literally no visual indicator for until it blows up. Yeah, people were getting a little annoyed at that, so they cleaned that one up. Of course, Royal Blood is covered in treasure.
Yep.
There's basically gold all over the place.
There's
and like
doubloons, man. Blackheart's doubloons?
Yeah.
That's what the guy in Heroes of the Storm is called?
The thing is, it must have been giants who lived here, because like they're all bigger than literally the units. Like you could fit 50 Zerglings in one of those golden teacups or whatever.
Yeah. You're not wrong. They are huge. Anyways, the Reaper getting in right now. We see a couple of Zerglings. Drone hiding at the third.
Oh, my lord.
Wow. I wasn't even looking at the Reaper's HP because that is not supposed to happen.
Ryung looked unhappy with that. He was shifting in his chair. That was like a real, like, there was no special anything. It was literally just, he just didn't click
There
the
wasn't
Reaper
even a
back
queen
properly.
yet. Yeah,
No.
he just didn't push it far away. So now it becomes scary for the Terran player because now the first thing you think of is roaches, right? You can't scout anymore. You don't know what's going on. I mean, I know someone's going to mention, well, you could just scan the main base of the Zerg and figure it out that way. That would be incredibly expensive. So now you have to play a game where either you take a risk or you defend everything.
I think he's just going to not even worry about it, honestly. I think he might already have been planning to go Banshees.
Yeah,
which
I think that's a
does
great
kinda
option.
keep you safe, but it's still like, I mean, it's not even the roaches as well. It's the roaches, and it's like, well, what if he snuck some lings across, and when my Hellions are over, he backstabs? What if he just gets his creep out further, which with no contesting, you know that creep is going to spread a bit further. When your first Hellions get out there and there's like already creep spreading on these 3 separate lanes and they're so far apart and you're like, I can only stop one of these. Like the other 2 are going to spread freely while I deny one side. So it's
a mental hit too, right? Losing that first Reaper really sucks because it's one of the beginner mistakes in StarCraft 2. Well, at least, you know, he gets to retaliate, snipe one of the creep tumors here, so that is a beginning. But the Laser now has free reign over whatever he likes to do. So, by the way, no Banshee. That is a little bit of a gamble, right? Triple CC, losing the Reaper, and then going straight into a Viking. You do love to see it. You got to play with some confidence here. Or you're apparently cutting some corners.
You're down 0-2, mate. If he starts playing safe, overly concerned, it's like there's no way you're going to win 3 games in a row, right? I like the guy who gets down 0-2 and then just skips the scout entirely and goes 3 command center, you know? I like. Obviously, you don't want to be losing the Reaper, but I want to see just not afraid to take risks. I am a little sad that Ryung is not confident playing mech, but oh my. Those are some extra barracks going down there.
Yep.
He's got the stim. It just looks like he's just going to play straight up into, I would imagine, Biomine here. We're not sure just yet. He's still building extra add-ons for the barracks, but looks like he's just going to go for a big old Biomine game on Royal Blood and apparently Ryung says, look, these games haven't gone my way, but I still have faith. Those Banelings are not going to clear my third mineral line this time. If I don't have a start like that, I think I can go toe-to-toe with a laser. He was just too rich in that last game.
Yeah, those Banelings are going to be coming up very soon again as we have the lair fired up. The Baneling nest is about a third of the way done as well. Any laser will be looking to get that centrifugal hooks upgrade. The Baneling speed ASAP. No Evo chamber upgrades just yet. So I'm expecting that we're going to see those Evo chambers fire up very quickly here as well.
I do like the landed Viking attempt there from Ryung.
It's nice, it's cute.
Super cute, yeah. It's rare it gets any. I actually love it when someone hides it behind like a fourth base that's building. So the Zerg hatchery doesn't have vision, and then it's when the drones transfer, and it like waits for like 30 seconds, and then it kills like 2 drones, and you're like, yes!
You
This
get that
unit was
mental
meant to be
advantage.
useless, but yeah! Like, and then the Zerg kind of shakes their head just like, bloody silly thing to lose drones to.
I was going to go for 2 fourth bases anyways. I treat one of them for as a macro hatchery here. I like how the golden minerals, by the way, on this particular map, maybe not in this matchup, but we've most often see Protoss players mine them from the back, which is a little bit weird. At least so far in this tournament, the Nexi have been located on the wrong side of that golden mineral line.
Oh, Haas, so sweet, Haas. If only he followed that up with a greedy option, I think that would have been a nightmare for Spirit earlier today, but...
More zealots, okay? 1 Nexus equals 4 zealots. That's what we need. Anyways, none of those units in this particular matchup as we have Elaser playing the same old game that's been working wonderfully for him so far. Are those SCVs following each other at the third base?
Yeah.
That is rough.
Oh, that's like, yeah, the rally point must be set to an SCV. Fixes it. At least
no,
he
I
notices.
think he set it on a mule or something, and then the mule expired, and then he got the notification that they were on idle. So that must have been idle for
He's still got 1 or 2 SCVs idle, so I don't know if he changed the rally point.
Can we have a look at the income here? Or the income advantage over the last couple of minutes? Maybe after this fight clears up, because I've got a feeling that those units were not mining for quite a while.
A laser's playing Massling Bane.
Yeah.
He's on 4 gas this time, Loco, so that means he's not going Hydras. He's just going to play Massling Bane. He's getting Overlord speed. He's got Burrow. He just wants to swarm with Massling Bane, and he wants to use those aggressive Burrowed Baneling positions to really punish Ryung here. Baneling's rolling in behind. The SCVs go back to mine. Not again! Oh, that is devastating.
Yeah, Ryung is going to have nightmares of those Baneling run-bys later today, because he is absolutely falling apart here in the 3rd game of this best-of-5 series.
Oh man, even burrowing Zerglings in the mineral line. He's going to try and push in on the other side. He's got a good 16 army advantage. But it is, of course, the 1-1 upgrade not quite finished just yet for a laser. Banelings, though, they actually good spready from Ryung there. Really nice spread. I feel like a lot of the Banelings tried to spread towards the enemy, and they kind of ended up just blowing up in the open ground.
Yeah, he's got a lot more, though, and there they do finally connect with Ryung's units. And now it's the same situation as we've already seen. Maybe a slightly different unit count here for Elaser, or a slightly different unit comp. He's lost a bunch more queens as well, but he's got the economical advantage, and now he gets to, well, do whatever he likes, and apparently that means throwing units at the opponent. And you know what? This Burrow upgrade, it's been phenomenal so far, right? Like, just such an obnoxious thing to have to deal with.
I mean, honestly, hats off to Elaser for playing so clean, but I've just got to, at the moment, I have a lot of empathy for how Ryung feels. You know, anyone who's worked in the service industry knows what it feels like when a really stuck-up customer comes in and literally throws their black Amex at your face. And I think essentially that's what Ryung's experiencing right now, is just absolute ridiculous Zerg wealth being tossed in his face. It is disgusting. There, look at that, burrowing Banelings in his face. He scans and blows it up as well. I mean, Elaser's just got far too much money. He can just swarm in with endless Zerglings and Banelings.
Elaser will be more than happy to trade 50 energy out of that orbital command for 2 Banelings, right? Especially after you've just cleaned up half of that Terran economy. Rinse and repeat here is going to be the strategy for Elaser once again. He fires up 2-2. Does he need it? Not really. Baneling roll by at least this time around does get countered. But Elaser is going to get to the other side of the map as soon as he can. Look at this. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, man. This is so... Hey, look, even outburrows and runs away.
That is
a laser.
so annoying.
Oh, he's doing so much nasty stuff right now to Ryung. And the Lings breach the natural at the same time. This is impossible. The numbers just aren't there. It doesn't matter if each one of those Marines are Arnold Schwarzenegger. You just can't hang on when there's that many units for the Zerg, man.
Honestly, an incredible series right there by Elaser. Just clean from start to finish. Game number 1 looked a little bit scary, right, when the siege tanks first rolled up, but other than that, he seemed like in absolute control.
Polish power, man, and I think it's really cool because this is such an important tournament for these guys. Of course, you can see him there with his compatriot, you know, Spirit. And it's so big to be able to get to the group stage, guarantees you a big fat round robin, a lot of matches on a stage in front of the the fans that are going to be in here live at the venue cheering your name. The NetWars guys and everyone else will no doubt be down here. Unfortunate, of course, for Ryung there, but today Alazer was just too strong.
Yeah. Amazing series right there by the Polish Zerg player. Let's hear what the boys at the desk have to say about this particular series.
Well, I didn't think it was going to be as quite that simple, in inverted commas, after hearing that Ryung wasn't quite keen to go up against the Zergs. But here we are, 3-0 for Alazer. Congratulations to him. He makes it through into that group stage. A Polish player on the Polish stage, Fear Dragon. It's good. It's good.
It's definitely a good feeling. And I mean, there's a potential for a second Polish player in the next coming match. I mean, this could be a good start, Go send a little bit of energy to your Polish brethren right before he has to play another one of his grueling matches.
Absolutely. But looking at how that went down Rotterdam here, Alazer just looked great in this whole series, to be honest.
Yeah, Alazer looked on point. He was definitely dialed in. He was feeling it. It felt that he was on top of his macro. He had a couple of great engagements. It's often the banelings coming in from multiple directions. Obviously, non-stop counterattacks, but everything that we touched upon before the series kind of came to reality, right?
Yeah.
Ryung is an absolutely amazing TVP player. We know he's got some nasty, to quote Piggy, TVT as well, but it feels that his TVZ is just not all that. Alazer was absolutely on point. He was on fire, but I do think that it's just not Ryung's favorite matchup. He made a couple of pretty obvious micro mistakes throughout the series. Of course, it's been a long day, and it's hard to always be on point against somebody who's as in your face as Alazer is, but there were definitely a couple of unforced errors in there, and we know that we're going to see better Terran micro throughout the tournament.
Yeah, let's use a Polish word for Ryung in this series, and even you'll understand this actually.
Careful, James. We did the rehearsals and you went wrong.
Wait. Katastrofa. It was an absolute katastrofa here for Paul
Does that mean
Ryung.
Katowice?
No, not at all. I tried, guys. I tried. But yeah, for Ryung, nothing went right in this series at all.
Yeah, I think that was definitely really tough for Ryung, but I really do want to praise Alazer because I think he was doing so many great moves. It's exactly what Roddy was saying. There was definitely a little bit of disappointment for certain moments there for Ryung, but Alazer was just doing so many really great setups with the flanks on the engagements. There was a moment in Game 3 that I immediately just interrupted, I think, what you were saying, James. I was like, dude, did you see that Baneling split on how he just massacred that army? Immediately jumped up there, split. I just thought Alazer was truly living up to the hype that I love from him.
Yeah.
One thing I absolutely love, James, are burrowed banelings in CVT.
Oh, yes.
It's a bit of a meme between me and Rainer, because Rainer at one point he's like, buddy, can you shut up about burrowed banelings? I was like, man, Alazer uses them so great, and he did it again. I really think he's one of the finest in the business with it. It's a joy to watch, and even though Ryung kind of picked up on it and was careful and threw down a lot of scans, I still love to see it, because it's just another thing to worry about as a Terran player, and Miko has done it for a long time, and he's damn good at it.
All right, well, thanks very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to the interview now. Our third player moving into that round of 24. From Poland, it's Alazer.
I mean, an incredible series back there. You completely dominated Alazer. Were you expecting that to go that well?
Nah, I thought it can go, couple ways, because I thought he might proxy rax me some cheeky builds. So I thought there's a chance I will lose, but overall I felt confident in late game. I felt confident in the defending standard all-ins, 2 base all-ins, some hellbat pushes. I was I knew I'm gonna win versus that, but I was a bit scared of cheeky stuff.
Sure, absolutely. This is kind of a unique tournament in that we've had all these major changes in the game. And it's been about a week that people have been able to play under these conditions besides the test server. What is your take on StarCraft 2 right now and the direction the meta could be going in?
Yeah, so the new patch, I think it's so many amazing changes. I think I like all of them, quality of life changes. Your units are in so many ways they're a bit more. They just feel better to play with. Ultralists are smaller, they don't choke as much, Archons move through the walls. So many of those changes are so sick. But overall, the meta game, I think it's not really gonna change with those changes, because it's still the same units. They still cost the same amount. We're gonna play the same stuff. I think there's 1 or 2 styles that appear in this patch, but it's not for Zerg. I think Zerg is just gonna play the same way basically as last patch.
Going forward, there's 4 possible groups you could be in. Is there any group you would prefer to be in, and is there any group that you would like to ideally avoid?
Oh, I don't know. I just go like match by match. I haven't really looked into the groups. I know that Group D looks hard. There's like Maru and some Terrans.
Very Terran heavy group, yeah.
It looks hard. It looks hard, and the Terrans have a new style. It looks like in this matchup, which Zergs, I don't think they figured it out yet. I haven't even looked into it that much, so I really don't want to play against that.
Well, congratulations again, Laser. Really excited to see how well you're playing. Wishing you the best of luck. And coming up next, guys, we're going to be going on to our final match of the evening here for day 1 at the Intel Extreme Masters.
You love it, you wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, and Intel.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Only one more series left for day number 1. It's been a rip-roaring day. We've had lots of great series. Eliza decided to smash his last one, but we have another Polish player ready to take up the podium alongside Zaun, of course. It will be Spirit going up against Zaun for our final qualification match. It's Tasteless and Loco here. Have you guys ever been on a desk together? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think we actually have.
There you go.
Here we are. And what an exciting match to be going into as well, by the way, here. Spirit, I mean, this is like, I think, a player that is inspiring people by the kind of games that he's bringing us here today. Zaun, I had the fortune to get to cast, his amazing series up against Sue earlier. I'm curious who's going to take this. I do want to point out, I mean, this has been an incredibly long and grindy day of games here.
Endurance is important.
Yeah, endurance is key for whoever's going to come out here. I mean, you can have this skill and have the ability on any given day to beat one of these guys, but if you can't do it right now after the number of games these guys have had to play, it's going to be trouble.
Especially considering how close Spirit was to actually making it work, Loco, because he looked amazing against Kyo.
Yeah, like one of the reasons why this day has been quite long is because of that series that they played, right? Like that series went on and on and on. And honestly, it looked like he was going to win that one pretty handily as well. And then it turns out he didn't. Now, what impressed me the most, though, is he actually came to the green room right after the loss. Like he was there within like 2 minutes. Yeah. I was like, okay, he's going to be very angry, guys. He's not going to be too happy. He just stood there. He's like eating a protein bar. He's like, yeah, no, should have won that. He wasn't too bothered at all.
He had a very good attitude about it. You're right.
Yeah, I feel like I would have been so tilted there. Like after being at a very, very good position that game and then losing it in the end.
Would you have been Dan versus Protoss tilted or not quite that level?
No, I didn't hear any Mario or nothing about Bowser.
No.
Throwing stones at Protoss while you stream from a glass house. I don't know.
It's just the seething. All right, well, gentlemen, actually, we're already ready because the players are ready to get into this last best of 5. So without further ado, let's head over to Rotterdam and Mr. Dan Stimkowski.
Thanks, guys. But, I mean, he lost to a fellow Terran player, so it was an honorable loss. Nothing to be angry about. Roddy, how you doing, man? How you enjoying the event so far?
I'm doing really good. It's been a long day, obviously, for all of us, especially because we always come in a couple of hours earlier before the games actually... Yeah,
more like 3 or 4.
Exactly. So it's been a long day, but obviously it's been a really good day. And it doesn't happen often that I enjoy the TVT the most, but that really was one hell of a series between Spirit and Cure. And I just hope that he's got the mental strength to get over that, because it's going to be so painful to get so close. You can almost taste it. And let's not forget that last year Spirit did get the job done, and he did qualify for the main event. So obviously he wanted to repeat that performance, and he was so freaking close against, I think, the guy that we all looked at and said, hey, that's actually the best player in the open bracket.
Yeah.
But then I think a lot of people looked at Zaun and said, that's the second best player in the open bracket. So mentally, I think this is a very tough series to start, but he seemed in a good mood, as Loco touched upon briefly as well, and I'm ready for this one.
Oh, I certainly am as well. Down in the bottom left, representing Poland, it is Spirit.
I think we have to mention it, Dan. For the first time today, it's snowy, it's chilly. We have loaded into altitude. This map is incredibly big, but we'll talk more about that soon. In the top right side, the man who started in the lower bracket round 1, but he is here still in the qualifying best of 5. One of the favorites to make it into the round of 24. Alpha Axis Zaun.
You know, I was actually talking to Spirit a lot because, like Loco mentioned, he was in that back room and we were chatting about the previous series and even about this a little bit. And it seems like he feels like he can really take down Zaun. And I love the confidence. I love to see it. He has been playing fantastically recently.
Spirit seems to be, in general, more worried about very cheesy Protoss players than Protoss players that are willing to go up to 3 bases and get a couple of robo units out. He actually feels rather comfortable against that. And he's like, Zaun is not that cheesy, right? I was like, no, he's not particularly cheesy. Obviously, he can be aggressive. But if I think of Zaun, I think of a double robo guy. Somebody who likes to get a couple of Colossus out with extended thermal lens and is comfortable running around with these disruptors, which obviously means that this could be another long series. But yeah, I think that's the main reason why Spirit feels relatively confident, because he'd be a lot more worried about a guy that has the reputation of non-stop 4-gate blink stalker in your base. Like, he hates that stuff.
Well, I'm going to give you a little tip here, Roddy. Macro Terrans hate cheesy Protosses because the cheesy Protosses don't even know what they're supposed to do. So how are you supposed to know, right? So yeah, I totally agree. That's actually something I said to him. I'm like, I think your matchup here is better because you play well against people who know what they're doing, right? That are playing the game correctly, Roddy. And all Terran players know there's a correct way to play this game.
Is this a Blood War analysis or a StarCraft 2 analysis?
Truly, it's both, man.
Okay.
They're the same game as far as Terran's concerned.
I can get behind it. I'm actually very curious to see what is Zaun's attack of choice going to be here for the first map. Obviously, since this map is so big, we're all very tempted to say Stargate, because it's funny because we always think like, oh, Stargate units are very fast, and it's obviously good to go Stargate on a large map. But this map is so ridiculously big that if you're out of position with your Stargate units, it actually takes forever for them to get home. So Phoenixes don't even feel like they give you the same map control as they give on other large maps in the past. And Spirit is opening up triple CC here. So hey, we both are kind of right, like the man loves to macro. The man feels confident in the longer games. But Zaun is opening up with the Twilight Council, and we'll see where he actually takes it.
Yeah. I kind of dig this opener of the triple CC from Spirit. I like that since it is such a big map. Like, what are the odds that Zaun is going to try to pounce on you early on? Don't think so. He is getting the quick sentry here, though, as well. And yeah, we're going to see with that Twilight. Is he just going to go directly into Blink as expected? There it is.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think this map is not the best for DTs right off the get-go. Spirit is playing triple CC, triple Rex. Now, I do think when you have the triple Rex follow-up, you kind of hope to maybe go up against the Stargate, because obviously you're going to have a lot of Marines. A relatively quick stim, all things considered, despite the fact that you're playing triple CC. But against, I think, Blink, it's not that bad either. Even though some Protoss players will be like, if I go up against triple CC and I know they go up triple CC and they go 3 Rex, then I will always go Blink Stalker all in. Can it work? Yeah, absolutely, because of course tank production is very late, and normally tanks are the ultimate unit to shut down Blink Stalker aggression. But I think if you just play it safe, double bunker, maybe even a triple bunker for all I care,
bunker, wow.
and you save, and you just get up to stim and combat shield, then you're totally fine as a Terran player. Zaun scouts it though. I think we're going to be aggressive.
You think so? I mean, he went for 3-gate, which you can be aggressive with, but it's not going to pack the punch of like a 4-gate if he had already gone for that. Yeah, no Stalkers warped in as of yet, and I saw Probe leave. Are we actually going to get a 3rd base?
Yeah, that is indeed what he's doing. Great Marine here, by the way. Just having this Marine here is such a lovely scout, because normally one of the downsides of this build of Spirit is that it's actually so hard to figure out what the Protoss is doing. Well, he just got a picture-perfect scout. So on paper, this is all looking really good for Spirit.
Absolutely. Like, the fact that you know that he's getting that 3rd Nexus, I mean, I guess it could be one of these weird placeholder Nexuses where you're not making probes and you're actually just going to go mass Stalker anyways. But I think you're feeling very safe right now as Spirit.
I'm with you. What have been the highlights of the day so far for you, then?
Dude, that TVT series is one of the best series I've ever seen. Like, unbelievable. That Game 4, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me on Game 4? It didn't even... We were all freaking out over that game. The whole series, really.
Yep. And the fact that it started off with a 2-0 as well.
Oh, I know.
Then delivered those games.
Oof.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to top that, but hey, TVP is a great matchup, so there is a lot of potential in this series to perhaps give us something that's almost as good, as this match is about to start heating up. Stim is done, Combat Shield is very close to finishing up as well, and then we're going to get a couple of medevacs out. It seems that we're going to fire up Charge right after Blink. Zaun will most likely always go Colossus here, because a Disruptor wouldn't really make too much sense on a map this large against triple CC.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I mean, Blink into Charge and Colossus it's like as stable as you can really get. You're just kind of building all of the pieces of the puzzle that you need. I am very interested on exactly when he's going to get the Forge, because honestly, I feel like he could slip a Forge in right now.
I'm with you. Maybe even 2 at the same time. 2
at the same time? What is this, Wings of Liberty?
There's nothing wrong with some good old double forts. I know this entire army did stim, though, and the Stalk is actually having some high ground vision there from the Observer, I believe. So we're getting a couple of extra shots off, but Spirit knows that it's all about just getting this base up and running. So I was like, hey, I've still got this Observer, still got a little bit of high ground vision. I'm going to try to get a few more shots off. Seems like he dropped the ball a little bit on losing 1 Stalker, but obviously in a game that is going to be this macro-oriented, a single Stalker here or there is not going to make the difference.
No, most likely not. And you know, a lot more gates coming up, getting the Forge as well. I gotta say, like, I definitely do like the opener that Spirit's used here. He's macroing well. I like the timing of his armory as well. I'm always a fan when Terrans actually get that and get +2 started right away. But I really like Zaun's build as well. Like, he's getting enough production that he doesn't have to be afraid, building the splash, and he did just finish his Forge.
Yep, so we're going to have to start on +1 immediately. Spirit is a big fan of Widowmine drops, and like most Terran players out there, but he always loves doing it with the factory. And this map is so large that obviously most of the time your observers will go out on the map, right? Because as Protoss, you want to know where these medevacs are coming from. But if you have the observers out on the map, that means you have no detection at home. And once that armory is done, these Widowmines are going to be permanently cloaked. And this is actually going to be very annoying to deal with. We do have one cannon being wiped in immediately. Ooh. Nice blink there by Zaun, shutting down that medevac. Alright, he handled this about as well as any Protoss possibly could, but Spirit is not done yet.
Well, this one's going to come in. He does get that cannon started, so that's really good to see. Little recall there. Going to see if he can actually catch that shuttle as well.
That Widowmine fired at a probe that went into the assimilator, by the way, so 0 kills, and this one will only get a single kill as well. But this is still definitely disrupting the Protoss economy, right? A lot of probes are being pulled all over the place. Multiple cannons are being wiped in. None of that is going to help Zaun if these armies actually clash. And Spirit has had a few more workers than Zaun for the last 2 minutes, and that's just not common in a TVP. Every Terran player loves it, and every Protoss player will know that they are not supposed to fall behind in workers against the Terran.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But, I mean, he did open with that very fast 3 command centers, so it makes sense. And, of course, this is the part of the game where we always see that supply on Army for Terran really go above Protoss as well. But honestly, the setup he has... Well, hold on. We have a huge 4 medevac drop going into the main base, going to instantly get rid of that cannon. And, I mean, he's going to be able to empower a lot of pylons.
And by the time that Zaun can actually deal with this, keep an eye on the minimap, as there are already units running towards the top left as well. Zaun knows it, and he's trying to send a couple of units towards the top left, but he still needs to clean up this drop. 10 workers going down, one of the gas is getting taken out as well. And Spirit has taken a 50 supply lead. A couple of Zealots are trying to make the difference on the other side of the map, but they don't accomplish anything. But this was well done by Zaun, but the supplies look honestly very sad. He's down 30 workers and he's down 60 supply. That's ridiculous.
I can't believe that he's actually down 30 workers. That's the part that's really surprising to me right now. But you know what? Spirit got that damage done. He did the nice multi-pronged harassment, and he already had great defense set up against the little Zealot run by, right? Like, Zaun is doing the right types of ideas, but nothing is really working out for him. It just feels like so far, Spirit's outplaying him.
Yep, he did get that second Forge, but neither Forge is working at the moment. Zaun is going to try to land a little feedback, but the days of feedback just killing medevacs are long gone, and Spirit is making all the correct calls on the other side of the map. 4 Vikings at a time, a Sensor Tower, a Fusion Core. We've got a couple of Ghosts out on the map as well, and they no longer need to research the enhanced shockwaves. So I have the feeling that Spirit's army is just going to be monstrous.
They no longer need to do it. Wonderful. And you know what? I really like the fact that he's going to go into Liberators as well. I'm a big fan of Liberators in TVP right now. I always get confused when they skip that out. And they're like, no, I'm fine. I think that's going to help him quite a bit. Spirit's army looking fantastic. Now, I want to say I think Zaun still has some play here. I'm a little bit disappointed, like upgrade-wise, that he's not focusing on that a little bit more. But obviously, you know, he's got to get those units out so he doesn't die. He needs to remake these probes. But he basically needs to take like 2 very cost-efficient engagements, I think, and then he can kind of be right back in it.
Yeah, I think we need to land a couple of big Novas. I mean, it's kind of an old story, right? Like, if we can land a big Nova, there is still a bit of hope, but Spirit is maxed out, and this is not a ghetto army. This is a very good army, and it's only getting better over time. I do think it's important for Spirit to kind of force the fight right now, because you'll never get a bigger advantage than you currently have.
No, sir.
You're maxed out. He's only at 150 supply. He's investing in upgrades. You already have 1-1. Your 2-2 is on the way. These really are the moments to fight. I think Spirit can end the game, but even if he doesn't end it, he should just always have a great fight here.
Yeah, I think he can have a good fight, but you know, we do have 3 Colossus, we do have 4 Archons in here. How many Ghosts does he have? I'm not entirely sure, but look at this drop. Oh my god, pulls him back into his natural, taking a lot of damage on these Colossi from those Vikings. Oh god, Spirit is just destroying.
Yep, there's absolutely nothing that Zaun can do. He does fire a Nova, but Zaun knows it. His army is stuck, and Spirit doesn't just win game 1, but he kind of dominates Zaun here in game 1.
Yeah, that was honestly very, very one-sided, and I see why he was really confident talking to us in the back room about this match, that he feels like he can definitely go through. I mean, build order-wise, it was good. He got a good build order, and I think you're very right. That one Marine Scout made a huge difference.
Gives him so much confidence. Allows him to fly the orbital over a little bit quicker. If he then sees Stalkers, he's not too hesitant to stim once without the medevacs, because he knows his opponent is macroing as well, but he got a head start in that macro game. So yeah, obviously the build worked out for Spirit. But I actually think that the Widowmine drops, despite the fact that we didn't have a single mine like, oh my god, it killed 10 probes, those Widowmine drops were fantastic. Because it pulled Zaun all over the place. It forced Zaun to pull the probes away multiple times. So your army is not growing, you blink twice. Suddenly Spirit doesn't just have a little bit of an economic advantage and a bigger army. It also allows Spirit to make a lot of moves out on the map. And Zaun wasn't keeping tabs on those moves because he's too busy dealing with these Widowmine drops. And that is what allowed the quad medevac drop to show up.
Normally, when Protoss is sitting back with blinking Colossus on 3 base, you're not going to get a 4 medevac drop-off. A lot of times, in fact, you see a Terran do that, you're like, that's why you're an amateur, because you can't just fly into the defended base. But yeah, obviously, no vision there for Zaun. In fact, I believe he recalled his observer to check out exactly where the mines were to be able to get rid of those because of the quick armory. So fantastic moves right there from Spirit. He really played him the whole way. He dictated the game flow completely. And Zaun is... I don't feel like Zaun did something stupid, like he got caught on the build orders there a little bit. The Marines scouted him. It was some great play from Spirit. But I feel like Zaun, he has to be sharp in this next game.
Oh, 100%. Like, Zaun and Spirit are not two players that go up against one another a whole lot. They've played like 2 or 3 games throughout the entirety of 2022. So maybe Zaun approached this series where he's like, oh yeah, I know Spirit is good. He's one of the better European Terrans, but as long as I just play solid and safe, I'm going to be totally fine. And in game 1, I think he learned his lesson. He's like, okay, I actually do got to step it up a little bit. I have to be willing to take some risk in my play. Otherwise, this is not going to end well.
Well, hopefully he can bring it back, because this guy in the bottom right of Gressvan, it is Spirit.
And in the top left side, we're looking at the main base of our Korean Protoss, who started in lower bracket round 1, but he's still here in the qualifying best of 5. Representing all 5X, it's Zaun.
You know, Zaun, of course, going to the military really, really soon. This could be his last tournament. This could be his last match. We don't really know quite yet. But the one thing we really do know, like what I want to see from Zaun here, Roddy, is a very specific plan that he goes for.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta, I feel like you have to play like that against a mechanical player like Spirit. You're not going to be able to scout that he did a more greedy build than you, then try to counter-greed him. You know, because we literally just saw that, and he couldn't do it. Spirit totally outplayed him.
But it also, that's just not really how the economies work, right? As a Protoss, you can't really go up to 3 bases past minute 4 and be like, oh, he's got triples, you see, now I can go 3 base, and we're both going to have a great economy. No, the Terran economy will always be better because of triple Mu, and then all they need to do is find that little bit of damage, and then things really snowball. In Game 2, we have completely different openings. Spirit is building his barracks out in the middle of the map. He built it in between the side blockers. We do have a little probe scout. Zaun is aware of it, and he goes for the safety Zealot. The Zealot can obviously buy some time against the Reaper. What are we looking at here? Maybe double Reaper Hellion?
Was it a Reaper being made, or was it a Marine being made? I almost feel like I saw a Marine, which wouldn't make too much sense to me.
That'd be very crazy.
That would be like an ultimate mind game if that's the case. Yeah, it is the Marine. Yeah.
Is he proxying everything then? Is the factory being built? Ooh. One base cloaked Widowmine Thor.
Dude, if he goes for that build, oh my god, I will be the sickest fan for the rest of his life.
You can also go for a super quick Hellion drop. Now, the fact that this Marine just scouted, or that probe just scouted the fact there is a Marine, that's obviously going to make the alarm bells go off on the side of Zaun. He's like, wait a minute, you're supposed to like proxy Reaper.
Yeah.
We've got 2 Widowmines in production. The Zealot is going to try to find these buildings, and I do think that Zaun is heading in the right direction. But maybe you can get the reactor, but it's going to be hard because these Widowmines are going to pop. And obviously these Widowmines could fire, but hey, just preventing that starport from finishing up is already pretty big.
And of course, he can't prevent it forever because of those Widowmines, but to prevent it a little bit and to know exactly what's going on, it's like, okay, 2 Widowmines and then probably 2 more coming out, a medevac. He's got to block this, and he knows how.
What do you make of the second gateway on the side of Zone?
The second gateway, I think he just wants more Stalkers, honestly. I feel like you just want to make a lot of Stalkers and an Observer. It's kind of like old, like Heart of the Swarm builds, you know?
I actually really like this, by the way, what Spirit is doing. He's going to run one Widowmine into the natural, while the Medevac is going to show up in the main base. And as a Protoss player, like, all right, that's the Medevac, that's carrying all the Widowmines.
Yeah.
And this one mine that's going to run into the natural has a lot of potential. But look at the production tab and look at that armory. It's 75% done. The Robo is not quite done yet. The Zone is going to send a single probe out, and that's actually not too bad, because now at least he knows about that Widowmine, and it has already fired. But this is still so damn hard to deal with as a Protoss, because look at the army supply of Zone. It's 10. You just don't have a lot of firepower to deal with this kind of stuff.
Well, I think that's why he did add on that second gateway. We'll see if he gets enough units out. Brings these Stalkers up, starts putting damage on the Medevac, and of course, as these mines go off, he is going to lose a few probes here and there, and a lot of mining time as well.
Yep, don't forget about that other Widowmine. Seems that the Adept is guarding the natural. We do have a CC going up in the main base, so Spirit is not going to follow this up with some sort of Thor rush. He is willing to expand, but obviously the plan is to deal a lot of economic damage. 5 probes and a bit of lost mining time is decent, but Spirit needs more. He knows that, and he's going to try to get that with round 2.
Yeah, he's diving in now, and it looks like the probes will get pulled in time. Oh, it takes a little bit of damage there, loses a Stalker. But you know what? I think that Zaun dealt with this just fine. Like, the amount of probes he's going to have by the time that command center's landed at the natural is going to be pretty out of control.
Yep, nice save there by Spirit, though. Even though the Medevac has a relatively low on HP, but the Widowmine is even lower on HP. I am totally with you. This was all very impressive by Zaun, because you don't have a lot of units as a Protoss, and that is indeed probably why he made that second gateway as early as he did. And obviously going for the Robo was a perfect call. Because if he would have gone for the Twilight Council, this game is over.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Very, very important to get those Observers out. Just has it in siege right now. Still just microing against these. Oh my god! That was fantastic with a double probe attack. And he will push that Medevac out once again.
Actually love that play by Spirit. He threw down a scan, hoping that Zaun would be a sloppy Protoss, that the Widowmine could just target the Observer, and that would obviously be super annoying as a Protoss to deal with. But Zaun wasn't born last night. He's like, nope, I'm not gonna let you get away with that. So now in the end, Spirit actually wasted a scan, but I still appreciate the effort. And all of this is slowly but steady adding up, though. It's very important for Zaun that he does not skip a beat on work production, and I would have even loved to see him already go up to 3 bases, because sometimes we forget how long this kind of stuff goes on. But look at the clock then. We're almost 6 minutes into this game. We could have had a third Nexus.
No, you're completely right. And in fact, when you see those buildings all proxied, he had to float the barracks back. He's been making mines, which he's been losing. There's 0% chance you can be attacked. It's like only harassment can hit you. So I think you're completely right. He should have probably just gotten enough Stalkers to guard both bases, throw down a third Nexus, and suddenly you're starting to get quite ahead.
Yep. Because now you're still kind of stuck eventually. We're going to get a couple of extra engagements, extra forts. This is all super, super safe, Mrs. Zaun. As he's going to be forced to pull the probes away one more time. Once more careful with the ups. He knows it. Every Protoss player has been there when you lose your Observer because the Widowmine splashes over a probe and it takes down your ups and you absolutely hate life. But I do feel that Zaun got a little stuck. He really should have been going up to 3 bases by now. As Spirit has floated his starport towards the top right, by the way.
Oh my god.
Could not be bothered to float it all the way home, and he's going to start building Medevacs from the top right. I am a bit worried for Zaun, though, because it's going to take a long time before his army gets a whole lot better. We do see that the Robo Bay go down right as we speak, but still going to take a little while. We're now 7 minutes into the game.
He scouted the 1-base build. He actually countered it really well. He defended everything really well, but you're right. He didn't really make a strong choice to counter what was going on. Like, I feel like he's almost playing too safe here. You know, he's down a game against Spirit, and maybe he's just... Maybe he feels like, well, I should beat this guy, right? Like, especially with an opener like that. But honestly, like, it doesn't feel like he's as far ahead as I was feeling like he would be when I saw the builds.
I think the initial defense, you were spot on. It was very good. And I think the defense against the second Widowmine drop was very good as well. But then I don't think he capitalized on all the time he technically gained and created for himself. And I felt that Zaun was only concerned about losing probes and didn't actually think about the fact that eventually there's going to be a real army and that real army can pack a punch.
Yeah.
And that is kind of the phase pace of the game that we're heading into now. But all things considered, if we can stabilize with an observer or two outside of our main base, natural, we've got a Colossus or two on the way, and we make sure that it doesn't get interference matrixed, he should still be all right in this game.
Yeah. Just the thing is, I feel like he could have been really far ahead, right? If he had 3 base saturation right now, he'd be exploding his gateway count. You know, Spirit would have a very sharp timing here that he would have to make work. But as is, Spirit is coming across the map a little bit. Loads up a couple medevacs. The Raven, of course, we just saw harassing lightly as well with that auto turret. And look at this. He's going to utilize that medevac in the top left as well as these two coming into the main.
Yeah, this could hurt. And Zaun just recalled a couple of Stalkers, by the way, towards that base at 9 o'clock. So this drop is absolutely going to hurt. If that Observer goes down, that would be very problematic because there are a couple of Widow Mines here and that Armory is obviously still online. Zaun is taking some damage as he blinks, losing a couple of probes, going to lose a couple of Stalkers. Will eventually clean this up, but Spirit is also at the bottom left side. Not quite sure what he's targeting though, a little bit of everything, right? A bit of the Nexus wants to get the Colossus. Couple of Marauders come in from the bottom. That all worked out for Zaun, but I honestly think that's also because Spirit miscontrolled the units a bit there.
Yeah, it was strange where he was focusing and what he decided to target there. So the attack on that third base location like really didn't do very much, and Zaun dealt reasonably well with the drops into the main base. So now we do see him go ahead and take a little bit of an army advantage, which is not always the case at this point in the game for Protoss.
No, definitely not, but the workers are dead even. And even though he did do a great job with the 4 Stalkers on the right side of the map, sniping the SCV, getting a cancel on that third CC that Spirit was building on location. It was a bit greedy, by the way, but we do like a bit of greed, because that is obviously what makes these players great. But it's important that Zaun does not forget to keep on building probes, because yeah, you've got +2 on the way and Charge is finishing up and he's got a decent amount of gateways, but I really wouldn't hate just a couple of extra workers that by the time that 4th Nexus finishes up, we can saturate that bad boy too.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see him just kind of explode that economy a little bit more here. The one thing that I feel like I really am noticing here, Spirit has more of like, the moves he is making are more decisive and more, he's like pointing towards winning the whole time, whereas Zaun is just pointing towards staying alive.
And that's going to be a decent amount of workers going on. It's 6 because we did pull the probes in the end, but that
a little bit slow.
And that was a second away from a complete disaster, and 6 is obviously still not bad, especially not because Spirit kept that medevac alive and the Widow Mine's alive. But to go back to your point you made before that Widow Mine drop, I feel that Spirit knows exactly where he's at and knows exactly what he's has to do, and it kind of feels that Zaun is just trying to react to everything, and the Spirit is trying to go somewhere, and Zaun is just hoping that he goes into the right direction.
Yeah, this is exactly the opposite of what I wanted to see from Zaun. I want to see him make a plan and follow through, whereas he's trying to play this reactive Protoss against Spirit. Dude, you need to basically be stats to do that, you know? Like, you need to be like a god-tier Protoss to be able to do that against such a strong mechanical Terran.
The minimap movement kind of indicates everything you're talking about as well, right? It feels that Zaun is always reacting to Spirit, and I know that's a little bit of how TVP plays out in general, but with the way that this game opened up and how well he defended the 1st and 2nd Widow Mine drop, it should be the other way around right now. Spirit should be shivering on his side of the map, and Zaun should be in his face with a better economy and trying to shut down every move Spirit makes, but we're not seeing that. It feels that Spirit is dictating the pace of the game, but Zaun does have that double robo, and Zaun with double robo is terrifying for any Terran player to deal with. This man has excellent Colossus and disruptive movement, so Zaun is not in all sorts of trouble, but it just goes back to what we said a couple of times now. It should have been better than what it is.
Well, we're going to see how Zaun actually ends up controlling this army. Like you said, he's very good with the robo units. He's specifically known for disruptor play in really every matchup. He loves the disruptor. So if he can get those big disruption balls off, obviously that is going to really help to swing the game. But even as is, you just look at like the supplies and the numbers, like he's got a fighting army. I'm not worried that he's just about to die like I was in game 1.
No, that's true. This time around, Spirit is really gonna have to work for it. He's gonna have to control his units better. I do love the 9 Vikings against the 2 Colossus, by the way, especially because one of the Colossus already lost a little bit of its real HP. I love that Viking movement too, but there is an observer there that's revealing it, and that just once more shows how important observers can be. But the Vikings still get a full volley off, and the first Colossus melts, and the second one is very low on HP as well. And we cannot forget that Zaun is playing single forts. He's got no armor on these units then.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And honestly, I feel like you got to just give up on Colossi tech at this point. Maybe more Disruptors. Maybe you go into High Templars. But yeah, those Colossus are not going to be able to do too much damage in these battles. It really is going to come down to these Disruptors. Gets a big shot there to the south.
Yep, we do have a couple of Zealots coming in from the top right, and that is very important because there was actually a Widow Mine that was behind that Protoss army that got a great shot of and kind of splashed over all these Disruptors. So that could have been very dangerous, but the Zealots coming in from the top right was excellent, and that still made this an alright fight. But I do think we really need to have a War Prism if we want to be this deep in Terran territory. Don't we need a War Prism?
Dude, he is going for it right now. The Disruptors throwing out their Novas. An EMP does go off, but no damage to help finish them. And Zaun is pushing everything back.
Yep, and he does have a Prism. It's just trailing behind the main army for a little bit. A couple of Liberators are out, but Spirit Supply is plummeting. These Novas have connected. SCVs are falling to these Zealots that are just going to town. Zealots do not care, obviously. As long as they have +2, they will mess up these SCVs very quickly. And Zaun just gets in there and ends the game, despite the fact that he did not have any armor upgrades and didn't necessarily have the best economy. But you give that man a couple of Disruptors, and he knows what he's doing.
No, totally. Even with the Colossi falling so quickly there to that Viking swarm, he was able to push him back. The flank of Zealots, absolutely beautiful, as you mentioned. And Spirit's army just kind of fell apart. Honestly, I can't really fault Spirit. I actually really like how he played that game. To take that risk after you win the big macro game in game 1, to do a one-base heavy harassment build, to try to outplay your opponent, to kind of catch him off guard. It didn't work. He still made a game out of it. But Zaun showing that he is here to play.
I actually think it didn't look bad for Spirit at all until those Zealots did come in from the top right. And otherwise, that could have been a very awkward fight because without Colossus, it's kind of hard to really run into a Terran army. We all know that Disruptors are not great at chasing an army. They're super good at just standing there and fighting, or they're incredibly strong defensive units. But to chase a Terran army from the top left towards a Terran natural, not something you normally want to do. But yeah, if you've got a couple of Zealots coming in from the right side, trapping these bio units, forcing Spirit to pick up a lot, Stalkers blinking forward, sniping Medivacs, like that went from 0 to 100 real quick for Zaun.
Yeah, it really did. And you know what? He capitalized on it. It was like he wasn't really getting anywhere big, and then he got just the right engagement. Bam, takes game number 2. It can show you just how unforgiving StarCraft 2 can be sometimes.
Yep. Because it definitely felt that Spirit was in there. I think it was all right before 2-2 kicked in as well, right, for Terran. And that obviously could have made a bit of a difference since we were playing single forts on the side of Zaun. And Zealots, yes, they are great, but they do really need some armor upgrades or a Guardian Shield if Bio hits +2. Yeah, well done by Zaun. Couple of Disruptors, and this man shows us what he's capable of.
What do you think about these numbers here, Roddy? Would you agree with them?
Let me take a look. I have the feeling that, yeah, Spirit's defense, I wouldn't even hate it if it was a little bit higher, because I do think he's a great defensive player. But if you ask me, what is Zaun better at, offense or defense? I would actually say he's better offense than he is defensively.
Maybe in this matchup. But I think defensively, PvZ, he's extremely strong. That's like where we see all of his PvZ wins.
Yeah, now in the late game, obviously Zaun is somebody who can actually win late game ZVP. I think back of that crazy game he had against Zero on Data C a couple months ago. I remember looking at that, and we were all looking at it with the cast, and we're like, yeah, this is not that exciting because Zero always wins late game. And the game went on, and all of a sudden, like, oh my god, Zaun just did it. Like, great storm after great storm. We had a time warp, a couple of Archon hits. So yeah, I do think his late game PvZ is indeed incredibly sexy. But for some reason, I feel of Zaun more as a great aggressive player than a great defensive player. But other than that, I think these numbers are fine.
Yeah, no, they seem to be pretty close. I wouldn't actually mind Spirit's mechanics being a bit higher. I kind of always think of him as a very standard macro Terran, you know?
I would definitely give the defense like in the 90s, man. There's no better turtle out there than Spirit. That man can hang in there for days. But no, I think it's quite fair. I mean, the player cards have just been awesome, and all the players have had a lot of fun with it as well. They've been teasing each other a little bit. It's been great.
Well, I think we are just about ready to get into game number 3. Tied up 1-1. Someone going to get up onto match point. Who do you think, Roddy? Based on the 2 games you saw, who has the advantage going into game 3?
I think I still like Spirit, man. I think after these first 2 games,
I do too, yeah.
I think I like it for Spirit, but it's obviously on these moments, it's not so much about who's better in the matchup or who knows what about the other guy. It's just about performing to the best of your abilities after such a long day. And this is a very stressful moment because you win here, you get to play 5 more series, you know, and anything could happen. You lose and it's all over. So it's super important to keep the nerves under control. Let's see if this man can do it. In the top left side, representing Kaizi Gaming, representing Poland, it's Spirit.
And in the bottom right, perhaps his last tournament as a pro gamer from Alpha X, it's Zaun.
It's kind of weird to me that Zaun still feels like a relatively new school Protoss, even though he's been around for a long time. But if you think of the old guys, you do think of the Zest and Stats and Classic and obviously Hero as well. And then Zaun has been around now for years, and he clearly has been one of the best Protoss players in the world consistently for years. Yet he still kind of feels like one of the newer guys.
Yeah, well, that's the hilarious thing. As RTS games get older, we get this like group of players that are up on top, and it's hard for anyone to join them. And they've been around for so long. It's like, how many GSLs have you been in, Zaun? Let's say he's been in 9 or 10 GSLs. Like, well, we have players that are in like 30 GSLs. So, you know, of course, it certainly feels like he's a lot newer.
We have a Pylon on the low ground, Gateway on the low ground, and we're going to kick things off with a Zealot. Now, I was wondering if he was just doing this because he was worried about more proxy shenanigans from Spirit, but it seems that this is just part of the build order. And we know that MaxPax, for instance, is still a big fan of opening up with a Zealot, running it to the other side of the map, and Spirit did not SCV scout this time around, I believe, and he went Marine before Reaper. Now, the Reaper does have a lot of micro potential against the Zealot, because it's such a quick unit, and it deals a little bit of bonus damage as well. But I would still love to see Spirit get a bunker, because without a bunker, if these adepts start showing up, this is going to be very annoying.
Okay, yeah, I can't deny that, but I have seen some funny games in TVP where they open Marine, and then you pop out the Reaper, and you're not always expecting that as Protoss, right?
No.
Sometimes if you send that Reaper across the map, it will cause some real damage to the mineral line as well.
Absolutely, but I think at first this Reaper is going to stay busy at home helping this Marine. We're going to work on the probe initially. Zealot grenade! Actually allowed the Zealot to get a hit off there, I believe, but in the end, this Marine should survive. Spirit, you definitely don't want to lose an SCV here. That's not necessary. A little bit of a dance here, but it seems that Spirit knows how to dance, and I do still love that bunker, man, because otherwise these adepts are just going to become a real problem.
No, when you get a Protoss player that knows how to utilize these adepts, you know, someone like MaxPax, oh my god, the amount of damage that you can get early game against Terran where you're denying the command center, it's crazy.
Gotta give it up to Spirit, by the way. This was absolutely perfect. He did not lose the Marine, he did not lose the SCVs. He took damage on a couple of units, but that's okay. He had the bunker up as well. Like, you really cannot defend this any better as a Terran player.
Yeah. Well, you know, he had the fancy grenade where it like didn't hit the Marine, but it did jump the Zot into the Marine. So it would have been better to actually throw it in the middle, right? That's kind of funny, but no, you're right. It was like basically a perfect defense there.
In the end, it seems that this Adept did manage to get a single SCV, but if you're a Protoss and you open up with the Zealot, which is not a common unit, and then you use a quick Chrono Boost as well on your first Adept, you're hoping definitely for a little bit more than what Zaun got so far. And obviously nothing of this is game ending, and it's not that Zaun is in all sorts of trouble right now, but you don't love this as a Protoss, because you know that you didn't go for the most economic build out there, and you kind of expected this to drag on for a little while longer than it actually did, and you're like, all right, not an ideal start. Now I need to make sure that I'm going to be bulletproof in the next 90 seconds of this game.
Well, right now, going to go ahead in here and scout. Going to easily be able to see that Blink is on the way. Well, he's going to assume it's Blink, of course. What else would it be? A couple Stalkers already at that natural. Very standard opener here from Zaun with the 3-gate Robo Blink. And, of course, we have a quick medevac coming out for Spirit.
Yeah, probably just a double mine drop, right? I think we have 2 mines out on the map. That's just it's kind of a safe opener. This is something that Clem likes to do as well, and I think Gabe is relatively fond of this, where like it's enough to deal a lot of damage. It's enough to keep a Protoss player busy at home, but it's also not that much of an investment where if it doesn't do any damage, you're in serious trouble as a Terran. Which with the triple mine drop, you have the feeling like, all right, I definitely do want this to get a couple of probes or a lot of lost mining time. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. This is the kind of investment where if it doesn't work out as a Terran, you still have a strong follow-up.
Well, here I like the speed of this third Nexus. He is still getting that Prism, so maybe going to try to pin Spirit in his base a little bit. But first, let's see how well he blocks this Mine Drop. Stalker's moving into position. He does have that Blink upgrade. Oh, he blinks away.
Weird blink.
He blinks away to get into the Prism. That's what's going on there. And look at this. Stands right there. Knows exactly where that medevac is at. This is good. I like this a lot from Zaun. This is the type of game I want to see from him. Quicker third. We're still going to go across and harass, and we know what our opponent is up to.
That is a very quick Templar Archives, by the way.
Yes, indeed.
Might actually just go for Quick Storm here, because I don't think that Quick Archons would really make a whole lot of sense with the way that he has played this. We're going to unload the Stalkers in the main base. They're going to blink behind the middle line, and 4 Stalkers is the magical number to one-shot some SCVs. And this is some excellent damage that Zaun is finding here. Wants to, of course, make sure he doesn't do anything silly with the Warp Prism. You definitely don't want to F2 that bad boy home and fly through the Terran main base. As long as he doesn't do anything silly like that. I really wonder, are we going to get Quick Storm or not? Yeah. Yes, and I love it. I think it's a correct call, especially against the triple CC that Spirit is working with.
Dude, actually, some of these quick Storm builds are super, super cool. Like, I remember Trap doing a few of these from time to time, where the Terran player just won't get their Ghost Academy yet, and you walk up to their third base, and they're like, oh god, you have Storm, oh no! You know, it can do a lot of damage.
Oh, that's sexy turret placement, by the way. All the probes went towards the top side, and then Spirit dropped another auto turret that blocked the probes from evacuating that way. That got 6 probes. That's a lot for a little bit of Raven arrest.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. The Stalker is going to push that third command center back as well, just stalling out as much as he can at the moment.
We still have that medevac, right? It's still sitting there?
Yeah, yeah. I got to tell you, though, Spirit's making good moves, but I'm still digging Zaun's position. Like, he's about to have Storm, he's about to have Charge, he has a Prism, right? He's about to get his Forge. His probe saturation is pretty good. He's almost on full 3-base economy.
Yeah. I think with builds like this, it truly comes down to the execution, though. You need to be great with your High Templars in the Warp Prism, and the first few Storms need to connect. Otherwise, it does become a little bit problematic, because Terran will have 1-1 upgrades. You're going to often be working with 0-0, and there's going to be a couple of Widow Mines in the mix. Wow, keeping this Observer alive is so important with that Armory finishing up.
Seriously. Look at this. A second Forge coming up as well, so he's going to be on those double upgrades. Roddy, do you want to see him, like, try to harass? Do you want to see him try a full-on attack, or to sit back defensively?
I think it's more about creating some map vision right now, because I think running into Widow Mines and into bunkers is incredibly hard. And if you look at the production tab, you see that he's building multiple cannons now as well. I think it never makes too much sense to play with cannons and double forts, as we do have that Widow Mine drop showing up, but that's just a single Zealot. The other Mine drop tried to accomplish something as well. But yeah, basically all the signs on the production tab tell us that Zaun wants to drag this game out for a little while longer. You don't want to attack if you spend that many minerals on defensive stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And he's just going to do some light harassment here. Double Storm drop. Hey, he kills like a couple Marines, maybe 5 SCVs. Going to be able to get out of there with all of his units fully intact. And just continuing to add, you know, High Templars, Archons, getting those upgrades, going for the 4th base. Looking pretty good, but the Ghost Academy is almost done.
Spirit knows about this Prism. A couple of Marines are stimming, but Zaun knew about it as well, and he keeps that bad boy safe. That is very important. Obviously, Zaun has still that key observer in the center of the map that really just makes it so much easier for him to play this game. He knows exactly when Spirit is sitting at home. He knows when Spirit wants to move out, and that just allows him to make all the correct calls. He's going up to 4 bases, drops the Robo Bay. Spirit does throw down the scan, and I do think that Spirit will probably try his luck as soon as the first few gulls have joined his army.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he doesn't make some move at that point. It's not like your army is going to scale up too much better than that right now. And you want to hit him before he really has that second source of splash ready. But, you know, the second Robo is coming. The support bay is coming. So definitely we're going to, I would say Colossus, but I mean, it's Zaun. So it might just be Disruptor.
Couple nice Storm drops again, 7 or 8 SCVs even this time around. It does really start adding up. Seems like the Ghost dropped a couple of EMPs there as well, or one goes EMP, the other goes. I don't know how those Ghosts are drained from energy, but they are. So this drop in the bottom side of the map, this is obviously a big investment, a triple medevac drop. Zaun is up to 80 probes for the first time in this series, and I love the way that he's been dropping these spotter pylons around the map. I have a hard time believing that this drop is going to be anywhere near as successful as the drop we had on Altitude.
Well, he's sending a couple medevacs the other way, so, you know, not putting all of his eggs into one basket with the double drop. If one of them does a lot of damage, or if he can draw attention like with the double and then hit with the triple, that could be huge.
Right now, actually, okay, we have another turret go down, gonna kill the High Templar. That's obviously not bad value for a single auto turret of the Raven. Spirit has a crazy amount of supply stuck in medevacs around the map right now, though. Yeah. And Zaun's main army is pretty close towards that third base of Spirit. Spirit's gonna try to take a fourth. That's absolutely impossible. Spirit's got 5 supplies, full of 5 medevacs, full of units around the map right now. That means that more than half of his army is out on the bout, but it will work as Zaun is going to recall.
Well, it forces a recall there. That means he can drop into the main base, and it's going to take a long time for anything to get there. Only a single photon cannon, so a lot of damage is going to be dealt. Look at this, stimming forward. What is he going to target? Starting to get a few gateways, gets that one around the warp in, and going to start trying to unpower some buildings.
Yep. I was afraid that was the only pylon there.
Don't worry. It's got its tasteless pylon over to the side to give it some support.
Yes, and the tasteless pylon will stand strong, so all the gateways are still powered. But obviously, sniping a Nexus there is nice. And Spirit's not done yet. He knows that Zaun sent over a lot of units to defend the main base. A couple of Stalkers is not going to be enough to keep this Nexus alive. We do have that Prism show up. Are we going to be able to land a couple of great storms? Nope. I mean, Spirit is doing a great job here, and this is obviously very annoying for Zaun to deal with.
Well, both sides are maxed out, kind of getting everything that they want. Tons of upgrades going to be finishing up here. It looks like we're going to have 2-2 for Zaun, and then over on the Terran side, we already have the 2-2 with some vehicle weapons coming. I mean, this is definitely turning into a big-time macro game.
What have the Robos done so far? Can we take a look at the key Robo unit tab? That's actually not a great Protoss army then. We have 15 Zealots, 1 Immortal, 3 Archons, but only 3 High Templars. We don't have a single Colossus out on the map. We don't have a single Disruptor. It almost felt that Zaun panic warped in a whole bunch of units when it was getting dropped all over the place, and he's like, oh, now I'm maxed out, and now he can't even use the Robo Bay.
Yeah, no, he needs to go ahead and lose some of these units, honestly. Get rid of your Adepts, maybe throw some Zealots off to the side on the map. But it's very important to get that second source of splash.
I mean, that one storm was very juicy, but this Protoss army is just not quite good enough. The EMPs are big. This Nexus is a serious problem as well, and that Nexus will get picked off. Obviously, Spirit's army is a bit low on HP, but Spirit is going to be quite happy with how all of that went. But for Zaun, this wasn't even a disaster. Now he does have the free supply to fire up a couple of Disruptors, and we know the damage he can deal with those units.
Yeah, I'm happy to see him finally getting those Disruptors, but I think that's why he took the damage, is he didn't have those additional Robo units. So, army not as high quality as he wants, but I'm sure Zaun is going to work on that from here on out. With that planetary there, I'm not sure what Zaun's game plan is. Without High Templars, he can't do anything here.
I think he just saw how low on HP the Terran army was, and he's like, maybe. You can see Spirit thinking there as well. It's like, I know you can take this fight, but on the other hand, if a single storm connects with this low HP bio army, that is actually really going to hurt for me, and we can see it hurting in the end. I also see something very bizarre, by the way, something you almost never see. A Terran player with a lack of gas. Like, how often do we mention that in this matchup?
That's actually a really good point. It's very rare indeed. Normally they're sitting on so many thousands of gas. I'm like, if Terrans had Archons, they would never lose, man.
Exactly. Terran players normally don't have that one great unit to dump all that gas like Protoss has, or maybe Zerg when they can morph a whole bunch of Banelings, but Spirit actually needs to make sure that he starts saturating a couple of these refineries. Otherwise, the only thing he can make are Marines, and that's probably not going to cut it if Storm is out.
Yeah, it looks like right now Zaun also getting ready with that Fleet Beacon tech. Couple Liberators flying around, getting ready to go somewhere for some harassment. But what do you think here? Do you want to see Tempest or do you want to see Carrier?
The funny thing is that I think out of all the maps, this is probably the best Tempest map out there. Like, on any other map, I would always say Carrier. On this map, I'm kind of tempted to say that I think Tempest is a slightly better choice against the way that Spirit plays, because Spirit can play so defensively. That I actually do think Tempest are better, but I'm just a Carrier lover then. But on this map, my answer is Tempest, even though it hurts.
Dude, well, I tell you what, this is going to be the one time you and I agree, because I always say Tempest every map, man. It is just such a great unit to put into your army. But he's going to go Carrier. Oh, my God. Well, at least one of us is going to be happy.
We have a couple of Zealots getting absolutely obliterated even by all these bio units, and the EMPs were big on the Stalkers as well. And I think Zaun realized that losing the Zealots is completely okay. You don't want to lose too many Stalkers and Disruptors, though. So he wisely decides to disengage. And all of it did free up some supply for more carriers. Now, if we want to go carriers, by the way, it's incredibly important we start getting some air weapons. I'm a little bit obsessed with carrier upgrades, but obviously if bio units have +3 and your carriers have +0, your carriers are just going to tickle these Marines and Ghosts, and it's going to take forever to take a single unit down.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not a super fan of seeing those carriers pop out first. Even just a small handful of Tempests could be really nice here, I think, especially the amount of Liberators that are being popped out. Like, that's something you're going to be able to pick off anyways. But you know what? Like, Zaun, he has a lot going on. Still putting pressure around the map as well, being pretty active. These carriers going to be able to clean up some of the Liberators that are harassing. But look at this big move coming in from Spirit.
Couple of Novas trying to connect, but the tank siege up in time and multiple Disruptors get obliterated in a single shot. Cybernetic score goes down, which means air weapons are denied for a long time. And now we're going to see the power of +0 carriers against a bunch of bio units. That was a pretty sweet Nova as it drops 3 tanks very low on HP. But Spirit is just not done yet. He's going to try to steam into the main base. There are a couple of carriers here, but these carriers don't have any upgrades, and the bio has +3 armor.
Yeah, the Interceptor's not doing very much. The carrier's taking massive damage as he tries to push up his own ramp here, going up the Archon being absolutely exploded, and he just can't make it up. What killer instinct from Spirit. I did not expect an attack like this.
These tanks were godlike. You rarely see tanks getting that many big shots off in a TVP. First they get all the Disruptors, then he picked them up, flew them into the main base, and they got multiple very juicy fat shots off in the heart of that Stalker army, and Zaun could just not walk into the main base, and the main base is where that fleet beacon is, where all those gateways are, where the Stargates are. In the end, Zaun finally makes it, but he took a lot of damage.
Yeah, at least he gets to kill off a portion of Spirit's army, but Spirit's still way up on supply, even a higher bank as well, while Zaun just continues to try to pump out more carriers. But like you said, the upgrade's just not really there. In fact, he lost his cybernetic score. Yep. He lost +1.
Yep, it wasn't even like all that far done. But
yeah.
No, now you have to rebuild the cybercore and then you have to restart +1, and it's just going to take forever. Carriers are obviously one of the best units in the game, and every Protoss player loves the carrier to some degree, some more than others, but they do need upgrades. And if they're even in upgrades, they're always good. If you're ahead in upgrades, carriers are godlike. But if you're 3 upgrades down, which is technically what they are right now, yeah, these Interceptors just don't do a whole lot. If there are medevacs in the mix and the medevacs are healing the bio units, the Interceptors will do 0.
Yeah, seriously. Well, we saw that when the bio went up into the main base. He has 3 carriers attacking. I think I saw 1 Marine down.
Yeah, maybe. That's because the medevac was busy healing something else. Vikings, by the way, coming in from the bottom left, and that is such a sweet engagement for Spirit, and that is going to do it for Game 3. Spirit with some YOLO plays there into the natural, sieging up the tanks. I would love to see that tank volley on the Disruptors again, by the way, because I saw all the Novas coming. I was like, that could be big.
Yeah.
Boom. Tanks getting all the Disruptors at once, and then honestly the way that he handled that on siege, fly into the main base, siege up again, getting a few more big shots off. Spirit on fire.
That level of killer instinct that Spirit showed to make that move into the natural, that really caught me off guard, Roddy. Like, he saw some of Zaun's units down to the south. He knew that this transition was coming, I'm pretty sure. But the fact that he just, like, instantly appeared there, sieged all the tanks, targeted perfectly, gets rid of the robos. You know, he did so much with that attack. And honestly, I thought it was just going to kind of be split map, grindy game. But he just jumped on the very first weakness that Zaun had.
What I also love is that we saw him pick up the 3 medevacs, and he put them in the bottom of the map. He was so patient with it. He just waited. He knew it would be very silly to randomly fly that in there. And even if he has another double drop in the top right side, that is not supposed to find a whole lot of damage if Zaun is just defending. And obviously losing 5 medevacs full of bio units is too much. So he just waited, and eventually he capitalized on the opportunity when he saw the army in the top side of the map. Some great plays by Spirit so far. It does seem that these guys need a tiny break. So we're going to take a little break as well. We'll be back in 3 minutes with Game 4 between Spirit and Zaun.
You love it, you wear it. Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever.
Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.